Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Feed these brats some pig food, at least let them survive tonight. Who? Who is speaking? Did I get drunk and sleep on the street? Rinnegan slowly opened his eyes, and everything he saw was pitch black. The familiar ceiling and incandescent light were gone. Only the faint oil lamps in the corridor outside the dark iron fence brought a little light to the place. What's going on? Rinnegan started, sat up, looked around quickly, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Nothing in sight is familiar to me. Iron bars separated the cages, and beneath them was the cold, rugged ground. Inside the huge cages, ragged children huddled together. This. Looking down at his tender but not delicate little hands, Rinnegan suddenly broke out in a sweat. Me? I'm only 6 or 7 years old at most. If this isn't a dream, then something is seriously wrong. These hands are not the rough and arbitrary hands I used to have. Obviously, this is not my body. Most importantly, the intense and burning hunger in my stomach told me that this was not a dream. This is. Rinnegan put down his arms, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he lay back weakly, finding it hard to accept it for a moment. He could confirm that he had traveled through time. Rinnegan suppressed his hunger and closed his eyes, trying to find the memories of his previous life from this body. Unfortunately, the little brain of his previous life was completely blank, even cleaner than the tissue paper on his bedside. My money. Rinnegan is no stranger to time travel. In his previous life, he worked in sales. Besides talking to clients, his favorite thing to do was to read novels. From time to time, he would feel bored with his day-to-day life and envy those time travelers who could experience countless wonderful things. But when it was his turn, Rinnegan said that he really didn't want to travel through time. At least let me spend the tens of thousands of dollars I saved with great difficulty in advance. Rinnegan felt so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe when he thought about his money lying in the dry and cold safe just like him. However, he was still a man who had experienced the beatings of society and knew that he should bow his head when it was time. Time travel, this bizarre thing, was not a reality that he could resist at all. Thinking of this, his mentality gradually calmed down. Fortunately, my memory of my past life was not destroyed, otherwise there would be no fun. You know, Rinnegan was a well-known salesperson in his previous life. He had faced countless challenges from customers and clients, and his mentality was very stable, which was also the basis for his survival. Silently adjusting his mindset, Rinnegan recalled everything he saw after waking up. The pitch-black windowless cage, the cold and damp ground, the turbid and smelly but not cold air, and the ragged children, all of these revealed cruelty and misery. The only conclusion Rinnegan can come to at this point is that this is underground. Considering the children who were illegally imprisoned, including myself, this might be the secret base of some transnational criminal organization. Just as Rinnegan was lost in thought, a sudden and harsh knocking sound suddenly rang out. Ding ding ding. He was immediately startled. Damn, are you ghosts? You walk without making any sound. Rinnegan muttered softly, then opened his eyes. In the dim candlelight, he saw a cold-blooded middle-aged man in a grey linen tunic and holey socks underneath, hitting the iron fence with a wooden stick. Strangely, the man had an iron turban with strange patterns on it tied to his forehead. The middle-aged man expressionlessly threw handfuls of black balls into the cage, scattering them all over the ground. Rinnegan was lying close to the cage. He sat up and picked up one of them. Looking at the middle-aged man's back, he said in a low voice, I think this guy has some serious illness. He made his whole socks into clothes and wears them inside. He must be a pervert or a gay. As he was speaking, Rinnegan suddenly froze, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in his mind, and his pupils slowly dilated. I seem to have seen this kind of clothes. The next second, the word Hokage popped up in his mind, and his heart was suddenly filled with stormy waves. Suddenly, he remembered the words he heard before he woke up. The pronunciation was exactly the same as the Yami idea in Avi that he often studied. The turban with iron plate on the middle-aged man's head must be a forehead protector. Thinking of this, Rinto looked down at the black meatball in his hand, and his teeth suddenly felt sore. No, no, no. I'm not sure yet. Maybe the guy just now is a pervert, pronounced as gender identity disorder and written as transvestite. In the cage, the children were scrambling to grab the black balls on the ground. The child who grabbed the ball immediately put it into his mouth and continued to join the scramble. Soon, all the meatballs on the ground disappeared. Rinto clearly noticed that many children grabbed more than one meatball, and they all hid them carefully, curled up in the corner, and stared at the people around them vigilantly. The children who didn't get the meatballs looked at the people around them greedily and eagerly. Some of them stared at Rinto's hand holding the meatballs with green eyes. It was hard to imagine that these children, who were only 7 or 8 years old, would have such vicious eyes. Swish! There was a light sound, accompanied by chewing, and the green light in the eyes of the children around Rinto shifted. Rinto swallowed the meatball and breathed a sigh of relief. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. I only have one, and my stomach is aching from hunger, so I'd better take care of my own first. After eating one meatball, he felt full and warm in his stomach. Rinto smacked his lips and marveled. Although the taste is not very good, as if eating a mouthful of mud, the effect is outstanding. One pill is equivalent to a whole meal. Feeling the stomachache gradually ease, Rinto moved away from the children who had already started fighting, found a quiet corner and leaned against the wall, trying to recall the Hokage plots he had watched before. If you don't think about it, you won't know. If you think about it, you will be shocked. What a bummer. Why is my head filled with Madara, would like to call you the strongest and carrying a bag of rice up several floors, spicy, sweet and salty. It's killing me. I've watched too many passionate clips. Muttering, Rinto's mouth corners slowly curled up and he sighed softly. Youth. As the candle light gradually dimmed, Rinto closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Rinto, who was half asleep, was suddenly awakened by a sharp knocking sound. Outside the cage, stood an old man in a white coat, followed by 4 or 5 guys dressed as ninjas. The middle-aged man who brought food to Rinto and his group of kids was holding a wooden stick and hitting the iron bars hard. Get up, everyone! Stand by the cage! The middle-aged man roared loudly, his gloomy eyes full of ferocity. The ragged children were awakened one after another, and huddled together like frightened lambs. Rinto stood up, hid in the crowd with his head down, and secretly watched the movements of the people outside the iron fence with his peripheral vision. Squeak! A harsh friction sound was heard and the cage door was opened. Come out! Quickly! The middle-aged man continued to knock fiercely, making loud bangs. Rinto was still mixed in the crowd, and amidst the scolding, he followed the old man in a white coat who was leading the group into a narrow passage that seemed to have no end. In the huge underground cave, water droplets dripped from the stalactites on the ceiling. In the center of the cave, there was a huge stone platform soaked with Madara's dark red blood, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. In front of the stone platform, a man wrapped in a cloak and covered tightly with clothes stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the huge protruding stone platform in front of him with an expressionless face. Master Igani, the offering to the evil god is ready. Behind the man, a guy dressed as a ninja was half kneeling on the ground, his tone full of admiration and fanaticism. The cloaked man called Igani Isamu nodded silently, still with his back turned, and a hoarse voice rang out. Where's the container? The ninja immediately lowered his head and said, Everything is ready. This time, we have prepared 152 containers. Only then did Jinjin Yang nod vigorously, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with this number. Go and prepare. Lord Evil God will remember your efforts." Hearing this, the half-kneeling ninja's face suddenly showed an irrepressible joy. There were crowds of people, and large numbers of children were driven out of the dark caves on all sides. The expressionless cultists were waving whips and indulging in their brutality at will. Soon, the pale and skinny children were driven to the huge altar in the center of the cave, where they were crowded and terrified, waiting for an unknown fate. Wearing a hood and wrapped tightly, Isamu Igen looked at the uneasy children on the stage. His bloodshot eyes were full of fanaticism and he kept muttering crazy words in a low voice. As the children were ready, the cave entrance, which had just been deserted, was filled with people again, but this time, what emerged from the cave were countless adults with numb and haggard faces. Among them, there are men, women, and white-haired old men. They have different appearances, genders, and ages, but the only thing in common is a pair of eyes with nothing but whites. Taking staggering steps like zombies, the group surrounded the altar. Seeing the sacrifice and container in place, Jin Yang lifted his hood, revealing a hideous face covered with hideous scars, his eyes with more white than black, full of bloodshot and fanaticism. "Ah ha ha ha! Start the sacrifice!" Following a shrill scream from Isamu Ino, the guards in ninja uniforms knelt on the ground in unison, facing the central altar, lowered their heads, and uttered waves of blasphemous sounds that were disturbing to the heart. Rintu stood on the altar and suddenly felt dizzy, as if the whole world was twisted. Even his brain seemed to be rusted, functioning extremely sluggishly. "Damn, cultists, I can't move. I must save myself. Although I don't know what these abnormal guys are doing, I can be sure that they are definitely not doing good things." Just as Rintu struggled desperately, trying to regain control of his body, a cruel scene took place. The cultists pulled out a bunch of hideous torture instruments of various shapes and dark red colors from somewhere, and rushed into the crowd of adults like a meat grinder, stirring up a storm of bright red flesh and blood. Ordinary people were no match for these ninjas, not to mention that these ordinary people had no intention of resisting at all, and didn't even utter a scream. Soon, the ground was dyed red with blood, and the stone platform was littered with broken limbs. Jin Yang closed his eyes and inhaled the smell of blood in the air with enjoyment. Suddenly, his bloodshot eyes opened sharply and his hateful face became extremely distorted. "Not enough, not enough. The sacrifice is too little. Kill some of the containers." A sharp roar sounded, and the cultists laughed grimly, brandishing torture instruments, and rushed onto the stone platform. Seeing this, Rintu broke out in a cold sweat. But the body was like a rusty machine, creaking and unable to move at all. Seeing the axe blade with Madara bloodline about to cut across his neck, Rintu was extremely anxious and his eyes seemed to be torn apart. "Move! Get out of my way!" Hysterical roars echoed throughout the cave. The string in the body stretched to its limit, and with a slight thump sound, the strong and burning desire to survive broke the constraints of the body. Then, his body quickly fell backwards, narrowly avoiding the cultists' beheading attack. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the cultist's hideous face like a devil appeared again, and the axe in his hand seemed to have no weight. It cut through the air at an extremely fast speed and chased after his neck. Rintu's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Looking at the axe blade getting closer and closer to him, his heart was filled with despair for a moment. Completion. The sharp axe blade passed by, and Rintu felt dizzy, as if he was thrown into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. In his gradually darkening and blurry vision, a familiar headless body slowly fell over, stirring up layers of dust. "Damn! Corpse Branch House! Lao Zi is dead!" Chapter 2. The sticky blood soaked the stone platform, and the cultists' massacre came to an end. On the stone platform, there were only a few lonely children standing there trembling, with pale yellow liquid dripping down their trouser legs. But even though they were so scared, they still couldn't move at all. A mysterious force restrained their actions. Just between life and death, Rinto burst out with a terrifying desire to survive and was able to move. Rinto's lonely head fell to the ground, staring at the poor children without blinking. Am I going to die? Oh, how miserable! Many thoughts popped up involuntarily in his remaining brain. I heard that death is a return to a warm embrace and the source of all peace. Come on, end my suffering. Take me to the beautiful sea of flowers on the other shore. Take me to the vast banks of the Lethe River. Take me to taste the delicious Menpo soup. Is Mangekyō a grandmother or a beauty? I remember that in the book I read before, Mangekyō was a tsundere blonde loli. No, Mangekyō should not be a blonde Lolita, she should be a gentle fierce lady. Suddenly, Rinto froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched awkwardly. Why am I not dead yet? Where is the sea of flowers on the other shore? Where is the forgotten river? Where is the beautiful Mangekyō? Damn, I am mentally prepared to die. Looking at his headless body in front of him, Rinto felt a little embarrassed. This guy, his head and body are in Branch House, but he still can't die? Not only that, he could even feel his headless corpse in the dark. Except for some disordered sense of space, he could also control everything about this body. As long as he wanted, he could make his headless corpse stand up and sprint 500 meters while holding his own head. Pursing his lips, Rinto came back to his senses, and suddenly a name appeared in his mind, Haiden. This guy seems to believe in some evil cult. Damn, could it be this evil cult? Rinto fully suspected that the mysterious evil cult that Haiden joined was the current one. On the stone platform, the killing had stopped and the only remaining child had fainted from fright. But even so, the child still remained standing, unable to move at all. A cold voice sounded from the audience. Take the gift away, chop up the rest, and put it into the blood pool to prepare for the next time. Yes. Lord God's messenger. On the stage, Rinto couldn't lie still. Minced? I can survive without my head, but how can I survive if I'm squeezed into meat sauce? Seeing that Agane Isamu was about to walk into the aisle with the child, Rinto couldn't wait any longer. Damn it, if I get caught, I'll get caught. Better to live a miserable life than to die. I had thought that I could pretend to be dead and leave this damn place, maybe I could escape, but I didn't expect that this messenger of God would be so unsportsmanlike. Without caring about anything else, Rinto howled desperately. Etc. The voice echoed and the entire cave fell silent. Rinto controlled his headless body, staggered to his feet like a drunk, picked up his head clumsily, and said weakly with an awkward smile on his face. Big brother, if you want to go, take me with you. The cultists were also dumbfounded. Even though they were executioners who killed people without blinking an eye, they felt a chill down their spines when they saw this scene. Seeing this group of ferocious guys looking at him timidly, Rinto hid his head behind his back embarrassedly, smiled awkwardly, took a step forward, and stumbled to keep up with Isamu Inu's footsteps. Time flies, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. In the underground, in a closed room full of scrolls, Agane Isamu was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a huge scroll in front of him. March 24th. Experiment, the effect of cutting on the immortal body. Method, knife cutting. Conclusion, the separation of body tissues cannot cause substantial damage to the target. As long as it is sutured, the target can still move freely. After deep chopping, the target tissue will tend to aggregate and recover, and the process is very slow. Notes: 1. The target cannot be killed by conventional cutting. 2. The target's body tissues show no signs of strengthening. 3. The target has not lost its sense of pain, and keeps howling and cursing during the experiment. March 26th. Experiment, the effect of fire on the immortal body. Method, fire style. Conclusion, the immortal body is the same as the ordinary test subject, with no resistance to flames. The body tissues lose their activity temporarily after being exposed to high temperatures, but even if all tissues are carbonized, the target tissues will still regain their activity and aggregate, making them impossible to kill. Note, the target's body has a strong tendency to self-recover. As long as there is enough nutrition, any part of it can recover. April 18th. Experiment, the effect of freezing on the immortal body. Method, Bingfen blood limit. Conclusion, the target tissue is no different from that of an ordinary person. It is eroded by the freezing and has no special features. However, once the freezing is removed, the body will recover on its own. Note, the target seems to be very afraid of the cold, and the scolding is particularly strong. It is recommended to use the Ice Release Ninja Seal. June 1st to October 1st. Experiment, the effects of starvation and desiccation on the immortal body. Method, Wind style. Conclusion, drying is completely ineffective against the immortal body, but starvation will cause the immortal body to slowly dry up and die, which is estimated to take a year. October 2nd. Experiment, the value of the immortal body tissues. Method, implantation in other experimental subjects. Conclusion, the experiment failed. All 231 test subjects died. The target tissue was extremely corrosive and there was no way to prevent it from killing the test subjects. Note, immortality does not seem to be a gift from the evil god, but a curse. October 10th. Experiment, the effect of lightning on immortality. Method, lightning style. Conclusion, lightning style not only cannot cause harm, but also greatly stimulates the target's body tissues, speeds up the recovery of the target tissues, and makes the target feel extremely hungry. Note, lightning style is not recommended. The final conclusion is that the immortal body cannot be killed by seals, fire, lightning, or low temperatures, and can only be slowly eliminated by starvation. Other than that, there is nothing special about the experimental subject and chakra cannot be extracted. Final advice, starve. After confirming that the scroll had reached the end, Isamu Jinji frowned and slowly raised his face covered with hideous scars. Aside from immortality, what about the only gift of survival? As soon as he finished speaking, an old man in a white coat walked out of the darkness, stood in front of Igani Isamu and said humbly, "Lord God's envoy, according to convention, the gift has been brainwashed and named Yang Gren. As long as we get the blood of the Fire Country Daimyo, we can activate the curse of death by blood, one life for another." Very good. Igen Isamu nodded, his expression not changing at all. Take good care of Enji. No. Take good care of Yuto, he will be the most deadly Kama we have. The old man in the white coat knew that the envoy of God in front of him loved Shogi very much. He understood the position of Yang Gren in the envoy's heart and secretly decided to go back and take good care of Yang Gren. What about the immortal body? Asked the old man in the white coat curiously. Jinjin Yang was stunned for a moment, and his brows, which had just relaxed a little, were tightly furrowed again. He knew that Rintu's existence had become a burden to the organization. Relying on his immortality, this guy had to eat a large bowl of soldiers' ration pills for every meal. If he was not given food, he would desperately dig the wall with his hands to steal food from other cells. In less than a year, this guy had dug through an entire row of cells. After a long time, Jinjin Yang glanced at his short-sighted subordinate with dissatisfaction and let out a sigh of relief. Brainwashed. Hearing this, the old man in the white coat looked extremely bitter and replied calmly, "I've been brainwashed, but the effect is strange." Jinjin Yang raised his eyebrows. The immortal body seems to think that he has become the incarnation of the evil god in the ninja world, and he beats and scolds people at will. At this point, the old man seemed to want to continue complaining, but was interrupted by Igen Isamu. "Okay, that's it. From now on, the immortal body will be used as a test subject for the power of ninjutsu. Also, are you ready for the sacrifice in 3 days?" Hearing this, the old man's face turned grim and he said, "Everything is ready." After saying this, he closed the scroll, turned around and left in a hurry. Watching Jin Yang leave, the old man in the white coat thought of the monster of immortality again. He sighed helplessly, turned and left, muttering to himself. Alas, if it were me, I would say that this guy should be starved to death. He is eating until he dies because he can't die from overeating. Don't Bing Liang pills cost money? He has reduced my experimental funding by half. As the supervisor of this base, the old man in the white coat knows Rintu's appetite very well. To be frank, the experimental subjects in the entire base only consume 100 or 200 military ration pills a day. As for Rintu, he eats 3 meals a day, and each meal is a big bowl of rice. His daily food intake is as much as the total food intake of all the experimental subjects. Moreover, Rintu likes to visit other people, and the originally quiet and peaceful dungeon has been turned into a busy city by him. The key point is that, judging from various surveillance results, this guy is a complete fanatic. Many cultists in the base have expressed dissatisfaction with the detention of Rintu. Simply put, this guy not only got along well with the guards, but also became a huge burden to the entire organization. Thinking of this, the old man in the white coat's eyes twitched and he felt extremely tired. Damn it, after this sacrifice, I'll seal this monster away. In the cell, our protagonist, Rintu, leaned leisurely against the iron bars, grinning and bragging to the guard outside the cage. Ranjun, I haven't seen you for several months. Are you out on a mission? Hearing this, the guard outside the cage smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, It's all your fault, you good for nothing. I heard that most of the brothers in the base have been sent out to make money. When Rintu heard the guard named Ren say that he could eat, he rolled his eyes without hiding it and glanced at the guard with disgust. I'm not saying anything bad about you, Ranjun, you're just too petty. If an organization cannot even guarantee that its people have enough to eat, how can it win over the people? Take our evil god cult for example. It is difficult for us to even feed an incarnation of the evil god like me. How can we convince everyone? Come on. It's clearly a curse. Lord Evil God thinks you are too talkative. The guard immediately retorted. Rintu has said countless times that he is the incarnation of the evil god. At first, the guards saw him insulting their beliefs and tried to teach the prisoner a lesson. After going through countless torture methods, the exhausted guards came to a desperate conclusion that this guy could not be killed. As a result, a small number of fanatics began to believe Rintu's words. In their not-so-bright minds, only the incarnation of the evil god could have such power. The benevolent monarchs that Rintu refers to are those whose faith is not so firm. Ding ding! After knocking on the cage lazily, Ranjun was ready to end the chat and continue his patrol. Wait! Rintu stretched out his hand from the gap in the cage, grabbed Ranjun's sleeve, and narrowed his eyes with a smile. Ranjun, let's talk some more. Why are they all back this time? I saw Captain Chuanpu yesterday. Isn't he always out there earning money? Ranjun pulled back his sleeves, backhandedly slapped Rintu's clenched fist, and said unhappily, I don't know, don't ask me. After saying that, he walked into the dark passage without looking back. Tisk, you stingy BD. Rintu retracted his arm which was swollen with a red bar, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and in his palm, he tightly grasped a bright orange key, sneering in his heart. Just a moment ago, Rintu took the key from the guard's waist. He didn't know which cell it belonged to, but it didn't matter. The Ranjun that Rintu mentioned had just returned from outside some time ago and was assigned the task of guarding this row of cages. The bunch of keys on his waist were the keys to this row of cells. It doesn't matter whether this key belongs to his cell or not. He had already taken advantage of the excuse of grabbing food to break through the earthen wall of this row of cells. At first, the guards tried to repair the big holes in the cells, but each time they were filled up, Rintu dug through them again within 2 days. The guards were tired, and since there was no trouble, they simply gave up repairing the big holes in the wall. At the beginning, many autistic prisoners were very disgusted with Rinto's visiting behavior. But ever since an adult prisoner who bullied Rinto had his neck bitten off at night, no prisoner dared to bully this monster who looked only 7 years old but was actually unkillable. After all, monsters don't die and don't need to sleep, they need to. This led to a result that Rinto casually visited this row of cells. As long as you have a key, you can try them row by row and always find a matching cell door. In the corner, Rinto gritted his teeth, his little face twisted, and tore open the abdomen and put the brass key in. Then, he pressed the wound, enduring the discomfort caused by having a foreign object in his body. After a while, the wound healed and Rinto slowly raised his head, with a strange white light shining in his dark eyes. Freedom. Chapter 3. The Secret Base of the Pagans. As with the sacrifices for most of the past 6 months, a large number of ragged, frightened children were driven into the huge cave where the altar was located. The god envoy Ijenyang still stood in the same position as last time, staring at the altar with shining eyes, imagining that there would be a few more Kuei-ma in this sacrifice. Suddenly, a strange thought came into his mind. If Rinto's immortality is combined with Yang Gren's curse, death by blood, he will have a powerful strategic weapon. Then, as long as he collected the blood of those strong men on the battlefield, he could control these so-called strong men effortlessly. In this case, will my ambition to rule the world still be far away? Thinking of this, Isamu Jinj waved to the old man in a white coat not far away. Lord Messenger of God, what do you want me to do? The old man rubbed his hands and came closer in a flattering manner. Where is the immortal body? Jinjinyang glanced at the crowd. The old man was stunned for a moment, then said with a bitter face. Sir, don't let that monster who only makes trouble participate in such an important event as sacrifice. As the leader of the immortality research experiment, the old man can be said to understand Rinto better than he knows himself. In his opinion, this guy is useless except for wasting food. I just tried a simple poison test, but this guy neither vomited blood nor died from the poison. He even clamored for more. There was no difference between the poison and the Bing Liang pills at all, which almost pd him off to death. The most important thing. Sacrifice is a serious killing occasion, and there is a frivolous guy mixed in with him, shouting for food. The evil god must be pd to death. Seeing the old man shirking his responsibility, Jinjinyang's face suddenly became long. He now only wanted to know whether the immortal body's participation in the sacrifice would create the ultimate killer weapon that was both immortal and mastered the curse of death by blood. Just go when I tell you to go, why are you talking so much nonsense? Seeing that the envoy of God was unhappy, the old man lowered his head even more. Yes, Lord God's messenger. As he spoke, he waved behind him and called over a cultist. Bring the immortal body. Yes. The cultist turned and left. At this time, the cell block was empty and Rinto was sitting in a dark corner muttering to himself. Since you're going to sneak away, you can't bring any extra things with you. As he spoke, his sharp nails tore open the skin of his forearm. While sucking in cold air, he tore out a square iron body from the bloody muscles and threw it on the ground. The block fell to the ground with a loud clang, and the sound echoed heavily in the empty passage. Then, he took out 7 or 8 pieces of weight from his flesh and blood, enduring the tremendous tearing pain as he tore open the skin of his left hand, left leg, right leg, and abdomen. Looking at the bloodline-stained weight on the ground, Rinto blinked reluctantly a few times and muttered to himself. If it wasn't so inconvenient to take you with me, I would never abandon you. After saying that, he slowly stood up, jumped lightly twice, clenched his creaking fists, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. With force on his feet, Rinto passed through the big hole in the cell wall and appeared in the next cell in just a moment. Feeling the powerful strength contained in his arms, Rinto smiled. If his estimation was correct, it would be no problem for him to deal with a genin like Ranjun with his strength and speed alone. If it was a sneak attack, with his speed, he could easily kill one first and then calmly kill the other. If it was Chunin, Rinto wouldn't be able to defeat him, but with his speed comparable to that of the flash body, escaping would not be a problem at all. It's time to slip away. I took out the key and tried each room one by one. There was a slight click sound, and Rinto immediately smiled. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the darkness outside the door. Immortal, are you planning to escape? Who? Rinto was startled and looked up immediately. A guard in ninja uniform walked out of the darkness and stared at Rinto, who was tiptoeing with a playful look. Rinto instantly recognized the person, a guard from the laboratory of the old man in the white coat, named Zhu Kongping. Zhu Kongping glanced back and forth between the key and Rinto's young face, slowly stretched out his hand, and said jokingly, "Give me the key, and stop playing such useless tricks." Rinto stretched out his hand and placed the key in Zhu Kongping's hand. He looked up behind him and his expression suddenly became uneasy. Hello, Master Yongshin Inu." After saying that, he quickly stood up and bowed. Zhu Kongping was startled by Rinto's sudden action. "You know, Igani-Isamu is very majestic among this group of cultists. Usually, only the old man in a white coat who is in charge of managing this underground secret base is qualified to talk to Igani-Isamu." Zhu Kongping hurriedly adjusted his posture and looked back. The next second, a sharp pain came from his spine, and he suddenly felt his body from the neck down lose consciousness. Along with it came the playful laughter of the undead ghost. "Didn't your ninja school teacher teach you not to show your back to the enemy?" With a dull thud, Zhu Kongping fell heavily to the ground, looking towards Rinto with disbelief in his eyes. "Why? Why are you running away? Why are you betraying the evil god? How dare you? How dare I?" Rinto asked back, then covered his mouth and laughed wildly, with snot and tears streaming down his face. After a long while, the laughter that had been suppressed for a long time slowly stopped, and Rinto wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. "In the past 6 months, you have stabbed me 34,551 times, burned me 13 times, struck me with lightning 5 times, starved me for 2 months and 4 days, and made me drink 6 bottles of poison that kills instantly. But I forgive you." As he spoke, Rinto suddenly curled up a sarcastic sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Lord Evil God? Haha, let your Lord Evil God come and save you." His tone was full of sarcasm and contempt. Hearing this, Zhu Kongping, who had never been angry even though his lower body was disabled, suddenly had red eyes and roared at Rinto like a mad dog. "Shut up, you damned monster! How dare you question and insult the evil god?" Before he could finish his words, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then twisted his head desperately, staring at Rinto's feet like a hungry wolf. "Just wait, you blasphemous monster! I am the one who will punish you. To punish you, I will only need my teeth. I will bite you to pieces. I'll wait." Rinto picked up Zhu Kongping's ninja bag, stood up, his face calm, and looked into the depths of the aisle. "But I have to go now. Excuse me, Mr. Zhu Kong, I have to go to my favorite place to have a date." Rinto paused as he spoke, his dark eyes filled with joy and freedom. As soon as he finished speaking, Rinto ignored Zhu Kongping's roar, walked into the darkness and disappeared without a trace. At the other end of the corridor, Rinto circled through other cells, bypassed Zhu Kongping, and strode in the other direction. At the altar, everything was ready. Jin Yang stared at the passage where no one had appeared for a long time, and a gloom gradually formed in his heart. "Where are your people?" Jin Yang asked coldly to the old man in a white coat beside him. At this moment, the old man was staring at the altar with fanatical eyes. Hearing what Jin Yang said, he was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, "Master God's messenger, maybe he was delayed on the way. You know, that monster brat is the most disobedient." After saying that, he nonchalantly called over a cultist and said, "Ren, go and urge them to do something." Don't let Zhu Kongping and the monster ghost delay the sacrifice time. Yes, sir. Ren bowed respectfully and strode towards Rintu's cell. After an unknown amount of time, the gloom in Ijen Yukoji's heart grew thicker, and the old man in a white coat beside him also became anxious. In the aisle, Ren, dressed as a ninja, suddenly rushed out of the aisle with a frown and a panicked look on his face. My lord, Zhu Kangjun is seriously injured, and the undead monster has disappeared. What? Jin Yang lost his voice, and his scarred face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Although Rintuo is useless in the eyes of the old man in the white coat, in Igani-Isamu's opinion, if Rintuo is well trained, he will be a good swordsman who is not afraid of death. At the side, the old man in the white coat suddenly had a very strange expression on his face, with anger mixed with joy, and he looked like he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. This guy finally slipped away, great. I gave him so many chances and this time he finally took it. What the old man didn't know was that Rintu didn't escape before, not because he didn't notice the loopholes in the defense, but because he was worried that his strength was too weak and he would be caught before he could get far. After all, who knows if these loopholes were deliberately left to him by Ijen Yang. Right now, it is the time of sacrifice, even if everyone wants to chase, there is no chance. Similarly, Ijen Isamu also thought of this. If we give up the sacrifice now and go after Rintu, it will undoubtedly make the evil god unhappy. If we continue to offer sacrifices now and temporarily give up on chasing Rintu back, this guy will only run away. This time, Rintu won. This little devil who pretended to be very pious actually humiliated the great messenger of God openly. Looking at the doubtful looks from his subordinates, a strong sense of humiliation suddenly surged into his heart, which made Igan Isamu, who had been in a high position for many years, feel waves of shame. He tried desperately to suppress his rage, and uttered words slowly and surely through clenched teeth. Prepare for the sacrifice. At the command, the brutal massacre began. Jin Yang looked at the lives being taken away one by one with a gloomy face, and said fiercely in his heart. Damn little devil, you can't run away. When I catch you, I will cut you into slices of meat piece by piece, and smash your bones into powder one by one, so that you know that the most painful thing is not being able to die. On the other side, Rintu finally walked out of the cult's secret base after many twists and turns. Putting his hands in front of his eyes, Rintu slowly looked into the distance as his pupils slowly adjusted to the somewhat dazzling light. There, the endless forest exudes a lush green full of life. Stretching all the way to the horizon, the blue river meanders forward, and merges with the sky as pure as a bright gem. Wisps of white clouds pass across the sky, and the pure white and pure blue complement each other. Taking a deep breath, the air no longer had the musty and damp smell of the underground base. The air on the ground was fresh, with the freshness of grass and trees. The breeze on my face brought a hint of the scent of camellia. Rintu looked into the distance and never felt that the world on the ground was so beautiful, and never felt that the freedom that was once commonplace was so precious. Gradually, a sincere smile from the bottom of the heart replaced the habitual fake smile. Okay, enjoying life is for later. The most important thing right now is to escape. Rintu suppressed his excitement for the moment, unloaded the weight, felt his extremely light body, stepped on the accelerator, turned into a shadow, and rushed into the distance. As I watched the green trees on both sides recede, I felt a sense of relief and joy. At the same time, I was constantly thinking about the next journey. Right now, we must first find a place with people to hide from further pursuit. Although the old man in the white coat wished he could go as far away as possible, this was not a reason for him to be careless. You know, in the entire underground base, there is a messenger of God who rarely shows up, Igani Isamu. That guy is the real commander. If Jin Yang wants to capture himself back, then the old man has no right to refute. Therefore, right now, I have to find a place where there are people to hide. Only in this way, this group of low-profile cultists will not dare to search for me in a high-profile manner. Moreover, the cultists all have bounties. He heard this information when he was tied to the test bench and enjoying electric shocks. It was said that the bounty on Igani-Isamu was worth 20 million taels, and the remaining captains also received a bounty. Thinking of this, Rinto couldn't help but swear. I'll go to the gold exchange and report you for illegal assembly, and let Kakuzu catch you all. While I was thinking, the woods in the direction we were heading towards gradually became sparse, a drizzle began to fall from the sky, and a muddy path appeared. Rinto was delighted. Where there is a road, there are people. If you follow the road, you will definitely find a place where people live. Then, your little raindrop will blend into the vast ocean of people, and you will feel very happy. I don't know how long it took, but the sky gradually darkened, dark clouds covered the sun, and a drizzle fell from the sky without stopping for a moment. At the end of the sight, a huge lake was constantly rippling in the rain. In the center of the lake, a village with a very strange architectural style stood. As Rinto looked into the distance, he saw that the buildings were mainly made of pitch-black steel, with various pipes of varying thicknesses wrapped around them. Each building pierced the sky like a towering sword. On the inland lake, a straight bridge connects the two banks, and at the other end of the bridge is the gate of the village. Looking at the village not far away, Rinto was stunned, and a wave of memories surged in his mind. After a long while, he slowly exhaled, this can't be a Mangekyō. Although he had very few memories about the Hokage in his mind, he still knew about the big boss Nagato. With a spicy, sweet and salty taste, he scraped off 3 layers of Konoha's soil. Even someone as powerful as Jiraiya who broke into a Mangekyō alone was skewered, so what about me? Wouldn't I be made into fish feed? But on second thought, he felt relieved. How could he, a little homeless man who was not even a genin, be qualified to enjoy such treatment as a big boss? Thinking of this, Rinto's tense body relaxed and he followed the crowd onto the bridge leading into the village. After a while, it was Rinto's turn. Rain Shinobi, who was guarding the gate, saw that he was just a wet kid who posed no threat, so he waved his hand impatiently and let him into the village. Walking on the not-so-bustling street, I randomly found an alley and went into it. Hiding in the darkness, Rinto slumped against the wall, feeling relaxed all over. Having experienced the freedom of the outside world, he never wanted to go back to that dark, gloomy and cramped underground base. Looking up, I saw the raindrops falling, and a happy smile gradually appeared on the corner of my mouth. Finally I'm free. Really? Rinto-kun. Just when Rinto was filled with emotion, a teasing and hoarse voice sounded in the darkness, which suddenly made Rinto's scalp numb. Chapter 4. A hoarse voice sounded, and Rinto was so scared that his back suddenly felt cold and his short hair stood straight. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall figure emerged from the darkness. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the cult's emissary, Igani-Isamu. Accompanied by bursts of thunder and flashes of lightning, the hideous face covered with scars under the hood of Jinjinyang was revealed, looking particularly eerie and terrifying. Oh my god! Little brother, are you born in the year of the dog? How can you find me after I ran so far? Jinjinyang did not intend to answer Rinto's words. He suddenly became interested in this guy whom he had not paid much attention to, and asked back. Immortal? No. Rinto-kun. Rinto-kun, I'm very curious, why would you suddenly want to escape from the base when you've been brainwashed? This is a long story. Are you sure you want to listen? Sure. Igani-Isamu nodded his head slightly under his hood. He didn't mind wasting some time. In his eyes, the weak Rinto posed no threat except for his immortality. After all, he was a real genin. Seeing that Igani-Isamu had no intention of catching him immediately, but was preparing to play with him like a cat catching a mouse, Rinto's mind moved slightly, and a plan came to his mind. However, his expression did not change at all, and he spoke calmly. There are so many reasons to escape from the base. First of all, I eat. Although I am not picky about food, I cannot bear to eat bingliang for every meal. You don't know. I have been suffering from severe constipation recently. Every time I poop, there is local bleeding. Speaking of pooping, the toilets in our base are too lousy, not to mention the self-cleaning toilets, even the toilet paper. As he spoke, Rintu held his buttocks with a look of pain on his face, and said indignantly, "The toilet paper is too hard, it always scratches my hemorrhoids." Listening to Rintu's chattering, the corners of Igani-Isamu's mouth under his hood twitched wildly. I thought this immortal monster would say something about freedom, dreams, and bonds. Unexpectedly, this guy talked about chrysanthemums every 3 sentences. It was just vulgarity, it was so vulgar. Come on, you are immortal, is it worth complaining about a small thing like hemorrhoids? Maybe the wound will heal as soon as you pull up your pants after pooping. Damn it, have you ever considered the feelings of ordinary people like us? Suddenly, Jinjin Yang was slightly stunned, and his scarred face twisted instantly, as if he was wearing a mask of pain. Damn it, I got fooled by this guy. Damn, it's all because of his words that have too many flaws. I can't help but complain. No wonder the subordinate named Ren told me before I set out, if you find an immortal, don't waste time talking to him, just capture him directly. Rintu had no idea that Igani-Isamu was having so many mental activities, and he continued to chatter non-stop. Also, we must pay attention to the drinking water problem at our base. This water tastes like lime when you drink it. I suspect that everyone's teeth are yellow because they drank this unfiltered hard water. Enough. Seeing that Rintu was in high spirits and was about to talk until the end of time, Igani-Isamu hurriedly growled and interrupted Rintu. Let's save the nonsense for the journey. Now, we should go back. As the low and hoarse voice fell, a solemn atmosphere suddenly filled the alley. Bathed in this atmosphere, Jinjin Yang suddenly felt much more at ease. This guy Rintu seemed to have an aura of frivolity. Igani-Isamu was afraid that if he talked to him for a few more words, he would not be able to help but complain about him. If that happened, the character image he had worked so hard to build would be completely ruined. No. Seeing that Igani-Isamu was going to take him back, Rintu shook his head like a rattle. Although he knew that he might not be able to resist this guy, he still had to show the right attitude. That's not up to you. Before he could finish his words, Igani-Isamu instantly pulled out a kunao and shot it towards Rintu's feet at a speed that was difficult for ordinary people to capture. But Rintu is no longer the same person as when he first traveled through time. Without exaggerating, his physical fitness has improved at least 10 times compared to the past. Along with the rapid growth in physical fitness, there is also a strong and dynamic vision. The moment Igani-Isamu made his move, Rintu had already reacted. He exerted force on his feet and his body shot out towards the alley entrance like a gust of wind. He was betting that Jinjin Yang would not let himself escape into the street or slip into the crowd. Obviously, he made the right bet. At the entrance of the alley, Igani-Isamu's clone appeared at some point, holding a sharp kunao in his hand. It's no use. Rintu continued to rush forward like a bull, forming seals with his hands. Fire-style great fireball technique. Rintu's calm voice sounded, and immediately Igani-Isamu's brows furrowed tightly. Impossible, how could this guy cast hand seals and perform ninjutsu? The clone at the entrance of the alley, with the kunao in front of him, jumped high in an instant. It seemed that Igani-Isamu intended to abandon the clone and stop Rintu. After completing a few seals, Rintu's chest puffed up and he spat at the clone that leaped high. At this time, Igani-Isamu's real body behind Rintu also knew that he had been deceived. Rintu's hand gestures are indeed very realistic, but the seals are not the seals of the great fireball technique at all. Even though he could only get a rough idea of what was going on through the dark alley, Jinjin Yang knew that this guy was just gesticulating nonsense. You BD monster, you're looking for death. Having been cheated, Jin Yang was so angry that he was fuming. Damn it, he was cheated by this little brat again. This cannot be blamed on him. After all, people like Rintu who do not follow martial ethics are rare in the ninja world. Normally, when ninjas fight, they can either hide their ninjutsu and release it secretly to catch their opponent off guard, or they can use it openly by relying on their strength and strategy. This guy Rintu, who has neither hand speed nor extraordinary chakra, relies on random wins. He is one of those people who has no moral integrity at all. Undead monster, you pd me off. A cold voice sounded from behind. I was planning to bring you back intact, but now I am going to chop you into a human stick and drag you all the way back. Earth-style Lanthorn. Hearing this, Rintu's heart tightened. His clone was tricked into the air by him, so this ninjutsu was released by his real body. Seeing the entrance to the alley right in front of him, Rintu reacted instinctively in an instant and lunged forward. As long as he could leave the dark alley, he would still have a chance. At this moment, a huge force suddenly came from under his feet. The next second, Rintu only felt a sense of weightlessness. When he reacted, his vision was level with the ground, and the expected earth spear did not appear. Haha, how does it feel to be cheated? A pair of big feet appeared in the sight. Igen Isamu made seals with his hands and looked down at Rintu with mockery in his eyes. After saying that, Igen Isamu squatted down, slowly took out a sharp kunai from his ninja bag, and slapped Rintu's face contemptuously. Rintu sighed helplessly, not realizing he was caught at all, and looked at Isamu Iganu with an innocent face. Master Divine Envoy, what kind of magic is this? It's okay to tell you, this move is the Earth-style heart decapitation technique. Hearing this, Rintu nodded and asked again. Sir, look, I've been caught anyway, and I don't think I'll have any chance of escaping in the future. Can you grant me a small request? Feeling that he had won the game, Igani Isamu smiled cruelly, then shook his head mercilessly. Rintu-kun, the only thing you can ask is that I cut you into pieces quickly. No, no, no. Rintu shook his neck buried in the soil with difficulty, as if he didn't care about the bloody scene that was about to happen. That's not the request, Lord God's messenger. I just want to ask, how did you find me after running so far? Igani Isamu's eyes subconsciously moved downwards to look at Rintu's heart, and then immediately pretended nothing had happened. However, his small movements were still captured by Rintu. Instantly, a memory appeared in his mind. As he remembered, he was tied up in the laboratory of the base, with strong iron chains firmly fixing his limbs, and his head was covered with a black linen hood, which was extremely rare. Then, he felt his chest being roughly split open, and his heart was in sharp pain, as if someone had stabbed it hard with a shovel. At that time he thought it was just an ordinary experiment, but now he thought that these guys might have played tricks on his heart. After all, these cruel guys experimented on their bodies and never shied away from them. Moreover, in the world of ninja, all kinds of strange spells emerge one after another, which is not surprising at all. Is it the heart? Rintu-kun, you are very smart. Isamu Inu had a cruel smile on his face. But you know it too late. This time when I return, I will plant this curse mark on every bone in your body. Hearing these inhumane and cruel words, Rintu did not react. He slowly closed his eyes, looking ready to be killed. Seeing that Rintu stopped talking, Igani Isamu's face suddenly twisted. He had expected Rintu's desperate struggle, Rintu's humble pleading, Rintu's crying, but none of that happened. He knew that Rintu valued freedom extremely much, otherwise why would he rack his brains to choose such a perfect time to escape? Thinking of this, Igen Isamu became even more angry. He grabbed Rintu's hair roughly and slapped Rintu's face with his rough palm like a madman. You damned little beast, why don't you struggle? Scream. Maybe you can call 1 or 2 people to watch the fun. Maybe they will rescue you. Seeing that Rintu's cheeks were swollen but he still had no reaction, Ijen Yang felt like he was punching cotton, which made him even angrier. "You beast, I'm going to dig out your eyes and feed them to the dogs." After saying that, the increasingly crazy Igani-Isamu's rough hands turned into claws, and he violently tore into his eyelids and grabbed his eyeballs. Chapter 5. At the moment when Rintu's eyes were locked. Bang! A soft sound. In front of Igani-Isamu, Rintu, who was buried in the soil, exploded into a ball of white smoke. The next second, a wooden mound appeared in the pit. Body replacement technique. Jingan Yang's eyes suddenly shrank, and his heart was filled with shock. Damn it, experiments show that chakra cannot be extracted from undead monsters. How can this be possible? Where did the body replacement technique come from? Just as he was stunned, a beating heart wrapped in paper appeared at his feet out of nowhere. A tiny hissing sound interrupted Igan Yang's thoughts. Oh no! Exploding talisman! But before his body could react, the blazing light from the explosion instantly engulfed him. With a loud rumbling sound, the entire dark alley was illuminated as if it were daytime. Deep in the alley, Rintu gradually emerged, soaking wet and holding his chest. There was fire reflected in his eyes, and his face showed a mixture of pain and pleasure. Oh, Zhu Kangjun's ninja bag is really a life-saving artifact. It has ninjutsu scrolls and detonating tags. It's a pity that the detonating tags are all used up. Along with a violent explosion, a broken body was thrown out and fell heavily to the ground without a sound. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Isamu Ijen. Now, Igani-Isamu has lost his previous spirit. His body is covered with wounds burned by flames, and there is a gap below his knees. It seems that both his legs were blown off at the knees. Rintu turned pale. Although he was immortal, he still felt pain. The pain of losing his heart caused his handsome face to twist violently. Covering his chest, Rintu slowly walked to the body of Isamu Inu and looked carefully at the sole figure of this evil cult. After experiencing such a close explosion, even though both of his legs were blown off, this guy's hood was still wrapped around his head. For some reason, Rintu really wanted to see what this ruthless executioner looked like. With one hand on his chest, he slowly stretched out the other hand, ready to lift the fig leaf of this beast who was worse than a fellow. Suddenly, Jingan Yang's eyes opened wide, and there was only black, no white, in his round eyes. Illusion, hard by me technique. The next second, Rintu's body seemed to be frozen in place, with his outstretched hands and the hands pressing on his chest all frozen in place. On the ground, the black color in Jingan Yang's eyes quickly faded away as his knee was broken. A mouthful of black blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth, and his hand that was forming a seal fell powerlessly. Damn it, you cunning little devil, I swear, you will live in my torture for the rest of your life. As he spoke with gritted teeth, blood continued to flow from the corners of Jingan Yang's mouth. Although the flames of the explosion were extinguished by the heavy rain, the loud noise of the explosion would definitely attract the ninjas of Mangekyō, who had to leave immediately. Fortunately, I still have a heart and my technique to control this monster, otherwise, I would have fallen into the hands of this little devil today. Thinking of this, Jingan Yang was furious. The energy and blood that he had suppressed with great difficulty surged again, and he spurted out another mouthful of blood. Damn monster, come here and take me away from here. Igani-Isamu stared at Rintu's harmless face fiercely, wishing he could eat him alive. It was a pity that he had to rely on this guy to save his life. Hearing this, Rintu, who was controlled by the illusion, stretched out his hands and picked up Igani-Isamu in a princess hug effortlessly. Go! Jingan Yang was about to give orders when suddenly, a very familiar voice came into his ears. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. What's that sound? Jingan Yang was so scared that his soul left his body. Judging from the sound, this is a detonating talisman. And why is the sound so close? At this moment, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared under Rintu's clothes on his chest. The next second, a violent explosion occurred between the two of them. The white light and flames instantly engulfed the two men. In the last second before they lost consciousness, Jinggan Yang suddenly remembered the warning given by the old man in the white coat before he left: if you find the immortal body, cut it up and bring it back. Please don't waste your words. Didn't we agree that there are no more detonating talismans? Damn! What a sinkhole! I don't know if I can survive, but the guy holding me is 100% sure to survive. After all, he is FG, Immortal. The flames raged as two figures flew in opposite directions. On one side is the human world, on the other side is hell. Bang! With two muffled sounds, Rintu and Igani fell to the ground one after another. Rintu was instantly awakened by the severe pain. His burnt eyelids struggled to open. He looked at the scene in front of him and instantly understood. A creepy smile slowly appeared on his burned face, and he muttered to himself. Hey, why not just die quietly? Why do you have to make such a fuss? However, the most important thing for him right now is not to collect the body of Isamu Inu, but to deal with the upcoming Rain Shinobi village ninjas. If they discovered the secret of my immortality, I would probably end up being sliced into pieces for research. Thinking of this, Rintu didn't care about his missing internal organs or the extensive burns on the front of his body. He endured the pain of torn skin, took out a few military pills from Zhu Kangjun's ninja bag behind him, and stuffed them into his mouth. This is the experience he has summarized from long-term research. As long as there is enough food, the recovery speed of his wounds will be faster. Moreover, he was not like Haiden, who was torn into pieces by countless explosive talismans. There were only 2 detonating tags in Zhu Kangping's ninja bag. One blew up his cursed heart and Iso Ino's calf, and the other one killed Iso Ino and caused his internal organs to disappear. Thinking of this, Rintu smiled bitterly. Fortunately, I am not Tsunade's younger brother Nawaki, otherwise, I would be deader than dead. While stuffing the food into his stomach and taking off his tattered linen clothes, Rintu quickly went deep into the alley, waiting for his body to recover. At the same time, a strange idea came to Rintu's mind. If I learn 8 inner gates, then wouldn't it be? In the morning, it is a peacock, in the day, it is a tiger, in the evening, it is a night dance. The 8 inner gates can be opened at will, and you can dance hip-hop with the dead door open? I feel a little excited just thinking about it. Damn, all your illusions, ninjutsu, and eye techniques are nothing but rubbish in front of me, King Kong. What sage of 6 paths? Kick it away. If one kick doesn't work, kick a few more times to ensure the final result. Thinking of this, Rintu suddenly felt safe. However, as far as I can remember, although Guy's father might have beat the 7 ninja swordsmen into pieces, his fighting power was still much weaker than Guy's. As expected, the 8 inner gates also differ from person to person. For those who are strong in physical skills, the bonus of 8 inner gates is greater. We still have to stick to the physical skills route and can't change it for 100 years. Sitting in the darkness deep in the alley, Rintu used his hands to pull the skin on both sides of the wound on his abdomen. This amount of time was not enough for the internal organs to regrow, so he could only let the skin grow together first. As for the internal organs under the skin, they could only grow slowly in the future. Looking at the slowly healing wound, Rintu felt a little anxious and regretted that he had not learned tailoring skills. You know, if the wound is sutured with silk thread, it will heal very quickly. Rintu's immortality is not much different from Haiden's immortality in his memory, except that it lacks Haiden's buggy curse, death by blood. In general, it is a castrated version of immortality. However, the old man in the white coat in the laboratory said that this immortality is not a gift from the evil god, but more like a curse. Rintu agrees with this view most of the time. The first is the sense of pain. He is not like Haiden who enjoys pain. On the contrary, Rintu hates pain. Even after being cut by knives, burned by fire, struck by lightning and dried by wind for more than half a year, he still has not adapted to this kind of debilitating physical pain. The most painful thing is the pain of physical healing. Rintu still remembers clearly the excruciating tingling and numbness that came from the depths of his soul as his shattered bones slowly healed. The second is chakra. To be precise, Rintu had already mastered the chakra extraction technique in the underground base. This is also one of the experiments conducted by the old man in the white coat. Rintu, who has mastered the technique of extracting chakra, pretends on the surface that he cannot extract chakra, but privately, he has experimented on his own and found that his body can extract chakra. Just the amount is really touching. He observed another experimental subject in the laboratory, a child named Yang Gren. If his speed of extracting chakra was normal, then Rintu's speed was like having urinary stones, dripping and flowing slowly, which was anxious. Fortunately, his immortal cells seem to be able to extract chakra infinitely. This also means that given enough time, he can pee into a large pot. But in Rintu's opinion, these are not very important. Most importantly, Rintu's current body is that of a 7-year-old, and he is delighted to discover that immortality does not affect his development. That is, his body can grow, and little Rintu will grow as he ages. At the same time, his physical fitness can be enhanced through exercise. Precisely because his body had sustained so many blows, his bones became extremely strong. Even if an explosive talisman exploded close to him, his bones would be able to withstand it. Look at Isamu Igen not far away, there is only a spine barely connecting his upper and lower body. As for him, his internal organs were blown to pieces, and his sternum was at most fractured. Just as Rintu was thinking, a chaotic sound of footsteps and splashing water came rapidly from not far away. Be alert! The explosion happened right here. At the entrance of the alley, a mature and magnetic male voice sounded. Chapter 6. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There was a slight noise. By the lanterns carried by the ninjas outside the alley, Rintu saw that 7 or 8 ninjas turned into afterimages and disappeared without a trace. It seems that this group of rain shinobi is quite professional and knows how to be wary of enemies in the dark. The leader was a rain shinobi, wearing a large raincoat and a special breathing mask on his face. He was tall and strong. With his excellent eyesight, Rintu saw that there was a black birthmark on the man's face, right next to his eyes. The birthmark extended from the forehead to the cheekbone, occupying half of the face. Looking at this ugly and distinctive face, Rintu subconsciously shrank his neck and brushed his right hand across his chest. The huge wounds on his chest and abdomen had healed, and the membrane was tightly attached to his sternum, making him look extremely malnourished and skinny. But fortunately, as long as his stomach was not cut open, no one could tell that there was no internal organs under the membrane. Seeing this, Rintu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the hideous wound had healed. The secret of immortality should not be revealed. Thinking of this, Rintu supported himself against the wall with one hand and struggled to get up. Suddenly, a sharp sword appeared from nowhere and was placed on Rintu's neck. Don't move! Rintu was slightly stunned, and immediately stopped standing up, slowly raising his hands. All right. I won't move. Big brother, please hold the knife steady and don't cut me. I'm afraid of the pain. The conversation was not loud, but it immediately attracted the attention of the leader. Holding a lantern to shelter from the rain, the ugly-faced man strode in. When he reached Rintu, he stared at Rintu's face with a serious look, looking him up and down. Who are you? Why are you here? Rintu smiled thoughtfully and said, Sir, my name is Zhu Kongping, and I am an orphan. Rintu did not want to tell these rain shinobi his real name. After all, he could not confirm whether there was a scroll with information about him on Isamu Ino's body. If so, the possibility of him being imprisoned and sliced again is quite high. Sure enough, a rain shinobi who was searching for Isamu Inu's body found a seal with a strange symbol painted on it under Isamu Inu's arm. The experienced ninja simply dipped his thumb in some of Isamu Inu's blood and smeared it on the ceiling formation. Bang! A burst of white smoke dissipated, and a huge scroll appeared in the hands of the ninja. Rinto watched the ninja's movements out of the corner of his eye while multitasking to answer the ugly-faced man's questions. As for why I'm here, it's simple. I was captured by the evil cult before, and I found an opportunity to escape yesterday. I thought I would be safe hiding in the powerful Mangekyō, but I didn't expect that I would still be caught by the evil cult. As he said this, he pointed to the body of Isamu Igen not far away. Did you kill him? The ugly man asked again. Rinto nodded. There was no need to lie about such a thing. The traces of fighting in the alley were too obvious. Any ninja with a little experience could analyze the general process of the battle. How did you kill him? Rinto was stunned for a moment, then he said, report to the master, body replacement technique, traps, detonating talismans, and a little trick. Hearing this, the ugly-faced man pursed his lips slightly, and glanced at the bodies of Rinto and Isamu with an undisguised look of disdain. It seems that he looked down on Rinto's little tricks, and even more on Isamu, who was defeated by a kid. At this moment, the ninja who had finished the inspection quickly walked to the ugly-faced man, covered his mouth with his hand, leaned close to his ear, and started mumbling. Master Shende, after identification, we have confirmed the identity of the deceased. He is the evil god cult's envoy, Igen Yang, who has a bounty of 20 million taels. The scroll on him cannot be opened in the short term. Upon hearing this, the man named Kanda glanced at the body of Igen Yang on the ground with disdain and asked in a low voice. How did he die? The deceased's legs were first blown off by the explosive talisman, and then his chest and abdomen were blown open by the explosive talisman at a very close distance. As for who killed him, it should be the child in front of you. The pit on the ground should be the mark of the earth-style heart decapitation technique. The depth of the pit is similar to the height of the child. There is also a wooden stake in the pit. It should be the body replacement technique. It was performed the moment when the earth style was hit. The timing was extremely precise. After hearing what the ninja said, Shenda looked at Rinto in surprise, his eyes flickering. By the way, how much did you say the bounty for the dead piece of trash was? 20 million taels, the ninja replied in a low voice. Hearing this, Shenda's mouth curled up slightly and a plan came to his mind. Go, take this kid back and keep him in custody. Since the body can no longer be identified, throw it into the river to feed the fish. After saying that, he winked silently at the ninja beside him. The ninja had followed Shenda for a long time and immediately understood what he meant. He nodded hypocritically and turned away. Although Rinto's hands were handcuffed behind his back, he was not in a hurry. Although he did not hear the conversation between the two, he could still see the look in the ugly-faced man's eyes. This guy's eyes were bright and dark at times. He must be thinking of some conspiracy and he has something bad in mind. However, Rinto didn't care. To him, everything about Isamu Igen was not even as attractive as carrying a heavy weight. Moreover, there is an adult soul living in his 7-year-old body. The biggest difference between an adult and a child is that, having experienced the beatings of society, he knows what it means. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. The most important thing is that I look like a child no matter how you look at it. I have no use value and I will waste a lot of food. However, this guy cheated Lao Zi out of 20 million for 2 heads. This grudge must be remembered. When 8 inner gates is well established in the future, this guy will be the first one to be kicked to death. Secretly memorizing the ugly-faced man's distinctive face, Rinto pretended to be weak, helpless, and pitiful, and obediently let Rain Shinobi escort him out of the alley. Rinto slept soundly all night in the dark and damp cell. At this moment, dim sunlight shone through the fist-sized window, and it was already bright. Rinto whistled, sitting cross-legged in front of the cell wall, writing and drawing on the wall with a kunao in his hand. The day after leaving the evil god cult, I felt very good. Although I was just freed, I was caught and locked up by Rain Shinobi again, but I believe that this group of kind people will let me out soon, number. This is what Rinto wrote and thought. The cell he lived in not only had a fist-sized window that provided good lighting, but the ninja who locked him up only gave his ninja bag a rough search and didn't even take away the kunao inside. All these things add up to show that Rain Shinobi did not take him seriously, or in other words, even though he killed Isamu Igani, Rain Shinobi did not take his strength seriously. This attitude is a bit playful. However, Rinto could probably guess the reason. There were 2 generations of village chiefs in Rain Shinobi village. One was Hanzo the Salamander, who was known as the demigod of the ninja world. Needless to say, his strength was very strong. The next generation's Nagato was even more powerful. He once destroyed the entire real estate business of Konoha by himself. No wonder they don't care about a small follower like me. With such a strong village chief, who would care about a 7-year-old kid? They are locking me up now, just wanting to collect the bounty without me. After receiving the reward, he will naturally let this little brat go. As for the 20 million taels bounty on Isamu Inigen, Rinto said he didn't care. When he has the strength in the future, he will be the first to kick to death the ugly-faced man who tried to steal the head. Rinto guessed correctly. After he quickly finished a weird-tasting prison meal, the lackey ninja of the ugly-faced man from last night came over. He opened the cell door expressionlessly. "Boy, follow me. By the way, in a moment, don't take it if you shouldn't." After saying that, he led the confused Rinto out of the cell. It's full of twists and turns. Just when Rinto was feeling dizzy from the twists and turns in this strange building, they finally arrived at their destination. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the iron door engraved with the Rain Shinobi Village logo. "Come in." A young and steady voice sounded from inside the door. The lackey pushed open the door and walked into the room with the slightly confused Rinto. What comes into view is a huge and eye-catching desk standing in the center. On the desk, a pile of documents are neatly placed. Behind the desk, sits a tall and mighty young man. The man wears a special mask with a tube extending backwards on each side of the mask. On his head, he wears the Rain Shinobi Village's forehead protector. What was striking was the young man's eyes, which made him look majestic. Beside the man, the ugly-faced man from last night stood back, his face full of reluctance, and the look he gave Rinto was threatening. Behind the two of them, there was a huge map hanging on the wall with various arrows drawn on it. After just one glance, Rinto lowered his head subconsciously. Although he was a novice in military affairs, he also knew that things like combat command maps should not be looked at blindly. Seeing Rinto quickly lower his head with an expression as if he saw nothing, the man sitting behind the table showed a hint of appreciation in the depths of his dark eyes. "Sit." A resounding voice sounded. Rinto lowered his head, quickly pulled out the chair in front of the table, and sat down with his head down. Seeing this, the man nodded and held up a scroll in his hand. "Zhu Kongping. It's me." Rinto nodded. "Then I will call you Ping Jun." After the man finished speaking, he coughed twice and continued to talk on his own. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Hanzo the Salamander, the leader of Rain Shinobi Village. I have learned about your matter through Shenda. You were once a child imprisoned by the evil cult, but later you took advantage of their sacrifice opportunity to escape and came to my village. Later, he was caught up by the evil cult's messenger Igen Isamu, who fought with him and killed him neatly. By the way, did you know that the person you killed was the evil cult's envoy, Igen Yang?" Hearing this, Rinto nodded. There is no point in lying in front of a strong man of this level. Moreover, it is obviously unreasonable for a child who has been imprisoned for a long time not to know the leader of the evil cult. Rinto firmly believes that it takes 10 lies to cover up one lie. People who are really good at lying will either just pass over the truth so that people don't notice it, or hide a lie among countless truths so that people can't tell the difference. Seeing Rintu nod, Hanzo the Salamander's expression became visibly kinder. He hates liars, or rather, all those in a high position hate liars. Can you tell me how you escaped and how you killed Igon Isamu? Rintu sighed secretly, thinking, is it okay if I don't tell you? What a nonsense question. However, he had an adult soul in his body, and he did not show any impatience on his face, and spoke in a pretended honest manner. The thing is, I was captured and taken to the evil cult base more than half a year ago. I was imprisoned in a cell with other children. I spent every day in the cell, day after day. The cultists brought us food every day, taught us how to refine chakra, and brainwashed us from time to time. Oh? Brainwashing? How? Hanzo the Salamander was a little curious. They just don't let us sleep and keep instilling the teachings of the evil god cult in our ears, saying how great the evil god cult is. So how did you avoid being brainwashed? Hanzo the Salamander asked again. Hearing this, Rintu shook his head and said, it's not avoided. I am still a follower of the evil cult. It's just that compared to the evil cult, I want to live freely. After saying that, Rintu pretended to be embarrassed. Well, what they distribute every day is soldier ration pills, which are simply not suitable for human consumption. It's no different from eating dirt. Drinking water is not a problem either. Many children my age can't even pee. The environment for taking a shit was also bad, there were burrs on the toilet paper, which scratched my anus every time. By the way, we couldn't take a shower there, and our clothes were full of lice. We couldn't sleep every night because of the bites. What I couldn't stand the most was that the guards made us do work, such as cleaning. It was totally unfair. Who would clean the house? Also, there are too many people in the cell, there is no privacy at all. If anyone gets sick, everyone will have to smell their farts together. Seeing Rintu nagging non-stop, the calm and composed Hanzo the Salamander could no longer sit still. With a strange look on his face, he stretched out his hand to stop the talkative Rintu. Ping Jun, get to the point. Well, Fang Zheng is like this. You can ask me to believe in evil gods, but you can't ask me to work without eating well. Hearing this, the three people in the room were speechless. Finally I figured out that this guy is just a lazy donkey with laziness and gluttony engraved in his bones. Rintu raised his head slightly and saw the three people looking at each other in dumbfounded confusion. He breathed a sigh of relief. He rambled on about so much, and while most of it was true, he wasn't locked up with the other kids. As for the chakra refining method, only he and Yang are qualified to learn it. His purpose in saying this was to deceive the other party by claiming that he had special immortality and other special talents that he had made up, so as to attract the attention of Hanzo the Salamander. In fact, the special talent of being lazy and gluttonous is not entirely fabricated. Can modern people be called lazy and gluttonous? It should be, lazy people can promote the development of science and technology. It was quiet for a while. Ahem. Hanzo the Salamander coughed twice and forced himself to suppress the desire to complain. Mr. Ping, did you know that there is a 20 million tael reward for Igon Isamu? Hearing this, Rintu nodded again. I occasionally heard the guards say that this is also the reason why they sneaked into your village through the small road. I think that with more people, the behavior of the Lord of God will at least be restrained. Hearing this, Hanzo the Salamander nodded in agreement. He felt that although the child in front of him was a little lazy and gluttonous, his wisdom was truly impeccable. Although children of the Sengoku period were generally precocious, and there were even examples of children going to the battlefield at the age of 7 or 8, the vast majority of these children were not half as smart as this boy, not to mention they were full of evil ideas. Thinking of this, Hanzo the Salamander no longer hesitated, closed the scroll on the table, and slowly stood up. Ping Jun, since you know the bounty on Jinjin Yang, I will give you two choices. Hearing this, Rintu knew that the climax was about to begin, and he immediately sat up straight. First, I have sent someone to retrieve the bounty on Jinjin Yang. You killed the man, so you can take the bounty, but the cost of repairing the alley will be deducted from the bounty. As soon as he finished speaking, Rintu felt a gaze as sharp as a knife scanning back and forth on his body. There is no doubt that it must be Shenda who will be kicked to death by himself in the future. At the same time, Rintu also understood why the lackey ninja said don't take what you shouldn't take in the cell. The second option. Hands of the Salamander's voice sounded again. You join the village and become my disciple. Before Hands of the Salamander could finish his words, the Kanda at the side shouted loudly, regardless of etiquette. Master Hanzo, even if he killed Igon Isamu, he is not qualified to be your disciple. In fact, what he wanted to say was, Lord Hanzo, even if you choose a disciple, you should choose me because I am outstanding in strength, loyal, and hard-working. As soon as the Salamander's voice fell, Hands of the Salamander suddenly raised his right hand, made a gesture of silencing, and looked at Rintu with a firm gaze. Become my disciple, and you won't have to worry about being harassed by the evil god cult in the future. As for the bounty, Rintu shook his head hastily, interrupting him. After being interrupted twice, Hands of the Salamander looked obviously uneasy and was about to get angry, but Rintu's next words calmed him down. Master Hanzo, what bounty? Where would I get the bounty? As long as I can join the warm family of Rain Shinobi village, I would be willing to pay for it. Seeing this, Hands of the Salamander nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, Rintu felt relieved. It's my fault that this guy didn't take it seriously. I'm willing to do other things if you ask me to do it, but if you ask me to pay for it, I'm sorry, I'll just have to understand. Chapter 7. Although he had officially become Hands of the Salamander's apprentice, Rintu hadn't seen this shameless guy again since they last met in the office for more than a week. Instead, a special Jainin named Mizukuma teaches the class instead. Speaking of this water bear Jainin, he looks ordinary and a bit ugly, especially his big nose and his forehead that is trying to cover up. Every time Rintu went to class, he couldn't help but worry that the small tuft of sparse hair on his head, which he had carefully combed, would fall off in the wind like a dandelion. Rintu once asked him why he didn't cut off the hair and shave his head to look super handsome. Hearing this, Shui Xiang told him in a melancholy tone, In fact, it's not just about hair, it's also about a man's last stubbornness. Later, Rintu found out that this mature-looking man was only 18 years old, in the prime of his life. The room that Hands of the Salamander arranged for Rintu was located in a high-rise building in the center of the village, next to Hands of the Salamander's office building. Rintu's room is on the top floor of the building. Although it was the top floor, with excellent lighting and ventilation, this was Rain Shinobi village, not Konoha. The perennial rain means that the country only sees the sun a few times a year, and the drainage of the top layer is several levels worse than that of the bottom layer. This has also led to the strange customs of this country. Most people live on the ground floor, while the upper floors are where the coffins of the dead are placed. The only thing to be thankful for was that outside Rintu's house, there was a ferocious statue of a human face with a very long tongue, which was big enough for a person to sit on. Rintu didn't dare to sit on it. It was very slippery on rainy days. He was afraid that he would fall down accidentally and be smashed into a meat patty. If he came back to life, it would be difficult to explain. A week has passed since the first time he saw Hands of the Salamander. During this week, Rintu has been familiarizing himself with the rules of the ninja world under the guidance of the water bear. It was only after understanding these rules that Rintu realized how unethical it was for him to use the great fireball technique to blow up Hu Jinjinyang last time. No wonder that guy was almost furious. It turns out that this kind of operation is the default despicable operation in the ninja world, and any ninja who thinks he has a certain status will not use it. Moreover, once the opponent performs this operation, it will be regarded as extremely disrespectful to himself. Thinking of this, Rintu silently mourned for Isamu Ione for 3 seconds in his heart. Knock, knock, knock. Rhythmic knocks on the door interrupted Rintu's moment of silence. Sighing, Rintu said sorry to Isamu-igan in his heart, and promised to make up for the moment of silence next time he had the chance. Then he stood up and opened the door. Outside the door, Shui Xiang, wearing a raincoat on the outside and a Jainin uniform on the inside, walked into Rintu's room and casually placed the breakfast he brought on the way on the table. Eat now. After you finish eating, today we will officially start the chakra refining course, he said, pulling out a chair and sitting at the table. He took out a teapot from his arms, and conjured up a teacup like magic, poured a cup of hot tea, and placed it in front of Rintu. Watching the water bear's smooth movements, Rintu's mouth twitched slightly. I have to say, this guy is really attentive, or a sishi as the locals say, and at only 18 years old, he is already a special Jainin, a typical person with lots of stupidity and a lot of money. If she didn't look so old and her hair wasn't so untidy, she might have been married and had children long ago. Rintu reached out, took the teacup handed to him by the water bear, thanked him, and then picked up his breakfast and started to eat it. Seeing that Rintu was eating happily, the water bear was also busy and started talking a lot. This week has passed, and you have mastered the basic knowledge of ninja. From today on, we will begin to learn chakra extraction techniques. My lapel is broken. Rintu mumbled incoherently with his mouth full. Hearing this, Water Bear rolled his eyes without disguising. You won't. I know too well what kind of people the evil god cult is. The chakra extraction method they taught you is a castrated version. Hey! Rintu swallowed the food in one gulp, his eyes wide open. There is a castrated version of this thing? How come I have never heard of it? Forget it, you don't need to know what the castrated version is. Just pretend you never learned it. After saying that, he stood up, walked to the bed, and sat cross-legged on it. Rintu's bed, to be honest, is a leaky water bed. After all, his house is too damp, and unless he gets sick or dies, he'll have arthritis. Touching the moisture on the mattress, Water Bear frowned slightly and muttered softly. Master Kanda is going too far. Can people live in a room like this? No, let's find Master Hanzo today and ask him to change the room. While mumbling, he ignored the dampness and sat cross-legged on the bed, assuming the posture for extracting chakra. Look, I'll show you. After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes. The most important thing to extract chakra is to concentrate, empty your mind, and control your own mental energy and physical energy to combine and produce chakra. Rintu finished his breakfast, moved a chair and sat beside the bed, looking at it seriously. I saw a blue chakra light gradually emerging from the water bear's body surface, attached to the body surface and flowing along a fixed route. Rintu, who was no longer a ninja rookie, knew that this ability to make chakra emerge from the body consumed a lot of chakra and energy. After all, not everyone is like Prince Naruto, who can explode with anger and borrow the power of 9 tails without scruples. Seeing this, Rintu's mind no longer wandered, and he carefully recorded the flow of chakra. Have you remembered? After a long while, the water bear with sweat on his forehead asked in a deep voice. Rintu nodded quickly. He was so focused that his memory was extraordinary. By now, he had memorized all the routes. Seeing Rintu nod, the water bear loosened his hands, and the blue chakra surrounding his body suddenly disappeared. He then let out a long breath. It was obvious that this teaching method was quite taxing on his body. You try it. Water Bear said, standing up and making way. Rintu nodded again, sitting cross-legged on the bed, imitating the Water Bear, making the way seal with both hands. At the same time, the memory of how to combine spiritual energy and physical energy emerged in his mind. First, spiritual energy and physical energy are mixed to form physical strength, and then through specific techniques, the physical strength is converted into chakra. There are 2 difficulties among them, and it is these 2 difficulties that determine the differences of ninjas. One is the process of converting physical strength into chakra, also known as chakra manufacturing technology. In this process, some ninjas can accurately convert every bit of physical strength into chakra. For some ninjas, part of their physical strength is wasted during the transformation process, and only the remaining part is converted into chakra. This is also the difference between the regular chakra extraction technique and the castrated version of the extraction technique mentioned by the water bear. As for the second difficulty, it is about the process of transforming chakra into technique. Some ninjas can accurately control the usage of chakra and transform chakra into ninjutsu without any waste. However, some ninjas cannot do this. They cannot accurately control the amount of chakra used, so some chakra will inevitably be wasted. These two difficulties are the so-called conversion and usage. Rintu sat cross-legged on the bed, techniques for extracting chakra kept emerging in his mind. In his body, a stream of heat slowly generated from his limbs and bones, and then flowed along a strange route. Rintu was slightly stunned. This speed was indeed much faster than the extraction technique taught by the cultists. At the same time, the cells in his body also felt tired. Rintu knew that this was because his physical strength was being consumed. However, there is no need to worry about this. He is immortal. His immortality not only prevents him from being killed, but also prevents him from exhausting himself to death. Simply put, his body has unlimited energy. After understanding his own situation, Rintu secretly stopped the progress of chakra extraction and just pretended to make seals. As for the reason, there is nothing special about it. He simply does not want to show his uniqueness when he is weak, especially since his master is Hanzo the Salamander, who has the title of demigod in the ninja world. In Rintu's memory, although this guy was extremely powerful, his brain wasn't very good. First, he declared war on the three nations of fire, earth, and wind simultaneously in World War II, defeating Rain Shinobi village and causing heavy losses. Then he colluded with Danzo and killed Yahiko, causing Nagato to turn evil and become powerful. Although he escaped twice, what about his subordinate Rain Shinobi? Thinking of this, Rintu took a deep breath and complained in his heart. I'd better just stay quiet and be a staff member. The ninja world is too dangerous, especially making a living in hands of the salamander. The risk factor directly increases by 50 percentage points. How nice it would be if I had escaped to Konoha. It would be peaceful and harmonious, the living environment would be excellent, and I could bask in the sun whenever I wanted. Unlike the rain country, it rains all day long. I feel like I'm going to get shingles in my butt crack. Another week passed, and more than a month had passed since Rintu arrived at Rain Shinobi village. On this day, Rintu was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, practicing the chakra extraction technique, and the water bear seemed tireless, still staring at Rintu's every move seriously. Suddenly, a rare knock on the door broke the silence in the room. Shui Xiong frowned slightly, stood up, and opened the door with an unexpected look on his face. Lord Hanzo! With a cry of surprise, Shui Xiong immediately opened the door respectfully and stepped aside. Outside the door, the tall and mighty Hanzo of the Salamander walked into the room with a mask and an expressionless face. Behind him, three ninjas wearing Rain Shinobi forehead protectors were guarding him on both sides, among whom was the Salamander Kamada whom Rintu knew. Seeing this, Rintu stood up and stood beside the bed with an honest look. Hanzo of the Salamander glanced at Rintu, then strode to the table and sat down, extending his hand to call for the water bear. It's been 15 days. How's your training going? Hearing this, a bead of sweat slowly seeped out of the water bear's head, and he stammered, Hanzo-sama, Ping Jun has been practicing chakra extraction recently, very hard and serious, and has never slacked off for the slightest. He wanted to say something else to praise Rintu, but after spending such a long time together, Rintu's chakra not only did not improve at all, but it actually decreased. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out the reason. Therefore, he could only watch Rinto's training more seriously and responsibly, like an eager parent who wanted his son to succeed. But he had no idea that Rinto, who was bent on hiding his incompetence, not only had the experience of fighting wits and courage with his parents in his childhood, but also had accumulated a lot of valuable experience of slacking off in his working career after adulthood. Simply put, Rinto's slacking skills far outshine tardigrade's supervision skills. The result is that in the past 15 days, not only has Rinto not made any progress, but he has become even worse. Hearing what the water bear said, Hanzo the Salamander nodded expressionlessly. In his opinion, in troubled times, training hard was the right thing to do, and that did not need any praise at all. What about the chakra amount? Hanzo asked again. Water bear was stunned, and more sweat beads appeared on his forehead. Chakra. I have mastered the training technique very well. Now I can completely extract chakra anytime and anywhere. Seeing the frozen expression of the water bear and his attempt to change the subject, Rinto felt a little touched. He knew that if he did not demonstrate his ability, the treatment he was enjoying now would be taken back. This meant that the food that was delivered on time every day, the house close to the center of the village, and the one-on-one tutoring by Shui Xiong, this special Jainin, would all be ruthlessly taken back. Although it was cruel, he knew that this was reality, and people without much value were not worth investing too much energy in. However, this was also what Rinto wanted: freedom. Being valued, having hopes placed on you, and being burdened with heavy responsibilities, isn't this a deprivation of freedom? In this world, Rinto has not yet found someone who is willing to give up his freedom for it. Seeing that the water bear was talking about something else, Hanzo frowned slightly. Suddenly, Rinto felt that the air in the room was cooling down rapidly. I say. Has Ping's chakra volume increased? Seeing that Hanzo the Salamander was a little angry, Water Bear didn't dare to change the subject, and immediately said like a frost-bitten eggplant. Master Hanzo, there is no growth. However, the time is still too short, and you see, the environment is too bad, it is not suitable for careful training. As he spoke, the water bear's voice became lower and lower. He shouldn't have said so much. After all, he was just a temporary enlightenment teacher. That's enough. Hanzo spoke coldly, interrupting Mizukima. If it weren't for the fact that he was a special Jainin who was very good at teaching, any other Chunin who argued with him like this would have been dragged out and killed by him. Ping, inject your chakra into it. As he said this, he threw a piece of paper on the table with an expressionless face. Looking at Hanzo the Salamander's expression, the salamander Kamada beside him was already beaming with joy. As the person who has followed Hanzo for the longest time, Shenda clearly understands how Hanzo behaves when he is angry. Normally, Hanzo-sama always has an expressionless and majestic look. If someone makes him angry, his eyebrows will slightly frown, and his overall emotions are not very obvious. But if Hanzo-sama is very disappointed or very angry, at this time, his expression will return to being expressionless. At the same time, Lord Hanzo instinctively carries an aura that keeps strangers away, making people feel intimidated. When he thought of this, Shenda suddenly grinned in his heart. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't like this slippery kid very much since the first time he met Rinto. He thought that he had no ninja spirit at all. In his opinion, all ninjas should be like Hanzo, defeating their opponents fairly with their powerful strength. Later, Hanzo accepted Rinto as his disciple, which made Kamada's jealousy burn to the extreme. Seeing Rinto being treated coldly, Shenda felt as refreshed as if he had eaten a chilled watermelon in the dog days of summer. Rinto didn't know what was going on in Shenda's mind, he just nodded silently, still looking honest, walked to the table and picked up the chakra test paper. Afterwards, under the expectant gazes of Mizuki, the cold gazes of Hanzo, and the teasing gazes of Kamada, he tried hard to pretend that he was struggling, but in fact he did not mobilize any chakra at all. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the chakra test paper. The next second, Shenda's mouth corners couldn't help but curl up, and ecstasy climbed onto his ugly face. It's not wet. Ha ha ha. It's not the water that Hanzo-sama values the most. Not only that, the chakra test paper did not change at all. It did not burn, split in half, wrinkle, or shatter. Ha 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 ha. This guy is a rare non-attribute, a fool, a complete fool. When everyone in the room saw the test paper with no change, they showed various expressions. Several bodyguards looked at Rinto with contempt, their disdain evident in their words. Hanzo of the Salamander's eyes narrowed, and although he had no expression, the disappointment deep in his eyes betrayed his heart. This guy, apart from being a little clever, has no value. Thinking of this, Hanzo of the Salamander stood up and walked out the door without looking back. Behind him, Shenda and his bodyguards hurriedly followed him. Chapter 8. The water bear looked at Hanzo of the Salamander's departing back in dismay, like a frost-bitten eggplant, supporting himself on the table with his hands, and slowly sat down weakly. Ping-kun, don't be discouraged. Things like chakra attributes, can be cultivated. It's no big deal. Looking at the water bear with a bitter smile on his face, stumbling while trying to comfort him, Rinto was somewhat moved and wiped his nose. He casually stuffed the chakra test paper into the ninja bag on his back, and a blue light flashed. In the ninja bag where no one could see, the chakra test paper fell, and then, like a magnet, it tightly attached to the only kunao in the ninja bag. Magnetic, gives objects magnetic force and attracts magnetic objects. Rinto was well aware of the changes in the chakra test paper, but on the surface, he still pretended to be stubborn. Tisk, I'm not sad at all. My ambition is to just eat and wait for death. Seeing that Rinto was still pretending to be calm, the water bear remained silent. After an unknown amount of time, Rinto's door was pushed open again. The salamander stood at the door with a smug look on his face, looking down at the room. By the way, there is something I didn't mention. Zhu Kongping, your house has been requisitioned. This is your new address. After saying that, he contemptuously threw down a piece of paper with the address on it, and then looked at the water bear whose eyes were gradually filled with anger. And you, Shui Xiang, your next job is to continue teaching the son of the daimyo family. Zhu Kongping doesn't need you to take care of this place anymore. After saying that, he let out a breath, shook his head, and closed the door with a sneer. Sarcastic voices continued to be heard from a distance. Garbage is garbage. It has no value at all. In the room, Water Bear suddenly stood up straight, staring at Rinto with sparkling eyes. Ping! Don't pay attention to others. All you have to do is to be firm in your own beliefs. Life is simple. Just find your goal and run towards it. Cheer up! Seeing that Rinto still looked half dead, Shui Xiang suddenly thought of something and his eyes suddenly lit up. Come with me. I'll take you to strengthen your faith. After saying that, he rushed to Rinto, grabbed his hand, and pulled him out of the room. In the Rain Shinobi village with tall buildings, Tardigrade is walking on the road on the ground floor with Rinto. Because of the constant rain and the tall buildings, the narrow road on the lower level appears particularly dim. At the same time, on both sides of the road, various orange lanterns emit warm light, which is quite interesting. After walking around the corner, Water Bear took Rinto and turned into a narrow alley. At first glance, the alley is very deep and there is no end in sight. The walls on both sides of the alley are covered with densely packed, colorful signs. Among them, the red lanterns and signs are particularly eye-catching. The streets are full of pedestrians, most of whom have happy smiles on their faces. At the open doors on both sides of the street, big sisters with charming smiles are waving to the passers-by. The warblers sing and their voices are sweet and melodious. This lovely alley seems to exude a charming and ecstatic feeling everywhere. In this grey world, it seems that only this faint light hidden at the bottom can bring people warmth and happiness. Rinto raised his head with a strange expression and read the sign at the entrance of the alley word by word. Kabukiko Ikabange. Teacher, the firm belief you mentioned, isn't it here? Hearing this, Shui Xiong's eyes lit up and he kept looking at the big sisters soliciting customers on the street, his saliva dripping. Don't you feel that all your worries and sorrows have been eliminated when you come here? After saying that, he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and raised his fist with a sanctimonious look on his face. As ninjas, we must eliminate our inner distractions, see our true nature, fully realize our innermost desires, and strengthen our faith in this great street. Hearing this, Rinto put his hand on his forehead. Damn it, you can be lustful if you want, but you talk so righteously. I misjudged you. I thought you were a serious person, but I didn't expect you to be such a dirty guy. Rinto stood on the moral high ground and severely condemned the water bear for 10 seconds, then pulled the water bear's sleeve with a serious face. Teacher, are you welcoming the children? After saying that, Rinto raised his eyebrows frivolously, and his expression gradually became obscene. Hearing this amazing question, Water Bear frowned and hesitated. This. I really don't know. After all, I have never tried to bring a kid here to play. Then let's try it. Rinto asked softly with shining eyes. Try it. Water Bear nodded heavily. I saw 2 wretched guys, one big and one small, walking into this mysterious alley with their arms around each other and moving in unison. In the alley, Shui Xiong took Rinto through the streets with familiarity, and found a small door in the corner with ease. There is a tattered red lantern hanging on the door, and the sign reads Ame Information Center. In the busy alley, this place seems a bit deserted. Rinto speechlessly glanced at the impatient water bear beside him, pointed at the big sign of the brightly lit restaurant opposite and the young lady holding the advertisement at the door with a childish face, and asked. Teacher, why don't we go to that Hanamichi Wonchome, it looks like. Before Rinto could finish his words, the water bear covered his mouth. Shh, keep your voice down. If you go to a place like that once, I, the teacher, will have to eat instant noodles for a month. Rinto secretly slandered in his heart, it's so expensive. Gold inlaid with jade? He pried open the water bear's hands and asked quietly, imitating his example. Is the cost of this flower arrangement so outrageous? Hearing this, the water bear nodded rapidly. It's not outrageous, it's extremely outrageous. Only bigwigs like the daimyo of the Rain Country and Hanzo-sama can afford to spend money here every day. It is said that the owner of this Kabukiko is from the land of hot springs, and there is also a Hanamichi Wonchome main store in the land of hot springs Yugakushi village. The land of hot springs. Rinto sighed, and his mind suddenly filled with endless fantasies. Hugging a girl and soaking in a hot spring, this kind of life is simply too good. These damn ninjas really know how to enjoy themselves. Rinto couldn't help but recall that he had read Kawabata Yasunari's Snow Country in his previous life. This book was simply a blatant pornographic story. The scene he remembered most clearly was when the heroine, who was wearing a yukata, said to the hero, "You often touch one side of me, and now one side of me is big while the other is small. Just thinking about it makes my nostrils warm." However, there is no chance to go in for a stroll. After all, the wallet of this water bear guy can't bear the money of 2 people. Seeing that Rinto was still looking at the opposite side with envy, the water bear gritted his teeth, took his hand with trembling hands, and was about to walk to the opposite side. Don't! Rinto subconsciously grabbed the water bear, and the huge force immediately made him stagger. Let's go over here. I'm afraid you don't have enough money and we'll both be forced to wash dishes. After saying that, he took the touched water bear and walked into the somewhat cold Ame Information Center in front of them. Normally, as a special Jainin, Mizukuma is responsible for teaching the daimyo's sons, and his salary is quite considerable. However, Hanamichi Wonchome is a complete money-spending den, and he can spend a month's salary in one go. On the contrary, Ami opposite Hanamichi has much more affordable prices. Water Bear comes every now and then and can save some money to marry a wife. Pushing open the creaking wooden doors, Water Bear walked ahead with great pride, without any shame of a little kid visiting a prostitute. Welcome. Hey, isn't this Mr. Water Bear? Why did you come just now? We are all waiting for you to come. The charming voice is gentle and enchanting. Just by listening to the voice, you can tell that this is a mature woman with graceful charm. Sure enough, I followed the Water Bear into the house and saw the owner of the voice, a beautiful big sister with graceful curves. Rintu's first reaction was, big. It's not just big, it's as big as a cow. Subconsciously, 3 words emerged in his mind, land of gentleness. Compared with this woman, other women can only be called gentle village, they are simply one administrative level lower. A charming woman has a pair of moving eyes like water waves, as if they can see into the heart at a glance, a small and tall nose is just right, and her soft and tender red lips make people want to taste the sweetness immediately. Damn, this is a goblin. Rintu secretly determined the danger level of this woman in his mind. If the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is, then this beauty is on the same level as a nuclear weapon. When the beautiful woman saw Rintu, her eyes suddenly lit up. She squatted down, covering her red lips as if she had seen something strange, and her chest trembled violently again. Rintu subconsciously shrank his head, feeling dizzy, and couldn't help but worry about the kimono this beauty was wearing. Damn, this kimono is of such great quality, it can even hold up like this. Although Rintu had read all the major sections in his previous life and could be called a professional PN appraiser, he had only seen monsters of this level very few times. The fairy squatted in front of Rintu with a pure smile on her face, showing off her graceful curves. She stretched out her slender hands and grabbed Rintu's cheek. Little brother, so cute. Ahem. Auntie Shi, please respect yourself. Rintu coughed lightly and slapped the woman's hand away seriously. Hee my little rascal, I'm not your aunt, I'm your sister. The fairy smiled with her beautiful big eyes, and stretched out her hand again in dissatisfaction and grabbed Rintu's cheek. As if seeing Rintu's embarrassment, the Water Bear smiled and clapped his hands. Ms. Mikako, please take us in. Hearing this, the fairy named Mikako nodded with a smile and stood up. Okay, Mr. Water Bear, please wait here for a moment while I get the girls ready. After saying that, she walked into the inner room in a white tabi and wooden clogs, swaying her charming figure. Taking advantage of this moment, the Water Bear quickly squatted down, leaned close to Rintu's ear, and whispered. Ping Jun, this is Miss Mikako, the owner of this store. Don't underestimate her. The opposite Hanmikon Chom spent a lot of money to invite her to the opposite side, and even you, who doesn't need to receive customers, didn't invite her to the opposite side. Rintu was not surprised when he heard this. After all, this kind of monster would bring disaster to the country and the people wherever it was. So she's running her own business here? Rintu asked curiously. No. Water Bear shook his head. She only opened a shop, she doesn't serve customers. Just as the two were chatting, the door to the inner room opened, and Mikako stood in front of the door and waved to Shuixiong and Rintu. Mr. Water Bear, the girls are all ready, please come in. Okay. Water Bear nodded repeatedly, tears streaming down his lips. However, this guy is still a reliable person. He did not forget his comrade Rintu and pulled him into the inner room. This is a small room with dim lights. The room is dry and warm. Opposite the door, a large and spacious sofa occupies half of the room. 2 women of decent looks are sitting on the sofa. In front of them is a low coffee table filled with wine bottles and glasses. Water Bear sat carelessly in the middle of the sofa, hugging 2 girls, one in each hand, looking like a real pig. Why are you standing there? Come and sit down. There were 2 women, one pouring wine for the water bear with a charming smile, while the other twisted and turned in his arms. Damn, this is awkward, did you get prickly heat? Rintu thought maliciously. This water bear is so annoying. Not only does he eat more than he should, but he also acts like he's entertaining guests. We're all here to have fun, but you're letting me watch you for fun? Rintu, who was not very depressed originally, is now completely depressed. He walked to the water bear sullenly, sat down across the girl with prickly heat, and picked up a glass of strange-colored juice in silence. This cannot be blamed entirely on the water bear. It may be because Rintu speaks and acts too maturely and naturally. Not only does he often forget Rintu's age, but even Rintu himself sometimes forgets the fact that he is only a 7-year-old child. Soon, the two girls left the sofa and walked to the opposite side of the water bear, one playing the piano and the other dancing. Water bear came up to Rintu with a smirk on his face, nudged Rintu's arm with his elbow, and spoke softly. What do you think? This is a good place. I didn't lie to you. The water bear pointed at the kabuki in front of him with a cunning look. Seeing Rintu nod, the water bear laughed with satisfaction, patted Rintu's shoulder hard, and spoke again. That's right, having no attributes doesn't matter. Even if you don't have chakra attributes for your whole life, you can still practice taijutsu. Also, let me tell you a secret, ninjas who are good at physical skills are more popular among the sisters in Kabucho Ikabange. Think about it again, you practice taijutsu, become a ninja, do missions to earn money, and come to the streets to strengthen your faith. Then continue to practice with firm faith, make more money, find a more beautiful girl, and sharpen your faith. This is simply a perfect virtuous cycle. Ping, believe me, in the end, you will become a great ninja like Hanzo-sama. Fart. Rintu had a big mouthful of food stuck in his chest, almost suffocating him to death. You water bear, you are full of twisted ideas and heresies. What a bullshit cycle. I have every reason to suspect that you are the spy sent by the evil cult to Rain Shinobi Village. The goal is to turn all the ninjas in Rain Shinobi Village into weaklings in order to complete your evil plot of invading the Rain country. Having said that, Rintu still accepted the water bear's twisted logic with a smile and tears. After all, he could feel the sincere heart beneath the tardigrade's frivolous appearance. There are only two reasons why the water bear did this. First, he wanted to relieve Rintu's depression after being ruthlessly abandoned by Hanzo the Salamander. After spending half a month together, he discovered that Rintu was actually a guy without any goals. The second reason he said this was that he hoped Rintu could find his own direction as soon as possible. After saying such a long speech, the thirsty water bear picked up a glass of sake and gulped it down. What about you? Rintu suddenly asked. What me? Water bear asked back with a puzzled look. You, why do you take care of me so much? Hearing this, the water bear scratched his scalp, dodged his eyes slightly, and then pretended to laugh. Ha ha ha, Mr. Ping, don't think too much. I'm so kind to every one of my students. After all, I'm a gentle person. As soon as the words fell, the two young ladies rushed into the water bear's arms with admiration on their faces. Yes, yes, brother water bear is the most gentle. Brother, please have another drink. I admire men like you the most. The water bear, who was coaxed around by the little sister, laughed again. Listening to the sweet words of this half-romantic couple, Rintu's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn! Give me back the feeling of lousy. Rintu stood up depressedly, silently opened the door and walked out of the room. Outside the door, Mikako was kneeling on the futon with a dazed look in her eyes. Her charming temperament was restrained a lot, and the innocence of a girl next door emerged spontaneously. What a fickle goblin! Rintu muttered, strolling to the door of the store, looking at the people coming and going outside, with the water bear's words echoing in his head. Although it was unclear where the theory went wrong, Rintu still got what he wanted to express. Then how can I, a visitor from another world, survive in this world? Firstly, it is impossible to get ahead. This world is so dangerous, with Shinigami and Sage of Six Paths. Even as strong as Senju Hashirama, who could catch 9 tails like a chicken, he was still ambushed by Uchiha Madara. So, staying safe is the best way to go. Moreover, this world is a world where bloodline is important. Those without a distinguished background can only be bystanders. So? Go to Konoha to invest in real estate? Or go to Hot Spring Country to invest in a custom inn? Or should he go to the Iron Kingdom and make a living by working as a blacksmith? It is impossible to fight a war. It is impossible to fight a war in this life. Little brother, what are you thinking about? A soft female voice suddenly sounded from behind. Rintu didn't even think about it. His body reacted instinctively and he lunged forward in an instant, creating some distance. When he looked again, he saw the brothel owner Mikako squatting where he had just stood, looking at him with an innocent face. Oh my god, you woman, you walk without making any sound. As Rintu spoke, his eyes swept over Mikako's wooden clogs and her playfully raised young toes. Mikako smiled playfully, covering her red lips, like a little girl who had succeeded in playing mischief. Seeing this, Rintu's eyes widened instantly, and he sighed in his heart, this woman's ability to seduce is simply amazing, she can really handle any style. I'm just teasing you. What's wrong? Were you kicked out by Mr. Mizuki? Mikako brushed the non-existent dust off her knees, slowly stood up, and stared at Rintu with a smile. That's about right, all men are like this. Rintu said to Akamichi in a domineering manner, walked to Mikako's low table, took a futon and sat cross-legged. Upon hearing this, Mikako gave him a charming look with her beautiful eyes and knelt down opposite Rintu. You talk as if you are not a man. You won't be greedy for such trivial things in the future, Mikako said with a smile. Alas, what you said is not right. Rintu waved his hand and picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. To be precise, before I had the ability to do evil, all men were pigs. Mikako looked at Rintu holding the teacup she had just used, her pretty face slightly reddened. What will happen after you have the ability to do bad things? Then we'll have to talk about it in detail. After saying that, he took another sip of tea, smacked his lips, and interrupted. This water tastes good. Where does it come from? Hey, little brat, hurry up and speak. Mikako opened the small folding fan in her hand, covering her blushing little face, and urged in a coquettish voice. If someone else had touched her cup, Mikako might have drawn her sword and killed him, but she couldn't hate this old-fashioned little guy in front of her, who was only 7 or 8 years old at most. What's more, this little brat speaks in a very interesting way. Seeing Mikako's affectionate look, Rintu said, since I can't get hard slightly to show respect, I can only watch and enjoy it. When I can do bad things, the men in this world will automatically be divided into 2 types in my eyes. Which 2? Well, most men are my friends, but if a man marries a beauty like you, he's my enemy. Hearing this, Mikako burst out laughing and shook with laughter. In an instant, Rintu felt that the whole house was filled with blooming flowers and the sun was shining on the earth. Damn it, this woman, every frown and smile is so full of charm, it's really hard for me to resist. In line with the principle of not looking at what is indecent, Rintu said, bullshit. Rintu said, I am just a 7-year-old child, no one can stop me from watching the beautiful young lady shaking. At this moment, he felt that his body was simply the best. Everyone hates Momonosuke, but everyone wants to be Momonosuke. After laughing for a while, Mikako finally breathed a sigh of relief, but her chest was still heaving. Little brother, you are really good at talking. Is my sister as beautiful as you say? Yes. Rintu nodded immediately, thinking that compared to you, Teacher Lola, Senior Miku, and Junior Milyang all stood aside. Mikako laughed so hard that her whole body shook. Every woman likes to be praised, it's in their genes. As the owner of a brothel, Mikako is very charming and has heard too much flattery and praise and has become immune to it. Rinto praised her beauty in different ways, which was both novel and interesting. As Mikako was laughing, she suddenly paused, a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she leaned forward, close to Rinto, revealing a thrilling smile. Since my sister is so beautiful, when you grow up, are you willing to marry her? Hearing this, Rinto's head shook as if it was going to break. You little BD. Seeing Rinto shaking his head desperately, Mikako straightened up and her face instantly turned cold. Rinto seemed not to notice Mikako's change, and continued to talk to himself, I don't want to wait until I grow up, I want to marry my sister now. Mikako was stunned, and the frost on her face melted away quickly like snow in spring, and the small fan covered her shy and slightly red face. Then it's settled, my little man, you have to grow up quickly and be responsible for our family. Rinto nodded, smiling in his heart. Haha, whoever takes it seriously is a fool. Do you really think I can't see the playfulness in your eyes? You treat me like a child and tease me. I will play with you. Anyway, I won't suffer any loss. By the way, my little man, what's your name? Rin. Rinto blurted out instinctively, then immediately reacted and changed his words in an instant, Zhu Kongping, my name is Zhu Kongping. As soon as Rinto finished speaking, the inner door opened. Water Bear, with lipstick marks all over his face and reeking of alcohol, pushed the door open, and walked out tremblingly with the support of two young ladies, still shouting for another drink. Rinto smiled apologetically at Mikako, then stood up, walked quickly forward, and supported the Water Bear who was unable to stand steadily. Sorry, I'll take him back. After saying that, he helped Shui Xiong out of the Ami Information Center. Mikako leaned against the door frame, looking at the two people's backs with a smile, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and asked Rinto. My little man, remember to come visit me often. I'm always here waiting for you. Will you charge me? Rinto asked without turning his head. Take it, Mikako's soft and gentle voice came. I'm your husband, and I have to collect money too. Well, I want to eat, the delicate voice sounded again, attracting passers-by to stop and pay attention. Hearing this, Rinto staggered, turned his head to look at Mikako, whose face was as rosy as a rose, and clasped his hands together. Goodbye, see you again if you are lucky. After saying that, he held onto the Water Bear, walked quickly, as if there was some ferocious beast behind him, and dived into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. Mikako leaned against the door frame, watching Rinto's disappearing back, turned around and went into the house, closed the wooden door, and raised a beautiful arc at the corner of her mouth, muttering to herself, Rinto? Haha, what an interesting kid. Chapter 9. As the sky gradually darkened and the drizzle showed no sign of stopping, Rinto supported the drunken Water Bear and strolled on the streets of Rain Shinobi village. Teacher, how come you are so fast? Rinto asked casually, holding the Water Bear's shoulders effortlessly. Fast? Water Bear asked incoherently, what do you mean fast? It's not that you're fast, it's that you're too fast. I calculated that it took you a total of 10 minutes to handle 2 women, which means 5 minutes per woman on average. And, in those 10 minutes, you got yourself drunk. Hearing this, the Water Bear, whose feet had gone limp, suddenly twisted and swayed, looking unconvinced. Bullshit, I'm not drunk, and, I have pure friendship with Mia and Yukiko. I sell my art but not my body. That's enough. Rinto put some strength on his hands to steady the Water Bear's steps. You're still selling your art but not your body, I'm just being stupid. By the way, I don't know how much you spent with Kikiko, but at least 10,000 taels are missing from your purse, leaving you with just over 20,000 taels. Rintu said as he put the Tarzan's dog head purse into his ninja bag. It's okay. Water Bear waved his big hand, a happy smile appeared on his red face. Mia, my little Mia has a birthday today, and the extra ones are her birthday gifts. Rintu was speechless when he heard the Water Bear's incoherent words. At this moment, he couldn't tell whether this guy was drunk or not. To say he was drunk, he still clearly remembered giving his money to the Mako. To say that he was not drunk, giving a Mako a birthday present is something that only a person without a brain would do. After sending the Water Bear to his home, Rintu took out the key, opened the door, and threw the Water Bear, who was so drunk that he could not open his eyes, on the sofa. Placing the key on the coffee table, Rintu shook his stiff shoulders, looked at the Water Bear sleeping soundly on the sofa, smiled self-deprecatingly, and prepared to leave. At this moment, the Water Bear suddenly propped itself up and sat up shakily. Ping, Ping Jun, keep drinking. Drink your big head ghost, lie down and sleep. Rintu replied angrily. But the Water Bear suddenly reached out, grabbed Rintu's sleeve, and spoke hesitantly with his tongue sticking out. Ping! Ping-kun, you should not hate Han. Hanzo-sama. He became so cruel for the sake of the village and peace. I am an orphan like you, a war orphan. But I am not as good as you, and you have more talents than me. I can feel that you have been hiding your abilities. The amount of chakra, is huge. You think you have hidden it well, but I know everything. Hearing this, Rintu's muscles suddenly tensed up and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The drunken Water Bear with his eyes closed did not notice Rintu's change and continued to speak intermittently. Don't worry, I won't tell you even if I die. I don't know why you didn't tell, Hanzo-sama, but I believe you have your difficulties. Ping Jun, do you have any ideals? Rintu sighed, the fierce look in his eyes gradually disappeared, and he shook his head. No. I do. Shuixiang smiled proudly, as if it was a great honor to win over Rintu in ideals. I was born in the last years of Sengoku. At that time, the entire ninja world was in turmoil. At that time, children as young as 7 or 8 years old would rush to the battlefield and fight for their lives. As he spoke, the Water Bear's voice became deeper and deeper. My parents were killed at that time. Later, I was rescued by Hanzo-sama and brought back to the village. I remember when I was younger than you, Konoha, Tsunagakuer, Iwagakuer, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Kirigakuer were established one after another. But even with the existence of the so-called god of ninja, the ninja world was still in chaos, and the conquests between small villages never stopped. Later, I went to the battlefield, where I witnessed the death of my comrades, friends, and teachers. I hated war, which ruthlessly took their lives. Looking at the man crying like a child in front of him, Rintu put his hand on his forehead and sighed silently. After traveling through time, I felt for the first time that I was living in a very real world. The Water Bear's soliloquy continued. Since then, I have been wondering why we are alive and what we deserve to live. Later, I set a goal, an ideal. As he spoke, Water Bear's tone became more and more determined. I am a man without talent, and I cannot change the world, but I will do my best to protect the village. I will protect children like you, and when I die, I will pass on the belief in protecting the village to the next generation that has grown up. Ping Jun, can you accept such a belief? Looking at the Water Bear's eyes that had opened at some point, Rintu remained silent. After an unknown amount of time, Rintu shook his head slowly and firmly under the tardigrade's eager gaze. I'm sorry, Mr. Shuixiang, I've only been in the village for a few dozen days. Rintu stumbled, which was rare for him. He didn't want to deceive Shuixiang. After all, Shuixiang was the only person he recognized in this village. Hearing Rintu's words, Shuixiang laughed awkwardly and muttered to himself. Ping Jun, I was too anxious. Forget it, don't take it to heart. By the way, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can come to my house and ask me. After all, I am your teacher. After saying that, he gave Rinto a big smile. Rinto nodded slowly, and under the complicated gaze of the water bear, he walked out of his home expressionlessly and closed the door. Leaning against the door frame, Rinto looked into the distance. The incessant drizzle stopped, and the bright moon rarely peeked out of the night sky, casting its moonlight on the dark earth. Rinto looked at the moon and sighed again. Freedom and bondage are clearly twins of destiny, but they are going in opposite directions on different paths. At the same time, in the center of the village, Hanzo the Salamander sat expressionlessly in his office, listening to his subordinates report intelligence. Just by looking at the trembling looks of the bodyguards around him, you can tell that Hanzo the Salamander is in a very bad mood. Indeed, he was in a bad mood, and after a day's accumulation, his anger had accumulated to the limit. First, in the morning, a Jainin from the Intelligence Division reported that the Intelligence Division had been attacked and a large number of confidential scrolls had disappeared. The important ones include the water-style scroll of Rain Shinobi Village, the village's defense map, and the intelligence exchanges of all sizes sent to various villages. Unimportant items included the undeciphered intelligence scroll obtained from Isamu Igen. In the afternoon, the spy who was lurking at the gold exchange reported that a large amount of intelligence recording the spies of Rain Shinobi Village appeared in the gold exchange and was bought by the spokespersons of the major ninja villages. Just now, bad news came again. All the secret lines in the 5 major ninja villages lost contact without exception. Even those secret lines that had never been activated were also removed. In comparison, Zhu Kongping, the disappointing apprentice, is nothing. In fact, as early as this morning, Hanzo the Salamander received the news that the intelligence department was attacked, and immediately activated the secret line to recall the spies from various villages. However, it took time for the message to be transmitted, and his speed was ultimately not as fast as the mastermind and the 5 major countries. Hanzo the Salamander's breathing became more and more rapid when he thought about the fact that he had been searching for a whole day but still had no news about the attackers. Investigate. Keep investigating. Find all the spies from other villages in this village. At this moment, Hanzo the Salamander only regretted that he did not have the Yamanaka clan of Konoha. Otherwise, he would have to play truth or dare with everyone in his village. Shenda approached Hanzo cautiously and spoke quietly. Master Hanzo, could it be that kid Zhu Kongping? There hasn't been anyone coming into the village recently, so that kid is the one who's suspicious. Hearing this, Hanzo the Salamander turned his head sharply, and his fierce eyes frightened Shenda so much that he stepped back repeatedly. He swore that he had never seen Lord Hanzo so angry. Put away your cleverness. Do you think I'm a fool? The guy is under 24-hour surveillance by the people I sent. I even know when he pooped and how much he pooped. Seeing this, Shen Daanjiang shrank his neck, looking like a bullied young wife. Then our most important task right now is to rebuild the spy network, Master Hanzo. Right now, the person in Konoha has just passed away, and the 5 great nations are taking frequent actions, so we can't be without an eye. After hearing this, Hanzo the Salamander nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Tell me what you think." Seeing Hanzo listening to the advice, Shenda was immediately delighted and said proudly in his heart, "Lord Hanzo still loves me more. At this time, only I can help Lord Hanzo reduce his losses." Shenda's eyes rolled and a plan immediately came to his mind. "Sir, since the secret agents have been removed, if we send out adults at this time, the 5 major countries will definitely be on guard. In this case, we will train a group of orphans and send them to the 5 major countries to lurk. Not only will they not be noticed by the 5 major countries, but they can also build up their power from scratch. If they do well, they may even be able to get into the top positions of the 5 major countries. Take Konoha for example. they are very caring towards orphans from outside. It really kills 3 birds with 1 stone. I have to say, this guy Shenda has a lot of conspiracies and tricks in his head. The 5 major countries may be on guard against foreign adults, but they will never be on guard against the countless war orphans. After all, it would take too much manpower and resources to monitor the influx of orphans. Well, that's great. But how can loyalty be guaranteed? Hanzo the Salamander hit the nail on the head and found the weak point in Shenda's plan. Hearing this, Shenda smiled sinisterly and whispered in Hanzo's ear. Sir, our village has a secret technique. The spell, the brain insertion technique. Upon hearing this, Hanzo's eyes suddenly stood up, and he looked at Shenda beside him with an extremely stern look. Shenda was frightened by the look in Hanzo the Salamander's eyes, and he tried to persuade him. Master Hanzo, now is not the time to be merciful. For the sake of the peace and tranquility of the village, the sacrifice of these children is worth it. Besides, as long as they stay hidden carefully, their chances of survival are very high. Sir, think about those people in the village who trust us and rely on us. And those who died, they dedicated their lives to the village, we must protect their children. At this point, Shenda almost lost his voice. It was obvious that he really thought so. As if he could see through Kanda's heart, Hanzo slowly turned his head and looked at the scroll on the table. The scroll recorded the remains of those assassins who had been eliminated. After an unknown amount of time, Hanzo the Salamander let out a long breath. His special mask made a hissing sound, and his expression became firm. Go, get the forbidden technique scroll from the vault. Yes. A bodyguard took the key from Hanzo and walked to the safe on the other side of the room. After a series of complicated operations, a bundle of palm-sized scrolls appeared on Hanzo's desk. Since it's your plan, you can do it. As he spoke, Hanzo the Salamander quickly pushed the scroll towards Shenda, as if his palm would be stabbed if he touched the scroll for 1 more second. Also, remove all the spies from other villages in this village. 3 days, in 3 days, I want to see a clean village. Yes. Shenda took the scroll, stood straight, with an unconcealable smug smile on his face. By the way, Master Hanzo, I would like to borrow someone from you. Who? I wish Kongping peace. Chapter 10. Zhu Kongping, what do you want him for? Hearing this, Shenda smiled flatteringly. Master Hanzo, I think this child is extremely smart and quick-witted, making him a good choice for infiltration. If we give him the mission of Rock Shinobi Village, the land that poses the greatest threat to us, he will be able to quickly establish an intelligence network. In fact, what he wanted was to send Rinnegan far away, so that no one could compete with him for favor. And driving Rinnegan away would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If Rinnegan does the job well, let him keep doing it, as long as he doesn't hang around in front of Hanzo-sama. If Rinnegan is exposed and caught, then use Rock Shinobi to kill this annoying little brat. Even if he was not caught after being exposed and escaped back to Rain Shinobi Village, he would still be disliked, despised, and even hated by Hanzo because of his incompetence. At this moment, Hanzo the Salamander, who was extremely annoyed, didn't notice what was going on in Kanta's mind at all. After thinking about it for a while, he found that Rinnegan was indeed a good material for being a spy, and this guy didn't have much talent for cultivation, so it was a good use of his talent if he could contribute to the village. Thinking of this, Hanzo the Salamander nodded slightly, and then ordered, call Zhu Kongping and Shui Xiang to me. After a long while, Suxiang and Rinnegan, who had just separated, gathered in Hanzo's office and stared at each other. At this moment, the water bear was no longer drunk at all. He stared at his feet expressionlessly, and his whole body returned to his serious look. Rinnegan stared at the hypocritical water bear in amazement. It was hard to believe that this guy was acting wild in the Ame Information Center not long ago, shouting, I want to celebrate my sister's birthday. Perhaps because Rinnegan's burning gaze made him feel uncomfortable, the water bear slowly raised his head and gave Rinto an awkward smile that was uglier than crying, signaling with his eyes, "This is Hanzo-sama's office, stop staring at me. If you keep staring at me, I'll get prickly heat." Rinto understood what the water bear meant, blinked to show that he got it, and stopped staring at the water bear. Hanzo sat behind a large desk, looking at the two funny guys exchanging glances in front of him, speechless to the extreme. Once upon a time, Water Bear was such a serious and sensible person, but unexpectedly, after hanging out with Rinto for less than half a month, he had already started to make faces in front of him. Thinking of this, Hanzo became more determined to send this naughty kid far away. Cough. With a light cough, Rinto and Water Bear stood up straight. "It's like this. The village has decided to send a group of smart and agile children to the 5 major countries as secret agents. Zhu Kongping, as my disciple, you are the one who will take on this dangerous mission. How about this, Iwagakur, the land kingdom that poses the greatest threat to us, will be handed over to you." Hands of the Salamander waved his hand and decided Rinto's destination. "Huh?" Rinto was stunned. "You want me to be an informant? A traitor? A traitor? Or is it some god-forsaken place like the land of Earth?" Rinto instinctively wanted to refuse, but when he saw the murderous look in Hands of the Salamander's eyes, the words turned around and slipped back. Lord Hanzo." Rinto shrank his neck and spoke tentatively. Seeing that Hands of the Salamander did not stop him, he plucked up the courage to continue. "I fully accept the organization's arrangements, but, can I make a small request?" "Explain." Can we change it to Konoha village? I still, hate Konoha. I originally wanted to say that I like Konoha, but then I changed my mind and realized that I am a spy representing Rain Shinobi village, so how can I like Konoha?" The water bear on the side didn't know what he was thinking. He looked up hurriedly and wanted to speak, but was instantly forced back by the threatening look of Shenda behind Hanzo. "Yes." Hands of the Salamander made the final decision. Hearing this, Rinto and Shenda were both delighted. Rinto was happy that he could finally go on a business trip to the legendary Konoha office. And Kamita thought of the Yamanaka clan of Konoha. For a spy, would style, Sharingan, Byakugan, are not as dangerous as the Yamanaka clan, which is in charge of Konoha's counterintelligence work. To put it simply, every member of the Yamanaka family is a natural member of the anti-traitor alliance, which also means that it is much more difficult for traitors in Konoha to get by than in other villages, especially if they want to get to the top, which is extremely difficult. However, this is good news for Shenda. If Shenda had not been worried that Hanzo would suspect him, he would have wanted to arrange Rinto to the most dangerous Konoha long ago. "Zhu Kongping, I wish you good luck, the village will remember your contribution," Hanzo said, waving his hand. Seeing this, Rinto nodded and turned to leave. After dealing with Rinto, Hands of the Salamander turned his attention to the water bear. "Water bear?" "Yes, Hanzo-sama. I have a task for you. In the next week, you will be responsible for training 12 children, including Zhu Kongping. The content of the training is the infiltration of secret agents." "Yes." Water Bear nodded seriously and stood straight. Seeing that Shuixiang was still reliable, Hanzo nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand, signaling Shuixiang to leave. The water bear still stood there motionless. "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Seeing that the water bear did not leave, Hanzo frowned slightly and asked. The water bear looked at Hands of the Salamander with some complexity, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. "Lord Hanzo, you said that we should protect the village and the children in the village." Mizuki stopped talking halfway and changed the subject. "Sir, I don't think a child has the ability to carry out a mission. Not to mention that children are immature and easily subverted, the most important ability of a hidden player is a strong psychological endurance. Most adults can't do this, let alone immature children. After saying this, the expression on his face suddenly changed from heroic to timid. In fact, it's not his fault. He was the child rescued by Hanzo the Salamander and he was instinctively afraid of this benefactor. The fact that I can say so much today under tremendous pressure can be attributed to my firm belief and extraordinary performance. Hanzo the Salamander stared in amazement at the child he had dug out from the pile of dead bodies. He had never expected that the child who had been so afraid of him before would suddenly become so bold. But in the blink of an eye, that little brat has grown up so big. For a moment, Hanzo the Salamander was actually a little dazed. However, he was the head of the village and a cage-level warrior after all, and he came to his senses in a flash. The softness on his face disappeared, returning to his expressionless state. "Look at this." As he spoke, he threw out a bundle of scrolls. Hearing this, Water Bear stepped forward, picked up the scroll, and began to read it quickly. The more he looked, the more obvious the anger on the Water Bear's face became. Damn the attackers! They actually dared to openly invade the intelligence department and sell the news of our village so arrogantly. We really should catch these guys, tie them to rocks, and throw them into the lake to drown. Glancing at the furious Water Bear, Hanzo the Salamander nodded with satisfaction. If it were you, and all the hidden pieces were sacrificed, what would you do? Faced with Hanzo's question, Suxiang fell silent for a moment, and the expression on his face suddenly became extremely complicated. "My lord, I don't know." Hanzo the Salamander's eyes flashed with disappointment at this answer that was not really an answer. He took back the scroll and waved his hand. The Water Bear understood and turned away hesitantly. On the other side, Rinto was led by Kanda into a dark room. The dark room is not big, and it looks similar to the laboratory in the underground base of the evil cult. A stone platform the size of a single bed, surrounded by researchers coming and going in a hurry. Around the stone platform, there were chains covered with dark red rust. It seems that these guys have been doing some inhumane experiments in secret. After all, these chains are most likely not used to lock up pigs, but to lock up people. On the stone platform, a boy had his eyes closed and his mouth roughly opened. Two guys dressed as ninjas were touching the boy's tongue. "Do you know what that is?" Shen Da's teasing voice sounded from behind. Rintu shook his head innocently. Seeing Rintu's silly look, Shen Da curled up a cruel smile, hooked Rintu's shoulder with one hand, and led him to the stone platform. "This is a curse seal, and it's one of the most powerful curse seals in our village." Rintu did not say anything, but watched the actions of the two operators with great interest. He was not in a hurry. After all, the purpose of Shenda taking him to watch this was to scare him and satisfy his strange pleasure. To be honest, Rintu knew from the beginning that this guy named Shenda was hostile to him. As for why he was hostile, Rintu couldn't think of the reason, but it didn't affect anything. Anyway, he had already sentenced this guy to death in his heart. When his magical powers were fully developed, he would be the first to kick Shinigami. Seeing that Rintu was neither afraid nor anxious, but instead looked like a curious baby, Shenda suddenly felt like he had punched the air. "Humph, you little brat, just enjoy yourself for a while now. You'll cry when it's your turn next time." After saying that, he pointed at the strange raindrop mark on the boy's tongue and explained viciously. "This is called the curse seal brain insertion technique. The purpose is to make you little brats keep your mouth shut. Once your mind is controlled, or you reveal any information about Rain Shinobi Village, the curse will be activated. Then..." Having said that, Shenda paused, then suddenly opened his palms and made an explosion gesture. "Bloody! The curse will instantly smash your brain and mix up all your brain matter." Secretly, Rintu rolled his eyes, then covered his chest with his hands, with a look of "I'm afraid" on his face. "Damn you little brat, I'm going to mess up your brain, not your heart." "Hey!" Rintu was stunned and immediately released his hands from his chest and covered his head instead. "Sorry, sorry, I'm used to covering my chest. Looking at the perfunctory expression on Rintu's face, Shenda felt that this child in front of him was so annoying. Soon, the boy on the stone platform was carried out, and 2 operators were about to hold Rintu down and attack him. At this moment, Rintu hurriedly raised his hand to stop the 2 people's actions, then turned to look at Shenda. Master Shenda, can I make a small request? Hearing this, Kamita remembered Rintu's request in Hanzo-sama's office, and readily agreed. Bring me a bucket and a glass of water. Hearing this strange request, the operator looked at Shenda with some embarrassment. Shenda also wanted to figure out what Rintu was up to, so he winked at the operator and asked him to do as he was told. After a while, a bucket of water and a glass of water were brought in. Rintu pointed at the water in the bucket and said, "You two, yes, you two, go wash your hands." As soon as he finished speaking, Shenda and the 2 operators looked at each other, and their faces instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. But now that the water has been delivered, what else can we do? Wash. After washing his hands, the operator pulled out a thick and sturdy syringe and was about to give Rintu anesthesia. Don't. Rintu jumped up immediately and stepped out to refuse. Are you kidding? With my physical condition, I can't be affected by anesthetics, let alone powerful poisons. By then, I'll be like dumplings in cold water, exposed. No, don't use anesthesia. I volunteered to work for the village. How can it still be called voluntary after taking anesthesia? As he said this, he snatched the anesthetic from the operator and stabbed it into the leg of Shenda, who was watching the fun nearby. You stinky BD! Before Shenda could finish his words, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Looking at the limp Shenda, Rintu covered his mouth in horror and muttered, "This stuff is really powerful." Soon, without Shenda's interference, the planting of the curse was completed. Rintu, who had been sticking out his tongue for a long time, did not first observe his tongue, but picked up the glass of water beside him, gargled his mouth, and then spit the mouthwash on Shenda, who was lying beside him. Looking at the 2 operators with faces as black as coal, Rintu scratched his head cowardly. Sorry, I didn't mean you were dirty. I mean everyone here is dirty." Chapter 11. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During this week, Rintu and a dozen other children have been following the water bear to learn various skills of a hidden player, which is referred to as the self-cultivation of a traitor. It includes facial expression control, how to integrate well into a group, 100 ways to interrupt a conversation, how to act stupid, and how to use the advantage of being young to get information. All in all, it can be called a crash course in sales. It covers not only micro-expression control, child behavior, but even social psychology. It's simply ruthless. This week, Shui Xiong has changed his serious appearance and turned into a spicy teacher. If the students make the slightest mistake, they will be severely criticized by him, which gives him a feeling of abstinence. In other words, this guy is a man. If it were a beautiful woman, Rintu would definitely have a relationship with her where he could take maternity leave at any time. The week-long class has ended, and the students have gone home one after another to pack their luggage under the guidance of the supervisor ninja. Only Rintu is still sitting leisurely in Shuxiang's office, drinking tea at ease. It's not that he doesn't have a supervising ninja, but his supervising ninja is Shui Xiong. The class is over and I'll be leaving tomorrow. Rintu put down the teacup with an undisguised look of satisfaction on his face. Hey, you really want to leave the village? Water Bear snorted coldly with a stern expression. Seeing this, Rintu nonchalantly arranged the tables. Okay, stop pretending. Everyone has left. Besides, wasn't it Kanda and Hanzo-sama who facilitated my leaving the village? What can I do to resist? Hearing this, Water Bear fell silent, and his extremely mature face drooped. To be honest, every time when Water Bear taught these children, he felt extremely tormented when he saw their anxious and young faces. Only when I was with Rintu, this smiling guy, did the guilt in my heart fade away for a moment. At first, he was very dissatisfied when he saw Rintu's expectant look, but as time went on and the more he came into contact with these children, the more he dared not look into their innocent eyes. What's more frightening is that they will ask me innocently, "Teacher Shui Xiang, can we still go back to the village in the future?" I remember that Hanzo once told himself, "Do everything you can to protect the village and the children in the village, and when you face death, smile and pass on the belief of protecting the village to the next generation that is growing strong." But now, Lord Hanzo, saying that it is for the sake of the village, makes the children of the village become spies. What is a dark particle? It is an existence that cannot see the light, an existence that has to sleep with one eye open, and an existence that lives in fear all its life. Hans-sama. Hands of the Salamander. You have lost your faith. With tears in his heart, the water bear became even more silent. Looking at the gloomy face of the water bear, Rintu's expression gradually became gloomy. Bang! The table exploded and the documents on the table flew everywhere. Rintu stood up suddenly and grabbed the water bear by the collar. "Come on, I'll take you to strengthen your faith." After saying that, he used brute force to pull the water bear and ran wildly towards Kabukicho Ikabangay. At this moment, he no longer concealed his great power. Anyway, he will leave the village tomorrow, and by then, the birds will fly freely in the mountains and the fish will jump freely in the water. A mere grafting brain technique will not be able to stop Rintu at all. The most important thing is that the water bear is his only bond in Rain Shinobi village, and he is both his teacher and friend. He didn't want his good friend to be madly testing the edge of evil all day long. Rintu pulled her hands and dragged her in an extremely shameful posture. "Wait, put me down." Ping! "Put me down, UBD, how can you go to Kabukicho in the daytime?" At this moment, Shui Xiang no longer had any faith. His mind was filled with shame, social demise, and the inability to find a wife. Being dragged by the collar by a child of 7 or 8 years old, rushing all the way into Kabukicho, the scene was simply picturesque. When he thought that he had permanently lost the right to choose his mate, the water bear tiger's eyes welled up with tears and he covered his face and cried bitterly. "Damn, what a crappy village, what a crappy child." Lao Zi lost the happiness of the second half of his life. Seeing that the water bear was crying with full energy and majestic spirit, Rintu was immediately relieved, and said in his heart, "Kabukicho is really a good place." The distracting thoughts in the water bear's heart were immediately washed away. Thinking of this, Rintu became more excited. He ignored the strange looks from passers-by, stepped hard, and rushed to the door of Ami Information Center in one breath. Keep up your efforts, try to eliminate all distracting thoughts in your heart in one go, see your true nature, and strengthen your faith. Come on! After saying that, he pushed the water bear into the private room of Ami Information Center. It seemed as if the water bear knew that he was too embarrassed to face people, and he reluctantly went into the private room. Seeing this, Rintu closed the door of the private room and returned to the hall. In the hall, Mikako, who had secretly agreed to spend her life together, did not show up. Instead, Mizuki's old lover, the girl named Mia, stood in the front hall. "Hello, Sister Mia." Rintu greeted Mia with an innocent look on his face. "Hello, little brother." Mia smiled back, then looked at the sky outside and asked curiously, "Why are you here in the afternoon today? Sister Yukiko hasn't dressed up yet." Rintu rolled his eyes and smiled embarrassedly. Mr. Shuixiang said he couldn't hold it back any longer, so he wanted to see you soon and throw himself into your arms. "Really? Kids will wet their pants if they lie." Masaya looked at Rintu with a smile, obviously not believing what he said. Working in this line of work, she has heard too many sweet words. She has long been immune to the ordinary love words that Rintu said, which were neither explicit nor euphemistic, and certainly not sincere. "Really?" Rintu nodded confidently and added with an unconvinced look. Teacher Shuixiang also said that Mia's sister is gentle and generous. It would be great if I could marry her home. Ah! Mia's eyes turned pale and she asked hurriedly, he really said that? Really? If you don't believe me, go ask Teacher Shuixiang. Just say, if someone is willing to marry you now, are you willing to marry him? After hearing what Rintu said, Missy no longer had time to doubt. You know, a woman of her background should be thankful to find a good family to marry into, although Shuixiang looks a little anxious, his special status as a Jainin and a golden bachelor is enough to make these Makos break their heads. Moreover, dancers who are used to seeing hypocritical men are often more devoted than ordinary women when faced with a sincere relationship, like moths to a flame. As soon as Rintu finished speaking, he saw Mia turn around quickly and ran towards the inner room without caring about her image. After a while, he heard a slight panting sound coming from the inner room. It looks like this guy succeeded. Since Shuixiang can't find a decent girl to be his wife because of his own reasons, he might as well take a step back and find a prostitute. And Shuixiang himself said that he sells his art but not his body. At this moment, another inner door opened, and Yukiko, who was neatly dressed, walked out and looked at Rintu in confusion. Little brother, have you seen Mia? Rintu raised his chin and pointed to the inner room. Seeing Yukiko about to go in, Rintu hurriedly reached out to stop her. Just kidding, if Yukiko went in, that passionate confession would instantly turn into a socially fatal scene. Thinking of this, Rintu's brain turned quickly and he quickly said. Sister Yukiko, where is your boss? Why didn't I see her today? Yukiko chuckled, walked over to Rintu, squatted down, and pinched his cheek. I never knew you were such an affectionate person. It's a pity that your sister Mikako left here a week ago. When Rintu saw Yukiko calling him a seed of affection, his face suddenly turned as black as coal. Damn it! That BCH must have told these two women exactly what she said to tease her. Damn it, can such little love words be said casually? But then I thought that I would be leaving the village tomorrow, and my mood suddenly became good again. Leave? Rintu asked casually, will she come back? I don't know, maybe he will come back tomorrow, or maybe he will never come back in his life. Yukiko teased Rintu with a sly smile on her face, and felt that the handsome child in front of her was even cuter than what the boss said. What's wrong, did you miss her? Hearing this, Rintu nodded. Yes, I miss her, just like Mr. Mizuki misses sister Yukiko all night long. After all, Yukiko is younger than Missy and has a simpler mind. Her face suddenly turned red, she shyly rolled her eyes at Rintu and asked in a low voice, so what does he think? What else can you think? Rintu sighed in a mature manner. Then she crossed her arms, hugged herself, twisted her body seductively and spoke. It's like this, Trojan horse, Yukiko, you are like the rain in the village, falling all day in my heart, drowning me, suffocating me, Asparacy. Seeing Rintu's extremely charming appearance, Yukiko couldn't hold back any longer. Her face turned red all of a sudden and her whole head was like a boiling kettle, with steam coming out of it. Stop talking, it's so embarrassing. Yukiko covered her face with her hands, feeling like she was about to faint. She had also seen customers who loved to touch her and tell dirty jokes, but those people only made her feel sick and want to vomit. But this kind of love words that she had never seen before and were a bit explicit coming out of Rintu's mouth did not make her feel disgusted at all. Instead, she felt her body go weak. While Yukiko was dizzy, Rintu suddenly felt guilty and spoke. By the way, Sister Yukiko, do you sell art here but not your body? Yukiko, with her head in a mess, nodded instinctively. Yes, Sister Mikako is a very powerful person and protects us very well. Hearing this, Rintu's mouth curled up instantly, and a lot of evil thoughts started to boil in his heart. By the way, Sister Yukiko, Mr. Mizukuma was talking in his sleep again. When Yukiko heard that it was a water bear, her attention was immediately drawn, and her sparkling eyes stared at Rinto. It seems to be saying something like, I want to save some money and marry Yukiko. No, it should be, after becoming a Jonin, marry Yukiko. No, oops. I don't remember what he said either. Oh, Sister Yukiko, please don't tell him what I said. At this moment, Yukiko's eyes were wide open, and her heart was already filled with sweetness. She had no ability to think at all. She just nodded passively with a happy look on her face. Seeing this, Rinto laughed wildly in his heart. Although I will be leaving the village tomorrow and will not be able to appreciate Mr. Shuxiang's purgatory, I want to laugh when I think that all this is caused by myself. After bidding farewell to the confused Yukiko, Rinto left the Ami Information Center contentedly, took down the sign that read open for business and locked the door. It is foreseeable that Yukiko will find a time when no one is around tonight to have a private chat with the water bear. What can a single man and a single woman talk about late at night? That means we are talking about S*X. Given the water bear's personality, he might really marry both women at the same time. This is fine, since water bear likes them very much anyway, and it also prevents the two poor women from getting deeper into trouble. Besides, now that he has a wife, water bear will probably save money and live a good life. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Hey! I am such a clever little ghost. Patting himself on the shoulder, Rinto left Kabukiko Ikabange with a proud look on his face, leaving the place where his dream began. Chapter 12. Ame Free Information Center. The drizzle was still falling, hitting the awning outside the window, making a crisp dripping sound. In a warm and dry room, on a wide bed, the water bear covered his forehead and struggled to keep his eyelids open. When I opened my eyes, I saw a ceiling I had never seen before. Breathing in, a familiar yet unfamiliar smell. I stretched out my hand and saw that the left side looked very strange, with mountains and hills, and the right side was also very strange, with a flat plain. The book frowned, feeling this new and strange touch, and his heart was full of doubts. That's not right. I clearly remember that I finished my last class with the children and returned to the office with Ping Jun. How could I be in such a strange place? And when did I fall asleep? Could it be that this guy Ping was playing a prank? Or was he kidnapped by ninja from the enemy village? As a ninja with rich theoretical knowledge, Mizuki did not make any excessive actions. Instead, he slowly narrowed his eyes, pricked up his ears, and prepared to collect a wave of intelligence quietly. I have to say, this is a very good habit. If he is kidnapped by the enemy and pretends to be unconscious, the surveillance he will be under will be much more relaxed than when he is awake. Adjust your breathing and feel your body. I don't feel restrained at all. The enemy underestimated me. They didn't even take my special Jonin seriously. Keep your ears up. 2 breathing sounds, one on the left and one on the right, very soft and slow. He must have fallen asleep. Haha, the kidnapping method was not professional at all. Suddenly, the water bear who was pretending to be unconscious frowned slightly, and his heart trembled. No. The enemy is not slacking off. Why is my body so weak? Especially my legs. Why are they so weak? Why is my chakras so much less? BD, the people who kidnapped me must have given me some strange drugs to restrict my body. How cunning! The water bear thought with gritted teeth, and warmly greeted the female ancestors of the kidnappers in his heart. No, I have to save myself. Thinking of this, Water Bear decided not to wait any longer and to fight while the enemy was still sleeping. Just do it when you say it. The water bear slightly retracted his abdomen, preparing to escape from the pincer attack of the 2 kidnappers on the left and right, and then take the opportunity to create distance and decide the outcome with ninjutsu. After all, I am not good at close combat. However, there is always a difference between ideal and reality. I had planned to stand up with a graceful somersault and then use the body flicker technique to create some distance, but instead I ended up sitting up while holding my waist and groaning, then I used too much force and fell head first onto the bed. Damn, take this, wind-style great breakthrough. Swish, 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 4 seals in 1 second. As the chakra in his mouth gathered, the water bear finally saw the 2 naked robbers. Oh my god! It turned out to be Miss Mia and Miss Yukiko. In an instant, countless memories flooded into his mind like a tide. The water bear had no time to recall the memories. He raised his head and sprayed a whirlwind towards the ceiling. Wow! A violent whirlwind swept in. In an instant, the whole room was like a parking lot that had been hit by a tornado, with bedding and panties flying everywhere. The huge noise also woke up the 2 beauties on the bed, the naked beauties. The water bear then realized that he was not wearing any clothes either. The strong wind gradually died down, and Shui Xiang, Mia and Yukiko stared at each other. The water bear's face suddenly turned red. He covered his lower body and scratched his head in embarrassment. Ms. Mia, Ms. Yukiko, please listen to my explanation. Still calling me Miss? Have you forgotten what you said last night? The hot-tempered Mia didn't even bother to put on her clothes. She put her hands on her hips and shook her chest violently, almost making the water bear faint. What did you say? Water bear replied without thinking, his eyes full of confusion. This short moment was not enough for him to sort out the memories in his mind. Water bear. Mei, who thought that water bear was going to take advantage of her and refused to admit his mistake, suddenly screamed, stood up instantly, and grabbed his ear. It hurts, Mia, please be gentle, let me think about it first. The water bear's ears were stretched so long that its anxious face was distorted, but its 2 bull eyes were still staring straight at Mia's chest. Seeing this, Mia pulled the quilt over her chest. This guy took advantage of her and would never let him even look at her. The headlights were blocked, and the mind that had run away from home came back, and what happened last night gradually emerged in my mind. Wait, let me sort it out. After saying this, regardless of the fact that he was naked, he counted on his fingers and muttered to himself. Yesterday, that BD Ping dragged me by the neck and ran wildly around the village, and finally came to Mia. I thought I was embarrassed and drank a lot of wine, and then Mia told me that someone was willing to marry me. Well, I seemed very happy at that time, and then Mia said that the woman was herself, and I seemed even happier. As he was muttering, Mia, who was listening intently, suddenly interrupted. Yes. You were so happy to hug me at that time. As she spoke, Mia's voice gradually became smaller and her little face turned red. Hug me, said he wanted to marry me, and said he would, definitely treat me well. Hearing this, Water Bear nodded expressionlessly and continued to recall. Then, we made love. In the middle of the night, I wanted to be woken up by Yukiko. When Yukiko heard Mizuki talking about her, she let out a whimper and covered her face. After Yukiko woke me up, I pulled her onto the bed, and then... Later, Mia, you woke up too, and we... As he spoke, the water bear's expression became more and more serious. When the 2 girls saw this, their hearts sank to the bottom. Although it was their first time, they had heard from other sisters that when a man is about to turn against someone, he will have this extremely serious expression. For a moment, sadness surged into the hearts of the 2 women. After Water Bear finished speaking, his expression was extremely serious, and his anxious face made it look even more serious. Suddenly, a loud bang drew the 2 women's attention back. The Water Bear fell down from his seat and knelt heavily on the ground. Masaya! Yukiko! What happened last night? I was wrong. Hearing this, Mia and Yukiko became even more desperate. Not to mention that the man in front of them had shamelessly knelt down to escape responsibility, they had already lost their virginity. Did they really have to make a living by selling their bodies like the lowest level maikos? Boundless hatred surged in their hearts, and just when Missy and Yukiko were ready to die, Mizuki's extremely serious voice rang out again. So, please marry me. Hearing those powerful words, the two girls were immediately pulled back from hell to the human world. No. They should have arrived in heaven. Great happiness immediately enveloped the two women, tears kept dripping down their cheeks, full of happiness. We of you, I do, the voices sounded at the same time. The water bear then raised his head, the seriousness on his face disappeared, the corners of his mouth curled up, and happiness filled his face. At the entrance of Rain Shinobi village, Rinto was wearing a raincoat, carrying his luggage, and chatting with the security guard out of boredom. Ping Jun, why haven't you set off yet? Asked the guard. Rinto smiled, raised his chin, and pointed in the direction of the village. Waiting for someone. Hearing this, the guard smirked, moved closer to Rinto, and asked, Woman? Yes. Rinto nodded, not only a woman, but a great beauty, the kind with curvaceous features. Would you like me to introduce her to you? Upon hearing the term curvy, the guard swallowed subconsciously and shook his head stiffly. No, you should keep it to yourself. No, she is my future wife, she is so beautiful. I was away for 3 years, worried that she would be bullied in the village. Besides, I don't have anyone I know in the village to entrust my care to, and since we have a connection, I want you to help me take care of her. Hearing this, the guard became excited. Ahem, that's not a problem. We are all from the same village, so it's only natural for us to help each other. Right. Rinto agreed and gave a thumbs up. Comrade, you are very conscious. You don't have to take care of her too much. If she's bullied, you can comfort her on my behalf. If she's cold, you can give her some clothes to keep her warm. When I come back, I will reward you handsomely. As he spoke, Rinto's eyes lit up, and he pointed in the direction of the village and said, Look, isn't it coming? The guard was filled with joy and immediately looked in the direction Rinto pointed. There, a water bear with a haggard face and a filthy smile was running towards them. When the guard saw who was coming, his face turned pale and a mouthful of phlegm got stuck in his throat, almost suffocating him to death. This is what you called a beauty. Rinto waved at the water bear and nodded heavily. How about it? Is it to your taste? You must help me take care of him. The guard also reacted, rolled his eyes at Rinto viciously, and walked into the guard room without looking back. At this time, Water Bear had already run closer, and his eyes swept over the guard who rolled his eyes at him, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. What's wrong with him? Water Bear asked curiously, pointing at the guard who walked into the room. It's okay, he's practicing his Byakugan. Baigan. You can also practice bloodline limit. It's hard to say. Who knows? Rinto gently changed the topic, then moved closer to the water bear and whispered. Teacher, were you happy last night? The water bear's expression suddenly became agitated, and a silly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You don't know. Mia is amazing. Yukiko is not bad either. Seeing the water bear's pig-like face, mixed with joy and satisfaction, Rinto knew that good things had been accomplished. And this guy should be just as he expected, brave enough to take responsibility for his actions. Thinking of this, Rinto coughed twice, interrupting the water bear's fantasy. Teacher, now that you have a wife, don't go to Ichiban Street anymore. Save some money and buy a bigger house. That won't do. Things like clarifying one's mind and strengthening one's beliefs must be done often. Shuixiang immediately clenched his fists with a righteous look. Rinto rolled his eyes and thought to himself, do you think the wife I found for you is a vegetarian? Although Yukiko is a weak girl, she is very determined, otherwise why would she climb into your bed in the middle of the night? Missy is an even more powerful character. Although she is not a ninja, can the matters between husband and wife be measured by fighting power? By then, I'm afraid you'll be leaning against the wall every day. Thinking of this, Rintu decided to pour some cold water on this inflated guy. Oh, you have 2 wives, now you are happy. Happy? Water Bear nodded heavily. Hearing this, Rintu sighed, stood on tiptoe, patted the Water Bear's shoulder in an old-fashioned way and said, I feel so bad. Mikako promised me that she would marry me when I grow up. I really don't know when I will grow up. As the Versailles coach, Rintu's sarcastic words made the Water Bear feel uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Mikako is truly someone that no other woman can rival, be it her figure, her looks, or her charm. However, Water Bear had a good attitude and quickly adjusted himself, imitating Rintu's accent and replying. Haha, I have 2. Then, there was a lot of talk about how happy and joyful it was to have so many wives, which the child couldn't understand. Now it was Rintu's turn to feel uncomfortable. After all, as long as you are a man, you want to have the best of both worlds, 3 flowers gathering at the top of your head, 4 sheep bringing good luck, 5 blessings coming to your door, 6 good lucks. Just as Rintu was about to retort, a man with a cold face poked his head out from the distance. Rintu knew that the person who was urging him to leave had arrived. Sighing, Rintu calmly took out an exquisite hourglass from his arms. Teacher, it's getting late. I have to leave. Looking at the scale on the hourglass, Rintu sighed again. Water Bear was talking happily when his smug voice suddenly stopped and the happy expression on his face gradually faded. For a moment, the two fell into a long silence. Suddenly, the Water Bear looked around vigilantly, then took out a palm-sized scroll from somewhere and instantly stuffed it into Rintu's straw raincoat. Use with caution. Water Bear's voice was extremely soft. Hearing this, Rintu gave the Water Bear a complicated look and nodded silently. They looked at each other without saying a word, and silence enveloped the two of them again. Seeing the man with a cold expression getting closer, Rintu forced a smile on his face, reached out from his arms, took out a brass key, and put it into the Water Bear's hand. Teacher, I won't say goodbye. This key is very important to me, please keep it for me. 3 years later, when I come back, remember to return it to me. After saying that, he tightened his backpack, turned around and strode into the rain. It was raining heavily, and the Water Bear stood alone at the entrance of the village. Until Rintu's back gradually disappeared in the rain, he still looked stupidly in the direction Rintu left. Don't worry. I will definitely live until the day you come back. The choked voice was drowned between heaven and earth. The rain fell even faster, falling on the Water Bear's face. It was unclear whether it was water or tears. Walking alone on the road leading to the land of fire outside the village, Rintu sighed softly. He knew about water bears, and he knew even more about Hanzo the Salamander. Hanzo the Salamander is a careful, cautious man who is very powerful but extremely afraid of death. Rintu knew that Hanzo the Salamander was a very suspicious man. He never trusted anyone around him, even his companions. If they threatened his position, he would kill them without mercy. As for the Water Bear, he appears serious at first glance, but is extremely lustful at second glance. Under his mature appearance, he hides a gentle and determined heart. He was rescued from a pile of dead bodies by Hanzo and raised by him when he was young, and he inherited Hanzo's beliefs. Protect the village and the children in the village, and when you die, pass the responsibility of protecting the village to the next generation that has grown up. And Hanzo's act of sending children as spies undoubtedly shattered his own beliefs, as well as Shui Xiong's mindless worship of him. Rintu is worried. Worried that the disillusioned Tarzuna will do something stupid, worried that the suspicious Hanzo of the Salamander will notice something is wrong with Tarzuna, and worried that his only bond with Rain Shinobi village will disappear. So, Rintu arranged everything, selfishly taking advantage of Mizuki's feelings, taking advantage of Masi and Yukiko, and putting him in shackles called love and family. She also handed him the key that symbolized her freedom, hoping that he would protect his life and wait until the day he returned. Love and friendship. Rinnegan put 2 layers of shackles on the water bear. The purpose is to make him protect himself and survive in this world where people eat each other. Moreover, he believed that as long as the water bear did not do anything stupid, he would survive. After all, the reason he rose to the rank of Special Genin was because of his exceptional teaching abilities, and as long as he stayed in the village, Rinnegan believed, he would survive. Chapter 13. Time passed, and 20 days went by in a blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Rinnegan first left the border of the rain country, detoured through the grass country, the water trap country, the iron country, the field country, and made a full circle from the north of the fire country, and finally arrived at the hot spring country located northeast of the fire country. The reason why we go around in so much circles is because Rinnegan is actually an undercover agent, a hidden man, and a traitor. If you enter the fire country from the rain country and enter Konoha village, your background will be checked. When the people of Konoha saw that this guy turned out to be from the rain country, they would definitely think of the paralysis of the rain country's secret system some time ago. Thinking about it this way, the suspicion that Rinnegan is an undercover agent from the rain country becomes much greater. Moreover, the method that Shenda proudly came up with to send children undercover might be seen as just a basic operation by others. By then, Rinnegan will be suspected and sent to the Yamanaka clan, and his secret will be discovered, and everything will be over. It is really like being unable to live or die. The most important thing is that the current Hokage of Konoha is Senju Tobirama, the second-generation member who is known to be the most fond of research. Therefore, Rinnegan would rather take a longer detour than take even a little risk. Walking on the small path of hot spring country, Rinnegan was wearing a straw raincoat, a straw hat, and holding a scroll in his hand, reading it with great interest. It was the palm-sized scroll that the water bear had secretly handed to him. It records a secret technique of Rain Shinobi village, called Nura technique. There is no need to guess. You know that Shui Xiong definitely took a huge risk by giving this scroll of secret techniques to himself. Oh, what a nosy guy! Having said that, the slightly raised corners of his mouth revealed his inner feelings. After putting away the scroll, Rinnegan tightened his backpack and continued on his way. In the distance, where the sky and the earth meet, a wisp of smoke is slowly rising. Hey, good things come in pairs. I've learned the secret technique, and there are people ahead. Finally, I don't have to eat cold dry food anymore. Muttering to himself, Rinnegan quickened his pace, striding towards the direction of the smoke, following the setting sun. As the sun sets, darkness shrouds the earth. The smoke floating in the air is hidden in the darkness and can no longer be seen. However, Rinnegan still found the village with his excellent sense of direction. When Rinnegan was less than a kilometer away from the village, he gradually noticed something strange. This. Looking at the sea of fire in front of him, Rinnegan's brow suddenly frowned, and then he realized what was going on. It turned out that what I saw was not cooking smoke, but the thick smoke billowing from the burning house. It was just because the distance was too far that it looked very thin and was about 70% similar to cooking smoke. Rinnegan, who was quick-witted, soon realized that this was an opportunity. Right now, the village is silent and it seems that there are no living people. If I can replace the children in this disaster-stricken village and make up a reasonable excuse, maybe I can reduce the obstacles to sneaking into Konoha. Rinnegan did it right away. He found a hidden bush, hid his backpack containing dry food and luggage, and walked towards the burning village in a crouching position. Jouasi, secret technique, Nura technique. After completing the seal, Rinnegan waded through the half-man-high grass and slowly moved towards the village. Closer and closer. Suddenly, Rinnegan's gaze towards the village suddenly focused, and his dark pupils shrank into needle points. In the sight, the burning village was littered with corpses, and the bright red blood soaked every inch of the soil. Men, women, the elderly, and children were all killed. The village was not big. In a small open space near the center, 4 people were sitting around a fire, talking and laughing loudly. Among them, Rintu saw a familiar person. He was a kid around 12 years old, and had participated in the tardigrade's undercover training together with Rintu. Rintu once heard by chance that he and another boy about 10 years old would be sent to the Mist Village in the Land of Water. Originally, Rintu was quite friendly to the children in this training class. After all, these children were just victims of politics and war. Now, he doesn't think so anymore. Rintu slowly stood up and walked towards the center of the village step by step. In the light of the fire, Rintu's extremely gloomy face flickered. Soon, Rintu walked to the center of the village and sat down next to the four people with an expressionless face. What was strange was that the four of them had no reaction at all to Rintu's approach. Not only that, whenever their eyes swept across Rintu, it was as if they were just looking at a common stone on the roadside and passing it by. Sitting down slowly, Rintu secretly marveled at the power of the secret technique, neurotechnique, and scanned the faces of the four people. The 12-year-old child Rintu was most familiar with. The remaining three were all ninjas, and Rintu had seen them near Hanzo's office building. At the moment, these three people were not wearing Rain Shinobi's forehead protector, their bodies were covered in blood, and they were chatting and laughing. Although Rintu was angry, he was not going to do anything to these people. After all, this was an era of cannibalism. Killing and being killed are just the most common waves in the long river of time. In front of me, the four people were still talking loudly. Eren, you are young but you learn bad things very quickly. You are even more skillful than me in killing people. At the side, the 12-year-old boy curled his lips. Brother Buzzy, what you said is wrong. The big stupid bear who teaches the secret line course said that you should not be lenient when killing people. I am just following his teachings. Hearing this, Rintu sneered. It is clear that after your identity is discovered, if there is a possibility of preventing it from being exposed, do not be lenient. I'm not asking you to point your knife at defenseless civilians. If Water Bear knew he had a student like this, he would probably be so angry that he would die. Hey! Big Bear! Beside, the conversation continued. The Rain Shinobi named Buji took over the boy's words and said sarcastically. You're still following the teacher's instructions. Did your big stupid bear teacher teach you not to be distracted when killing people? Hearing this, the four people sitting around laughed lasciviously. A ninja nearby also took up the conversation and joked to the boy named Eren, Eren, you've had some meat today. I'm afraid you'll suffocate to death when you get to Kirigakure. There won't be any villages for you to burn and no pretty girls for you to abuse. The three ninjas burst into laughter again. The boy named Eren snorted in dissatisfaction. When I become a ninja of Kirigakure, I will bring my brothers out to continue burning the village. When the time comes, I will burn it openly. What's wrong, is it not possible? Okay, you're the best. Don't forget me when the time comes. But then again, there are a lot of beautiful women in this remote village. That's right. After all, this is the land of hot springs, a place rich in beautiful women. We brothers have made a fortune today. We can play with such a woman. If we put her in the village's flower road, we can earn at least 100,000 taels a night. As they talked, their expressions became more and more vulgar and ugly. However, it's a pity that I didn't get to play with the most beautiful one. Eren smacked his lips. On the side, Buletin-ji sneered. Hey, you still want to play with the most beautiful ones? Let me tell you, only the little wild dolphin is qualified to play with the most beautiful ones. Seeing this, Eren lowered his head in dissatisfaction and muttered, what's the big deal? The adults play with the big ones, can't I play with the small ones? I have to take them all. On the side, listening to what they said, Rintu's face became increasingly gloomy. It seems that these guys not only killed people, but also did a lot of outrageous things. Haha, you are really scum. A somewhat gloomy voice sounded among the four people, which immediately scared them. The next second, the four of them suddenly discovered that a man wearing a straw hat and a straw raincoat appeared among them without anyone noticing. "You? Who are you? Oh? Don't you recognize me so quickly?" Rintu said slowly, taking off the straw hat on his head. "Wish Kong Ping." Aaron's eyes narrowed suddenly, and Rintu's pseudonym came out of his mouth. The other three ninjas reacted one after another. Although they had never seen Rintu, they had heard of the name of Hanzo's apprentice, Zhu Kongping. However, as Kanda's subordinates, they also knew that Rintu was just a very annoying kid who didn't know any ninjutsu. "Didn't you go to the Fire Nation? Why are you here?" Aaron asked bluntly. He was the oldest one in the secret training class, and like in any other school anywhere, older children always had an inexplicable psychological advantage over younger children. Rintu ignored him and instead looked at the other three ninjas with curiosity. "Where is your boss? I have something to discuss with him." "What's the matter?" a ninja asked in a deep voice. The scene where Rintu suddenly appeared just now was really a bit weird, which also made them a little afraid. "Borrow his life. Looking for death." Buladanji, who had a hot temper, had a fierce look in his eyes. "Kid, I don't care who you are. Since we are from the same Rain Shinobi village, you should apologize now. Otherwise, even if Lao Zi kills you, no one will know it was us." Buzzy roared harshly, and his arrogant voice echoed far away in the empty night. "Haha, want to inform that pig? I'll teach you a lesson." As he said this, he clasped his hands together and was about to form a seal. Seeing this, Buzzy threw out a kunao first and roared loudly, "Go! This brat is looking for death." Facing the kunao, Rintu did not dodge or evade. Instead, he clasped his hands together and formed a seal. Magnet style, 1000 machines killing technique. The next second, countless cold glowing senbon burst out from the ninja bag, instantly covering Rintu's surroundings. The magnetic force controlled the light and stealthy senbon, sending it flying at a speed 10 times faster than a thrown kunao. The senbon explosion indiscriminately penetrates everything within range, including Rintu. In an instant, the three Rain Shinobi were unable to dodge and were instantly pierced by countless thousands of swords. In less than a second, 5 people, including Rintu, were pierced all over their bodies. Flash sale. Rintu formed hand seals again, mobilized the magnetic attribute chakra, and took back all the senbon. Looking at the 4 people lying in a pool of blood and twitching in pain, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Everyone, it feels good to be pierced by thousands of arrows." Chapter 14. It was the only house in the village that was not on fire. Boom! With a loud bang, the wooden door of the house instantly exploded into pieces, and the scene inside the house came into Rintu's eyes. The next second, Rintu's already gloomy expression instantly became gloomiest to the extreme. "Beast! Beast! Beast!" Inside the house, the furniture was broken and collapsed, the walls were covered in blood, and in the middle of the room, a shirtless man was slowly turning his head with an abominable pervert laugh on his face. In his hands, a naked woman covered in bloodstains slowly slid down. It could be seen that the woman was extremely beautiful, but now, she was barely breathing and it seemed that she would not live long. Not far from the pervert man, on the only intact chair in the room, a man in civilian clothes was tied tightly to it, his eyes were wide open, the corners of his eyes were torn, blood was constantly flowing from the corners of his eyes, and his entire eyeball was full of blood red. He was dead. Rintu could confirm that he was dead, even without a single wound on his body, he was dead. "Hey, isn't this Zhu Kangping-kun? Long time no see, I say hello to you on behalf of Lord Shende." He, the man with a pervert smile on his face kicked the woman away, turned around and stared at Rintu. Rintu didn't say anything, the scenes before him continued to challenge his sanity. At this moment, when Rintu was extremely angry, a string suddenly broke in his mind. The next second, an extremely evil spell appeared in his mind. Rintu lowered his head, the corners of his mouth slowly raised. "It's really, you came just in time." As Rintu spoke, the little wild dolphin disappeared in an instant. Behind Rintu, the figure of the little wild dolphin appeared. In an instant, a huge force came, and a kunai was inserted straight into Rintu's heart. Ouch! I haven't felt pain in a long time. The heart that had just grown out was pierced again. Behind him, the little wild boar took a step back, with a playful smile on his face, and frivolously flicked the handle of the kunai with his hand. "Boy, it seems that you haven't learned the essence of Hanzo-sama." Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Rintu slowly turned around, his mouth opened wide, revealing his white teeth stained with blood. Is that so? Then, teach me, what is the essence of Hanzo-sama?" Rintu stammered, stumbling towards the little dolphin step by step. Subconsciously, the little wild dolphin wanted to leave, but Rintu knew clearly that he had been stabbed in the heart and was doomed to die. The cruel little wild boar slowly stopped making seals and said jokingly, like a cat playing with a mouse. "Haha, you are Hanzo-sama's disciple. You are such a loser. Today, as you are dying, I will show mercy and teach you a lesson." "That's good. Besides being very strong, the most admirable thing about Hanzo-sama is that he goes all out when dealing with trash like you, leaving no chance for a weakling like you." The little wild dolphin said proudly, but his eyes were fixed on Rintu's lowered head. Suddenly, the pervert wanted to appreciate Rintu's annoyed expression before his death. He reached out, just as the little wild dolphin was about to strangle Rintu's neck. Swish! A beam of knife light flashed by. The little wild boar was worthy of being a genin. His reaction speed was much faster than the previous four guys. In just a blink of an eye, he dodged the kunai swung by Rintu. When it reappeared, the little wild dolphin was back in the center of the room, as if nothing had happened. However, a long wound on his face meant that all this was not an illusion. It also meant that Rintu's knife, which was sure to hit the target, missed. The little wild dolphin still stared at Rintu, and his right hand slowly touched his face. "Blood! You made me bleed! Ahihihi! You made me bleed! It's really good! A piece of trash that is not even a genin! It's really good! Come on! Let me see your struggle again! I love your dying struggle so much!" The little wild dolphin was dancing crazily, its big eyes filled with bloodthirsty red light. "Haha, I'll let you see it right away." Rintu's deep voice sounded, and the burning fire cast a thick shadow on his face. Puff! A large mouthful of blood spurted out. The next second, Rintu's head suddenly raised up, and his white teeth flashed a sinister cold light in his grinning mouth. While Rintu was staggering towards the little wild boar, he had already prepared a bright red formation painted with his own blood under his feet. The circle drawn with bright red blood encloses the triangle formed with bright red blood. Rintu slowly raised his hand, and in the puzzled look of the little wild boar, he gently licked the bloodline on the kunai. Not good. The madness on the little wild boar's face suddenly disappeared, and at that moment, a strange connection connected the two bodies. Instant body. Just as the little wild pig was about to form a seal, he felt a sharp pain in his left wrist and the circulation of chakra in his body stopped. Looking down, I saw a deep wound on my wrist that I didn't know when it appeared. Not far away, Rintu held a kunai in his right hand and stabbed it heavily on his left wrist. A voice so cold that it could freeze one's heart slowly sounded. "Curse, death by blood! A hole, damn kid, I'm going to chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." At this moment, the little wild boar no longer had the madness on its face. In its eyes, which were originally full of mockery, there was actually a hint of fear. Pulling out a kunai, the little wild boar rushed towards Rintu. He was confident that even if he couldn't perform ninjutsu, this little brat would not be his match. Of course, he was overthinking it. In terms of physical skills alone, he might not be Rintu's opponent. As for why Rintu didn't use physical skills against him, it was simply because Rinto wanted to get his blood. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Before the little wild boar could take 2 steps, blood spurted out from its heel. Bang! The little wild dolphin fell heavily to the ground. His eyes quickly swept across his heels and turned to look at Rinto. Rinto was seen sitting cross-legged on the magic circle, with the sharp kunai cutting his tendons. Seeing this, the little wild dolphin knew that he had been tricked. The smile on his face completely disappeared, and his little eyes were filled with fear. Ping, Ping kun! Don't kill me, spare my life, for we are all from Rain Shinobi village, for Hanzo-sama's sake, spare me. Before he could finish his beg for mercy, the little wild boar lying on the ground swung its intact right hand violently, and the kunai instantly flew through the air and hit Rinto in the face. Rinto raised his eyebrows, sneered, and raised his right hand calmly to block the flying kunai. Puchi! The kunai pierced into the flesh of his arm. Here, Rinto imitated the little wild boar's previous action and flicked the kunai handle on his arm. On the opposite side, the little wild dolphin was holding its arm that was bleeding continuously, howling like a pinned-down domestic pig and rolling on the ground in pain. That's just the beginning, Haiden. Watch out, this is how the death god uses blood. As he spoke, he pulled out a senbon from his ninja bag with his right hand and stabbed it into the tip of his left index finger. In front of him, the little wild porpoise wailed for a while, and then a huge and tragic howl that blew off the roof suddenly rang out. The guy was seen covering his index finger, kneeling on the ground, and BG his head on the ground desperately. Perhaps the wailing was too loud. The dying woman lying on the ground in the middle of the room slowly raised her head and bit her pale, bloodless lips tightly. Her eyes, looking at the little wild boar, were shining with the satisfaction of revenge. Looking at this dying woman, Rinto's expression slowly softened. Don't worry, Rinto was about to say I will help you get revenge when his voice was interrupted by the screams of the little wild porpoise. Damn, can't you just stop screaming? Rinto cursed unhappily, his voice once again drowned out by the loud screams. Hey! I can't cure you. As he said this, he inserted the kunai into his mouth and twisted it vigorously a few times. Pa! Rinto's tongue and the little dolphin's tongue fell to the ground at the same time. The world finally became quiet. Ha 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 ha! Even though the little wild boar was in so much pain that he wanted to kill himself, he couldn't make a sound. The 3-second rule. The 3-second rule. Rinto muttered to himself, picked up his tongue from the ground and put it into his mouth. After a long while, Rinto cleared his throat and spoke to the dying woman. Woman, he is your enemy, what do you say we should do? Hearing this, the woman's eyes suddenly lit up, and she actually struggled and trembled to her feet. Hands, fingers. A hoarse voice sounded. Like this. Rinto raised his knife and cut off 5 fingers of his left hand cleanly. At the same time, the 5 fingers of the little wild boar's left hand fell off, and blood gushed out. The damn guy covered his palm with his hands, and his nose and tears gushed out in pain. The woman looked at the little wild boar that was collapsing in pain, her teeth grinding. Rinto put a pill into his mouth while connecting his fingers, and said calmly, continue. The woman's gaze slowly moved to the crotch of the little wild boar. Rinto felt a chill in his crotch and his head shook like a rattle. No, this won't work. Although he had been cut off before at the evil cult base, Rinto would never try this operation a second time. Forget it, I can't hold on any longer, please kill him. A hoarse voice sounded. Okay. Rinto nodded, and resolutely stabbed the kunai in his hand into his heart. Puff. Finally it is quiet and clean. Chapter 15. Rinto glanced at the stiff body of the little wild boar, stood up silently and left the magic circle under his feet. Take off the straw raincoat and the cloak underneath. Rinto remained silent, walked up to the naked woman, took the cloak, and wrapped her body. I'm sorry. There is such a scum in the village. The woman turned her head weakly, looked at Rintu's young face, and shook her head with difficulty. "It's not your fault, kid." Rintu turned his head away and said nothing. At this moment, he was a little afraid of the woman's gaze. He stretched out his hands, picked up the gasping woman, walked to the man tied to the chair, carefully put the woman down, and untied the rope on the man. The man's body was cold, his joints were extremely stiff, and he remained sitting. Rintu sighed and used brute force to straighten the man's body and lay him flat next to the woman. After doing all this, Rintu no longer looked at the man and woman lying side by side on the ground. He slowly stood up, walked to the body of the little wild dolphin, and left the house with his body. Give this woman some time to say goodbye. After all, her life had come to an end. In the room, the woman slowly turned her head and looked at her husband, at his eyes that could never close. From the corners of his eyes, tears kept dripping down his temples like streams. The woman's red and swollen hands reached out to her husband's hand slowly and resolutely, and finally, she held it tightly, never to separate again. Outside the door, Rintu was handling the follow-up with an expressionless face. He wanted everyone to know that this tragedy was committed by the people of Rain Shinobi village. The bodies of the villagers, who had either been abused or killed, were dragged out from each room and neatly placed in the open space in the middle of the village. They also bent the knees of the little wild boar's corpse and made the culprit kneel down in front of the villager's corpse. Afterwards, the remaining 4 bodies were treated in the same way, being made to kneel neatly in a row. Rintu pulled off several people's shirts and took out a large-sized senbon. Using 1,000 books as pens and the back of the little wild dolphin as paper, Rintu wrote with a serious expression and concentration. Little Wild Pig, Rain Shinobi Village Jainin, a subordinate of the Salamander Keita. Secretly carried out Hands of the Salamander's backdoor plan and helped Eren infiltrate Kirigakure. He led 3 men to massacre 103 villagers in the village of Tang Country. His behavior was brutal and against the will of heaven. At the moment when Rintu wrote these words, his tongue suddenly became extremely hot, and the curse on it was activated. In the blink of an eye, countless black threads burst out from the tongue, densely packed, and shot straight into his head, riddled with holes. After the black thread shot out of Rintu's head, its power did not decrease and it shot out in all directions again until it disappeared into the night. After an unknown amount of time, Rintu, who had been gritting his teeth without making any sound, raised his head slowly with a distorted expression, revealing his scarred and extremely hideous face. Reaching out to wipe away the brain matter coming out of his nostrils, Rintu looked at the back of the little wild dolphin with gritted teeth. "Damn, this hurts so much. This is what it feels like to have your brain scrambled. I'll remember this, Hands of the Salamander. Sancho Keita." But even so, Rintu still picked up the fallen senbon tremblingly and moved behind Eren with difficulty. Eren, Rain Shinobi Village hidden player, 12 years old. In the secret plan, he will sneak into the water country Kirigakure as a war orphan. Participated in the massacre, defilement, and burning of villagers and villages. Afterwards, Rintu wrote the culprits of the entire plan, as well as the specific numbers, on the backs of the remaining 3 people. He wants to let the entire ninja world know what kind of person Hands of the Salamander, Sancho Kanda, of Rain Shinobi Village is. Even if this plan greatly increased the possibility of his being exposed, even if writing down the information would cause the curse to be activated and make him suffer unbearable pain, he would not hesitate. If he didn't do this, he would feel guilty. After all, he is still a time traveler, with his own bottom line and conscience, and he cannot turn a blind eye to such inhumane behavior. After finishing all this, Rintu stood up and, according to the ninja knowledge taught by Mizuki, calmly erased all traces of his existence. Finally, he returned to the house that had tormented him. Faint sobbing sounds could be heard from inside the house, and the crying was filled with hesitation and confusion. Rintu paused, then opened the door. With a slight squeak, the crying stopped abruptly. Inside the house, a child with soot all over his face turned his head abruptly. His big tearful eyes were filled with fear and vigilance. "You, don't come over here." The child held a kunao in both hands, which he had picked up from somewhere, and held it clumsily in front of him, baring his teeth like a wounded animal, trying hard to show his ridiculous ferocity. "Li Yi, no. Don't be rude to your benefactor." The woman lay on the ground, raised her hand with difficulty and held down the child's arm. Rintu ignored the still extremely nervous child and strode to the woman, quickly squatting down. With the faint firelight outside the door, Rintu's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Normally, this woman should have died long ago, but she actually survived until now. If Rintu's immortality is entirely due to his special physique, then this woman has survived until now thanks to her ultimate perseverance. Seeing this, Rintu also fell silent. "Benefactor, what is your name?" The woman's hoarse voice sounded, pulling Rintu's scattered attention back. "Rintu, I call out Rintu." Hearing this, the woman's stiff face slowly showed a gentle smile. "Rintu-kun, do you have a last name?" Subconsciously, a figure appeared in Rintu's mind, the water bear. That was the first time they met. The serious-looking water bear nodded the rain shinobi forehead protector on his head, with a hint of solemnity on his mature face. "Nice to meet you. My name is Sakuta Mizukuma, Rain Shinobi Special Jainin. You can call me teacher or Mizukuma." Thinking of this, Rintu blurted out instinctively. "Shuo Fang. My last name is Shuo Fang, Shuo Fang Rintu, please give me your guidance." The woman nodded imperceptibly, took the child's hand, and looked at her with eyes full of reluctance and love. "Li Yi, my child, from now on, you will be called Shuo Fang Li Yi." As he said that, he grabbed Li's hand and placed it on Rintu's hand in a somewhat rough manner. "Rintu-kun, please give your daughter Ri your orders." As he spoke, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, not giving Rintu any chance to regret or hesitate. On the small hill outside the village, the warm afternoon sun shines and the breeze blows through the green grass. In front of a small grave mound, two figures, one big and one small, stood in front of the grave. "Go and say goodbye to your father and mother." Rintu gently pushed Li's shoulder. Li Yi nodded and gently placed a bunch of red and white wildflowers in front of the tombstone. Tears welled up in her red eyes. After a long silence, Rintu stepped forward and gently stroked Li Yi's head. "Let's go." Xiao Li nodded sensibly, stretched out her chubby little hand, held Rintu's hand, and walked towards the distance, looking back every 3 steps. Chapter 16. On the winding forest path, a large caravan was walking forward. Behind the caravan, a large group of ragged children followed the caravan members. They were of different ages, the oldest was about 15 or 16 years old, and the youngest was only 3 or 4 years old. They took difficult steps and followed the caravan with difficulty. Although they looked pale and thin, not a single child was left behind. They supported each other, the older ones protected the younger ones, and they moved forward firmly and tenaciously. They are orphans of the land of hot springs, orphans who have lost their parents. Ever since the death of the ninja god, Hokage Senju Hashirama of Konoha village, the entire ninja world seems to have fallen into a strange calm. Although the 5 major villages maintain peace on the surface, countless conspiracies are brewing in secret. The trigger for all this was the loss of information about Rain Shinobi village some time ago. Hanzo the Salamander, who lost important intelligence, not only sent out a group of young undercover agents including Rintu, due to his lack of security, he also sent out a large number of ninjas to the border of the Rain country. This directly led to the 3 major countries of fire, wind, and earth bordering the Rain country all making significant moves. Although Rain Shinobi village, a small Rain country, is not taken seriously by the 5 major countries, the restless second Hokage still took this opportunity to attack Kirigakure, the water country. The second Hokage believed that the Rain Shinobi village was under the control of Kirigakure and was preparing to launch a sneak attack on the land of Earth. The Earth and Water nations have a long history of grievances, the earliest conflict of which can be traced back to before Sengoku, when anyone who farted could be falsely accused by the other side of releasing a poison gas bomb. When the Mist Village saw the land of Earth throwing dirty water on them, they simply didn't bother to explain. Second Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu said, "I don't want to argue with you anymore, come on, let's fight." The two countries tacitly sent a large number of ninjas to gather in the land of hot springs and the land of fields between the two countries. When big countries fight, small countries suffer. Second Raikage, seeing that the two countries were fighting vigorously, immediately slammed the table to express his dissatisfaction. "You, the seemingly honest second Hokage, are so disloyal for not even calling Big Brother Cloud Shinobi to join the fight." So he decisively launched a surprise attack and declared war on Konoha. In this way, 4 of the 5 major countries fought a life and death battle in the narrow and tiny land of Tang Kingdom. Fortunately, the ninjas of the 4 major countries are generally of high quality, and they did not act inhumanely against civilians like the Rain Shinobi village. However, as anyone who has used ninjutsu knows, its power is far beyond the tolerance of this era. Here, accidentally, a fire style burned down the house. There, accidentally, a water style flooded the village. In this way, a large number of war orphans emerged through the interaction. And because the hot spring ninja village in the land of hot springs has always been tolerant and generous, and values peace, they simply sealed off the village, with outsiders not allowed to enter and insiders not allowed to leave. The orphans were also dumbfounded. In the land of water, there is a lot of water. Without a boat, you can only swim across. In the land of thunder, the mountains are high and the roads are dangerous. The altitude is also very high, and you have to gasp for breath after walking 2 steps. Therefore, the Fire Nation, which has many trees, became the first choice for a large number of orphans to escape. And this caravan is a microcosm of countless fleeing children. Fortunately, the escort ninjas in the caravan belonged to Konoha, and the quality of Konoha's ninjas was still acceptable. Although he did not take care of these orphans intentionally, he still accepted the fact that they followed him. Occasionally, there would be beautiful female ninjas who would kindly give some food to these children. At the front of the caravan, Rinto was carrying a backpack as tall as a person and chatting with a boy dressed as a merchant. "Nibongi, didn't you say we could reach Konoha this afternoon? It's already noon, why haven't we seen any sign of Konoha village yet? What's the hurry?" "Rinto, I'm not exaggerating. I've walked this road from Unokuni to Konoha countless times. If I say we'll arrive in the afternoon, we definitely won't arrive in the evening. You still call me uncle? You are a uncle at the age of 12? Have you grown all your hair yet?" Rinto glanced at Nibongi, who was speaking with certainty, and rolled his eyes speechlessly. "I don't know who boasted last time that there were huge statues of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End. I ran over excitedly to take a look, and saw 2 bald heads staring at each other. Cough cough." Nibongi staggered and almost fell. "A whole Rinto. That was delayed by the war. Otherwise it would have been repaired long ago. Hee. Rinto smiled contemptuously. "If you fool me again, I will tell Miss Yuriko that you peeped at her bathing yesterday." "Don't." Nibongi quickly covered Rinto's mouth, and his childish face turned red with embarrassment. Boys aged 12 or 13 are just beginning to fall in love. They are shy but also bold. What they fear most is having their secrets exposed by others. Just when Nibongi was about to beg for mercy, a mature and deep voice sounded behind him. "Nibongi, you're bullying Rinto-kun again." "I didn't." Nibongi shouted subconsciously, turned his head angrily, and shouted unconvinced. "Dad! It was Rinto who bullied me. I didn't see that. I only saw you bullying Rinto-kun." At this time, Rintu also turned around with a shy smile on his face. He said to the white-haired but still strong caravan boss, "Uncle Kato, it's okay, Nibangi and I were just joking." Hearing this, Nibangi rolled his eyes and muttered quietly, "A whole Rintu, you just act dumb and fool the old man." Seeing that his youngest son was still unconvinced, Mr. Kato rubbed his brows tiredly and ignored him. Looking up at the sunlight shining through the trees, Kato turned and greeted the caravan behind him. "Stop moving forward and have a rest for lunch. Everyone, work hard and we will arrive in Konoha in the afternoon. Then, I will treat everyone to a barbecue." As soon as he finished speaking, the guys shouted with joy, unloaded the heavy packages on their backs, walked to the side of the road to sit down, and took out some dry food. At the back of the caravan, the children who were staggering forward also stopped moving forward, and their eager eyes were cast towards a little girl in the center of the crowd. The girl was about 4 or 5 years old. She wore black cropped pants and a sky blue pullover. Although the clothes were a bit big, they looked very clean and tidy compared to the shabby linen clothes of the other children around her. Moreover, the girl's chubby face and fleshy little hands formed a sharp contrast with the children around her. "Big sister Li Yi, do you have any food?" In the crowd, a girl with a dirty face asked timidly. The other children also nodded and looked at the mini backpack on Li Yi's back with longing. Hearing this, Li Yi tilted her head slightly and looked behind her, with a very playful and cute little face. I have to count." The clear childish voice touched every child's heart. As she spoke, Li Yi walked to the side of the road, took off her backpack in a cute and clumsy manner, unbuttoned it, and took out a small white bag. He kept mumbling to himself. "There are 21 of us. Yesterday morning, there were 31 ration pills in the bag. We ate 21 yesterday. As the little girl counted, she started counting on her fingers. 1, 2, there are 10, 11 left." After saying that, he opened the small package and counted the pills one by one. "Hey? There's one less. There are only 10 left. No. It's not enough." Li Yi stood up suddenly, pouting her little mouth. In the crowd, the children's eyes gradually dimmed. For so many days, they have been relying on the little girl in front of them. Although they are ashamed, they are powerless in the face of hunger. "I don't want it. It's no big deal to be hungry for a day. Big sister Li Yi. Give the rest to me, Izzy and the others," a boy shouted. "Yes, for girls." The other older boys also said that they didn't need it, as they would be arriving in Konoha this afternoon anyway. However, they had no idea whether they would be able to eat enough when they arrived in Konoha. If Konoha village doesn't provide them with food, the ration pill they received yesterday will be their last meal for the next few days. "Sister Li Yi, although it may be unreasonable for me to say this, please give the rest to the younger children." A girl named Meiko also stood up. It can be seen that she was very eager for the little dumpling in Li Yi's hand, but she still resolutely chose to give the opportunity to the younger child. Seeing everyone swallowing their saliva and giving in to each other, Li Yi's cute little face wrinkled. "I'll go and ask my brother for help." A crisp voice interrupted the children's retreat. "Don't go," Miiza said hurriedly. "Sister Li Yi, have you forgotten the last time you were scolded by that guy?" As she said that, Yazi glanced at the front of the caravan in fear. The other children echoed. "Big sister, you'd better not go. It's okay for us to go hungry for a day, but if you get scolded, we will be so ashamed that we die." Seeing everyone looking at her with concern, Li Yi suddenly felt a little embarrassed, her face slightly red, her toes rubbing the ground, and she said shyly. "Brother, he criticized me last time because I made a mistake in calculations, not because I went to ask for Bingliang pills." On the side, Yazi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Then, you just calculated wrong. Obviously, she knows that 31-21 equals 10, which is not equal to 11. Maybe brother didn't hear it. Li Yi pouted, looking like she had done something wrong but was still being stubborn. Never mind, I'll go get it. With a loud shout, Li Yi put on her small school bag and skipped to the front of the team. The people in the caravan all responded with gentle smiles to this kind and lovely girl who was as good as an angel. If it weren't for her and her brother, the children behind would not have been able to catch up with the caravan intact, and would not have had the physical strength to hold on until now. Although they can't do it, it doesn't stop them from responding with goodwill. On the side of the road, a short-haired girl with an innocent look and wearing a ninja costume waved to Li Yi who was running towards her. Are you looking for Rinto-kun again? Li Yi nodded and smiled sweetly at the girl in front of her. Yes, I'll go find my brother. Sister Yuriko, you look even better today. Really? I guess it's because of the hot spring bath yesterday. Yuriko smiled. By the way, why didn't Li come yesterday? Hearing this, a trace of panic flashed across Li Yi's face. That's right. My brother tested me on math yesterday. So I didn't come. The fact is, last night, Rinto brought Rai to help Nabongi keep watch, and Nabongi took the opportunity to peek at Yuriko taking a bath. Thinking of this, Li Yi secretly looked at Yuriko in front of her, and a smug look flashed across her eyes. Humph! Mom is much prettier than you, and I, the big sister Li Yi, will be as beautiful as Mom in the future and make my brother crazy about me, hee. Thinking of this, Li Yi stopped paying attention to her defeated sister, apologized politely, and trotted towards Rinto. She did not forget that her younger brothers were still starving. Li Yi trotted over to Rinto. At this moment, Rinto was leaning against a big tree with his eyes closed. Li Yi stretched out her little hand, shook Rinto's knee, and leaned close to his ear. Brother, stop pretending, you don't need to sleep. Hearing this, Rinto slowly opened his eyes, rolled his eyes without disguising himself, and reached out to tap the little girl's forehead hard. Where's your brain? Where's your brain? Think before you speak. Rinto said in a frustrated tone. I know. Li Yi covered her forehead with both hands and pouted her lips. Brother, the dumplings you gave me are so delicious. I've eaten them all. Give me some more. Okay. Rinto nodded expressionlessly, reached out and took out a handful of military ration pills from a backpack as tall as a person, and held it in his hand. By the way, Li, I have a question for you. At this moment, Li Yi was staring at the Bing Liangguan in Rinto's hand with longing. When she heard Rinto had a question, she nodded subconsciously. What's 31 minus 21? Li Yi was dumbfounded. It seemed that her brother already knew that he had made a mistake. Seeing Rinto staring at her with a smile, Li Yi subconsciously took a step back, blinking her big eyes, trying to get away with it. In response, Rinto shook his head firmly and smiled even more brightly. Okay, I'll do the math. Seeing that her cuteness had no effect, Li Yi sighed and started counting clumsily on her fingers. 1 2 3. I know, it's equal to 9. Yes. It's 9. Looking at the little guy in front of him looking around with a smug look, Rinto almost vomited blood 10 meters away. A hole. Rinto stood up quickly. You are the offspring of a blacksmith, but 31 minus 21 equals 9. Where did the remaining one go? Are you trying to PS me off to death? The little girl stiffened her neck and stared at Rinto without giving in. That equals 8. I'm so PD, it's even worse. It's 11. Damn it, you're making me so angry. Today I'm going to give you a good beating on behalf of your mother. Don't run away. For a while, there was chaos. After a long while, Li Yi's face turned slightly red, and she rushed into the group of children, panting and holding a handful of pills. Rinto covered his eyes and sat back under the tree, wanting to cry but unable to. This is a good child, usually so well behaved, how come he becomes like this when learning math? Is it true that when a father doesn't teach his children, they are kind and filial, but when he teaches them, the family becomes chaotic? However, seeing Lily distributing the military ration pills among the children with a serious look on her face, Rintu's distress suddenly dissipated. I remember that the little girl couldn't sleep all night and hid in her sleeping bag, crying. Now, at least there is no gloom on his little face anymore. He will smile happily occasionally and has made friends with a lot of children of the same age. Thinking of this, he looked up at the sky. There, Li's mother seemed to be smiling at him. Rintu sighed and smiled bitterly. You really are causing me trouble. Chapter 17. Soon, they arrived at Konoha. There was no tall red wall as they remembered, and the village was not that huge. On the Hokage rock, there were only two stern-looking portraits. First High Priest, Senju Hashirama. Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Looking at the Hokage rock in the distance, although I have accepted the fact that I traveled through time too early, I still feel a little unwilling. It is now the 18th year of Konoha. Oh my god, don't even mention Prince Naruto. Even the prince's mother, Uzumaki Kushina, is waiting in some little loli's belly. However, looking at the village full of vitality, my mood unconsciously improved a lot. Compared to Rain Shinobi Village, Konoha's environment is really great. Bright sunshine, cool breeze, lush trees, and unique and beautiful buildings. And 8 inner gates technique. For Rintu, the 8 inner gates technique can maximize the advantage of his immortality. Unlike Haiden in the original work, Rintu's immortality is even more unreasonable. His cells are extremely aggressive, and at the same time, have an extremely strong tendency to self-repair and divide, especially when injured. That's why he was able to reattach his finger without stitches. At the same time, he can practice without caring about his life, and the more weight he can carry, the better, without having to worry about hurting his body. Finally, with the addition of the 8 inner gates technique, this blessing will reach an extremely terrifying level. The most important thing is that Rintu doesn't have to worry about opening the death door and dying. This is also the reason why he is determined to obtain the 8 inner gates technique. Thinking about his next move, Rintu took Li's hand and followed the caravan towards Konoha. At the entrance of the village, 4 ninja guards were carefully checking the identities of people entering the village. Mr. Kato stepped forward, reported the number of people in the caravan, the goods transported by the caravan and accepted inspection. Just then, a ninja with a fan symbol tattooed on his left arm pointed at the children behind the caravan and asked, "What about them? They are also members of the caravan." Mr. Kato was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. "No, they are orphans from the land of soup." "Orphan? Can an orphan walk all the way from the land of hot springs to Konoha?" The ninja guard obviously didn't believe it. If you are a ninja, it only takes 2 days to travel between Unokuni and Konoha. If you are an ordinary person, it may take as much as a week. Looking at the pale and skinny appearance of these children, it is obvious that they cannot be ninjas. And they didn't have any luggage, so how could they run around for a week without eating or drinking? The ninja guard suddenly thought of something that happened a few days ago. In the land of hot springs, a village was massacred innocently. According to news from the front line, the scene was simply horrific. What puzzled the 5 major countries was that after the murderers of the village were killed, they all knelt in front of a huge grave with their crimes engraved on their backs. And the not-so-clever conspiracy of Rain Shinobi Village. Thinking of this, the ninja guard looked at the children with a wary look in his eyes. "Mito, go and make an announcement. Tell them that a large number of orphans have appeared at the entrance of the village." Rintu mingled among the caravan members and watched the actions of the ninja guards coldly. Although the character he played was also an orphan, he did not need to be examined with the group of children. As early as in the land of hot springs, Rintu joined the caravan as a clerk. Not only that, he also deliberately got close to the caravan boss Mr. Kato and his youngest son Nibangi, and took this opportunity to tell his forged origins and identity to this colleague in Konoha. Simply put, Mr. Kato is an undercover agent of Konoha, and he is not a very professional one. After all, his job only required him to travel back and forth between major countries, do business, and collect some simple intelligence. Rintu, who had undergone professional undercover training, confirmed Mr. Kato's identity the first time he met him. Rintu also believed that his information would appear in the hands of Konoha intelligence team as soon as possible. Soon, several ninjas came from the village and took the children away. I believe that Konoha will come up with a proper solution. After all, this is Konoha. Rintu had no intention of interfering, and his assistance along the way was only out of interest. After completing the registration, Rintu took Li's hand and followed the caravan into Konoha village. Secretly, he felt at least 10 eyes scanning him and Li Yi, but Rintu didn't care. His infiltration plan was perfect. Because he had no intention of carrying out Hanzo the Salamander's orders. At most, he would just send some insignificant intelligence every month. I believe that Hanzo the Salamander would not really pin his hopes on these children. After all, he is Hanzo the Salamander, the demigod of the ninja world. A being that no one trusts. Anyway, Rintu treated this undercover mission as a simple public trip. With a relaxed and happy mood, Rintu bid farewell to Mr. Kato and the reluctant Nibangi and walked towards the center of Konoha. He planned to take Li Yi to the Hokage building to register, otherwise, he would have to stay in Konoha for a short time like the others in the caravan. But this also means that he is likely to be interviewed. The busy street was crowded with people. Li Yi, who had never been so far away, was like a curious baby, wanting to see this and taste that. Just be patient for a while. I'll buy it for you once I've finished my business. Hearing this, Li Yi nodded obediently, her big eyes full of anticipation. Soon, the Hokage building arrived. It was a magnificent 3-story circular building with flame-red exterior walls. Stop! Kid, this is the Hokage building. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures instantly appeared in front of Rintu, all wearing black vests and animal masks. They were obviously the Konoha Assassination Tactics Special Forces founded by second generation. Hearing this, Rintu stood still and said, "Sorry to bother you, is this where I can apply for Konoha village citizenship?" "Yes." Anbu, who was standing in the middle, nodded and then asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" Rintu's eyes twitched and he complained in his heart. "Nonsense, of course it's to apply for identity, is it just for show?" Without showing any emotion, Rintu explained expressionlessly, "I am indeed busy. I need to apply for a Konoha identity. Tagu, take these 2 brats to the intelligence squad." Local dog, Rintu-kan, what a unique nickname. However, Anbu, nicknamed dog, didn't think anything of it. He waved to Rintu and Rai and walked into the gate. Soon, the 2 were taken to the intelligence squad on the first floor of the Hokage building. Rintu was not curious, nor did he look around, fully portraying the appearance of a precocious boy who had experienced great changes. On the contrary, Li Yi touched and looked at everything carefully like a curious baby. 4 years old and 7 years old, although there is only a 3-year difference, but in the world of Hokage ninja, there is a world of difference. During the Sengoku period, a 7-year-old child might have to go to the battlefield, but a 4-year-old child didn't, and that was the biggest difference. Likewise, Konoha, which had been out of Sengoku for less than 20 years, was much more defensive against Rintu than against Rai. "You go in and wait here with me, Before Tagu could finish his words, Li Yi had already hidden behind Rintu and screamed. "No! I don't want to leave my brother. I won't go to Li Yi's place. I will just follow my brother." It can be seen that she really doesn't dare to stay with strange men, especially adult men. After all, that incident hurt her too much. I'm sorry. Rintu protected Li Yi with an apologetic look on his face. My sister is in a special situation. Can I let her come with me? She's only 4 years old. Hearing this, Tu Go looked at the brother and sister, who were not even adults yet, and shook his head mercilessly. Sorry, that's the rule. Seeing this, Rintu sighed, took Li's hand, turned around and was about to leave. The role he plays now is a precocious boy who takes on everything for his sister. If his sister is separated from him, his character will be ruined. Moreover, he didn't want Li Yi to stay with the local dog, not because he was worried about Li Yi's safety, but because he was worried about her mental state. Over the past week, he racked his brains, asking Li Yi to give food to the orphans and teach her all kinds of knowledge, just to help her get rid of the psychological trauma she had before. Now, there was no way he could let Li Yi recall her previous fear. In that case, I'm sorry to have wasted your time. Please take us out. Tegu didn't expect Rintu's reaction to be so big. Although the 7-year-old boy still looked indifferent, he was really surprised that he left without saying a word. This boy, doesn't he know that Konoha village is the safest village in the ninja world? Can't they just be apart for a while? And Rintu's answer is, no. Although Li Yi's mother's original words were, my little girl Li Yi, please give me your orders. But when it comes to Rintu, it automatically becomes, Rintu, I'm leaving it to you. Seeing Rintu was about to leave, Tegu was silent for a moment, and did not dare to violate the rules, so he led Rintu away. At this moment, a steady voice suddenly sounded at the end of the passage. Dog, let them in. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man with black hair and a neat hairstyle walked out. Lord Sarutobi. The dog stood up straight. Sarutobi? Which Sarutobi? The only Sarutobi who can freely enter and exit the Hokage building and understand the title of Anbu at this time is probably Sarutobi Hiruzen, the disciple of second-generation Senju Tobirama. In an instant, Rintu's heart tightened. This is not a simple guy. After all, the fact that he was accepted as a disciple by Senju Tobirama and was designated as Hokage shows that this guy is extremely capable. Although he was in turmoil, Rintu was a professional undercover agent after all, so he did not show any emotion on his face and turned to look at the local dog beside him. Mr. Dog, is that okay? Dogu nodded immediately, jokingly. The Lord Sarutobi in front of him was actually the direct disciple of Lord Senju Tobirama. The most important thing is that at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Captain General of Anbu and his immediate superior. The door opened with a creak. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked into the slightly dim room with Rintu and Li. In the room, a chair was placed alone in the middle of the room. In front of the chair, behind a wide wooden table, was the third brother's chair. It was a standard interrogation room decoration. Please take a seat. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed to the lone chair in the middle of the room. Suddenly, Rintu felt Li Yi beside him tremble violently, and he subconsciously looked around. I saw Li Yi holding her own hand, her body shaking uncontrollably, her two beautiful big eyes completely covered with a shadow, staring at the chair in the middle of the room, her face full of fear. Damn it! Rintu's scalp suddenly went numb and a huge sense of guilt suddenly surged in his heart. This dim environment and the lonely chair are so similar to the scene that night. Rintu remembered that Rai had fainted behind the chair where his father was sitting. Before she could react, Rintu attacked instantly and hit Rai on the back of the head with his knife. The next second, Li's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Rintu reached out and held Li tightly in his arms. Then, he instinctively looked around and met Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughtful eyes. Oh no! Rintu's heart skipped a beat, knowing that things were getting serious. I was too anxious just now and forgot to control my reaction speed and attack speed. This small flaw is a huge loophole in the eyes of a strong man like Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, I am only a 7-year-old child. How can I have such reaction ability and strength control ability without systematic training? Damn, the plan is completely messed up. I can only take it one step at a time. Thinking of this, Rintu hugged Lee tightly in his arms, gritted his teeth, pretended to be angry, and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen fiercely, like a mother wolf protecting her cub. After all, this is the most appropriate reaction for a brother who is eager to protect his sister. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything, instead he calmly pulled out a scroll from his ninja bag and spread it on the table. Please take a seat. Sarutobi's voice was flat. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Rintu, but lowered his head and started reading the scroll. Rintu couldn't think of a good solution for a moment, so he could only move step by step to the stool and slowly sit down while holding Lai in his arms. Right now, the biggest problem is identity. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, there is a high probability that you will be dragged away by the Yamanaka clan to have your memory peeped into. Unless, he could dispel Sarutobi Hiruzen's doubts. The most important thing is that the secret of his time travel cannot be exposed, otherwise he will definitely be taken away by the research expert Senju Tobirama for sliced research. I don't think I'm really afraid of being sliced. After a moment of hesitation, Rintu quickly threw away his distracting thoughts and picked up his previous train of thought again. Not only the secret of time travel cannot be revealed, but also the secret of one's immortality can be revealed. Thinking about it this way, my life is so tiring. Keeping so many secrets all day long, am I born to be a traitor? No, no, no. I was forced to do this because of the situation. Who made me start with such a hellish difficulty as a cultist? In the dim environment, time passed by minute by minute. Rintu only felt an exceptionally sweet smell in the air, his head felt a little dizzy, and his thinking became much slower. After an unknown amount of time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was looking down at the scroll, suddenly raised his head and said in a deep voice, "I wish Kongping peace." Who? Rintu was so dizzy that he couldn't react in time and asked subconsciously. To be honest, he really didn't remember who Zhu Kongping was, and his name was Rintu, not Zhu Kongping. In the past when he was in Rain Shinobi, whenever someone called him by this pseudonym, he would react before he realized they were calling him. And his reaction, to Sarutobi, was a little unfathomable. After all, the air here has long been infused with a large amount of psychedelic drugs. It's strange to say, when ordinary people smell this kind of medicine, they will immediately become confused and say nothing no matter what they are asked, but this 7-year-old child in front of him didn't react much. Thinking of this, Sarutobi looked at Rintu with a smile. Amazing! You are indeed the most professional spy. Your drug resistance and reaction speed are far beyond the elites. It seems that Hanzo the Salamander sent you to infiltrate Konoha for a big purpose. Hearing Rain Shinobi and Hanzo the Salamander, Rintu shuddered and bit his tongue subconsciously. The intense pain mixed with the smell of blood instantly awakened his consciousness and his eyes suddenly became clear. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile widened. Even though he had taken the antidote, his head was a little heavy at this moment. He didn't expect that this guy would become more sober. Amazing! How could he know that Rintu drank poison instead of water in the evil cult base? Ahem, sir, I don't understand a word you said. You're still pretending. Your mental strength is really extraordinary. For a moment, Sarutobi actually felt a surge of admiration for his talent. If Konoha hadn't already infiltrated Rain Shinobi like a sieve, they would have been fooled by this guy this time. After all, just looking at Rintu's background check, there really is no flaw at all. Sakyukata Rintu, born in Unokuni, a blacksmith family, is only 7 years old and has a 4-year-old sister, Sakyukata Rintu. When Rain Shinobi massacred the village, he hid in the cellar of his home and escaped. He then gathered his belongings and fled to the land of hot springs. Afterwards, he sold his belongings and prepared to follow the caravan to the land of lightning. Later, due to the war between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi, the road was blocked, so he followed the original caravan to Konoha. According to the report from the secret agent Kato Noriya, he behaved normally throughout the journey. He often grieves alone in the dead of night, but acts very strong in front of his younger sister Lai. At the same time, he dotes on Li Yi very much, and she still lets Li Yi take the ration pills and make friends with the war orphans. He only shows emotions like severity and frustration when he is teaching Li Yi, but this is very consistent with his love for his younger sister. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh. If all the hidden players in the Rain country were of this level, then the Rain Shinobi village would be too scary. Of course, this is not possible. However, even if there was only one Rintu, it made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a chill down his spine. Just looking at Rintu's disguised identity, I have a sense of identification, and I also feel that this kid is very strong and I can't help but want to help him. But after learning about Rintu's identity, looking back at this disguise, not only did I not look down on this guy, but I felt that Rintu was even more amazing. You know, he is just a 7-year-old child. Although he had been to the battlefield when he was this age, in terms of the meticulousness of his thinking, I am not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Great little devil, cute, want it. Hanzo is so lucky. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly stunned. No, there is a flaw in this disguise. Last name. Damn, I should have thought of it earlier. How could there be surnames in a small village like that in the land of hot springs? After all, surnames are only given to big families. Shuofang, Shuofang, Shuofang. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly thought of something and pushed the scroll to the front, finally finding this somewhat familiar name. His. Shuofang Water Bear. Did this guy inherit his teacher's last name? Also, why did he give this surname to Li Yi as well? Doesn't he know? Surnames are something that can't be given randomly. In other words, Rintu didn't know what Sarutobi was thinking, otherwise he might have really scratched his head and said innocently that he really didn't know. In fact, Rintu himself knew the loopholes in the plan, but he just couldn't introduce Rai without giving her the last name he promised. This was the agreement between him and Li Yi's mother, and it was also a hurdle that he could not get around. He could deceive others, even himself, without any psychological burden, but whenever he saw Li Yi's innocent big eyes, he would always think of the resolute woman covered in blood. He could not deceive Li Yi, and could not even hide anything from her. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in thought, Rintu's mind was also working rapidly. From the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen called out his pseudonym, he knew that he would be exposed. Because there is no possibility of fraud here. Knowing that name, Konoha must know everything about his time in Rain Shinobi village. The source of all these problems are the two smart Alak idiots Hanzo the Salamander and Sanshoku Shinda. It's so stupid that his own village has been infiltrated like a sieve, but he still wants to mess with others. Thinking of this, Rintu suddenly realized that he had to give up something at this moment and in this place. Just as Rintu made up his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, looked up at Rintu, and asked in confusion. Who is the Shuofang Water Bear? He knew who Sakuta Mizukuma was, but he wanted to know the relationship between Sakuta Mizukuma and Sakuta Rintu. Hearing Sarutobi's question, Rintu sighed with a wry smile. Have you investigated to this extent? Alas! This little village is so sad. As he spoke, he slowly hugged Li Yi tighter in his arms. Shuofang Shuixiang is a teacher, a close friend, and a bond. Rintu's voice was flat, without the slightest ups and downs. He was not acting at all, and everything he said was true. The plan to infiltrate Konoha was carefully planned, half for the 8 inner gates, and the other half for Mr. Mizuki. After all, 8 inner gates is only the first priority, and Cloud Shinobi's lightning-style Thor armor is also a good backup. Although he could have ignored Hanzo the Salamander's orders and fled to Cloud Shinobi village with Rai, Rintu still decided to come to Konoha. After all, if the news of his defection spread back to Rain Shinobi village, the tardigrades who truly cared about him would definitely be happy, but Hanzo the Salamander who only cared about his own interests would definitely be unhappy. If the two conflict, the water bear may be doomed. Hearing Rinto's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen believed it instinctively. The word bond has a special meaning to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has deeply comprehended the will of fire, believes that this little kid in front of him cannot deceive him in the field he is best at. Those who do not understand the bondage can never achieve that level of selfless dedication. As for the brat in front of him, his bond was the same as that of the Uchiha, the kind of bond that comes from deep love for one's tribe members. The will of fire is the bond of deep love for the village. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel extremely proud. Unfortunately, he misunderstood again. The will of fire is indeed great love, and the Uchiha clan is indeed a very narrow-minded clan. As for Rinto, this guy is even more narrow-minded than the Uchiha clan, and he is a typical petty-minded person. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent, Rinto continued with a blank expression. I am an orphan who grew up in the evil cult. I have experienced inhumane human experiments, brutal brainwashing, and my companions fighting each other just to eat a bite of food. During those days, I quietly accumulated strength. Later, I took the opportunity of the sacrifice to escape. I kept running along the road until I reached Rain Shinobi village, where I tricked and killed the cult's messenger, Iganiyasamu. Later, Hanzo the Salamander saw that I was smart, so he accepted me as his disciple and sent Sensei Shuixiong to teach me the chakra extraction technique. This was also the first time I met him, this guy who looked serious on the surface but was actually not serious at all. After that, Hanzo disliked me because I had no talent for cultivation, so Shuixiong took me to visit Kabukiko Ikabangay. Rinto said, smiling and shaking his head. Can you imagine? Taking a 7-year-old child to visit a prostitute. How unreliable is this person? He even found an excuse for himself, enlightenment and firm belief, and I wanted to kick him to death at that time. Then, the intelligence was lost. I think you all know all of this. After saying that, Rinto lowered his head, looking as if he was ready to be beaten, hugged Lee tightly, and stopped talking. He was betting that the attack on the intelligence department of Rain Shinobi village was not done by Konoha, that Konoha did not get the scroll of Isamu Inu, and that Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized his ideas. The hope was slim, but Rinto still wanted to struggle. After all, the feeling of being sliced really feels good. After a long pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his elbows on the table and his hands clasped in front of his mouth, spoke. Did you kill the little wild porpoise? As soon as he finished speaking, Rinto breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he had won the bet. Yes. Rinto nodded. Why? Why did you kill your fellow villagers? Sarutobi's voice suddenly became extremely serious. Rinto knew in his heart that the most critical moment had arrived. After getting through, being recognized, and being instigated, from then on, the sky is high and the birds fly freely, and the sea is wide and the fish leap freely. If you can't get through, you can only become Rinto's sashimi. Rinto took a deep breath and stood up suddenly, anger gushing out of his eyes, and sarcastically retorted. Companion? You call that kind of person a companion? Wow, shouldn't companions be human beings first? These beasts are not even human beings, how can they be called companions? Rinto roared at the top of his lungs, his heart agitated and his hands trembling, as if he was cheering for his own performance. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and stared at Rinto's every move. Rinto was equally fearless and stared at Sarutobi fiercely. She. Li Yi, this child, her mother, you, do you know what those beasts did to her? Speak up. Can't Konoha find out everything? Speak up. Do you know that group of beasts, in front of her and her father? The next moment, Rinto, who was emotionally broken, suddenly stopped. The anger on his face was instantly replaced by pain, and a thick shadow covered his immature cheeks. He felt it, felt Li Yi trembling in his arms, and felt the large area of wetness on his chest. Bang! Rinto fell backward weakly and landed heavily on the chair. I can give you everything I know about Rain Shinobi, but I have two requests. A dry and hoarse voice sounded. This child is innocent, please raise her for me. Also, tell the outside world that I was killed because of a failed infiltration, and I did not defect to Rain Shinobi. After saying that, Rinto lowered his head, remained silent, and no longer made any sound. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice suddenly sounded. I deny your request. Chapter 18. Li Yi, you raised her on your own. Meanwhile, congratulations, your infiltration was successful. As soon as he finished speaking, Rinto's twisted face suddenly lifted up and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen as if he were a madman. Hey, just tell me what you want, I'll cooperate. There's no need to insult my intelligence like this. At the same time, Rinto hugged Ri tightly and roared in his heart. Li Yi, I succeeded. I finally don't have to be made into Rinto's sashimi. I can finally fulfill my oath to your mother, and I can finally let you grow up in the sun. Damn, it's so difficult for me. In this battle, despite facing a powerful enemy, being surrounded by others, and having his supplies cut off, he finally turned the tables. He amazed Sarutobi Hiruzen with his abilities, moved Sarutobi Hiruzen with his emotions, and shook Sarutobi Hiruzen with his beliefs. To put it bluntly, he had forced the man who would be known as the ninjutsu professor in the future to develop a love for talent. Of course, the most important thing is that his feelings are extremely real. Hearing Rinto's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly laughed. You suspicious little brat, you can leave now, I believe no one will stop you. Even if you leave the village now, I won't stop you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was certain that Rinto would never flee Konoha, and would even join Konoha sincerely. This is the confidence of a generation of heroes. Hearing this, Rinto fell silent. After a long while, Rinto hugged the fainted Li Yi, slowly stood up, and said in a hoarse voice. I know what to do. After saying that, he hugged Li Yi and prepared to leave with staggering steps. Just as Rinto opened the door and was about to step out of the room, Sarutobi's voice suddenly rang out again. By the way, I'm personally a little curious about how you were able to kill 4 ninjas including the Jainin named Onobuta. Of course, you can choose not to answer this question. Hehe, I choose you, a chrysanthemum stick hammer. Still choosing, do I have any choice? Damn it! Rinto complained madly in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged. He decisively chose to reveal some of his cards. Stretch out your hand and let the chakra flow slowly along your meridians. In an instant, a kunao flew out from his arms. Seeing this, Sarutobi's eyes narrowed and he was overjoyed. He knew that magnet style was a jutsu and bloodline unique to the Sand Shinobi village in the Wind Country, but he wasn't worried. Because Rinto did not lie or hide his chakra attributes, which just shows that he is defenseless against Konoha. Magnet style, this is my chakra attribute. I know, I may be from Tsunagakuer, and you may also suspect that I am an undercover agent sent by Tsunagakuer to Rain Shinobi. It doesn't matter, you can take a picture of the ninja outside and monitor me 24 hours a day without hiding. Rinto no longer concealed his mature heart. He reached out and grabbed the kunao flying in the air. He bent down and put it on the ground. Then, he hugged Li and strode away without looking back. In the spacious and bright Hokage office, Senju Tobirama, who is over 40 but still very handsome, stands in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the street in the distance. Behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was reporting the process of interrogating Rinto with a serious face, describing every movement, expression, and word of Rinto in great detail. There is no personal opinion mixed in. Soon, the report was completed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Senju Tobirama's back with confidence, waiting for the teacher's questions. As expected, after listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's report on the second generation, he slowly turned around and asked expressionlessly, "What do you think, monkey?" Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and spoke. "Teacher, my opinion of Sakuta Rintu is that he is far more intelligent than his peers and even adults. He values bonds very much and is willing to sacrifice his life for the companions he recognizes. The conclusion is that he can be influenced by the atmosphere of the village and the will of fire and absorbed into the village." Reason? Senju Tobirama asked concisely. It sounds like nonsense, even though Sarutobi Hiruzen had already explained the reason before. But he knew that the teacher asked about the reason, which was a deeper question, how to ensure his loyalty. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke without hesitation. "The girl named Sakuta Ri, and the dead Sakuta water bear." Senju Tobirama nodded in response to the monkey's answer. "Monkey, you have made progress, very good. However, you don't have to worry about Rintu Sakuta's loyalty, but you can't entrust him with important tasks." "Teacher, why?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a lost voice after hearing the teacher's words. He also wanted to accept Rintu as his disciple. Senju Tobirama did not answer Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, but instead asked Sarutobi a question. "Monkey, have you ever thought about this question? Rintu Sakuta, he came to Konoha to seek refuge." "What?" Sarutobi Hiruzen lost his voice again. Senju Tobirama did not continue to test this beloved disciple, and spoke on his own. "Shokuta Rintu, he may have planned to take this opportunity to break away from Rain Shinobi from the beginning. This can be seen from the way he arranged his teacher, Shui Xiong. He knows his teacher very well, and at the same time, he also knows Hanzo of the Salamander very well. I believe that if he could, he would definitely escape with his teacher. Unfortunately, Shokuta was raised by Hanzo of the Salamander, and although there are conflicts in their ideologies, it is almost impossible for him to defect. So, he arranged for his teacher to get the single Shuo Fang Shui Xiong married, using this as a bond, hoping to make his teacher more concerned. This also happens to explain why he later attacked the ninjas from the same village. First, he really couldn't tolerate such behavior. Second, he was confident that he would not let a single person escape. Third, he didn't care about the village. This is why he told you the fact that he killed Rain Shinobi without hiding it. He is sending you a message that he doesn't care about Rain Shinobi, he only cares about the Shokuta water bear. He was the one who chose Konoha, not you who chose him." With that, he glanced at the stunned Sarutobi Hiruzen, reached into the drawer, pulled out a scroll, and placed it on the table. "Have a look." Sarutobi Hiruzen came back to his senses, quickly picked up the scroll, and began to read it quickly. "Cursed seal. Found on the tongue of a boy who died in the land of hot springs." Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. The research team has studied it and found that it is a trigger-type curse. Its effect is to destroy the entire brain. The trigger word is any information about Rain Shinobi. He told me so much information about Rain Shinobi. Did you see him die? Or did you see the curse mark on his tongue? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head stupidly. This guy has already prepared a way to unlock the curse. Perhaps, he has already prepared to leave Rain Shinobi. After saying that, Senju Tobirama sighed slowly, with a hint of fear flashing in the depths of his eyes. It's not fear based on strength, but fear based on intelligence. Sakuta Rintu, who was clearly an undercover agent sent by the Rain Shinobi village and whose identity was exposed, managed to use strategies and means to make Sarutobi Hiruzen lose their desire to kill him and allow him to live in Konoha. He used various behaviors to package himself as non-threatening, and used an almost frank attitude to wear down my defenses against him. Rintu Sakuta, an undercover agent and a traitor to the village, made Senju Tobirama believe that he would never pass on Konoha's information and would never betray Konoha. It's simply outrageous. This kind of scheming and wisdom, Senju Tobirama has never seen from Sengoku to now. Perhaps Uchiha Madara and his elder brother Senju Hashirama have the power to destroy the world, but this kind of overall view, this ability to see the whole picture and control people's hearts, is only within them. No need to monitor him. This guy knows what he should do better than anyone else. Since he has chosen Konoha, just let him live in Konoha honestly. As he was speaking, Senju Tobirama's tone suddenly became extremely serious. But, monkey, you have to remember this. Never let him enter Konoha's upper echelons. After saying that, Senju Tobirama sighed inwardly and silently added, if you let him enter the upper echelons, none of you will be able to beat him. On the street not far from the Hokage building, Rinto was holding Rai and walking forward lazily. In order to fully convey his meaning to the Konoha high-level officials, to protect Li Yi, to save Shui Xiang, and to become an upright trader, he was really tired today. In order to achieve these goals, Rinto prepared 3 plans. The first set is a not-so-perfect fake life story, which is for idiots. The second set, the tragic genius and the young man after being exposed, this is for people with a little bit of brains. The third set, the salted fish that poses no threat but is best not to be provoked, this is for the truly wise. In fact, Rinto also prepared a 4th plan for someone else, the kind-hearted Rinto. Unfortunately, that person died. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Li Yi on Rinto's back woke up slowly. Her sleepy eyes were half closed as she looked at the golden sunset. The little girl asked without restraint. Brother, are we dead? Rinto nodded expressionlessly. Dead, his identity was exposed, and his head was chopped off. Ah, the little girl was startled and lay on Rinto's back, holding her head with her hands. No, head, please don't let it fall. Looking at Li Yi's cute and innocent look, Rinto shook his head helplessly. Don't worry, it won't fall off. Here, eat it. After saying that, he took out a crystal clear bright red apple candy like a magic trick. Ah! What is this? So round. So plump. So cute. And it looks so delicious. With starry eyes, Li Yi took the apple candy and licked it carefully with her tongue. Wow! So sweet. Bro, is this the world after death? So happy. Seeing the silly look on this girl's face, Rinto couldn't help but stretched out his index finger and flicked it on her forehead. Idiot, people can't feel pain after they die. Hearing this, Li Yi tilted her head from Rinto's shoulder and looked at Rinto's profile in confusion. Brother, how do you know? Have you ever died? Rinto curled the corners of his mouth. Don't mention it, I actually died once. If I wasn't afraid of scaring you, I would have asked you, little sister, did you travel through time? The kind that pretends to be dead. Soon, Rinto carried Li Yi on his back and arrived at the destination of this trip, a blacksmith shop. As the saying goes, you have to do your best to put on a good show. Rinto, who is preparing to stay hidden in Konoha, will try his best to make sure nothing goes wrong. Before arriving in Konoha, he had told the caravan about his fabricated background. In the story, he and Li Yi are both children of a blacksmith. The fact is, Li Yi's father is indeed a blacksmith, and as Li Yi's current guardian, her brother Fuli is naturally also a child of a blacksmith. Is this reasonable? In the Ganges. Moreover, before hooking up with the contact person of Rain Shinobi Village and getting his first salary, Rinto needs an income to satisfy his growing appetite and the foundation of Li's happy childhood. Regarding money, Rinto has 2 ideas. One is to make money by forging iron, and the second is to find Sarutobi Hiruzen and ask him for salary. Since I have secretly defected to Konoha and become a real trader, how can I not get paid? This is called doing one job and getting 2 salaries, and you still have time to start a side business, which is really fun. After making enough money, Rinto plans to invest in real estate in Konoha and develop a side business as a landlord. Then they use the tenants' money to speculate on land in other villages. In the long run, even if 30 years later, in the 48th year of Konoha, the Nine Tails Rebellion occurred as expected and Konoha suffered heavy losses, Rinto was not at all panicked. After all, by that time, his industries would have spread throughout the entire ninja world. This is what is called the rationalization, health, and long-term development of assets. In layman's terms, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Even when the Fourth Shinobi World War broke out, Rinto was not panicked at all. Anyway, Urjuzi and the prince will save the world. When the time comes, we can just find a place with good feng shui, hang ourselves on a tree, and wait to be rescued. Anyway, it is impossible to fight a war. It is impossible to fight a war in this life. There are so many monsters in this world, and there is also a sage of 6 paths above. You can decide what to use to fight them. At most, I could learn the Flying Thunder God technique and travel to collect rent from every village. If you learn some puppetry, you can save labor costs when speculating on land and building houses. Developing magnet style, digging for gold alluvials and engaging in mining all over the world. Finally, we come to 8 inner gates to improve our physical fitness and fighting ability in bed. Of course, good things like Thor's armor that can increase hardness are good things, the more the better. Looking forward to the bright future, Rinto suddenly became full of energy. Soon, we arrived at our destination. What appeared in front of Rinto was a ninja tool shop in a remote location. It says Kato Ninja Tools Shop on it. According to the kid from Nibongi, this store was opened by his brother and he could come here to make a living. Carrying Rai on his back, Rinto walked into the ninja tool shop. Sorry to bother you. Rinto apologized, opened the door curtain printed with Chinuon curtain and walked into the house. By the evening, a man who looked 70% like Mr. Kato was sitting behind the counter, dozing off. Excuse me. Rinto shouted. The sudden sound immediately woke up the man with a beer belly. Ah! Welcome to Kato's Ninja Tool Shop. Please enjoy your selection. The man habitually said the fixed welcome words, rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out of the counter. Hey, why are there 2 kids? My dear friends, did your parents ask you to come here to run errands? The fat man asked kindly. Rinto shook his head. Is that for your own training? Rinto shook his head again. So what are you going to do? I'm a blacksmith and I can forge ninja tools. Hearing this, the fat man burst out laughing and gestured at Rinto's height. Little guy, you're the only one who wants to forge iron. Can you lift the hammer? Alas! Rinto sighed helplessly. No wonder your father said you were a fool and asked you to stay at home and look after the store. If you go out to do business, you will definitely lose everything, not even your loincloth. Rinto's words seemed to hit the nail on the head. The chubby man jumped up instantly like a cat whose tail was stepped on. You little brat, who do you think is at a disadvantage? Before he finished speaking, Rinto casually grabbed a corner of the counter, and with a slight crack sound, the solid wood corner was broken off. The fat man's face quickly turned red. UBD. My Podocarpus counter. I spent 100,000 taels to buy this treasure. Damn it. Seeing the fat man rolling on the ground like a child, Rinto was suddenly stunned. 100,000 taels? Podocarpus? Wood style? Wood style Podocarpus is coming? No no no. This is clearly wood style money growing in the soil technique. Oh my god. I found the secret to wealth again. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Rinto stared at the man in front of him with burning eyes. His first job after coming to Konoha fell on him. Thinking of this, Rinto no longer hesitated and directly explained his purpose. Mr. Kato, I am the blacksmith recommended by your father, Kato Noriya. After hearing what Rinto said, the fat man stopped rolling around, slowly got up, brushed off the dust on his body, and muttered to himself. The old man introduced him. Well, the old man has always been very accurate in judging people, and this little brat should be quite capable. Whatever, let's try his ability first. Thinking of this, the fat man cleared his throat. Ahem, I'm Kato Ippongi, the owner of this Kato Ninja Tool Shop. Ippongi, your brother's name is Nippongi, Mr. Kato Noria, you are so damn casual in naming your son. Rinto complained silently in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged. He bowed slightly to Li Yi. Sakuta Rinto, this is my sister, Sakuta Rinto, please take care of her. Ipponu nodded, his expression turned serious, and he quickly walked behind the counter. Rinto-kun, since you were introduced by my father, I can trust your character. However, this is a ninja tool shop, and I have very high requirements for the selection of iron materials, forging techniques, forging temperature, and the appearance and hardness of the finished product. After all, we are selling weapons, life-saving and life-saving instruments, so we have very high-quality requirements. After listening to Ippondoki's words, Rinto nodded slightly, knowing that he wanted to test his professional ability, and smiled slightly in his heart. I don't understand any of what you said, but it doesn't matter. I know magnet style and I'm more powerful, so these are not a problem for me. After thinking for a moment with his head tilted, Rinto took out a palm-sized silver senbon from his pocket and placed it on the counter. Mr. Ippongi, this is something I made myself, please take a look. Seeing that the finished product was 1,000 copies, Ipponu was immediately delighted. Among all the ninja tools, the senbon is one of the tools that best reflects the forging details of a blacksmith. The senbon is a very common ninja tool, loved by a large number of ninjas for its fast speed, silence, and concealment. It is one of the 3 most commonly used ninja tools along with shuriken and kunao. Forging shuriken requires superb balancing skills, kunao requires the blacksmith to constantly forge to remove impurities in the iron blank, which is the most demanding test of physical strength and patience. As for the senbon, it is all about details. After all, a palm-sized senbon must not only be straight and smooth, but also have a sharp tip that can penetrate everything. At the same time, there are also great requirements for the material of the senbon itself, at least the tip must be hard and the whole thing must be tough. He stroked the silver kunao, feeling every detail, and then casually stabbed the senbon into the counter. There was a flash of silver light, and all the roots were gone, leaving only the tail section as long as a fingernail. You know, this is a solid wood countertop that is more than 5 centimeters thick. The corners of Ipponu's mouth widened. Oh my god, does the old man love me so much? Introducing a blacksmith of this level to me. My shop is saved. Thinking of this, Ipponu suddenly raised his hands, patted his cheeks hard, and forced out a greasy smile. Ahem, Rinto, how much salary are you going to ask for? As long as it doesn't exceed 30,000 taels, everything is fine. Yippee muttered in his heart. Rinto didn't know that Ippongi thought highly of him, but even if he knew, he wouldn't have planned to take the salary. It is impossible for me to work in this life, I can only use some tricks to make money. Mr. Ippongi, I don't want any salary. Hearing this, Ipponu was stunned, his eyes fixed on the 2 children behind the counter, his mind racing. Could it be that these 2 children have just arrived in Konoha? By the way, Dad has been traveling around with that kid Nibongi, and now there is a war going on. Could these 2 kids be fleeing here? Fleeing, having no place to live, no relatives, this. Well, that's great. I have an empty room in my house. You can stay here for a while. Seeing Ipponu's earnest look, Rinto remained calm and said. Ippondoku, you may have misunderstood what I meant. I don't want a salary, I only want cooperation. Chapter 19. Cooperation. Ipponu voice was drawn out, and his fat face was also drawn out. Rinto nodded. Yes. cooperation. You provide the materials, forge, and store, and I provide the technology and physical strength. Hearing this, Yibenmu fell silent and started to calculate silently in his mind. This type of collaboration is not uncommon, on the contrary, it is very common. Ippon-mu knew that many forging masters in the Iron Kingdom only accepted employment in the form of cooperatives, which was not uncommon. The advantage of doing this is that merchants can get higher quality ninja tools, and forging masters have more free time. After all, for those famous masters, forging is no longer a job, but a creation. Thinking of this, Ippon-mu looked at the boy in front of him whose height was just taller than the counter, and hesitated. If the quality of all the finished products of this child is as good as the 1,000-leaf candle stuck on the counter, then he is indeed qualified to propose cooperation, but can he? Rintu seemed to have noticed Ippondoki's confusion, and without hesitation he pulled out a ninja bag from his arms. Open the ninja bag and dump it out. In an instant, a full bag of senbon poured out. Yibenmu just took a quick look and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Although he is just a businessman, he is a master in judging the quality of ninja tools. He couldn't tell any difference between the thousands of books scattered on the counter at first glance, as if they were copied and pasted. The length, lines, and even the curvature of the tip seemed to be exactly the same. Then, Ippoji raised his head, stared at Rintu and said, "How, do you want to cooperate?" Hearing this, Rintu felt slightly happy, knowing that his interview was already half successful. After deducting the materials, I want 30% of the remaining. 30%? Yiben wanted to refuse outright. How could he be allowed to take 30% of the store's profits? But he changed his mind and forced himself to hold back his doubts. Rintu-kun, what's your production? How much is it? Rintu turned his head and looked at the various ninja tools hanging on the walls of the hall, and waved his hand. 1 month, all here. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Ipponki. Not enough, these are not enough. Yibenmu's fat head shook quickly. Rintu rolled his eyes speechlessly and added word by word, I mean, 10 times the amount here. Upon hearing this, Ippon-mu was stunned, with shock written all over his eyes. If Rintu really has so much output, he can easily fire the 2 average blacksmiths employed in the store. The 20,000 taels saved is such a great profit. Thinking of this, Yibenmu agreed immediately without any hesitation. Okay, I agree. Finally, Yibenmu made the final decision. The 2 sides hit it off immediately and Ippon-mu was very happy. If Rintu is as productive and stable as he expected, then he will be his cash cow. Since the cooperation has been reached, I will not bother you for now. Goodbye, Mr. Ipponki. Please wait a moment. Ippondoji stretched out his hand to stop Rintu and Rai, then ran out from behind the counter with an agility that was inconsistent with his body size. Excuse me, Rintu-kun and your sister, are you here in Konoha for the first time? Rintu nodded. Seeing this, Ippon-mu rubbed his hands and chuckled. In that case, please stay at my house for a while. It will save you from staying in a messy hotel. Hearing this, Rintu was a little hesitant, but he didn't care. He was shameless and not afraid of death. He had no psychological burden at all to eat and drink for free. Rintu is worried that Rai will be shy. Thinking of this, Rintu looked down at Li Yi who was licking the apple candy seriously. As smart as he was, he found it difficult to make a decision for a moment. Seeing Rintu hesitate, Ippon-mu's heart suddenly tightened. After much difficulty, he found a young blacksmith with excellent forging skills. Yibenmu didn't want his cash cow to run away with someone else. You know, the competition in Konoha's ninja tool sales business is fierce. Several top-ranked families have shops that sell ninja tools, and their shops have forging masters hired at high prices. If he hadn't relied on his father's travels to get low-priced and high-quality raw materials, his shop would have been squeezed out long ago. Thinking of this, a bright smile appeared on Yippie's lips. Don't worry, my wife Xingza likes girls very much, but we only have an 8-year-old son, which is also our regret. I believe that Kyoko will be very happy if Rinto-kun brings his sister to live in my house. Hearing this, he slowly squatted down and held Li Yi's chubby little hand. Li Yi, are you willing to live with this uncle? Li Yi had already licked the brown sugar off the candy apple clean. Now she was worrying about how to eat this big red apple, so she replied absent-mindedly. Wherever my brother is, Li Yi is there. Hearing this, Rinto nodded, stood up, nodded to Ippongai and said, then I'll trouble you, Uncle Ippongai. Yibenmu chuckled and said quickly, it's no problem. There are many empty rooms at home. It's no problem. The sky gradually darkened, and the last ray of sunlight gradually disappeared. On the streets, all kinds of lanterns were lit up, and people and yukatas were walking shoulder to shoulder on the streets, making it very lively. Ippongai was in a very good mood after getting Rinto, his cash cow. He simply took a holiday and closed the shop early. Rinto-kun, let's go home and have dinner. He patted his round belly and walked in front with a swagger. Rinto nodded, holding Rai's hand, and followed Ippongai's footsteps. It's full of twists and turns. Ippongai brought Rinto and Rai to a quiet courtyard. The rockery and flowing water in the courtyard are very unique, the Japanese-style wooden buildings are quaint, and in the small pool in the center of the courtyard, a water-adding device makes a rhythmic dong sound. A fat and mercenary Ippongi actually lives in such an elegant courtyard. It really is true. You can't judge a person by his appearance. In the open space behind the courtyard, a boy about the same age as Rinto was practicing shuriken throwing with sweat on his forehead. The boy had bluish-white hair and his eyes were focused and serious. On a low wooden platform nearby, a graceful and elegant mature woman was kneeling in an elegant posture. Her white hair was tied up high like the boy's, and she was looking at the boy with a look of satisfaction on her face. I'm back. Ipponmu called out. The woman turned her head and slowly stood up with a proper smile on her face. Welcome back, dear. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Rai holding an apple and biting it fiercely and Rinto with a weird expression on his face, and his eyes narrowed immediately. Dear, who are these two? Ippongi carelessly moved aside the fat body and pointed at Rinto and said, this is Sakuta Rinto, and this is her sister Sakuta Rai. From tonight on, they live in our house. After saying that, he pointed at the woman who came closer and said, this is Iyasu, Kato Kyoko. Hello, Auntie Kyoko. Rinto and Rai bowed politely. After the greetings, Ippongai pointed to the boy who was still practicing shuriken throwing not far away and said, Kato-dan, my son. Rinto's eyes moved slightly when he heard this. Kato-dan? Such a familiar name, could it be Tsunade's first love Kato-dan? Look at the hair color, they look a bit similar. Alas, what an unlucky guy, he died at such a young age and didn't even get Tsunade pregnant to leave a descendant. Thinking of this, Rinto looked at Ippongai with a hint of pity. You are also an unlucky guy. Your son is dead and you have no grandchildren. Forget it. I'll find a chance to hint to you to have another one. However, looking at the appearance of you and your son, I feel like there's something incongruous. Could this guy be the son of Mr. Wang next door? Rinto, who had sinister thoughts, thought a lot at once. On the other hand, Kato Anko likes Rai very much. It can be seen that she really likes children as Ippogi said. Duan, clean up and get ready for dinner. Here, Ippongai yelled at Kato-dan who was throwing shurikens. Kato-dan immediately shook his head. Father, I will throw it 100 more times. You guys eat first. As he said this, he drew out the shuriken again and started practicing. Upon hearing the child's words, Yibenmu's face suddenly frowned and he muttered to himself. Practice, practice. Don't say you can't be the Hokage. Even if you become the Hokage, you have to take over my position. Hearing this, Kato Anzi rolled her eyes at Ippondoki and said, don't discourage the kid. What's wrong with wanting to be the Hokage? The Hokage is the most glorious thing. After that, he took Li Yi's hand and said softly, Li Yi-chan, go to the kitchen with Auntie Xingzi and see what you want to eat tonight. Okay. Li Yi nodded heavily with drooling, then stared at Rinto with a longing face. Go ahead and don't cause trouble for Aunt Anzi. Rinto sighed. Over there, Kato Anko was preparing dinner, and over here, Ippongai pulled Rinto to sit in front of the courtyard and watched Kato Dan throwing shurikens continuously. Rinto, what's so good about Hokage? Ippondoji looked at the sweaty Kato Dan with an unhappy look on his face and complained like a grumble. My younger brother is also a Hokage, and my son keeps talking about becoming a Hokage. It's driving me crazy. My ancestors followed the Senju clan in the Sengoku era and fought in many battles, and finally established Konoha. Starting from my generation, we no longer have to send our 7 or 8-year-old children to the battlefield, and we can finally do business happily. As a result, my son has to repeat the same mistakes. Isn't that infuriating? It's infuriating. Rinto nodded. In this case, we can only say that the spanking was not enough. If the child was spanked a little every 3 days and a big spanking every 5 days, he would definitely be obedient. However, Rinto would never say this. It would be extremely stupid for an outsider like him to interfere in matters between father and son. By the way, Rinto-kun, do you want to be Hokage? Ippongai asked, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. I don't want to, and I can't be one. Rinto replied calmly. He didn't lie, and couldn't have lied. After all, if he even expressed the slightest desire for the position of Hokage, there would be no place for him in Konoha village. However, when these words were heard by a stranger, they had a different meaning. Indeed, there is no precedent for people from other villages to be Hokage in Konoha. But, Rinto-kun, do you really not want to? Well, I don't want to. Seeing Rinto's confident words, Ipponnu nodded and asked back. Then why does my son always talk about becoming the Hokage? I don't know, maybe it's to prove myself. Rinto replied weakly. Prove yourself. Yippee frowned slowly and asked in a low voice, shouldn't you prove yourself in bed? Hey! I'm not sleepy anymore when you say that. Rinto sat up straight instantly. Uncle, you don't understand this. Come. Let me tell you something. As he said this, he hooked his hands around Yibenmu's neck. Let me ask you, how does a man make a woman fall in love with him? Well, there should be many ways, Ipponmu said uncertainly. That's absolutely right. Rinto nodded heavily, then let me ask again, how can a man make many women fall in love with him? Hearing this, Yibenmu was stunned and shook his head blankly. He had never thought about this problem before, and he didn't dare to think about it when he met a woman like Xingzi who looked elegant but was a tigress at heart. Seeing Ipponki's silly look, Rinto smacked his lips and said angrily. Strength, in the ninja world, strength is the way to make many women fall in love with you. Some women may like money, some women like handsome men, and some women like honest men, but the most important thing is security, and men who give you a sense of security. Tell me, is there anyone who can make people feel safer than the Hokage? No. Ipponnu nodded thoughtfully. Right, let's get back to proving ourselves. Uncle Ippongai, you are an experienced person, you should know that men always have times when they are powerless, right? Hearing this, Ipponnu nodded vigorously in agreement. Brother, you are absolutely right. Sometimes, it's not that we don't have the ability, but that we are affected by various things and can't do what we want. Seeing that Ippongai agreed, Rinto continued. Then why am I unable to do it? Age? Physical fitness? Or mood? I think, none of them. What is that? Quick, Tell me. Ippongai stared at Rinto with shining eyes. He felt that his decision to bring Rinto home was the right one. This child was simply a treasure boy. It's the freshness. Rinto whispered mysteriously into Yibenmu's ear. Uncle Ippongai, think about it, being a Hokage, can you give a lot of women a sense of security? Can you crawl into bed with everyone? Can you be a groom every day? Will you have many opportunities to prove yourself? And you won't be overwhelmed. So? Ipponmu asked back. So all the Hokage are old perverts, you idiot. Hearing Rinto's words, Ippongai's face instantly darkened. You said a lot of shit, but you didn't tell me how to solve the problem of not being able to do what I want. What's more, IFG suspect that you are finding ways to say that I'm not good enough and calling my brother and son perverts. Chapter 20. 12 hours have passed since Rinto said in various ways that Ipponmu was not working. Early in the morning, Rinto got up refreshed. After practicing all night, he felt that his total chakra amount had increased a lot, and it was almost the same as that of the water bear. Moreover, the water bear is named Special Jainin, but he is actually just a stupid Chunin. This also means that the total amount of his chakra will soon reach the level of Chunin. This is undoubtedly good news for him. The total amount has increased, and we can be more generous in using the techniques. Furthermore, Rinto's cells will not die, which means he can infinitely draw physical energy from his own cells and convert it into chakra. While getting up, Rinto quickly put on a coat for Li Yi, who was sleeping soundly. The little fat girl is 4 years old today. She is always sleepy at this age. She lets Rinto put her coat on and carry her on his back. Rinto didn't dare leave her alone, fearing that she would be scared or be reminded of the past. So he had to carry her wherever he went. After all, those painful memories can only fade away with time. After having breakfast at Ippongai's house, Rinto took the still confused Rai's hand and walked out of the house with Ippongai. Uncle Ippongai, are you still angry? Rinto approached Ippongai with a serious look on his face. The chubby man snorted arrogantly, quickened his pace, and was about to shake off Rinto. Seeing this, Rinto chuckled and said to himself, "Ah, this is beyond my ability. I have heard of a way." In front, Ipponmu Ertuo, who was walking very fast, stopped immediately, turned around to face Rinto, and said seriously, "Rinto-kun, we haven't discussed your future work schedule yet. Can we talk while we walk?" Hearing this, Rinto grinned and said, "No problem, let's talk while walking." "Rinto-kun, what time do you plan to work every day? I can also arrange a separate forging room for you. Maybe after 4 in the afternoon. I'm going to the ninja school and I only have time after 4. Rinto stroked his chin and expressed his plan. "Ninja school?" Ippongai exclaimed. He thought that a guy like Rinto would be like him, only thinking about making money, but he didn't expect that he would suddenly go to a ninja school. "Rinto-kun, do you want to be a ninja? Damn it, you don't want to be a pervert too. Well, this BD has put his knowledge into practice." Rinto silently rolled his eyes. "I'm trying to save money. Think about it, when I have money, do I want to hire a bodyguard? Yes, but safety comes first." Ipponmu said with a wry smile. "Is one bodyguard enough?" "Not enough." Ipponmu shook his head. Although he himself was not yet at the stage of hiring a bodyguard, the rich people he had seen all had piles of bodyguards. Does it cost a lot of money to hire a lot of bodyguards? Want. Then will you pay for the bodyguard? Hearing this, Yibenmu was startled and shook his fat head quickly. "If I don't come out, whoever comes out will be a big-headed idiot." "Damn, I think you are just a big-headed idiot." Rinto sighed. "Look, I went to the ninja school and learned some self-defense ninjutsu. I saved at least 100 million. Ippondoji nodded and temporarily removed the crown of the old pervert from Rinto's head. "By the way, Uncle Ippongai, how much is your house worth?" Rinto finally asked the question that was on his mind. That courtyard and that Heshi building were quite in line with Rinto's aesthetic, so he wanted to ask how much it was worth so that he could have a small goal. Hearing Rinto's question, Ipponki's fat eyebrows immediately frowned, and he tilted his head and asked back. Which house are you talking about? All the houses in this area are mine, and the price difference is quite large. As he spoke, he waved his big hand, covering all the houses in the area. Damn it, what the hell is this Versailles? Quick! Quick! Drag him out and shoot him in 5 minutes. With a straight face, Rinto replied unhappily, the one you live in. Oh! Yipamu suddenly realized, and snapped his fingers in a slap-like manner, saying, about 20 million taels, not expensive. I just like the quietness there. Damn it! Rinto stopped talking, picked up Rai, strode over the tree with a sullen look, and walked away quickly. When Yibenmu saw it, he was dumbfounded. No, brother, you haven't told me how to solve the problem of being unable to do anything. Overwhelmed? Be your Hokage. After a busy morning, Rinto quickly completed today's tasks with the help of Magnet Style, a powerful tool. After handing the finished product to the gloomy-faced Ippongai, Rinto took Rai and walked out of Kato Ninja Tool Shop. Rinto and Rai used the little money they had left to buy lunch. Following the main road, Rinto arrived at the Hokage building again. This time, Rinto did not rush inside, but just stood quietly at the door, adjusting his own state. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would soon know of his presence. As expected, within 5 minutes, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked out of the door and looked at the kid in front of him with a strange expression. Yesterday, if it wasn't for teacher Tobirama's reminder, I might have really fallen into this kid's trap. However, it is fortunate that in this world, strength is still respected. With strength, all conspiracies and tricks are nothing. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relieved, winked at Rinto, and turned to enter the Hokage building. Rinto did not hide it either. He held Li's hand tightly and led the somewhat fearful Li to follow him. If nothing unexpected happens, there is a high possibility that I will meet the legendary second-generation Senju Tobirama. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression just now said a lot. Then, the next person he would face off against would of course be the man behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobirama. Sure enough, this time Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take Rinto into the interrogation room from yesterday. Instead, he turned around and took Rinto to the 3rd floor. After a while, they came to a red wooden door. Sarutobi first reached out and knocked on the door. After hearing a steady enter, he pushed the door open with Rinto. Teacher Tobirama, Sakuta Rinto is here. Sarutobi Hiruzen made way to let Rinto walk into the legendary Hokage's office. As soon as you enter the door, the first thing that catches your eye is the huge desk with the Konoha logo painted on it. Behind the desk sits an extremely majestic man. The most eye-catching thing about the man is his intimidating eyes and silver-white hair. Handsome. Even though they are both men, Rinto has to admit that this guy is really handsome. After staring at those eyes for 3 full seconds, Rinto took his left foot expressionlessly and walked into the Hokage's office. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be his first and last time entering this office. From now on, his days in Konoha will no longer have anything to do with this center of power. Thinking of this, Rinto was shocked. Finally I can get rid of the mess left behind by the time travel. There were many people standing in the room, some men and some women, some fat and some thin, and generally speaking, they were all young faces. It seems that Senju Tobirama is ready to use himself as an experience package for these newbies. Senju Tobirama indeed thought so. Ever since several of his disciples learned about Rinto from the monkey, some were dissatisfied, some were thoughtful, and some were contemptuous. Therefore, Senju Tobirama decided to let his disciples communicate with this wise and almost demonic guy, and at the same time, he could observe this guy closely. Rintu was not timid either. He took Li Yi's hand with an expressionless face and walked to the desk. Looking at Rintu, who had just passed the end of his table, Senju Tobirama suddenly felt a strong sense of tearing. Is this kid really only 7 years old? While he was deep in thought, Rintu spoke. Hello, Hokage-sama. Nice to meet you. My name is Sakyukata Rintu, and this is my sister, Sakyukata Rai. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama looked at Rintu expressionlessly. What's the matter, Mr. Dark? Senju Tobirama is reminding Rintu to remember his identity and not to make excessive demands. Rintu understood what he meant. It seemed that Senju Tobirama already knew that he wanted to go to Konoha school. It was obvious that this guy didn't want him to go to school. However, in Rintu's opinion, everything can be negotiated, and as long as you can demonstrate your value, you are qualified to make requests. Since Senju Tobirama has called so many people, he is ready to use himself as an experience pack. Then I might as well just perform Taija Chungchuan for him, simple and rough. Since we are all old coins, let's just rely on our inner strength. Thinking of this, Rintu decided not to do anything weird. He scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. It's nothing, I just want to go to school. In exchange, this is my sincerity. As he spoke, he took out an envelope that had been prepared long ago from his pocket and placed it on the relatively tidy desk. Seeing this, Senju Tobirama took the envelope without any hesitation, pulled out the letter, and read it quickly. The more he looked, the deeper Senju Tobirama's frown became, and a chill rose in his heart. Rintu felt amused as he glanced at Senju Tobirama's frown. It was obviously just a simple letter, and the recipient was addressed to Hanzo-sama. As for the content of the letter, it simply stated that he had infiltrated Konoha and was currently disguised as a blacksmith. Moreover, he had already used his employer's connections to complete the procedures for entering the ninja school. At the same time, Rintu asked Hanzo to send more people over as soon as possible. Konoha was currently affected by the war and was short of manpower, so it was easy for them to sneak in. We also agreed on the contact method and frequency of contact once a month. Rintu also asked Hanzo to take him to greet the water bear in the letter and thank him for his care. Finally, Rintu shamelessly asked Hanzo to give him 50,000 taels of activity funds. After reading the letter, Senju Tobirama handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was eager to try. Strangely enough, after reading it, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually had a smile on his face. At Senju Tobirama's signal, the letter made a big circle among the crowd and finally stopped in the hands of a man with a big bun. Shikata, what do you think of Rintu-kun's sincerity? Senju Tobirama spoke slowly, looking at the man with a big bun. Hearing this, not only did the man named Narashikaji fall silent, but everyone in the office also fell into deep thought. After a long time, just when Xiao Liai started to yawn, Naralazi slowly raised his head and said in a deep voice. Lord Tobirama, I think that's very sincere. Is it enough for Rintu-kun to enter the Konoha Shinobi School? Senju Tobirama asked back. Well, I think that's enough. Luji pondered for a moment and nodded. Seeing this, Tobirama turned to look at Rintu, his frown tightening even more. To be honest, it is very easy to kill this guy, but it is irrational to discard the Rintu card. This is a very simple truth. Rintu now represents not only himself, but also Hanzo the Salamander. After the death of his elder brother, he is the only one in the ninja world who can add the word God to his title. Although in terms of strength alone, Tobirama may still be above Hanzo the Salamander, but who can resist such a powerful fighter? Konoha just needs to control Rintu. With his intelligence, he will most likely be able to influence the decision of Hanzo the Salamander. By then, in the entire western part of the Fire Country, the pressure that Konoha faces from Tsunagakure and Iwagakure will be much less, and the companions in the village will suffer fewer casualties. Rintu, it's a king bomb. This is also the brilliance of Rintu. He subtly expressed his dissatisfaction with the Rain Shinobi village, much to Konoha's delight. He showed off his abilities, which made Konoha excited, but they did not dare to imprison him easily. Demonstrated the ability to influence Hands of the Salamander's decisions, which excited Konoha. At the same time, demonstrate your abilities and gain the trust of Hands of the Salamander. Exposing his weaknesses to gain Hands of the Salamander's trust. And then, protect the water bears through your own importance. Protect your own safety and freedom through your own importance. Through my own importance, I give Sakyokatari a healthy and happy childhood. Everyone knows that Rinto is a hidden agent, a spy and an undercover agent, but everyone wants to use him to achieve their own goals. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama felt a headache. This guy is not even a ninja. If he were a powerful ninja, who the hell could control him? The most important thing is, this guy is only 7 years old. If nothing unexpected happens, he can live another 40 or 50 years. By then, he will become more and more cunning as he gets older. Who can beat him? Subconsciously, Tobirama had no choice but to put himself into Senju Hashirama's perspective. If it were the eldest brother, what would he do? I guess when the silly eldest brother hears that this can save many deaths of his companions in the village, he will immediately agree with joy. Thinking of this, Tobirama decided to solve the problem using the ideas of his elder brother, whom he admired very much. Rinto-kun, I agree. He only hoped that Konoha's will of fire could influence this FG guy. Hearing Senju Tobirama's words, Rinto immediately grinned, revealing a mouthful of brilliant white teeth. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. Teacher, I have objections. Who? Before Senju Tobirama could even react, Rinto had already shouted in frustration. Shimura Dance. A young man stood up from the crowd with a righteous look on his face. Damn, people with the word in their names are all bad people. Rinto rolled his eyes and muttered. Only at this moment did he look like a real child. Shimura Dance didn't even look at Rinto and said to Senju Tobirama. Teacher, I suggest that we imprison him and control him through spells, manipulating Hands of the Salamander. This will be more effective. Danzo said this righteously, not at all ashamed that Rinto was here. In his opinion, this was a chance to perform well in front of the teacher. A weak guy like Hiruzen simply couldn't make up his mind. At this moment, Danzo felt that he was extremely handsome. Rinto watched Danzo's performance with cold eyes, and the bad water in his stomach began to gurgle. To be honest, he didn't really hate the character of Danzo, he just thought he went a little too far. But today, this guy actually wanted to use himself to attract attention, and even to cause death, so you can't blame me. If I don't make you suffer from the shadow of evil, and you avoid me when you see me next time, my last name is not Chuo Fang. Chapter 21. Faced with Danzo's suggestion, Senju Tobirama suddenly felt refreshed and silently gave Danzo a thumbs up in his heart. As expected, I still need a guy with a lower IQ to come forward and make things difficult for the monster Shokatarinto, so that it will be easier for me to collect information about Shokatarinto. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama glanced at Rinto, whose face was gloomy, with interest, but did not express any opinion. He wanted to see, really wanted to see, how Rinto would deal with it. Although Rinto didn't see Senju Tobirama's interested gaze, at this point. A Hokage doesn't speak. Wait for a child to speak? The meaning is too obvious. For a moment, all eyes in the office were focused on Rinto. Rinto was stunned for a moment, the gloomy snow on his face melted away, and he suddenly grinned again. He said regretfully to Danzo, who didn't even look at him, shaking his head and sighing as he spoke. Shimura Danzo, you can't be Hokage. What? Danzo turned his head suddenly, and the anger in his eyes suddenly swelled, as if he wanted to swallow Rinto. The reason for his anger is very simple, he really wants to become Hokage. Second generation Senju Tobirama has not yet made clear his intention of who will be the next Hokage. This also means that he, Shimura Dan's, is also one of the contenders for the third generation. But only the second generation themselves know that the only one who can take on the important task of Hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Dan's is not good enough, Mitokado Homura is not good enough, Udaten Koharu is not good enough, Akamichi Tofu is not good enough, and as for Uchiha Kagami, both his ability and belief are acceptable, but when the second generation thinks of the situation after Kagami becomes Hokage, caught between the village and the family, they dare not take the risk. As for why Sarutobi Hiruzen can do it, it's not because of his strength, his personality, or his ability, but because this guy is the most like the eldest brother Senju Hashirama among the six. Hearing Rinto's words, the second generation was shocked, and a very bad premonition suddenly came to their mind. His hunch told him that he couldn't let this guy talk any longer. But reason told him that he should let him continue talking, as this would help analyze this person. For a moment, conflicting thoughts emerged in the eyes of second-generation Senju Tobirama. And Sarutobi Hiruzen was delighted. If you say you don't want to be Hokage, you're lying. The most important thing is, although the teacher said that Rinto could not be allowed to enter the upper echelons of Konoha, which was obviously the result of not trusting him, Hiruzen actually believed in his own judgment. Rinto is a guy who values bonds more than his life, which makes him very optimistic about Rinto and willing to trust Rinto. Therefore, he was not willing to doubt Rinto's words. If Rinto knew what Sarutobi was thinking, he would be shocked. Because, the fourth plan he prepared, the one he showed to Senju Hashirama, was actually seen by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Back in the office, Rinto looked at Danzo, whose anger was growing, with a smile, and his eyes slowly narrowed. Mr. Danzo, do you know what the greatest weakness of human nature is? Danzo didn't say anything. At this moment, he just wanted to strangle this guy to death immediately. Yes, even the little one next to him should be strangled to death. Rinto didn't expect this guy to be able to answer such a question, and instead touched Li Yi's soft little head with a doting look on his face. Li Yi, tell him, what is the greatest weakness of human nature? Li Yi looked around timidly and replied weakly, arrogant. Quiet. The silence where even the breath disappeared. Senju Tobirama, two faces suddenly appeared in his mind, the eldest brother and Uchiha Madara, the arrogant Madara and the eldest brother who always had a silly smile on his face when he met anyone. Uchiha Kagami thought of his own people, those eyes that were full of hope for him but indifferent to outsiders, and he felt extremely sad. So, this is what magnanimity is. Uchiha Kagami's words spoken subconsciously suddenly made Danzo's face burn with pain. What do you mean? I don't have the capacity? Impossible. I am willing to bear the infamy and darkness for the sake of the village. I don't have the capacity. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Danzo's heart skipped a beat. Completion. Carrying the darkness, how can I even say such words? The reason why unspoken rules are called unspoken rules is because everyone knows about them, but everyone tacitly agrees not to say them. It's not that they can't be said, but once they are said, they will inevitably have this or that impact. That's good, it hits the nail on the head. Even if you don't want to bear the darkness and the infamy, you must bear the darkness and the infamy. Thinking of this, Shimura Dan's immediately lowered his head, not daring to show any anger in front of second generation. He had already lost the qualification to compete for the Hokage, just now, after that damn kid's few words. Now, he didn't want to be hated by Senju Tobirama from the bottom of his heart. Seeing that Danzo was scared, Rinto also chose to stop. Bullshit. If you don't kill the snake, you'll have to hit it with a stick. Today, I'm going to use my mouth to completely defeat you. If you dare to provoke me, I will let you know that people are two-faced, but my heart is the most vicious. Thinking of this, Rinto's anger grew even stronger. Oh, there's one more thing. Before Rinto could finish his words, Senju Tobirama raised his hand and interrupted him. Okay, monkey, take him to complete the enrollment procedures. Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt that he couldn't let this guy talk anymore, so he hurriedly grabbed Rinto's sleeve and ran out of the Hokage's office as if he was running for his life. Don't forget to send the envelope to Iwa at the gold exchange. Rinto was dragged out of the office by Sarutobi Hiruzen before he could finish his words. Seeing this, everyone in the office, except Senju Tobirama, sighed in unison, and felt their backs already wet with cold sweat. Sakuta Rinto, this guy is so good at playing with people's hearts, this is even more terrifying than the most terrifying ninjutsu they know. Shimura Dan's, just because he wanted to show off, was directly stripped of his status as a Hokage candidate by this guy. Not only from their minds, but also from the teachers' hearts. Thinking of this, everyone came to the same conclusion that this guy must not be allowed to enter the upper echelons of Konoha. Senju Tobirama sat behind his desk, his face still as calm as ever. Inwardly, he sighed and summarized the information. Name, Rinto Sakyokata. Potential, S+. Loyalty, E. Value, S+. Personality, extremely values family, extremely vengeful. Suggestion, deal with it directly, or ignore it. Solution, ignore Sakuta Rinto and start with Sakuta Ri instead, contact through Senju Kyoko. After completing the admissions procedures, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Rinto and Lai to the entrance of the Hokage building. Just as the three were saying goodbye, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly called out to Rinto and asked him the question in a confused manner. Rinto-kun, why do you insist on going to a ninja school? Hearing this, Rinto smiled bitterly and looked at the well-behaved Li Yi beside him. What else could it be about? It's all about money. After saying that, he started to complain to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uncle Sarutobi, you don't understand. Blacksmithing is very hard work, and the most you can earn in a month is 20,000 to 30,000 ryo. Even if I save here and there, I can't save on Li Yi's food rations. So, by this calculation, I will have an extra 20,000 taels a month. That year, it was 240,000 taels, and in 10 years, it was only 2.4 million taels. I can't always stay at Uncle Ippongai. Oh, Uncle Ippongai is my boss, I can't always stay at his house for 10 years. And gradually, Li Yi grew up. Now that she has become a big girl, she can no longer live in the same room with me. I asked, a 3-bedroom apartment in Konoha actually costs 5 million taels. It took me 20 years to save this much. Even if my salary increases, won't Li Yi's expenses increase? The little girl is getting older, she should have the same pretty skirts as her classmates, right? I can't let her drool while her classmates are eating delicious food. I promised her mother that I would take good care of her. I can't let her live on coarse food with me. Oh my god, if I don't become a ninja and do missions to earn money, how can I support my father and me? At the end of the speech, Rinto was speechless, and Li Yi beside him also burst into tears. You are obviously brother and sister. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Rinto and felt like he was seeing an old father who was bent over by life. He had imagined countless answers from Rinto, but he didn't expect that this guy's answer would be so down to earth. It was simply the earth-style heart beheading technique. This, I have some savings here, you can use it first. Sarutobi Hiruzen nervously took out a wad of money from his ninja bag and handed it to Rinto with trembling hands. Seeing this, Rinto wiped away his tears and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen eagerly. Uncle Sarutobi, thank you so much, but I can't accept it. As he spoke, he wiped away his non-existent tears, revealing his fox tail. By the way, I should be considered a double undercover agent for Konoha and Rain Shinobi. Rain Shinobi gets paid, so doesn't Konoha get paid? Hearing this, Sarutobi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Damn, I've been tricked by this guy again. At this time, I really feel embarrassed to say no. Ahem, wait a minute, I'll go ask the teacher. After saying that, he used the teleport technique and disappeared from the spot as if escaping for his life. After a long time, Rinto waited for Sarutobi Hiruzen, and also waited for his first income after coming to Konoha, 10,000 taels of cash. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a weird look on his face as he looked at Rinto's disgusted expression. Don't complain about it being too little, NBU members, this is all you get every month. After saying that, fearing that Rinto would cry poor again, he walked away without looking back. Rinto clapped the bills in his hand, smacked his lips, and sighed. Forget it, it's better to have it than nothing. After muttering to herself, she remembered that she was getting 3 salaries for one job, and her mood suddenly brightened up. She carried the giggling Li Yi home. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama looked at Rinto, who was shaking his head with joy, with his handsome face stretched long, and silently gave this guy an evaluation in his heart. Shame on you! Chapter 22. With 10,000 taels in hand, Rinto returned home happily. Money is a person's courage. With money, Rinto said, he can walk with the wind. Moreover, he has already made an agreement with Sarutobi Hiruzen that he will be able to go to the ninja school in a week. Going to school is not the point. The point is that after training in the ninja school, he naturally becomes a member of the Konoha shinobi. Although he had to take necessary precautions, Rinto at least got the opportunity to go out on a mission. At the same time, the blatant use of ninjutsu would also be of great help to his subsequent actions. For the next week, Rinto worked on the iron every day and produced a lot of finished products, as well as a lot of iron waste. In line with the principle of not wasting anything, he melted the iron waste, ground it into iron powder, and stored it in his body. This is the weight-bearing training method Rinto used in the evil cult base, but at that time he hid dirt and other debris in his body. Now he is a die-hard fan. The weight of iron powder is much heavier than soil, and the weight distribution is also very balanced. It can only be said that iron powder is much better than soil as a weight. Even though his whole body was in pain, Rinto still enjoyed it. He is a lazy guy. He is too lazy to find time to exercise his physical fitness. He can only improve himself through this 24-hour weight-bearing method. In less than a week, Rinto found that this weight-bearing method was surprisingly effective. The total weight of iron powder is about 200 kilograms, evenly distributed on every part of the body. Although it hurts a lot all the time, Rinto's body gets exercised when he walks, sits, or lies down. Looking at his darkened palm, Rinto couldn't help but sigh. What Haiden lacks most is not strength or intelligence, but imagination. There are so many things that can be used with Undying, such as 8 inner gates, tandem paper bombs, flying thunder god, etc. If given the chance, Rinto even wants to try out the Shiki Fusion, or get himself a tailed beast to play with. Since he couldn't die no matter how hard he tried, there were so many things he could do that Rinto didn't even dare to think about them. If this happens, let alone Madara, even if Kaguya comes, she can only lie down and cry. Of course, it is impossible to fight a war. I will never fight a war in this life. I can only earn a few 100 million to support my life. Rinto's favorite character is Kunazo, the jeweler's son in the play. The money escape technique, the prince's mouth escape technique, Nibali's disguise escape technique, and Satsuki Ichiraku's face escape technique are known as the 4 most powerful escape techniques. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye a week has passed, and it is time for Rinto to go to school. Li Yi, get up. Rinto put on his clothes and shook little Li Yi who was sleeping on the side. Li Yi muttered something, turned over and fell into a deep sleep. Li Yi, get up. Brother will take you to school. Rinto was not in a hurry and continued to shake the chubby Li Yi, just like kneading a round dough. Brother! I want to go to bed. Li Yi became impatient with his shaking and got up angrily. Why are you sleeping? Who would sleep? Only losers sleep. Rintu himself doesn't get enough sleep, so he is particularly envious of kids like Li who don't get enough sleep. Seeing that it was too hard, Li Yi pouted, sat down on the quilt, and rubbed her eyes with her chubby little hands. Brother, I want to go to the Sensoji festival with Auntie Kyoko today. Where is Sensoji temple? Why haven't I heard of it? Auntie Anza said that Sensoji temple is a branch of the fire temple, and it's right in the village. Seeing Li's eager look, Rintu sighed. You don't want to visit the festival, you want to take the opportunity to eat and drink. However, Rintu did not stop Rai. It is obvious that this was the action taken by the Konoha high-level officials. The method is simple, but it makes Rintu not hate it at all. Rintu came to Konoha for many reasons, one of which was to give Rai a happy childhood. And Konoha village, as the most powerful village among the 5 great nations, not only has a good climate and environment, but most importantly, the atmosphere in Konoha is pretty good. In this age where human life is worthless, the will of fire has indeed protected a piece of pure land. The plan of the village leaders is very simple, which is to influence Li Yi and further influence their own decision. Obviously, they were overthinking it. Even without Rai, Rintu would cooperate with Konoha. Even if Li becomes a Konoha shinobi, the heir of the will of fire, so what? Will she be unhappy? This guy knows nothing. Thinking of this, Rintu simply stopped thinking about it and let her be. Being heartless made life not tiring. Then you have to get up too. If you stay in bed again, I'll beat you up. Li Yi ignored Rintu's threat. She pulled Rintu's sleeve with a look of surprise, her beautiful big eyes wide open. Brother! You agreed. Rintu nodded, and the little girl suddenly started to wriggle happily in the quilt like a fat maggot. Okay, get dressed. Hearing this, Li Yi nodded obediently. After a while, Rintu brought Rai to the restaurant. Uncle Ipongai was sitting at a low table, yawning sleepily. When he saw Rintu come in, he immediately twisted his buttocks childishly and turned his back to him. This guy is still unhappy about Rintu going to the ninja school. In his opinion, ninjas are not serious, and only those who make money are serious. Aunt Anzi, who was serving the food, hit him in annoyance, then smiled and waved to Rintu and Rai. Rintu-kun, Rai-chan, come on, today's breakfast is tomato omelette rice. Hearing this, Li Yi's big eyes suddenly lit up, and she pulled Rintu towards the dining table quickly. After sitting down, as usual, Uncle Ipongai drank his tea leisurely, Aunt Anza picked up Rai and put her on her lap, and the little brat Kato Dan concentrated on eating. Rintu didn't look at the tempting omelette rice on the table. Instead, he took out an envelope from his pocket and placed it on the table. Auntie Xingzi, I'm going to the ninja school today. I heard from Li Yi that you were going to take her to the Sensoji festival. This little money will be used for Li Yi's travel expenses. As he said that, he pushed the envelope to Xingzi. Looking at Rintu's serious expression, Anza couldn't help but use honorifics, shook her head repeatedly, and hurriedly refused. No, Rintu-kun. I like Rai very much. Besides, it doesn't cost much to just go to the festival for some fun. Rintu shook his head slightly, pushing the envelope forward firmly. Although he was young, his frown gave off a sense of maturity and sternness that made people dare not look directly into his eyes. Maybe he himself is not aware of it, but his past experiences have given his every word and action a sense of sophistication and maturity. People who communicate with him often forget that he is only 7 years old. Xingzi couldn't persuade him, so she could only sigh and accept the envelope. It's not thick at first, but the texture is very solid. Xingzi, who often dealt with money, guessed it immediately. The envelope contained 8 to 10 banknotes, each worth 1,000 taels. I can't help but sigh that Rintu really loves Rai. He gave her 10,000 taels right away. For her, 10,000 taels was nothing, but for a kid who had just arrived with her sister, 10,000 taels was really a huge sum of money. This is an amazing child. After breakfast, Rintu took Rai back to the room. Li Yi, take this. I taught you how to read. Have you forgotten it? Hearing this, Li Yi took the scroll handed to her by Rintu and shook her head. Brother, I didn't forget. Very good. Rintu touched Li's little head with satisfaction and continued. This scroll contains the chakra extraction technique. You are a big boy now. You should figure it out on your own when you have time. Don't rely on your brother to urge you to learn everything. Hearing this, Li Yi nodded obediently. Brother, does having chakra make you a ninja? No, but chakra is the foundation of ninja. It's all introduced in the scroll. You can read it yourself. After saying that, he gently pinched Li Yi's chubby face. Li Yi silently held the scroll in her arms, her big eyes full of excitement, and said loudly. Don't worry, brother. I will work hard to become your good helper soon. Looking at the little girl's bright eyes, Rintu shook his head speechlessly. I don't want help. Giving you the scroll is just to give you one more option for your future. After all, being a ninja is not the only path in this world. Li Yi shook her head. Brother, Li Yi doesn't understand, but Li Yi will definitely work hard. Forget it, whatever makes you happy. Rintu sighed, gently pinched Li Yi's chubby little face, turned around and went to school. Chapter 23 Konoha Shinobi School. When Rintu arrived at the school gate, there were no children coming and going. The warm morning sunshine shines through the green leaves between the treetops and falls on the ground, bringing peace and leisure. At the school gate, a middle-aged ninja in a green vest stood straight, writing and drawing in a small notebook in his hand. Seeing Rintu coming, the middle-aged ninja was slightly stunned, then strode towards Rintu. Sakuta Rintu? The middle-aged ninja asked with a frown, looking at the small notebook in his hand. Rintu nodded. The middle-aged ninja didn't waste any words. He closed the notebook with a snap and introduced himself at a very fast speed. My name is Nakaguru Daizara, you can call me Daizara-sensei. Now, Rintu-kun, follow me. After saying that, he walked towards the school in a brisk manner. Seeing this, Rintu slightly quickened his pace to keep up with him. When Zhongliu Dekong saw Rintu catching up, he didn't waste any words and opened the little notebook quickly and began to read in a serious manner as he walked. Shokata Rintu, an orphan, was born in the land of hot springs. He came to Konoha with a caravan more than half a month ago. Rintu nodded repeatedly after hearing this. I have a general understanding of your situation. Now I will tell you about the school rules. The ninja school was founded by the second-generation leader Tobirama and is the most basic part of the training for all Konoha shinobi. Here, you can learn the will of fire, the basic ninjutsu 3-body technique, and the knowledge to help a rookie ninja survive. As he spoke, Zhongliu Dekong cleared his throat. Well, since this is your first time, I won't let you copy the will of fire, but remember, ninja school starts at 9 AM every day and ends at 3 PM. There are 2 classes in the morning and 1 class in the afternoon every day. There are history classes, theory classes, and practical classes. After saying a lot of gibberish, Rintu stood on tiptoe and secretly glanced at the small notebook in Zhongliu Dekong's hand. Wow, the words as small as rice grains are densely written. Could it be that this guy is different from the water bear and is really serious? However, Rintu and this kind of real man can never get along. Rintu yawned, letting the conversation go in one ear and out the other, then followed Daizara in the middle stream. Soon, the two of them crossed the open space in front of the school, walked past the swing that would later become the prince's favorite, and entered a 3-story building. The first floor is for 1st and 6th grades. The second floor is for the 2nd and 3rd grades. The 3rd floor is for grades 4 and 5. Teacher Daizara, what grade am I assigned to? Rintu didn't know how Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged him. According to his situation, he should be assigned to the first grade. But Rinto is actually old enough to be in the second grade. Hearing this, Zhongliu Dekong's expression suddenly became strange. He did not rush to answer Rinto's question, but instead asked, "Rinto-kun, do you have any relatives in Konoha's upper echelons?" "No." Rinto shook his head honestly. "Then, did you receive basic ninja education before you went to school?" Hearing this, Rinto was stunned. Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't tell this guy his information, would he? No. Probably not. This is the secret of Konoha's infiltration of Rain Shinobi village. The higher UPS wouldn't tell such a thing to an ordinary teacher in a ninja school. Thinking of this, Rinto smiled self-deprecatingly and shook his head. Zhongliu Dekong looked even weirder. "That's very strange. Why would the higher UPS allow a student like you who has no basic knowledge to go straight to the second grade?" Rinto was slightly delighted. Going to the second grade meant that he would have to spend 1 year less in this school full of little brats. For him, this was good news. Muttering to himself, Nakaguru Daizara took Rinto, turned up the stairs and went up to the second floor. There are not many students who can become ninjas, so there is only one class in the entire grade. That is to say, in addition to the teachers' offices, there are only 2 large lecture halls on each floor. After going up the stairs, Nakaguru Daizara and Rinto arrived on the second floor and walked into a lecture hall right next to the stairs. The classroom was empty, with books, papers, pens, and scrolls scattered on the table. It looked like the students had just left. Zhongliu Daizara was still chattering about the precautions of the ninja school, looking like every second counts. Rinto covered his forehead with his hands in pain. "Teacher Daizara, where are the other students?" Being interrupted, Zhongliu Dekong glanced at Rinto unhappily and said unhappily, "This class is a practical class, everyone go to the playground at the back for class." "So, Mr. Daizara, do I need to go to class?" This guy was just too nagging. In just a moment, Rinto felt like pulling his intestines out and strangling him. "Okay, but from the time we entered the school till now, you've asked a total of 5 questions and interrupted me 7 times, so I'm going to take up 5 minutes of your time." After saying that, he flipped through the small notebook in his hand and started reading to himself. Rinto rolled his eyes speechlessly, covered his forehead with his hands, and sat down in a random seat. Now he finally understood why Hizunbeo wanted to beat Tang Seng to death with a stick. Being nagged by others was more painful than being sliced into pieces. Rinto seemed to have returned to his previous life, when he was sitting in the classroom. It seemed as if a century had passed. Zhongliu Dekong's thin lips finally stopped moving, and the world became quiet. Rinto stood up excitedly and looked at the middle-class guy's path. "Teacher Daizara, let's go to the playground quickly. I can't wait to meet my dear classmates." Seeing this, Zhongliu Dekong nodded with satisfaction. Although this kid always likes to interrupt me when I am talking, although he skipped from the first grade to the second grade for no reason, and although he was late on the first day of school, but as long as he can get along with his classmates, he is a good kid. Thinking of this, Zhongliu Dekong waved to Rinto, pointed to the corner of the last row, and said, "Rinto-kun, there are no other empty seats in the classroom for now, so you'll have to sit there for now." When Rinto saw it, he felt Ichiraku in his heart and nodded continuously like a chicken pecking at rice. "The corner is great. I can sleep when I have nothing to do, and I can peek at the beautiful scenery outside the window when I can't sleep. It's tailor-made for people like me who come here to spend their days." After deciding on the seats, Nakaguru Daizara took Rinto out of the teaching building. Behind the teaching building, in an extremely spacious playground, a group of children, led by 2 ninjas, were divided into 2 groups and punching and kicking each other. Even though they were just a group of 7 or 8-year-old children, one could still see that their moves were methodical and they advanced and retreated in moderation during the fight. Everyone was interacting with each other, and the sound of childish humming and hawing could be heard continuously. 2 teachers wearing green vests were walking around, constantly correcting the students' movements. Rinto, who was originally a little curious, suddenly lost interest. How should I put it? It is indeed a very ninja-like fighting style, with both sides either blocking or dodging, and there is no sense of fierce fist-to-flesh combat at all. In comparison, Rinto still thinks that the physical skills of Cloud Shinobi Village are more exciting. Big opening and closing, every punch hits the flesh, so powerful. Closest to Rinto, a black-haired boy was pressing down on a silver-haired boy. It is worth noting that the silver-haired boy has an extremely strong fighting spirit. Even when he was pinned to the ground, he still struggled and danced. The little devil who was on top of him grabbed his neck arrogantly, with an expression that made him look like he deserved a beating. Rinto glanced over and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Hey evil brat from the Uchiha family! Chapter 24. Rinto-kun, you really don't have any skills? Do you know the simplest 3-body technique? Hearing this, Rinto shook his head. Teacher Daizara, I really don't know any ninjutsu. What about chakra extraction technique? Zhongliu Dekong still didn't give up. Rinto still shook his head. Zhongliu Dekong was stunned for a moment, then sighed. It's okay. If you don't know how to do it, just learn slowly. Luckily, you only skipped to the 2nd grade, not the 3rd grade. You still have time to catch up. Don't be discouraged. After saying this, his expression became serious. Don't worry, Rinto-kun. As your teacher, I won't watch you fall behind in your studies. Hearing this, Rinto suddenly had a bad feeling. Then, Nakaguru Daizara's words confirmed his premonition. How about this, Rinto-kun, you stay for 2 hours after school every day, and I will give you individual tutoring. You can also use these 2 hours to train until you make up for the missed classes. Hearing this, Rinto was dumbfounded. What do you mean? School ends at 3:30, and you want to keep me until 5:30? Teacher, don't you need to fall in love, get married, and go home to be with your wife? Even if you don't want it, I want it. I'm going to Uncle Ipongai to work as a blacksmith. I have to support myself and Li Yi. Oh. Shit. Rinto felt his scalp tingling when he thought about how he wasted a lot of time in the ninja school every day. Teacher, I want to discuss something with you. You say. Mr. Dekong, can I skip this practical class and use this time to study? After all, this practical class is just about fighting back and forth, which feels a bit boring. Hearing that Rinto didn't want to take the practical class, Zhongliu Daizara's brows immediately frowned. What kind of place is a ninja school, you kid? A place to train secretaries. Even medical ninjas have to take practical classes. Zhongliu Dekong subconsciously wanted to refuse, but was overtaken by an arrogant voice. New here. Haha, you look so arrogant, just like a clown trying to attract attention. Rinto seemed not to hear the ridicule behind him, and still tilted his head to look at Zhongliu Daizara with expectation. Zhongliu Dekong also heard this, his brows suddenly frowned, and he subconsciously looked at the person who spoke. When he saw clearly who was speaking, Zhongliu Dekong frowned even deeper. Uchiha Ryuta is a top student in the class. Although he has good grades, the Uchiha clan's arrogant personality is very unpleasant. When Uchiha Ryuta saw that Rinto had no intention of paying any attention to him, he suddenly felt a strong sense of humiliation in his heart. Kids of his age want to prove themselves the most. At the same time, it is also the most self-centered age. Even though Zhongliu Dekong was beside him, he was not afraid at all. You know, his uncle is the Hokage's direct disciple, Uchiha Kagami. Rinto didn't know that this unfortunate child had such a relationship with Uchiha Kagami, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Although he is just an undercover agent, the only one who can really show off his strategies is second-generation Senju Tobirama. It's not that Rinto looks down on Konoha's high-level officials, but people who are accustomed to relying on force will easily degenerate into simple minds. Just like Black Zetsu in the original novel, he is not that powerful, but how can he plan so many conspiracies? It's nothing more than using his brain. So, Rinto doesn't look down on any of the bloodline sons in the original work. On the contrary, the second-generation Senju Tobirama, the tragic man Uchiha Itachi, and the sixth-generation Kakashi are the guys that Rinto really likes. Uchiha Ryota was so angry that his young face suddenly twisted. "Teacher Dekong, let me fight him and see how strong he is." Uchiha Ryota pointed at Rinto with a look of disdain. Zongliu Dekong suddenly felt a headache. It was impossible for him to get angry because of the arrogant words of the little brat. What bothered him was why all the Uchiha family had such arrogant personalities. Either he has a cold face all day long, and although he is not very old, he has a lot of wrinkles on his face. Or they are like Ryota in front of him, arrogant at all, but they can't tolerate any disregard in their eyes. On the playground, the small disturbance quickly attracted attention. The students stopped what they were doing and gathered around in twos and threes, including some of Uchiha Ryota's little fans. It can't be said to be realistic, nor can it be said to be short-sighted. Uchiha's golden signboard is here, and there are a lot of little fans wherever it goes. However, due to the authority of the teacher present, these little fans did not dare to shout loudly. However, they still stared at Rinto fiercely, as if they had some deep hatred against him. With the help of the support group, Uchiha Ryota became bolder and looked at Rinto with a smug look on his face. "New guy, I'll give you a hand." As he said this, he generously put one hand behind his back, which caused cheers from the surrounding fans. Rinto remained unmoved. He didn't want to bother with this guy. He always felt that once he got involved with such a person, his IQ would be assimilated by him. After all, a talent like Prince Naruto is best at bringing his opponent down to the same level of intelligence as himself, and then defeating him with his rich experience. Seeing that Rinto was like a piece of wood and didn't even look at him, Uchiha Ryota suddenly became angry. "You asked for it, kid." As he said that, he pushed Rinto hard from behind. Rinto was unable to react and was pushed and staggered. Seeing Rinto about to fall, Uchiha Ryota's eyes suddenly showed a hint of pleasure. "Humph! I told you to pretend. You can pretend again after you get into trouble." Zongliu Daizara never thought that Uchiha Ryota was so bold that he dared to bully his classmates in front of him. However, it would be a good idea to teach Rinto a lesson, so that he won't say that he doesn't want to take practical lessons. In the crowd, the white-haired boy lying on the ground had already climbed up, his body covered in dust, and was ready to go forward and help Rinto up without saying a word. Just as he was about to fall, Rinto suddenly took a step forward with his right foot. Boom! With a terrifying loud noise, Rinto's right foot landed heavily. The next second, a concave surface with a diameter of 3 meters and covered with dense cracks appeared under his feet. Around his right foot, wind pressure and dust suddenly exploded in all directions. The crowd suddenly stopped as if they had pressed the pause button. Uchiha Ryota stood behind Rinto with his arms folded across his chest. He still had a hint of smugness on his face, but his expression was extremely stiff. Sweat was pouring down his forehead, and mixed with the dust blowing in the wind, he looked particularly funny. "Monster, monster!" At this time, among the children gathered in a circle, a chubby little boy pointed at Rinto and shouted desperately. Suddenly, the not-so-loud sounds of people swallowing saliva came one after another. In the crowd, a pretty girl with a high golden ponytail looked at the cracked ground under Rinto's feet in shock and subconsciously wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Monster, this guy's power is simply terrifying." Even among the Senju clan, who are famous for their physical strength, no one at Rinto's age can have such terrifying strength. You know, this guy obviously didn't accumulate any strength, nor did he sprint, he just subconsciously stretched out his right foot. And Zongliu Daizara, who was standing next to Rintu, was even more shocked. The playground of the ninja school is not just a simple mud field. The ground here is compacted loess. This kind of extremely firmly pressed ground is most suitable for ninja combat. Not to mention the second graders, even the sixth graders who have already mastered a lot of ninjutsu and taijutsu cannot create such a terrifying effect. Zhongliu Dekong, his heart beating fast, looked at the ground. To put it bluntly, even his strongest ninjutsu could only cause this much damage to this kind of ground. The white-haired boy who was closest to Rintu sat down on the ground, his eyes wide open, and he couldn't help but say, "Wow, so awesome." At this moment, Rintu also slowly stood up. Seeing this, Nakaru instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Ryota, who was already scared to death. If pushing and shoving can be considered a fight between children, then this guy's attack is not as simple as breaking bones. There is only one consequence of this kind of huge force hitting your body, and that is death. The other two ninjas present also reacted quickly. One of them flashed between Rintu and Ryota, while the other one pulled the frightened Uchiha Ryota back with a wary look on his face. Rintu stood up silently, looked at the ground in front of him expressionlessly, then turned around abruptly and looked at Zhongliu Dazera. Zhongliu Dekong felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Cold sweat broke out on his back uncontrollably and he was extremely alert towards Rintu. Rintu's expressionless face suddenly twisted and he forced out an ugly sneer. "Teacher Dazera, I'm a blacksmith, so it's normal for me to be a little bit stronger. By the way, I don't have to pay any money." Everyone suddenly broke out in a sweat and fell backwards to the ground. "It's already this late and you're still thinking about losing money. I outnumber you in percent, and... What a monster! What's wrong with this guy's brain? It's so scary, Mom, I want to go home." For a moment, everyone was sweating profusely. Only the white-haired kid stood up stupidly and patted Rintu's shoulder generously. Everyone was frightened again. "You're new here, so of course you don't have to pay. I saw it all. It was that Uchiha Ryota who pushed you. He should pay for it." Hearing this, Rintu's eyes lit up and he hugged the dirty white-haired kid. "Brother, you are absolutely right. I think among all the people present, you are the only one with a sense of justice." Hearing this, the white-haired kid burst into laughter and patted his chest. Of course. Rintu was also happy. This guy didn't get angry even after being beaten like that. When he saw me being pushed, he was the first one who wanted to come up and help me. He was really kind-hearted. "Brother, what's your name?" Rintu asked. "Haha. Watch this." As he said that, the white-haired kid let go of Rintu, jumped back 2 steps, then stood on one foot, stretched out his right hand, and put on an arrogant look. "Yo! I am, Master Jiraiya." Chapter 25. The matter of Rintu stepping on a big hole in the playground was ultimately left unresolved. Uchiha Ryota was taken back by his parents because he was too frightened. After learning the whole story from Nakaru Dazera, the parents ultimately chose not to apologize to Rintu. However, Rintu doesn't care about these. In the Uchiha clan, there are some people with amazing talents, but most of them are just guys with no future. Instead, what made Rintu happy was that Mr. Nakaru Dazera promised him that he didn't have to attend the practical class, and at the same time, the time of the practical class was changed to tutoring. Rintu is very satisfied with this. As long as he can get back to the shop on time to work, these are minor problems. In the only class in the afternoon, Rintu sat at the back of the classroom, and his desk mate was the white-haired boy in the morning, Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya had an arrogant afro, his eyes were turned down, 2 red lines were drawn with oil paint, and he was wearing a grey-green waisted robe with flame patterns. "Rintu, you're really strong. How did you train it?" Jiraiya lay on the table, using the backs of the students in the front row to block the teacher's view, and spoke secretly. Seeing this, Rinto followed suit and lay down. He whispered. When you forge iron, the more you swing the hammer, the stronger you will become. Can you teach me? Jiraiya asked excitedly. Rinto nodded immediately. I'll bring you a blacksmith's hammer next time. Find something sturdy to hit it with. Hit it every day and your strength will naturally increase. Hearing this, Jiraiya was overjoyed. He had felt that kind of powerful force up close. Not to mention the destructive power, just the momentum alone was enough to make people feel chilled. When he thought about having this power and being able to confess his feelings to Tsunade, he suddenly burst into laughter. Rinto smiled as well. I have to say, this guy Jiraiya is really happy. Laughing, Jiraiya pointed to the empty seat in front of Rinto and asked curiously. Rinto, do you know where that Uchiha is? Rinto was stunned when he heard that. It turned out that the evil kid from the Uchiha family was sitting in front of him. I can't figure it out. It seems like he was taken home by his parents to change his pants. Scratching his head, Rinto expressed his guess. Jiraiya didn't laugh, but approached Rinto slyly. Rinto, you'd better be careful, Uchiha is very narrow-minded. Besides, their clan. Jiraiya didn't finish his words, but Rinto got the meaning. It's just that the Uchiha clan is indeed not very narrow-minded, but Rinto is even more narrow-minded. Thinking of this, he belatedly remembered an oversight in his plan. If I have an enemy in Konoha, would second-generation Senju Tobirama be more confident in me? The answer is self-evident, and Uchiha is that very good enemy. First of all, in the village, the Uchiha clan is not doing as well as imagined. This clan is too xenophobic, which is determined by the entire family atmosphere. As long as there are immortals in Uchiha who survived the Sengoku era, this pride buried in their bones will continue from generation to generation. This is completely contrary to the will of fire proposed by the first generation. However, the powerful fighting capability of the Uchiha clan is an indispensable part of Konoha, or in other words, in today's Konoha, the Uchiha clan is still an important component of the fighting power. If I were to fall out with the Uchiha clan, I, who seem to be isolated and helpless, would definitely turn to the Hokage faction for protection. In this way, trust will naturally increase slowly. From the moment he entered Konoha and his plan was exposed, he had been involved in this great Uzumaki. As for politics, there is no such thing as being immune to it. Thinking of this, Rinto's eyes moved slightly and he made up his mind secretly. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye a class was over. Rinto left the ninja school with the crowd of people leaving school. As agreed, he is now going to work at Kato's ninja tool shop. With the advantages of magnet style, Rinto's forging skills became more and more proficient, the ninja tools he produced became more and more excellent, and the reputation of Kato Ninja Tool Shop gradually spread. This also caused a phenomenon that the ninja tools at Kato Ninja Tool Shop were in short supply. Especially the senbon. According to the news from the front line, the senbon produced by Kato Ninja Tool Shop are of extremely high sharpness. For ninjas, ninja tools are their second life. If the quality of the ninja tools is unreliable, it would be a nightmare. The senbon sword made by Rinto is extremely sharp and at the same time, it is also tough, which also leads to a very high recovery rate after the war. Although such characteristics are not conducive to the business of Kato Ninja Tool Shop, but on the battlefield, when supplies are insufficient, these recovered senbon can save lives. Lift the curtain and walk into Kato's Ninja Tool Shop. The store at this time was not as deserted as when Rinto first came. Instead, it was crowded with people. Many ninjas in green vests were walking around, gesticulating with the ninja tools on display. Uncle Ippongai was rubbing his fat hands, with a mercenary expression and a charming smile as he moved among the crowd. Seeing Rinto lift the curtain, Ipponmu hurried to Rinto's side. Hey, brother! Why are you here just now? Come on, here are a few large special orders. Can you show me if I can take them? How big is it? Rintu answered subconsciously. Hearing this, Ippongai put his arm around Rintu's shoulders and secretly made an 8 gesture between the two of them with his free hand. Mine. Your. Rintu grinned and smiled, knowing that good days were coming. This big order is not just a big order, but a sign that the company's reputation has been established. In forging, especially weapon forging, quality is the foundation of everything. With quality, you have everything. Ninjas who can survive on the battlefield are naturally the best advertisements, and the ninja tools they hold are naturally considered to be high-quality ninja tools. As they spoke, Rintu and Ippongai walked up to the counter. Here are the orders: the ninja swords customized by the Moonlight family, the armor pieces of the Akamichi family, and the goods that my old man is going to trade this time. The goods that the old man ordered from me are not urgent, so let him wait. The important thing is the Moonlight family's ninja sword. This is a big client, please pay attention to it. Rintu nodded, took the order from the filial son, turned around and walked into the forge. It's funny that magnet style has an almost pervert effect on blacksmithing, and Rintu still can't figure out whether magnet style is a bloodline limit or not. The sound of tinkling bellows rang out, accompanied by the whistling of bellows, and time slowly passed. At 6 o'clock, Kato's ninja tool shop closes. Rintu wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked out of the forge pretending to be very tired. In the front hall, Uncle Ippongai was leaning on the counter with a beaming look on his face, the beads on his abacus making a clacking sound. Hey, Rintu-kun, you've worked hard. Hey, I work so hard, don't you want to pay me more? Rintu grinned. More money. Yiben Mu's face froze, and he slowly hugged the stacks of bills in front of him. You are kidding me again. We are partners and I am not your boss. How can I give you more money? Seeing Ippongai's alert expression, Rintu curled his lips and said, it's not impossible to change the division. Hearing this, Yiben Mu's fat head shook like a rattle. No, Rintu-kun, I am an honest businessman and I will never go back on my word. Hearing this, Rintu could only sigh helplessly. Okay, you have integrity. The iron ore and charcoal are only enough for tomorrow. Remember to restock. I'm going back to eat. After saying that, Rintu slipped out of Kato's ninja tool shop without looking back, leaving Ippongai howling in pain. Not enough again? The goods were just delivered last week. 2 weeks worth of charcoal and iron ore. Damn it Rintu, don't leave, come back. Rintu's head shrank and he disappeared without a trace. In a dense forest outside Konoha, Rintu took out a bundle of weights from his arms with an excited look on his face. This is a weight he forged using leftover materials. With the combined effects of giant forging and magnet style, this weight is not large in size, but its weight is extremely terrifying. There were 4 weights in total, wrapped in sturdy burlap bags. There are 4 weights, with a total weight of nearly 400 kilograms. Rintu hung 4 weights on his hands and feet respectively, and together with the iron powder stored in his body, the total weight was close to 500 kilograms. Just by carrying these weights, Rintu felt like he had turned into a weight that would sink if he entered the water. He stood up and took 2 steps with difficulty. Suddenly, he could hear the groaning of muscles and bones. Rintu knew that it was the whine of his body unable to bear the heavy burden. However, this is the effect Rintu wanted. He believed that once he got used to this weight, he would be able to defeat a group of Chunin effortlessly with his physical strength alone. As for why it is not Jainin, it is because the guys who can become Jainin generally have some special qualities that ordinary people cannot match. Chapter 26 Konoha Shinobi School, Transformation Technique Course. Sakuta Rintu. On the podium, Nakari Hidezura held the roster and called out Rintu's name. Here. Rintu responded lazily, then stood up and walked to the podium, standing in front of Zhongli Hidezura. With his thumbs stretched upward and overlapped, with his left thumb on top, Rintu simply made a no seal. Bang! With a slight sound, the white mist dissipated, and a guy who looked 80% like Zongliudakong appeared on the podium. Zongliudakong stroked his chin and kept circling around Rintu. Except for being a little short, everything else is fine. 60 points, passing. Keep working hard. Bang! There was another soft sound, and Rintu changed back to his original form, turned around and walked down the podium. When I returned to my seat, before I sat down, Jiraiya's unhappy voice came from the person sitting next to me. Rintu, you idiot! We agreed to fail the exam together, but you only scored 60 points in every class. What do you mean? Rintu was speechless. Although he had his own reasons, he couldn't tell Jiraiya. What's the point of competing in an exam with a bunch of little brats? If Rintu hadn't had to stay behind for tutoring because he failed the exam, he wouldn't even have wanted to take it. As for why I only scored 60 points, isn't it because 60 points is so good? It not only saved me from unnecessary interactions with my classmates, but also kept me passing the exam and avoided even more unnecessary tutoring. The transformation technique is a very simple technique, and is also one of the 3 basic body techniques of ninja. When a novice uses the transformation technique, it is easy to see the flaws, but a ninja who has mastered the Grandmaster technique can make it impossible for anyone to see the flaws. For a qualified undercover agent, transformation technique is even more important than combat capability. And Rintu is an expert at this. The test continued, and soon it was the turn of Uchiha Ryota, who was sitting in front of Rintu's seat. Perfect transformation technique, 100 points. Sitting in the audience, Rintu smiled in his heart. The ninja school assessment is really easy. Uchiha Ryota's transformation technique has at least 7 minor flaws, but teacher Daizara actually gave him 100 points. If it were Mizukuma, he would definitely fail him. The strength of Konoha lies in the fact that they have an unreasonable number of bloodline limits and forbidden techniques. Just a simple Sharingan and a rolling eye made many villages drool with envy. Coupled with the forbidden techniques such as multiple shadow clone technique, flying thunder god, 8 inner gates, Shiki fusion, and spiritualization technique, a bottomless gap of despair has easily opened up between Janin's strength and that of other villages. Not to mention, Konoha produces pervert genin. Uchiha Ryota scored 100 points and slowly walked back to his seat amidst the surprised looks of his classmates. Shokata Rintu, how many points did you get? Uchiha Ryota asked the question with a sarcastic look on his face, and then answered himself in a sarcastic tone. Oh! I remember now, you only got 60 points. How lucky! You almost failed. I hope you can be so lucky every time. Looking at this annoying kid, Rintu curled his lips speechlessly and refused to pay any attention to him. However, Jiraiya on the side couldn't stand it anymore, he slammed the table and started yelling. What's so great about that? It's just a perfect score. Rintu always gets 60 points. Can you always get 100 points? Hearing this, Rintu covered his forehead speechlessly. Damn, this guy's train of thought is amazing. What's there to be proud of for always getting 60 points? I don't know whether you are praising me or insulting me. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Uchiha Ryota suddenly laughed sarcastically. Haha, you two are really a perfect match. One is the unlucky last place student who always fails, and the other is the lucky last place student who always has shit luck. What a perfect match! Alas! Rintu sighed, slowly looked up at Uchiha Ryota, his eyes full of helplessness. I wasn't going to pick on you, but now you're jumping out. Why? Isn't it better to live a good life? Change into a clean pair of pants? Rintu asked coldly. Hearing this, Uchiha Ryota's face suddenly turned red, and his mind involuntarily thought of the last time he was scared by Rintu to the point of peeing his pants. In an instant, a strong sense of humiliation surged in his heart. At the same time, a burst of laughter broke out in the class. After he wet his pants last time, Uchiha took a whole week off to get away from it. Now, Rinto brought it up again, which was like opening his wound and rubbing salt into it. UBD, what's so great about being stronger? How dare you mock me, Uchiha? Uchiha screamed hysterically, his eyes filled with hatred. On the podium, Zhongliu Dekong held his throbbing temple and felt that this class of students was the most difficult one he had ever taught. The arrogant Uchiha, the troublemaking Jiraiya, and the stubborn Rinto Sakuta. These three people are simply the center of chaos. The last incident hasn't ended yet, the playground is still under repair, and Uchiha just came back from his leave, and now they're arguing again. At this moment, Rinto raised his hand with an innocent look and pointed at Uchiha. Teacher Daizara, this guy is affecting my studies. Can I beat him up? As soon as the voice came out, all the students in the class shrank their heads, and couldn't help but think of the scene when Rinto crushed the school playground with one kick last time. No. Nakaguru Daizara shouted subconsciously, rushing between Rinto and Uchiha like the wind. Uchiha legs became weak and he kept backing away. Although Rinto used a questioning tone, he could see a strong threat in Rinto's eyes. Don't come over here. If you dare to touch me, the Uchiha clan will definitely make you live a life worse than death. Uchiha shouted in a timid tone. Hearing this, many students in the class frowned. As a member of Konoha village, it was a bit too much to say such a thing. Do you still think this is the Sengoku era? Even Nakaguru Daizara, who was standing between the two of them, glared at Uchiha with dissatisfaction. The children from these big families are much better than civilian ninjas in ninjutsu and taijutsu, but their personalities are also greatly influenced by their families. What's worse, there is no will of fire in his eyes at all. Rinto narrowed his eyes, taking in the reactions of his classmates, and smiled wickedly in his heart. Great, if I can help the Uchiha tribe be exterminated sooner, that would be awesome. I might even be able to get a pair of Sharingans. Where should I press the Sharingan? If I don't want to change the original eyes, should I press the belly button? Or the hole? I took off my pants and put Amaterasu in there? Then the bleeding wouldn't stop? People thought I had a hemorrhoid? Damn, the picture is so beautiful that I can't even imagine it. Ahem. A light cough interrupted Rinto's reverie. Tsunade-san, why don't you switch seats with Uchiha-san? Nakaguru Daizara said in a negotiating tone. As soon as the words fell, Rinto felt Jiraiya beside him suddenly excited, staring at the blonde girl with a high ponytail in the middle of the classroom. Okay, Teacher Azora. A crisp lowly voice sounded. Tsunade stood up and nodded. After saying that, he put away the books on the table and left his seat. In front of Rinto, Uchiha was packing up his books while watching Rinto's every move warily. Suddenly, Rinto raised his right hand. Ah! Teacher Uzura, he's going to hit me. Uchiha was so scared that he staggered and fell to the ground, kicking the ground with his short legs. Hey, sorry, my head is a little itchy. Rinto smiled brightly and scratched his head. Zhongliu Dekong's face suddenly turned dark. Each of them was a tough guy. This time, after I finish teaching this class, I will apply to become a Jainin and never teach students in a ninja school again. Uchiha saw that he was tricked again and he was so angry that he started shaking all over. You wait. After saying this viciously, Uchiha left his seat with his book in his arms without looking back. Seeing that the matter was settled, Zhongliu Dekong said a few words about students getting along well with each other and turned back to the podium. As soon as the blonde girl in front sat down, Jiraiya came over and looked at Rinto in a nasty way. Brother, you are really good at snitching. I have never seen such a satisfying way of snitching. Seeing Jiraiya making small talk and looking around, Rinto suddenly grinned. Jiraiya, you don't like Tsunade, do you? The voice was not loud, just loud enough for Jiraiya to hear. What? Where is that? Jiraiya was suddenly flustered and shook his head wildly. After all, he is still a kid who hasn't graduated from the ninja school. He is not thick-skinned enough. When his secrets were revealed, especially in front of the girl's back, how could Jiraiya remain calm? Although Jiraiya denied it again and again, Rintu had already confirmed the answer from his face, which was as red as a monkey's butt. He couldn't figure out why so many people liked Tsunade in the original book. Is Konan not cute? Is Gurren not fragrant? Or is Terumi May not beautiful? Konan is so cute, can make an explosive tag, and is well behaved and obedient. Isn't she better than the violent girl Tsunade? Honglian is good at crystal style, she brings money home casually, and she has a bit of a tsundere personality. Isn't she better than Tsunade, the spendthrift woman? Terumi May, needless to say, let me wipe the blood from my nose first. Anyway, Rintu said that although Tsunade is tolerant, in reality, he is both spendthrift and violent, which is simply too scary. What he didn't know was that sometimes, the more people fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Of course, this is a story for later. Seeing Jiraiya confessing, Rintu laughed even more happily. Jiraiya, prepare a treat. Otherwise, I will spread the news of your crush on Tsunade to the whole village. Hearing this, Jiraiya immediately got angry and grabbed Rintu's neck. No. Don't talk nonsense. How could I like this airport super washboard princess? Hey, I don't care. If you don't treat me, I'll gossip about it. Seeing Rintu acting like a rogue, Jiraiya was immediately defeated. He felt his pocket and found only 2 pitiful coins in it, which added up to only 200 taels. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Eat, what to eat?" Hearing this, Rintu smiled mysteriously and held up a finger. It will take a bunch of octopus balls to shut my mouth. Jiraiya heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that all he needed was a string of octopus balls. Octopus balls are a specialty snack of Konoha village. A string costs only 10 taels, which is an affordable and delicious snack. It's settled. It's settled. In the front row, Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, trying hard to control her anger. A whole Jiraiya, you actually called me a super washboard princess. UBD, I will beat you up in the next practical class. And Rintu's Sakyokata, this guy is even more hateful. He actually used me to blackmail Jiraiya, the idiot. What's even more infuriating is that a string of octopus balls was sent away. You two bastards, just wait. Chapter 27. In a vast courtyard right in the center of the village. This was once the home of the Senju clan, and is now the home of Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, pushed open the wooden door and walked into the house with a righteous look. In the huge courtyard, a mature woman with a red bun and a purple diamond mark on her forehead slowly put down the watering can in her hand, smiled and opened her arms towards Tsunade. Seeing his grandmother, Tsunade immediately put away the anger on his face and threw himself into Uzumaki Mito's arms like a young swallow. "Grandma, why did you think of watering the flowers?" Tsunade asked in a coquettish voice. "I went to Sensoji Temple last week, and the abbot gave me a 5-treasure bead azalea, so I thought about planting it." Uzumaki Mito, who is nearly 50 but doesn't look old at all, slowly strokes Tsunade's soft hair, his big eyes narrowed into a line. "Let's not talk about it, Grandma. What happened to Xiao Gang today? Why does Grandma feel that you are very angry?" Tsunade pouted. If it was anyone else, even if it was second Grandpa Tobirama, Tsunade would not tell him what happened today. But Uzumaki Mito is different. In Tsunade's heart, her grandmother is the most gentle and considerate person. "Grandma, I met 2 super annoying guys at school today." With that, Tsunade told Uzumaki Mito what happened at school this afternoon. In his words, he even described Rintu and Jiraiya as the most invincible and ultimate snake-skinned bastards in the universe, who are extremely annoying and detestable. Uzumaki Mito listened to Tsunade's words quietly and laughed narrowly. It turns out that my little girl has grown up and has a boy pursuing her. Is that boy named Jiraiya handsome? Seeing her grandmother with a playful look on her face, Tsunade immediately refused and started to wriggle in her arms like a spoiled child. Grandma, you are bullying me. Jiraiya is not handsome at all, his grades are at the bottom, and his personality is even more annoying. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito pinched Tsunade's little face kindly. You can't say that. Your grandpa was also very naughty when he was a child. He will be fine when he grows up. Humph. I don't believe it. Tsunade pouted. Elsewhere, in the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama looked at the scroll on the table with an expressionless face. In front of him, a man wearing a dog mask was half kneeling. The scroll records every aspect of Rinto's life during this period. It not only includes various daily routines, but even remembers clearly when Rinto pooped and how long it took. When Senju Tobirama saw that Nakaguru Daizara asked Uchi Harayata and Tsunade to switch positions, his eyes twitched slightly. He has always been very satisfied with Rinto's performance. As an undercover agent who was discovered, Rinto has always behaved quite harmlessly, especially during the more than 1 week in the ninja school. Apart from becoming friends with a civilian orphan named Jiraiya who sat at the same table with him, he basically had no interaction with other children. This is also what Senju Tobirama is very happy to see. After all, in the entire Konoha, he was the only one who knew best the lethality of this guy Rinto. Putting aside Hands of the Salamander, Rinto's ability to plan and manipulate people's hearts is enough to make Senju Tobirama fearful. To be frank, even if Rinto's physical skills were comparable to Janin's, he could still subdue him in an instant. But putting aside his single-handed combat, this guy's strategies can play a much greater role on the battlefield. If I hadn't left the Flying Thunder God technique on this guy, I really wouldn't dare to let him wander around Konoha in such a brazen manner. And such a dangerous guy, the eldest brother's granddaughter Tsunade, was actually arranged by the idiot Zongliu Daizara to be by his side. I'm so angry. Dog, let the monkey come over. Yes. The local dog lowered his head, and then the body flicker technique disappeared. After a long moment, there was a knock on the door of the Hokage's office and in walked young Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, you are looking for me. Senju Tobirama nodded and put down the scroll that was giving him a headache. Monkey, do you think we should tell Rinto Sakuta about the death of the Sakuta tardigrade? Sarutobi Hiruzen was delighted at first, thinking that the teacher's question meant that the teacher valued him more and more. But then he thought of the death of Shokuta Water Bear and became distressed. He had actually thought about this question for a long time, but until now, he had not come up with a good question. First of all, once Rinto knew the news of Sakuta Mizukuma's death, according to this guy's personality, he would definitely leave Konoha to seek revenge. But Rinto Sakuta cannot be let go. No matter his identity or his ability, he is an indispensable help to Konoha. As long as Rinto Sakuta does not completely stand on the side of Konoha, this dangerous guy cannot be let free. Sarutobi Hiruzen also thought about leaving Sakuta Rai to restrain Rinto, but this idea was just an idea. First of all, whether keeping Sakuta Rai will create a rift between Rinto and Konoha is an uncertain answer. Secondly, Rinto left the village to investigate the death of the Sakuta Water Bear, and there are too many variables. In the ninja world, death is the main theme. Although this guy is very smart, at the moment of life and death, Ultimate's wisdom is not as helpful as the kunao in his hand. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still quite optimistic about Rinto. He always believed that through the will of fire, this guy Rinto would become a great help to Konoha in the future. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen mustered up his courage. Teacher, my opinion is not to tell him. Let him find out by himself. Senju Tobirama pondered for a moment and deliberately asked, what if he finds out and blames Konoha shinobi for hiding the news? It was obvious that Senju Tobirama already knew the answer to the question and was now testing Sarutobi Hiruzen. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with certainty. If it was a minor who didn't understand the situation, he might take his anger out on the Konoha high-level officials because of this kind of thing. But Rinto is not. Sarutobi Hiruzen can be sure that this guy's mind is far more mature than that of an ordinary person, even more mature than many adults in the village. A truly mature person will understand that helping is a favor, and not helping is a duty. Staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen's determined expression, Senju Tobirama sighed slowly. This monkey guy really looks like the big brother. Konoha Commercial Street is the most prosperous and lively place for Konoha's business. After school, Rinto and Jiraiya stood in front of a grill with their arms around each other, staring at the meatballs on the grill with drooling eyes. Octopus balls, 3 in a string, sprinkled with bonito flakes. The kids next door were crying with envy. Here, please use it. The lady who made the octopus balls put 2 skewers of balls on a stick and handed them to Rinto and Jiraiya respectively. The two of them quickly took the meatballs and stuffed them into their mouths in unison. Well, this thing is really good. Rinto had his mouth full and expressed his opinion with a satisfied look on his face. Next to him, Jiraiya nodded repeatedly with puffy cheeks. Soon, Rinto and Jiraiya finished eating the 2 skewers of meatballs, and they were still drooling as they watched the meatballs sizzling on the grill with a look of unsatisfied satisfaction on their faces. Damn, this stuff is delicious. As a person who hates salty food, Rinto has no love for taiyaki, apple candy, etc. Instead, he likes the salty and fragrant octopus balls very much. And Jiraiya seems to be a traitor like him. After eating, even though he was greedy, Rinto didn't say anything else. Jiraiya had a total of 200 taels in his pocket, and he spent 20 taels on treating himself to meatballs, which was already a huge loss. Here, this is a return gift. In front of the dumpling shop, Rinto took out a small green bag from his arms. The moment Jiraiya saw the small bag, his eyes widened. Is this a ninja bag? Where did you steal it from, UBD Rinto? Jiraiya's first reaction was that Rinto had stolen something. After all, Rinto was also an orphan, and orphans generally lived in poverty. Rinto immediately became unhappy when he heard Jiraiya's words. What do you mean by stealing? Laozi took it openly from Uncle Ippongai's shelf. How can a ninja's business be called stealing? Then there was another long speech that Jiraiya couldn't understand. Take it or not, if you don't I'll throw it away. Yes, yes, yes. Jiraiya hurriedly took the ninja bag, weighed it, found it was quite heavy, opened it, and saw shurikens and kunai neatly stacked inside. Of course, there are no senbon. Rinto believes that this guy with white hair is much more powerful than senbon. Holding the ninja tool bag in his hand, looking at Rinto who looked indifferent, Jiraiya's tears flowed down. A whole Rinto, UBD. Rinto picked his nose speechlessly, turned around and waved at Jiraiya. I saw you didn't have one during the last ninja tool throwing class, so I prepared one for you as a return gift for the octopus balls. Save your words of gratitude for later, or if you want to be my little brother I'll reluctantly agree. Bye, I have to go to work. Looking at Rinto slowly walking away, Jiraiya felt very warm in his heart. Since his parents passed away, no one has cared about him like this. A hole, you still want me to be your little brother? Wait until I, Jiraiya, become stronger than anyone else and then I will protect you. After saying goodbye to Jiraiya, Rinto first went to work at Kato's ninja tool shop. After carrying the weights, he could clearly feel his physical fitness improving whether he was walking, sleeping or forging iron. For Rinto, this was even more exciting than learning a forbidden technique. After all, Mr. Mizukima often said that ninjutsu can only determine life and death on the battlefield, but taijutsu can determine dignity in bed. Rintu said that it doesn't matter whether you live or die, but you must not lose your dignity. After completing a day's work, Rintu returned to his home in Ippongai. After a quick dinner, Rintu returned to his room. On the tatami in the room, Li Yi was sitting cross-legged in tortoise-shaped pajamas, with a cute and innocent look on her face. The little girl has been practicing very diligently since she got the chakra extraction scroll. Rintu discovered that the little girl had great ninja talent. In just 1 week, the little girl could already feel chakra. Thinking back to when I was in the cult base, it took me more than half a month of practice before I could feel the flow of chakra in my body. By comparing in this way, Rai's talent is actually better than Rintu's. However, this is actually good news for Rintu. The more talented Ri is, the more attention she will receive from Konoha's top brass, and her chance of death will be much smaller. Of course, courting death is another matter. Rintu believes that with such a steady brother like him, Ri will definitely be a steady and experienced ninja when she grows up. Seeing how hard Li Yi works, as her brother, I can't slack off. Thinking of this, Rintu suddenly became excited and dived into the warm bed. As expected, cultivation is something that has absolutely nothing to do with a lazy person like me. It would be better to wait until I can steal the multiple shadow clone techniques and let my clones practice them. Chapter 28. The next morning, Rintu got up. First, he helped Li Yi, who was staying in bed, to dress herself, then he said goodbye to Uncle Ippongai and Aunt Anzi and went to school. As for their son, Kato Dan, he is said to be the monitor of the 3rd grade class and leaves early every day. In comparison, Rintu, the salted fish, is much more leisurely. Arriving at school, walking into the classroom, and sitting down in the corner, Rintu then discovered something strange about today. Normally, although I was never late, I was always the last one to arrive in the classroom. But today, Jiraiya, who always came early, had not arrived yet. This guy, I hope he didn't cry all night because of what happened yesterday and was late for class today. Rintu thought leisurely. In his opinion, being late was no big deal at all. If those who are late and those who fail the exam don't have to stay behind to make up for the lessons, I guarantee that I will be late every day. Boom! When the bell rang, Jiraiya finally walked into the classroom ahead of the teacher, with a bruised face. Covering his face and staring at his classmates' teasing eyes, Jiraiya ran through the desks like the wind, rushed to the back, and sat down with his head down. The teacher followed Jiraiya into the classroom and stared at Jiraiya with a strange look on his face. After a while, the ninja teacher who Rintu was not familiar with finally opened the book and started teaching. At the end of the classroom, Rintu tilted his head and stared at Jiraiya curiously. Jiraiya, what's wrong with you? Hearing his friend's concern, Jiraiya quickly covered his face with his hands and shook his head. No. I'm fine. I fell down while walking this morning. Jiraiya stumbled as he spoke, and Rintu raised an eyebrow when he saw his evasive look. You can even swell your eyes after falling down. You are amazing. Hearing this, Jiraiya scratched his head and smiled brightly. Seeing this, Rintu's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it, I actually saw pride in this guy's smile. Damn, did I ever praise him in any way? And it was obvious that this guy had been beaten up. However, Jiraiya didn't say anything, and Rintu didn't plan to ask. He just kept scanning the entire classroom. After a while, Rintu's eyes gradually narrowed. Without Jiraiya's antics, the quiet morning passed quickly. Rintu bought a piece of bread for Jiraiya, who was too embarrassed to face people. Rintu and Jiraiya sat in their seats and ate it quietly. At this moment, a sarcastic voice broke the silence. Poor people are poor people. They can only eat bread for lunch. Here we come. Rintu was delighted, then he raised his head nonchalantly and looked at the person who came. Uchiha Ryota. Uchiha Ryota sat down on the table rudely, shaking his legs, and glanced at Rintu and Jiraiya with disdain. Hey Jiraiya, did you get beaten? Why are your eyes so swollen? Are you too embarrassed to see anyone and are hiding in a corner eating bread? Rintu didn't say anything either, but held Jiraiya down with his hands under the table. Shh, no hurry, play with him. Hearing this, Jiraiya snorted and ignored this guy. Today's Jiraiya obviously lost his usual carefree attitude and instead seemed a little angry. That's why Rintu held him down. Uchiha saw that Rintu didn't say anything, and snorted coldly. The last one is the last one. Are you playing dumb again? Do you think you can scare me today? After saying that, he glanced at Jiraiya who was frowning beside him. The last one should stay with the last one, so as not to pollute the air. As soon as he finished speaking, who was sitting in the front row, frowned. Uchiha is going too far. Even though she wanted to beat up Jiraiya and Rintu to vent her anger, she never thought of using such vicious words against her classmates. Could it be that the Uchiha clan, who had made a contract with my grandfather, have fallen to this state? Thinking of this, Tsunade actually felt a little sympathy for Rintu and Jiraiya. She is the princess of the Senju clan, and as such, she is more aware of the power and influence of these big clans. Just as Tsunade was getting angry, a sudden burst of laughter interrupted her thoughts, and the next words surprised her even more. Is this what Uchiha Madara taught you? No wonder there are so many traitors in the Uchiha family. Rintu said this while shaking his head, looking regretful. When it comes to sharp tongue, he is truly unrivaled by anyone, especially since he knows the Uchiha family very well. You, Sakuta Rintu, you are looking for death. Uchiha Ryota backed away, glaring at Rintu fiercely. Ubd. Take that back, Uchiha is not something a commoner like you can insult. Hearing this, Rintu not only did not stop, but laughed even more happily. Yo, you're angry now. When Uchiha Madara was betrayed by you, did you ever consider his feelings? You traitor! You, an evil brat from the Uchiha clan, are you really qualified to stay in Konoha? Rintu's words not only trampled on the dignity of the entire Uchiha clan, but also cursed the clan leader they once admired so much, Uchiha Madara. These cutting words deeply hurt Uchiha Ryota's heart. You know, one of the reasons why Uchiha Madara left Konoha was because of the betrayal of the Uchiha clan. This group of pathetic guys were corrupted by the peaceful life in Konoha and eventually chose to betray the clan leader. Sumitaguchi. A hysterical roar sounded, and Uchiha Ryota, who was standing not far away, had red eyes, like a wild beast ready to devour its prey. In an instant, many classmates were frightened by his ferocious appearance and stepped back. Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, Yin. Uchiha Ryota, who was furious to the extreme, began to cast hand seals, staring at Rintu with hatred. Seeing this, Rintu was immediately delighted. Damn, I thought this guy was just going to take out a kunao and fight, but I didn't expect that he actually knew the great fireball technique. That's awesome. Uchiha Ryota's hand seals were not very fast, so this time was enough for Rintu to do something. But Rintu did nothing except grabbing Jiraiya and Tsunade in the front row by the collars and throwing them aside. Are you kidding? He said so many offensive words today, but he was just waiting for this moment. Die, ubd. After saying that, Uchiha Ryota faced Rintu and quickly sprayed a ball of hot flames from his mouth. The next second, a fireball came towards Rintu. You're just in time. If I don't blackmail you into pulling up your pants today, Laozi will never be able to eat 4 dishes in his life. The next second, Rintu clenched his right hand, and the weight on his wrist naturally fell off with a loud bang. Facing the fireball, Rintu tensed his muscles and hit his right fist at his waist. Knock your grandmother, Taija Chongchuan. Boom. A loud noise. The terrifying force, along with an extremely strong wind pressure, suddenly burst out towards the fireball. The next second, an extremely brutal fist emerged from the flames, and the smoking fist directly smashed the entire fireball into pieces. For a moment, sparks flew everywhere. There were sparks of fire everywhere, on the books, on the tables and chairs, on the blackboard, and on the floor. At this moment, the students who were still in the classroom and had not returned were already stunned. The whole thing completely exceeded their expectations from the very beginning. First, Uchiha Ryota provoked Rinto. Then Rinto made a shocking statement, saying that the entire Uchiha clan was a traitor and betrayed Uchiha Madara. Afterwards, Uchiha Ryota actually performed fire style in a place like the classroom. The scariest thing is that this guy Rinto actually broke up fire style with his bare hands. At this moment, the image of Rinto clenching his fist was deeply engraved in the hearts of each of them. So scary, this guy is a monster. Tsunade fell to the ground, her young face no longer showing any expression but horror. That sense of violence, that terrifying fist that shattered a fireball, everything left a deep mark on the young Tsunade. The instigator of the incident, Uchiha Ryota, saw Rinto's fist getting closer and closer, his expression was distorted with fear to the extreme, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Just pretend to faint. Rinto grabbed Uchiha Ryota's collar. Pay compensation quickly. Laozi's clothes are burnt. At this moment, Jiraiya pointed at Rinto's shoes weakly and said, Rinto, your shoes are also burned. Rinto looked down and 2 blue veins suddenly popped up on his head. Damn, my shoes are burned too. Double, BD, you have to compensate me with 2 doubles. Tsunade glanced at the 2 clowns, rolled her eyes suddenly, and couldn't help but swear. You BD, it's already this late and you're still thinking about shoes. Hearing this, Rinto turned his head with a cold expression and looked at Tsunade. You want to compensate me for his shoes? I tell you, 2 pairs. Without 2 pairs, he can't go anywhere today. Mad, there are 2 sets of my clothes. 2 sets. Tsunade was now completely speechless, her face darkened and she stopped talking. At this moment, the classroom door was kicked open, and Zhongliudakong appeared at the classroom door in an instant with a kunao in his hand. Put him down, Sakuta Rinto, put Uchiha Ryota down. I command you. Put him down. Chapter 29. Soon, the flames in the classroom were put out. Rinto and Jiraiya as the troublemakers and Uchiha Ryota as the victim were taken back to the classroom office by the serious-looking Nakaguru Daizara. Also coming with them was Princess Tsunade, who was a witness. In the office, Zhongliudakong had a cold face and held a palm-sized scroll in his hand. Teacher Kanad, please help me invite Uchiha Ryota's parents. After saying that, Nakara Daizara put the scroll in his hand down heavily and looked at Rinto. As for you, Rinto Sakuta, who is your supervisor? A cold voice sounded. Rinto didn't care about this and shrugged. My dad's name is Sarutobi Hiruzen, go ahead and call him that. Ahole, you are still talking nonsense at this time. Hiruzen-sama's last name is Sarutobi, and your last name is Sakuta. Nakaguru Daizara slammed the table, stood up, and glared at Rinto. Haha, my mother's last name is Sakuta Mizukuma. Rinto was talking nonsense. Anyway, with the level of Zhongliudakong, he was not qualified to check his own information. In the middle, Tsunade tried to speak several times, but was glared back by Rinto's serious eyes. Rinto also wanted to see how poor the so-called ninja school teacher's ability to collect information was. Although he was grabbing Uchiha Ryota's collar when Nakagura Daizara entered the classroom, it seemed too early to draw conclusions like this. On the contrary, Jiraiya stood beside Rinto with a look of remorse on his face, an apologetic expression on his bruised face. Hearing Rinto's words, Nakara Daizara became even angrier. Okay. I'll call Master Hiruzen over right now and see what else you have to say. After saying that, he snorted and found a teacher to help him invite Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen was approached by a ninja with a strange look on his face. Master Hiruzen, you, no, Sakuta Rinto is in trouble at school, and Nakagura Daisarichnin asked you to go over and take a look. The ninja teacher held it in for a long time and didn't dare to tell Rinto that he was Sarutobi Hiruzen's son. Upon hearing that Sakuho Rinto was in trouble, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands trembled, and the brush in his hand fell to the ground. He hurriedly stood up and grabbed the ninja teacher's shoulders. What's going on? Your son. Rinto Sakuta had a conflict with an Uchiha kid at school. It seems that the Uchiha kid used fire style to attack Rinto Sakuta in the classroom. As a member of the firefighting team, the ninja teacher easily learned the truth from his students. It's just that he didn't have the chance to talk to Zhongliu Dekong, who was angry. I don't think it's a big deal. It's just being a bit harsh on a student. However, what he considered to be a minor event extinguished the Jainin dream of Nakagura Daisara forever. Upon learning what had happened, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately left his office in a hurry, leaving the genin teacher behind. He was not worried about Sakuta Rinto. What he was worried about was the confrontation between Sakuta Rinto and Uchiha. According to common sense, a small undercover agent can't be a match for the Uchiha clan, but Rinto is different. What this guy is best at is setting traps for people and making them feel resentful. My good friend, Shimura Dans, is the best example. Sarutobi Hiruzen still remembers that Rinto planted a seed of distrust in everyone's hearts with just a few words, and at the same time, made teacher Tobirama give up his plan to choose Danzo as the Hokage candidate. In a hurry, Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed to the Konoha Shinobi School. As soon as he entered the school gate, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Uchiha Kagami, who was also in a hurry, and his expression instantly became strange. Kami, how did you find time to come to the ninja school? Uchiha Kagami also saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and smiled gently. I heard that my neighbor Ryota was bullied at school, so his parents asked me to come and take a look. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly became somewhat sympathetic. It seems that you really don't know what your neighbor's kid is up against. Sakuta Rinto. If you get bit by this guy, you'll lose a layer of skin if you don't die. And when something like this happens, will your people let you solve it? Jing, it's not easy for you to be caught between the village and the family. However, with a good friend like Jing around, this kind of thing would probably be much easier to resolve. Uchiha Kagami sighed inwardly as well. He didn't know the whole story, but based on his understanding of his clan members, he was able to get Ryota's parents to ask him and the second Hokage's direct disciple to come forward. This matter was probably Ryota's fault. After all, everyone knows that when one is in a disadvantageous position, one should use power to overwhelm the other party. By the way, Hiruzen, why are you here? Uchiha Kagami asked in confusion. You'll know in a moment, be prepared. After saying that, he took the lead and walked into the Konoha Shinobi School building. Squeak! The door of the teacher's office was pushed open. Zhongliu Daisara sat on the chair, his cold eyes constantly sweeping over Rinto. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart suddenly tightened. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami walk in, Nakagura Daisara hurriedly stood up. Seeing this, Rinto also turned his head and looked behind him. Dad, you're finally here, please take a seat. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. Oh my god, who is your dad? Don't yell, little brat, or Lake Biwa will beat me to death. No, I'm not your father, I don't deserve it. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head like a windmill, fumbling to distance himself from the matter. As for Uchiha Kagami, he felt a pang in his heart and sighed that things were becoming troublesome. At this moment, Uchiha Ryota has woken up and is standing behind Nakagura Daisara with his head lowered, and in front of Nakagura Daisara. 3 children, Rinto, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. As Tsunade is the princess of the Senju clan, Uchiha Kagami does not want to make enemies with her. As for Rinto, he didn't want to face him even more. He knew very well how difficult this guy was. To be frank, he would rather face Princess Tsunade than this guy Rinto. Of course, if the person involved is the white-haired kid next to you whom you have never seen before, then things will be much easier. As a direct disciple of the second generation, he never thought of suppressing the other party by power or strength. However, if the person involved was a white-haired kid, he might have less trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagame's minds flashed. Nakagura Dazura stood up, and when he saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not admit his relationship with Rinto, his face suddenly became long. Cheating, is that what ninja school teaches you, to cheat your teacher? UBD. Pointing his finger at Rinto, Zongliu Dazura cursed. Seeing this, Rinto was unhappy. He stretched out his hand, slowly pushed away Zongliu Dekong's fingers, and his eyes became cold. Watch your attitude when you speak. You are not only a ninja, but also a teacher. Look, Lord Hiruzen, Lord Kagami, look, this kid, this guy treats his teacher like this. An anxious Nakagura Dazura pointed at Rinto again. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows also frowned. It's not because of Rinto's attitude. He never treated this guy as a child, so he didn't think there was anything wrong with what Rinto said. However, the behavior of this teacher named Zongliu Dekong was indeed a bit extreme. Teacher Zongliu Dekong, what's going on? Can you explain it clearly? Upon hearing this, Zongliu Dekong recounted what he saw after breaking into the classroom. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami both frowned. They have their own judgment, what they lack now is intelligence. At this point, Tsunade couldn't hold it back any longer, and with a hidden and disgusted glance at Uchiha Ryota standing behind the middle-class Dazura, he spoke slowly. As Tsunade continued to talk, Nakagura Dazura's expression became worse and worse, and behind him, Uchiha Ryota's head drooped lower and lower. Uchiha Kagami, who was standing by, also looked extremely ugly. He openly bullies his classmates and unleashes the powerful fire-style Great Fireball technique in the classroom, targeting his classmates. This. Not to mention others, even Uchiha Kagami himself wanted to slap this family scum to death. You learned the will of fire. Is this how your family elders taught you? You used ninjutsu on your classmates. At this moment, Uchiha Kagami's face was embarrassed to the extreme. When Tsunade finished her story in a playful manner, Uchiha Ryota suddenly raised his head, and in his eyes, there was a spinning Megatama. This guy has opened his eyes. At this time, Uchiha Ryota stared at Rinto fiercely with bloodshot eyes, pointed at him and roared. It was him. He said I was an evil brat of the Uchiha clan. He said the Uchiha clan were all traitors. He said we betrayed Uchiha Madara. It's obvious that he betrayed us. A hysterical voice was heard and the whole office fell silent. After a long while, Uchiha Kagami turned his head with a serious expression and looked at Rinto. Rinto-kun, did you say that? Hearing this, Rinto nodded indifferently. It was actually very simple. I enrolled in school and didn't want to take the practical class. This guy taunted me, and I ignored him from beginning to end. Then he harassed me in various ways. Later, he beat up Jiraiya. Before Rinto could finish his words, Uchiha Ryota shouted, I didn't hit you, no. Isn't it? Rinto smiled, but this smile was filled with an extremely fierce murderous intent. What if it has something to do with you? Rinto said word by word, and as the words fell. Click, click, click. 3 sounds of the mechanism being unlocked were heard. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 more dull thuds of heavy objects falling to the ground, and the weight fell off. In an instant, Rinto's figure disappeared. Stop! Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hiruzen lost their voices at the same time. As soon as he finished speaking, Rinto appeared behind Nakagura Dazura, lifted Uchiha Ryota with one hand and placed the other hand in front of his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami both broke out in cold sweats behind their backs. Fast, too fast. Although this guy's speed did not exceed the Sharingan's capture limit, his body was simply unable to react. Moreover, this terrifying little devil, in terms of physical strength alone, is already as strong as Chunin. This is not just a simple Jainin. You know, Chunin's comprehensive strength includes ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and various special skills. Rintu, on the other hand, was able to get Chunin's overall rating simply based on his physical qualities. To put it simply, Rintu's score in physical fitness alone is equal to the sum of Chunin's scores. Uchiha Ryota, if you lie, I'll take your eyes. Rintu looked at Uchiha Ryota expressionlessly, his beast-like murderous intent raging throughout the office. Instantly, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally understood what his teacher said, why this guy shouldn't be allowed to join the upper echelons of Konoha, why he shouldn't have the mentality of trying to reform this guy. Shokata Rintu, how much suffering did he endure, how many people did he kill, and how much darkness was in his heart to have such a terrifying murderous intent. Uchiha Ryota, who was lifted into the air by Rintu, was already shaking like a sieve, with pale yellow liquid continuously flowing down his trouser legs. It was me. I asked someone to do it. After getting the answer he wanted, Rintu smiled contemptuously, loosened his hand, and Uchiha Ryota fell to the ground. Rintu turned around, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and spread his hands helplessly. See? From beginning to end, there's nothing wrong with me. This person, who has no will to ignite fire, not only set fire to the school openly, but also secretly encouraged people to bully unrelated classmates. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply in his heart. How could he not know that? But what can he do? At this point, Rintu suddenly let out a scary smirk, and the scene suddenly changed, his gaze turning to Uchiha Kagami, who looked extremely bad. Of course, he is still a child and there is still room for improvement. As a member of the village, I am willing to give him a chance. But what? Uchiha Kagami's eyes suddenly lit up and asked. 1,000,000 taels, and I promise not to say a word about it in the future. Soul Rintu. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly complained in his heart. He should have guessed it earlier. With Rintu's character, he would eventually return to the money. It turned out that my premonition was correct. If you get bitten by Rintu, you will be skinned alive even if you don't die. 1,000,000 is a top-level A-level mission, and you can only get this much money if it is completed by a single person. For the huge Uchiha clan, it is not a lot. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Kagami nodded slowly. If you can use money to deal with this guy, that would be a good option. After all, the Uchiha clan, since the loss of Uchiha Madara, can no longer withstand too much hardship. To be honest, if it weren't for this accident, Uchiha Kagami even wanted to ask the resourceful Rintu for some advice on how to resolve the conflicts between the village and the tribesmen. After getting the answer he wanted, Rintu's expression instantly became mercenary, and he moved closer to Uchiha Kagami in a servile manner. Brother, do you want to pay by card or cash? Chapter 30. The matter was concluded, and Rintu and the others left the teacher's office. In the school corridor, Rintu and Jiraiya stopped Sarutobi Hiruzen and the little lowly Tsunade who were about to leave. Lord Sarutobi, thanks to you, I was able to keep my innocence this time. Rintu said with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled bitterly and shook his head, sighing, I didn't even say a word, it doesn't matter whether you come or not. That's wrong. If you hadn't come, I would never have been able to earn so much. Rintu moved closer to Sarutobi Hiruzen and lowered his voice. And you just stand in the office and say nothing, and justice will be served. After saying that, Rintu took out a thick stack of banknotes, which was exactly the partial compensation paid by Uchiha Kagami, a full 200,000 taels. Pulling out half of it, Rintu stuffed it into Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. This is your hard work fee. Thank you for taking the trouble to make this trip. Seeing this, Tsunade's beautiful eyes narrowed. This guy. Is he bribing Uncle Sarutobi Hiruzen so openly? Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed Rintu's hand away without a second thought. This is my duty, I can't accept money for it. Rintu's face suddenly turned serious and he pushed the money back. I know you are doing your job, but if good people don't get rewarded, who will uphold justice in the future? Therefore, it must be collected. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Good people are rewarded, so we can uphold justice. Oh my god, this fallacy actually sounds about 70% reasonable. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, Rintu quickly stuffed a stack of banknotes into his arms, a full 100,000 ryo. After doing this, Rintu turned to look at little Tsunade who had a strange expression on his face. Tsunade-san, please accept this 100,000 ryo. When it comes to Tsunade, he doesn't dare to put money directly into her arms, because she is the princess of Konoha. Eating the princess tofu sounds exciting, but this girl has no tofu to eat now. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he stretched out his hand and accepted the money generously. 100,000 taels was not a lot of money for her, but it was at least the first money she earned independently. Upholding justice needs to be praised, so that more and more people will uphold justice. As more and more people uphold justice, the atmosphere will become better and better. This is a very simple truth. Rintu still likes Konoha very much and is willing to make a small contribution to Konoha's culture. After all, it is not his own money, so he doesn't feel bad about it. Seeing the two accept it, Rintu breathed a sigh of relief and laughed while hooking Jiraiya's shoulder. Jiraiya, there are 800,000 ryo left. Let's split it up. Seeing that Rintu wanted to share the money with him, Jiraiya hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. No, no, no. I don't want it. You fought for it yourself. How can I take it? Hearing this, Rintu's face suddenly turned stern. What do you mean you can't have it? Did you get beaten for nothing? Idiot. After saying that, he leaned close to Jiraiya's ear and whispered softly. Besides, I've always been annoyed with that guy, so I'll take this opportunity to blackmail him. By the way, Jiraiya, you're also my accomplice. Hey? What? Jiraiya was shocked, and then, as if thinking of something, he kept shaking his head. Rintu, I know you want me to take it, but I still can't. Seeing that Jiraiya was hesitant and was unwilling to stop, Rintu suddenly had two veins on his forehead and grabbed Jiraiya by the collar. A whole Jiraiya, you're groaning like a woman, you should wear a dress to class. Tsunade-san, lend a skirt to little sister Jiraiya. Ha! Jiraiya was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils, and he grabbed Rintu's collar with his backhand. You son of a bch! I was beaten up by 7 people last night, but I didn't say a word. How dare you look down on me? Before he could finish his words, Rintu punched his left eye, which was not swollen. Look at you, you're being beaten up by 7 people, and you still have the nerve to say that. If it were me, I would beat one of them even if I was surrounded and beaten. A whole Rintu, that's what I did, oops. You sneak attacked me. Damn it. I'll fight you. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt both amused and touched as he watched the 2 children rolling on the ground, pinching each other's necks and gritting their teeth. Putting aside this funny scene, Rintu-kun has finally established a new bond in Konoha. As for Tsunade, his happy face darkened after receiving the money. You BD Rintu, you are making fun of me again. Just wait, sooner or later I will make you parade through the streets of Konoha in a skirt. The scuffle between Rintu and Jiraiya continues. Just when they were about to mop the hallway enough to see a mirror, the fight finally ended with Rintu gaining the upper hand. Jiraiya could only accept the decision of paying 800,000 ryo in half with humiliation. After resolving their disagreement, the two kids who looked like mud monkeys helped each other to get up, and left the corridor ignoring the dumbfounded Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade beside them. Looking at the two guys with bruised faces and shoulders, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did the two of them resolve their differences like this before? Tsunade on the side had a dark face and nodded silently. It's always like this, but not as embarrassing as today. At the corner of the corridor, Uchiha Kagami had a panoramic view of everything that happened in the corridor. Rinto Sakuta, this guy is simply a monster. He is good at dealing with people, has a keen insight into people's hearts, and can do every little thing perfectly. When I think back to when I was 7 or 8 years old, I took the help from my family, relatives, and friends for granted, and never thought about giving anything back to those who helped me. Rinto found various ways to get gifts and rewards from those who helped him. Over time, even his friends were willing to compete to help him. At the same time, he also envies Rinto and Jiraiya's friendship. Apart from that, there was not even the slightest hatred in his heart. In fact, this is not surprising. Although Uchiha Kagami is a member of the Uchiha clan, in his heart, the village has a significantly higher status. As a direct disciple of Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Kagami has a deep understanding of the will of fire. At the same time, this is also the cause of his pain. If there was one person who wanted the Uchiha clan to be fully integrated into the village, it was him. And when he was most confused, Rinto Sakyokata appeared. If Rinto, who is the best at understanding people's hearts, knew about Uchiha's predicament, he might give some good advice. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kagami secretly made up his mind. Start with yourself and change the relationship between Rinto and Uchiha. The bell rang and the ninja school was dismissed. Tsunade was skipping home with a bunch of money in her pocket, and the high ponytail behind her head was bouncing happily, as if Tsunade was in a happy mood. Grandmother! As soon as she walked into the house, Tsunade started to yell, like a chirping little sparrow. The wooden sliding door opened, and Uzumaki Mito walked out of the tea room with a smile on her face. Tsunade immediately trotted into Mito's arms, and after a long time of cuddling, Tsunade took out a whole stack of 1,000 yuan bills from his pocket. Grandma, what do you think this is? After saying this, he raised his hands high, holding the stack of banknotes. Here's the money. Did my little Tsuna win the bet today? You're really lucky, Mito teased. Oh, Grandma! I came back as soon as I got home from school today. Tsunade hugged Mito relentlessly. Only with Mito can she act like a real little girl and act like a spoiled child. Okay, Xiao Gang is the best. Tell Grandma what happened. Hearing this, Tsunade counted the money contentedly and happily talked about what happened today. After a while, the story was finished. Uzumaki Mito stroked Tsunade's head and laughed. So, Xiao Gang is already a grown-up girl and can already bring money to the family. That's right. Tsunade looked smug, and started chattering about how hateful and treacherous Rinto was, scaring Uchiha Ryota so much that he peed his pants. Looking at her granddaughter's happy face, Uzumaki Mito showed a relieved smile. She is an experienced person and knows what it means when a girl keeps mentioning a boy's name all day long. Moreover, hating something now doesn't mean you will hate it in the future. After all, I also went through this stage of being a girl. Happy times are always short-lived. After finishing their dinner, Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade happily went to practice. Mito sat in the tea room, his eyes moving slightly, as if he was thinking about something. As the wife of Senju Hashirama, she didn't have any so-called prejudice against family backgrounds, and she didn't reject whether Tsunade's future husband was from a famous family or not. However, there were some things that Tobirama had to know. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito waved towards the door. The next second, an Anbu wearing a fox mask appeared outside the door. Lord Mito, do you have any instructions? A hoarse female voice sounded. Please go to Tobirama and tell him about Tsuna's recent situation. Hearing this, Anbu nodded and then disappeared. In the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama leaned back in his chair, frowning at the scroll in his hand. Such a big thing happened during the day, as the Hokage, how could he not know about it? What bothered and angered him the most was not Rintu, but the fact that Uchiha Ryuta openly killed his fellow villagers. In his opinion, this kind of thing is simply unforgivable. Even if Rintu is not a companion but an undercover agent, outsiders do not know his identity. Isn't this equivalent to attacking fellow villagers? He really wanted to ask those Uchiha ancestors, how they educated the Uchiha children. If this continues, the village that my eldest brother had built at so much expense will be destroyed by these bastards. Thinking of the power of the Uchiha clan, Senju Tobirama immediately complained to Senju Hashirama again. At the beginning, in order to set an example, Senju Hashirama, under tremendous pressure, issued an order as the clan leader and first Hokage. In the Senju clan, except for clan members who have already inherited the surname, newborns will no longer inherit the surname. This move not only shocked the major families that joined Konoha, but also allowed the Senju clan's bloodline to be completely integrated into Konoha. It can be said that although the Senju clan disappeared, countless families with Senju blood were born in Konoha. Fortunately, most of the Senju clan members were able to accept this order. Between surname and bloodline, the Senju clan chose bloodline. What they didn't know was that decades later, their mortal enemies, the Uchiha clan. They chose a surname and pride, but lost most of their bloodline, and it was wiped out by their own people. Trying his best to calm himself, Senju Tobirama slowly closed the scroll in front of him and tapped the table lightly. Tell Jing that this child will be taught by him from now on, and he must never attack his fellow villagers again. After trying to persuade the Uchiha clan, let them quickly hand over the remaining 800,000 ryo to Sakuta Rintu. By the way, the request of the Konoha Guard to expand to 4 patrol teams was rejected, and they were only allowed to add 1 patrol team. That is, Rintu was not present, otherwise he would have definitely called Senju Tobirama an old coin. The conflict between Rintu and the Uchiha clan has already intensified, and now the second generation, as the village chief, has also intervened. Although Rintu's safety is guaranteed in the short term, if this continues for a long time, this conflict will inevitably escalate into hatred. After temporarily solving the problem of the Uchiha clan, Senju Tobirama thought of the troublesome guy Rintu. It was his decision to let Rintu enter the ninja school, which also meant that Rintu would make friends and build bonds. But Senju Tobirama doesn't want his eldest brother's granddaughter to have anything to do with Rintu. This guy is too dangerous to be around a simple kid like Tsuna. Thinking of this, an idea came to Senju Tobirama's mind. The next evening, Senju Tobirama finished his government affairs and returned home early. Even though it was early, little Tsunade had already had dinner. Seeing Senju Tobirama coming back, Tsunade, who was practicing in the open space in the courtyard, immediately put away the scroll in her hand and walked up to Senju Tobirama in a playful manner. Second grandfather. The corners of Senju Tobirama's stiff mouth curled up slightly. It was obvious that he wanted to show a kind smile, but unfortunately failed. Nodding expressionlessly, Senju Tobirama walked to the wooden walkway in the courtyard and sat down. Tsuna, what have you been learning at ninja school lately? Second grandfather, I learned the body replacement technique and transformation technique, and also learned the ninja code. Tsunade stood straight and answered in a serious tone. Well, then second grandpa will test Tsuna and tell him what the ninja rules are. Hearing this, Tsunade pondered for a moment, then started talking while counting on his fingers. First, close combat is stupid anyway. 2 mission is sometimes more important than life, so never give up on the mission. 3 keep the secret and don't forget to destroy your face before committing suicide. Listening to Tsunade's fluent answer, Senju Tobirama nodded with satisfaction. Very good, Tsuna, you remember it very well. Grandpa Tobirama asked you, can Tsuna keep a secret? Hearing this, Tsunade thought that Senju Tobirama was going to teach him some powerful forbidden technique, and immediately nodded excitedly. Well, Grandpa wants to keep Tsuna away from Sakuta Rintu. Hearing this, Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked back, why, second Grandpa? Although she is young, she is not stupid. On the contrary, Tsunade is very smart. Anyone who could be reminded by the Hokage himself, Senju Tobirama, must have some unspeakable secret. Tsunade's curiosity suddenly emerged. Seeing Tsunade asking questions, Senju Tobirama did not hide anything. This was an idea he had thought of carefully, simple and direct, telling Xiaogang the facts. Tsuna is the granddaughter of his brother Hashirama and also his own blood relative, so Senju Tobirama is not prepared to hide his family. The most important point is that although Tsunade is not very old, her stubborn personality is exactly the same as her older brother. If he uses some methods secretly, it will only make the little girl develop a rebellious mentality, which will not be worth the loss. Therefore, when Rintu and Tsunade didn't have much contact, he simply told Tsunade the facts in a serious manner. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama slowly opened his mouth and told Tsunade all about Rintu's life and origins. When Tsunade heard that Rintu was actually an undercover agent sent to Konoha by Rain Shinobi village, shock was first written all over her cute and tender face, and then a trace of anger appeared between her brows. Second grandfather, why don't you catch this guy? Instead, you keep him here. Seeing little Tsunade questioning, Senju Tobirama sighed secretly and replied. Shokuta Rintu, keeping him here will be more beneficial to the peace of the western border. Why? Isn't he an undercover agent in the Rain Shinobi village to the west? Tsunade asked angrily. We can use Rintu's Sakukata to secretly influence the chief of the Rain village, Hanzo the Salamander, and thus achieve the goal of containing Tsunagakuer and Iwagakuer. In this way, the pressure on border defense will be reduced, and the probability of fellow villagers dying in battle will also be much lower. Hearing this, Tsunade's teeth started grinding. Humph! When I grow up, I will beat up that BD Hanzo of the Salamander and drive Sakuta Rintu out of our village. Having made up his mind secretly, Tsunade looked at Senju Tobirama seriously with a stern face. Second grandfather, can we make sure Rintu's Sakuta is obedient? Hearing this, Senju Tobirama sighed heavily in his heart. There is no 100% certainty. After all, no one knows whether the so-called bond of this monster is real. Although he was a little pessimistic in his heart, on the surface, Senju Tobirama nodded calmly. Okay, but Xiaogang, you have to know that this person is different from you. He has been trained as an undercover agent since he was a child. Undercover agents are the most ruthless, so second grandpa wants you to stay away from this dangerous guy and don't let Grandma Mito worry, okay? Hearing this, Tsunade nodded heavily. Don't worry, second grandpa, I will never say another word to Sakuta Rintu, and moreover, I will keep an eye on him for the village. Chapter 31. Time continues to pass, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed and the new year is approaching. According to the ninjas who returned to the village, the battle with Cloud Shinobi village, the land of lightning, is gradually coming to an end. Rintu still lives his life at his own pace. Putting aside his undercover identity, he was actually living quite well. In addition to eating and drinking every day, Rintu had a lot of free time after school when he went to the ninja tool shop in Ippongai to forge iron. During this time, he took a good look around Konoha village. It has to be said that Konoha is the largest ninja village after all. Not only does its population base far exceed that of Rain Shinobi village, its area is more than 4 or 5 times that of Rain Shinobi village. It is precisely this large population base that has created a huge number of Konoha shinobi, and all of this is inseparable from the suitable climate and fertile soil. Thinking of this, Rinto couldn't help but think of the water bear who was still in Rain Shinobi village, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That guy, Shui Xiong, must be having S*X with his 2 wives at this time. Damn it, I should have introduced him to the fat widow selling orange soda at the entrance of Kabukicho. Whenever he thought of the water bear enjoying the blessing of having many wives, he felt envious and jealous. However, the last letter I sent to Hanzo the Salamander, has there been no reply yet? No, it's been more than half a year, it's time to send someone to support me. Thinking of this, Rinto sighed secretly, quickened his pace, and walked into the classroom before class started. The boring day passed quickly. The school ends on time at 3:30 in the afternoon. Rinto, whose mind was full of Hanzo the Salamander's answer, did not stay any longer. He waved his hand, said goodbye to Jiraiya who stayed behind for extra lessons, and turned to walk out of the school gate. When they returned to Uncle Ippongai's house, Aunt Anza was helping rewrite. When she saw Rinto come in, Ri immediately asked her brother to hold her. Anza stood aside, watching Rinto holding the excited Rai and spinning around, and her face immediately lit up with smiles. Oh, right. Kyoko suddenly thought of something and took out a thin letter from the desk drawer. Rinto-kun, there's a letter for you. Hearing this, Rinto's heart tightened. Without further ado, he knew that this was a letter from Rain Shinobi village. With his expression unchanged, Rinto put one arm around Arai's legs, took the letter with the other hand, and nodded in thanks. Thank you, Auntie Kyoko. It's okay. Xingzi waved her hand, with the smile on her face unchanged. Although Rinto knew Aunt Anza's true identity and Anzi also knew Rinto's undercover identity, they both maintained a calm expression without any change. Rinto took the letter, and Rinto politely said goodbye to Aunt Anza with Li Yi and returned to the room. Rinto closed the door, sat down, took out the letter, and looked at the contents of the letter. The content of the letter was very simple, and it was signed by a man named Yawa. The letter said that a 4-member spy team had arrived outside Konoha village and Rinto was needed to pick them up. Although it was not clear, Rinto still understood something from the words. This ninja named Rain Frog, with 3 other people, has arrived outside Konoha village. Maybe it's because Konoha village's defense is tight, or maybe it's because these guys are not capable enough. In any case, the 4 of them failed to sneak into Konoha, so they had to write a letter and ask someone to take it to Rinto, asking him to pick them up. Waste. Rinto frowned, and did not put the letter away, but just put it on the table. Brother, has anyone come from your village? Li Yi, who knew quite a few words, glanced at the letter on the table and asked curiously. Rinto's serious expression faded, and he smiled and patted Arai's head. No, Li Yi. After saying that, Rinto took out a brush, dipped it in ink, wrote the words 1 o'clock in the morning on the envelope, and then left the house with Li Yi. Inside the house, an Anbu wearing a dog mask jumped down from the beam, landed silently in front of the table, glanced at the letter quietly, and disappeared silently again. In fact, Anbu's people had already checked the contents of the letter before it was delivered to Rinto. Rinto took Rai for a stroll and then returned to the house. The room was still the same as when I left, except that a bright red circle appeared in the lower right corner of the letter paper on the table. Rinto knew that Konoha had approved his activities at 1 o'clock in the morning tonight. It was late at night and the entire Konoha village was dark, quiet, and peaceful. In the silent room, a pair of bright eyes suddenly opened. Rinto stood up, slowly and firmly put on a black short-sleeved shirt, hung his Janin bag, gently opened the wooden door, and walked out of the room. Walking slowly on the streets of Konoha, Rinto kept thinking in his mind. If the people sent by Rain Shinobi village are stupid, then just deal with them directly. This will also show some strength to the Konoha Anbu who is following him. If the spies this time are particularly cunning, I will choose to help them sneak into Konoha. Rinto was not worried that a guy who was too smart would disrupt his plan. On the contrary, an experienced hidden player would help him gain the trust of Hanzo of the Salamander. From the time he traveled through time to now, he has never looked down on anyone in this world. The one who cares about him the most is not the second-generation Senju Tobirama, nor the reserve third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Hanzo of the Salamander. Being able to lead Rain Shinobi village to survive in these troubled times, this guy's ability and intelligence cannot be underestimated. A smart hidden chess piece will help you control Hanzo of the Salamander. People who like to be suspicious will not let down their guard against anyone, so what about 2 people? What about 3 people? When most smart people are repeating something, even the most suspicious people will slowly let down their guard. Rinto said, I don't want to be the chief strategist Chen Gong, but I want to be like Jiasu. With random thoughts in his mind, Rinto walked out of the village unhindered and headed towards the meeting place. Cross the stream and enter the dense forest outside Konoha village. Suddenly, a black figure appeared behind Rinto, and a kunai with a cold glow was placed on his neck. Kid, it's not good to wander around in the middle of the night. A joking man's voice sounded. Rinto paused and sighed inwardly, feeling even more disappointed with the hidden man sent by Hanzo of the Salamander. Late at night, a 7-year-old child was wandering in the woods. Oh my god, aren't you afraid of such a weird scene? Even if you know that I am a hidden agent, you shouldn't contact me so rashly. He sighed inwardly, but his expression remained calm. I'm Zhu Kongping, looking for the tree frog. Rinto's calm voice sounded, echoing far away in the silent forest. Behind Rinto, the black shadow remained unmoved, with the sharp kunai still on Rinto's neck. How do you prove your identity? There's a Rain Shinobi forehead protector in the bag, Rinto said calmly without moving. The ninja bag was opened, and a brand new Rain Shinobi forehead protector appeared in the shadow's hand. Okay. The kunai on Rinto's neck was slowly retracted. At this moment, the sharp kunai suddenly changed direction and wiped directly across Rinto's arm. The next second, the sleeves were torn, blood oozed out, and the teasing and cruel voice sounded again, forgive me, this is to prevent the transformation technique, hey. Rinto curled his lips, spread his hands indifferently, and praised him against his conscience, it's okay, you are really professional. In fact, Rinto had already started cursing in his heart. A hole, Lao Zi wore a short-sleeved shirt today and exposed his forearms on purpose, but you, a hole, insisted on staring at and scratching my upper arms. I bought these clothes for 200 taels. UBD. You are done. After confirming his true identity, Rinto was pressed by the shadow and walked into the dense forest. After many twists and turns, they arrived at a hidden cave. There was a bonfire burning in the cave. 3 adult men in civilian clothes were sitting around the bonfire. When they saw Rinto come in, they all stared at him. Zhu Kongping, I've long heard of your name. The young man sitting innermost spoke. He had an unremarkable face, with medium-sized eyes, a medium-sized nose, and a medium-sized mouth with one corner raised in a smile of contempt. Overall, if this guy doesn't smile, he would be a good candidate to be a hidden player. Rinto knew this guy. His name is UWA, a secret agent of Rain Shinobi village. In the past, he was mainly responsible for collecting intelligence at the gold exchange. He was also one of the few secret agents who survived the attack on the Rain Shinobi village intelligence organization. Yawa sat in front of the campfire, with large and small bags beside him. He squinted his eyes and looked at Rinto not far away, and the smile on his lips became more and more intense. Zhu Kongping, he knows him. To be precise, most of the ninjas in Rain Shinobi village have heard of this brat's name. After all, he is the disciple of Master Hanzo of the Salamander. As the chief of Rain Shinobi village and known as the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander is deeply loved by the Rain Shinobi. And as much as these Rain Shinobi love Hanzo of the Salamander, they hate Zhu Kongping, the unlucky kid. For no other reason than that Rinnegan is Hanzo's disciple. But right now, the brat has fallen out of favor. Thinking of this, Yua sneered in his heart, put on the attitude of an elder, and gave an order casually. Ping Jun, I asked you to come here this time because I have something for you to do. You say. Rinnegan looked timid. Seeing Rinnegan's cowardly look, the scornful smile on Yua's face became even wider. First, draw a map of Konoha's defenses, then assign us 4 identities, and finally tell me the intelligence you have collected recently. Hearing this, Rinnegan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Okay, Master Rain Frog, but I want to know about the current situation of the Shuofang water bear first. Shut up. The tree frog's expression suddenly became serious. This is not something you are qualified to ask. This was his usual tactic to control his subordinates. He would pretend to be amiable at first, and then, when he got the chance, he would immediately give his subordinates a warning, and then finally appease them with kind words. At this moment, he had already regarded Rinnegan as his subordinate. When dealing with your subordinates, you must use both kindness and severity. Not to mention that he didn't know the news about the water bear, even if he did, he wouldn't tell. Rinnegan, on the other hand, was not frightened by the rain frog's attitude. Instead, he squinted his eyes and stared at the tree frog's every move. He was judging whether the tree frog knew about the water bear, whether this guy had any surplus value, and what his next move would be. Unfortunately, as of now, the tree frog either doesn't know about the water bear or doesn't want to tell me at all. Thinking of this, Rinnegan decided to play with him for a while longer and immediately put on a stubborn expression on his face. Tell me about Mr. Water Bear. Seeing Rinnegan's excitement, Yua's heart moved, and he immediately became interested in the Shuofang water bear, sneering in his heart. This guy is still nostalgic. However, I have to make good use of this and make this kid work hard for me. Wait for you to write down the information about Konoha, and I will have someone bring the information about the Sakuta Mizukuma. Ha! Rinnegan's face was filled with anger. What? You have no news about Mr. Mizuki? Hanzo the Salamander promised to let you bring it to me. Damn kid! The tree frog suddenly roared. How dare you address Hanzo-sama by his full name? Where are your manners? UWA scolded mercilessly, just like those hideous leaders of some companies. Rinnegan didn't say anything either, just stared at the tree frog with a stubborn look on his face. He concluded that this tree frog had no information about the water bear at all. If he knew, this guy who liked to act like a big shot would definitely use the news about the water bear to keep him hanging. This guy hasn't mentioned it once during the conversation. It's absolutely clear that he knows nothing about it. Thinking of this, Rinnegan's face suddenly became long and he muttered softly. You son of a BCH, you're wasting my expression. Yua didn't know that Rinnegan had already sentenced himself to death in his heart, so he took out his mature theory of controlling his subordinates. Now that he has just reprimanded him, he should give this kid a sweet treat and let him work hard for him. Thinking of this, Yua's expression slowed down, and he put on a friendly look again, reaching into his luggage and pulling out a thick stack of banknotes and an envelope. Come here, Mr. Ping, aren't you applying for activity funds? Here, these 5,000 taels are for you. As he said this, he pretended to be generous and took out a 5,000 tael note from a stack of banknotes and handed it to Rinnegan along with the envelope. Rinnegan stopped pretending, curled his lips speechlessly, looked disgusted, and reached out to take the 5,000 taels. Stinky, you're just sending away beggars. As expected, there is no hope for making money following Hanzo the Salamander. When Yua saw the disdain on Rinnegan's face, he felt even more disdainful in his heart. Okay, don't be so sad. Use the 5,000 taels to buy candy. Why would a child need so much money? The envelope contains a handwritten letter from Hanzo-sama. You can read it now. Hearing this, Rinnegan felt a surge of blood. This guy is such a gossip. Just when Rinto and Yawa met, outside the cave, 7 or 8 people wearing black robes and animal masks had surrounded the area. In the darkness at the deepest part of the cave, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched everything that happened around the campfire with interest. If his guess was correct, Rinto would arrange these 4 people into Konoha village. Of course, this is what he wants to see. Konoha, as the first hidden village among the 5 great nations, was bound to be infiltrated by spies. But if you can secretly control these hidden pieces, you can turn yourself from light to dark. Not only can you control the outflow of information, but you can also achieve your own goals by manipulating the hidden pieces. And Sarutobi Hiruzen judged that the reason why Rinto arranged these 4 people into the village was that these 4 guys were stupid. Maybe because he dealt with Rinto too much, Sarutobi Hiruzen's sights had also become much higher, and now when he looked at the hidden players sent out by Rain Shinobi village, he just thought them childish and ridiculous. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly. If nothing unexpected happens, with Rinto's intelligence, he will be able to control these 4 guys easily. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong again this time. Rinto had no intention of letting these 4 guys walk out of the cave, let alone enter Konoha village. Chapter 32. Rinto carefully put the banknotes into his pocket, then roughly tore open the envelope, unfolded the letter, and began to read it carelessly. The letter was not long, but the content was very solid, and Rinto's eyes twitched when he read it. At the beginning, he simply praised Rinto's actions, saying that he was very successful in infiltrating Konoha and encouraged him to keep up the good work. Then he told Rinto a few things in a very casual tone. The first thing is to let Rinto find out information about the top leaders of Konoha. Let's not talk about whether it can be done or not, the danger alone is extremely great. Even if Rinto's identity had not been revealed, this would be extremely difficult and dangerous. In the letter, Hanzo the Salamander's casual tone seemed to indicate that he didn't care whether Rinto lived or died. The second thing, Hanzo the Salamander, asked Rinto to stir up hatred between Konoha's 2 major bloodline families, the Hyuga and the Uchiha. Seeing this, he almost laughed out loud. This salamander not only didn't care about his own life or death, but seemed a little naive. A child of 7 or 8 years old stirred up hatred between 2 major families. I really don't know what's wrong with this guy's brain. The third thing is to make Rinto obey Yawa's orders in all his actions and help him gain a foothold in Konoha. What Hanzo the Salamander didn't expect was that the 4 idiots he sent didn't even walk into the main gate of Konoha. Seeing this, Rinto glanced at the 4 people in front of him and sighed speechlessly. This Hanzo the Salamander is just a man, otherwise Rinto would have praised her with the phrase stupid to the point of being naturally cute. It can be seen that this guy doesn't take himself seriously at all. However, at the end of the letter, Hanzo still gave Rinto some reassurance with one sentence. Sakuta Mizukuma is very good, and is currently serving as the ninjutsu teacher of the son of the Lord of the Rain Country. Throughout the letter, Rinto was both amused and angry. This guy gave me so many instructions, but he only gave me 5,000 taels? Was he just sending away a beggar? Thinking of this, Rinto put down the letter with a strange look on his face. When Yawa saw that Rinto had finished reading, he stood up, walked in front of Rinto, and looked down at him. Now that you have read Hanzo-sama's handwritten letter, let's begin our mission. As he spoke, Yawa took out a palm-sized scroll, spread it on the ground, and looked at Rinto sideways. Zhu Kongping, I now order you to draw a defense map of Konoha. Hearing this, Rinto shook his head. I don't know. I'm not a ninja, so how can I have the chance to observe the deployment? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly loosened his clenched fists. He could confirm that Rinto could definitely see Konoha's defense, but Rinto had no intention of saying it out loud, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen very relieved. What about the information about the village's top leaders? Yawa asked without giving up. Haha, you really think I'm Superman, why don't you ask me to unify the ninja world? Watch your attitude, Zhu Kongping. A stern rebuke sounded. What a loser! After infiltrating Konoha for such a long time, is all you know how to do is eat? You really bring shame to Hanzo-sama. How could Rain Shinobi Village produce a piece of trash like you? Hearing this, Rintu raised his eyebrows and looked at the rain frog with interest. Okay, since you are so stupid, let's follow my plan. Yoa frowned and picked up the scroll on the ground. From now on, I am your uncle, a businessman, and these three are my buddies. All you have to do is take us to Konoha and arrange accommodation for us. Did you hear that? Despite the roar, Rintu nodded indifferently. Okay, got it. When Yoa saw Rintu's careless look, he suddenly felt angry. Also, I heard that you are living in a businessman's house now. Rintu nodded again. Idiot! How could there be a useless person like you in Rain Shinobi Village? Who is your Enza teacher? You are so stupid. Poisoning, framing, killing the current residents, and occupying their property will lead to faster development. What did your teacher teach you? He must be a fool to have taught you such a person. The tree frog roared angrily, and then complained to his companions behind him with a look of disdain. The kids nowadays are really no good. Each generation is worse than the previous one. Secretly, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, stared at the guy called Rain Frog, and tried hard to restrain his murderous intent. He changed his mind. The spy sent by Rain Shinobi Village is stupid but cruel and has no bottom line. He even wants Rintu to kill the Kato family who took him in. This kind of guy who is not very smart but extremely dangerous is not suitable to be allowed into the village. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen made up his mind that even if Rintu asked to bring these four people into the village, he would never agree. The rain frog pursed its lips, kept complaining to its companions, and occasionally glanced at Rintu with disdain. Rintu was not moved at all, he sighed expressionlessly, sat down slowly, stretched his hands to his ankles, and muttered quietly. The weight must be taken off. It will be troublesome if it gets broken. As he said this, he untied the weights tied around his ankles and carefully placed them against the wall of the cave. Although the cuffs of my clothes are broken, I can still wear them after mending them. By the way, can you reimburse me? Muttering, Rintu took off his black short-sleeved top, folded it neatly, and placed it against the wall. A hole! What are you doing? Suddenly, seeing Rintu shirtless, Yoa roared again. Realizing that he had been noticed, Rintu paused as he was taking off his pants. Slowly pulling up his pants, Rintu raised the corner of his mouth and tilted his head to ask curiously. What? Let me lead the way for you. At the side, the ninja who had previously held Rintu's neck with a kunao sneered and said sarcastically. Leading the way naked? Where to? It can't be Kabukiko. After saying this, the four of them burst into laughter, and even the tree frog sneered and shook his head. Hearing this, Rintu shook his head seriously. It's not Kabukiko, it's the Lethe River. We need to swim there. Hearing this, the four of them stopped laughing. How could they not know where the Forgotten River is? This little devil, is he going to take us to death? Thinking of this, the four of them looked at Rintu with unfriendly eyes. Just based on these words, Yoa was already determined to kill, and couldn't help but think of the instructions given by Hanzo before they set out. If Rintu disobeys or shows any disloyalty to Rain Shinobi Village, he can be killed. Zhu Kongping, you'd better take back your words, otherwise, I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Facing the threat from the rain frog, Rintu stretched out his right hand, hooked his finger and said, Come on. Rintu is about to take action deep in the cave. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. This shouldn't be the case. Why did Rintu suddenly become so stupid? Doesn't he know that he is facing 1 genin and 3 genin? With his intelligence and character, he should be able to endure this little humiliation? Why do we have to act now? Why do we need to remind them verbally? Why do we need to alert our opponents? For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with doubts. However, no matter what, saving Rinto is the most important thing. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his shuriken and prepared to strike. Chapter 33. Looking at the four rain shinobi who had unfriendly expressions and were vaguely surrounding him, Rinto's mouth widened, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. You guys! You are truly the most incompetent undercover agents I have ever seen. After saying that, Rinto smiled and shook his head, then continued. From the beginning, there was no vigilance. Didn't you find it strange that a 7 or 8-year-old child was wandering around outside the village? Use your brain to think, can a guy with such courage be easily subdued by you? Looking at Genin next to the rain frog, Rinto had a look of disappointment on his face. Next, the focus turned to the tree frog. And you can't even get into the target village, which really makes me doubt your ability. By the way, you chose a cave as your temporary base, and it is a cave so close to Konoha. Are you choosing a good burial site for yourself? That's enough. Before Rinto could finish his words, he was interrupted by the rain frog with a cold expression. When he thought about how he and his group would have to rely on Rinto to sneak into Konoha, Yoa clenched his back teeth desperately. Keep this kid calm first. Once I successfully enter Konoha, you will be dead. Thinking of this, a stiff smile broke out on Yoa's stiff face. Zhu. Ping-kun, don't be angry, we are all here to complete Master Hanzo's mission. You go back first, and come back here to find us when you are ready. Hearing this, Rinto covered his forehead with his hands and suddenly bent over with laughter. Haha, are you going to make me laugh to death? After laughing for a long time, when the rain frog's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot, Rinto finally let out a long breath and stood up straight. Heya, you are not only stupid, but also naive. Even at this time, you are still thinking about sneaking into Konoha. Hearing this, Yoa's expression instantly turned cold, and his eyes seemed to be filled with ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. In that case, you are useless. Go to hell. After saying that, a kunao instantly shot towards Rinto. Rinto exerted a little force on his feet and quickly retreated towards the cave entrance, avoiding the kunao by a hair's breadth. When the rain frog saw this, his eyes narrowed slightly and he became angry. In that case, I wish you, Kongping, would die. At this moment, the tree frog already had an idea in his mind. Abandon this mission and kill the nasty little devil who is fleeing. When we got back to the village, I told Hanzo-sama that Zhu Kongping had rebelled and was leading Konoha's people to hunt us down. We fought hastily, because the battle location was very close to Konoha. I had no choice but to retreat with my team. In the end, the angry Lord Hanzo will definitely kill the so-called Sakuta water bear to vent his anger. An idea instantly came to his mind, and a cruel sneer appeared on the corner of Yoa's mouth. Let's go together and kill this damn thing. At the command, the four of them attacked together, and kunao and shurikens instantly shot towards the direction where Rinto was fleeing. Rinto, who had just left the cave, was pierced like a sieve by 7 or 8 kunao in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment. Bang! With a slight sound, Rinto instantly turned into a wooden stake. Body replacement technique. Chase him, don't let him run away. Yoa frowned and chased after him without hesitation. The four chased out of the cave. At this time, Rinto was standing on a high tree branch, looking down at them. Quick and decisive, don't alert Konoha's dog noses. Water-style water waves. At the command, the four of them attacked again together. On the tree branch, Rinto held onto the trunk, looking at the shuriken flying from below, and the water style that followed. He smacked his lips in boredom, and thought of the purpose of his trip. One of the purposes is to test the moisture of the people coming from Rain Shinobi village. If they are too moist, they will be killed directly. As for the second purpose, that is what Rinnegan is going to do next, showing his teeth. Of course, it was for the Konoha Anbu hiding in the dark. He must improve his status and importance in the eyes of Konoha's top leaders from various angles. And strength is part of status. Thoughts flashed through his mind rapidly. Rinnegan's mind was calculating and he muttered to himself. First, the ninjutsu. As soon as he finished speaking, Rinnegan was hit by a shuriken flying towards him. Then, a torrent of water gushed out of the rain frog's mouth, instantly submerging Rinnegan's figure. Got it! The tree frog was delighted. But the next second, with a bang sound, a thick wooden stake appeared from the water. Body replacement technique again. Damn it, the information is wrong. This kid is so fast at forming seals. According to the information of the people in Rain Shinobi village, Rinnegan is just a rookie who has received some spy training and has just started his journey as a Jainin. However, the scene before them was very different from their intelligence. Rinnegan, the speed of forming seals is far beyond that of ordinary people. The water flow disappeared and there was no figure on the tree branches. Where is he? Find him out. The rain frog frowned, looked around constantly, and gave orders at a rapid speed. Needless to say, the three genins he brought also quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to find Rinnegan's trace. Secretly, the Anbu who joined Sarutobi Hiruzen were also searching for Rinnegan. Hiding in the dense tree branches, they had a clearer view than the group of tree frogs standing on the ground. But even so, they still couldn't find any trace of Rinnegan. Did you find it? No. Did he escape? It should be. It's a very self-aware choice. Anbu, wearing an animal mask, communicated his views in a low voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly glanced at the Anbu around him, feeling a little disappointed, and then he sighed deeply. In the air, an imperceptible sound was heard. The Anbu were startled and subconsciously looked up at the sky through the dense leaves. The tree frogs standing on the ground also raised their heads and looked at the night sky. In the sky, under the huge and bright moonlight, Rinnegan stretched his body. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The cold moonlight gave him a layer of silver glow, and around Rinnegan, countless books were pointing downwards, with the needle tips shining with cold light, ready to go. The sound of wind and rain at night, how many flowers have fallen. As the chanting voice fell, Rinnegan suddenly clasped his hands together, a cruel smile curled up at the corners of his mouth. Magnet-style drizzling rain and falling flowers technique. In an instant, countless thousands of books fell like drizzling rain. The tree frog was so frightened that his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip and his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this kid has already had the intention to kill. Run away! A shrill roar came from the tree frog's mouth. Unfortunately, it's too late. His figure, and Rinnegan's senbon, fell at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. Countless low and sharp sounds of breaking through the air were heard. In an instant, the extremely sharp sword pierced through the bodies of the four people without any hindrance, while they still remained standing. The lethality of a single senbon is not high, but what about thousands of densely packed senbon? Although the number was not so exaggerated, Rinnegan was only dealing with 4 ninjas from the Rain Shinobi village. Tick-tock. After the 1,000 guns were fired, a low sound suddenly came from the extremely quiet forest. A drop of bright red blood dripped, fell to the ground, broke into 8 petals, and seeped into the soil, like a beautiful flower. Then, the ticking sound became more frequent. Rain Shinobi and his group, who were already dead but did not fall down, had blood-coagulated flowers blooming beneath them. The Anbu hiding in the dark felt their scalps tingling. They had received professional training, but the strange and sad scene before them quietly broke their psychological defenses. Put yourself in their shoes. If they were facing Rinnegan Shokata, they would be the ones standing straight with flowers blooming under their feet. Thinking of this, several Anbu looked at the figure in the front with admiration and gratitude. If it weren't for Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen's reminder, we might not have been able to discover Rintu's moves. After all, except for a very small number of ninjas, most ninjas are not good at launching attacks from the air. The first is that the target is obvious, especially in open areas, it is very conspicuous. Secondly, there is no force point. You know, except for those ninjas who can fly, it is difficult for most ninjas to adjust their body shape in the air. This also means that ninjas who mainly rely on dodging will become extremely passive. At the front, looking at Rintu falling from the sky, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also amazed. His vision is much higher than that of ordinary Anbu. Instead of being amazed by Rintu's ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen was most amazed by Rintu's efficient and precise combat wisdom. The air is the blind spot for most ninjas. Rintu did the opposite. He took advantage of the dense forest and stood on a tree branch to raise the enemy's field of vision. Then use the body replacement technique and the figure disappears. At this time, everyone's subconscious thought is to guard against sneak attacks. In the enemy's mind, the sky close to the tree branch is actually a safe zone, just like the branch where Rintu just stood. After all, how could this area not be safe after being bombed by ninjutsu? As a result, the enemy began to search the areas they thought were unsafe and ignored the air, which gave Rintu the opportunity to calmly form seals. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, Rintu had already landed lightly. Rintu stealthily swept his eyes across the dark corner behind him, then took a step and walked carelessly to the group of people from Rain Shinobi village. He leisurely picked his nose and admired his masterpiece. Secretly, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed slowly and looked in Rintu's direction, ready to attack. This kid has the ability, but he lacks experience. At this moment, among the bodies of the 4 people in Rain Shinobi village, the body of the rain frog suddenly became transparent, and then turned into a human-shaped ball of clear water, which suddenly exploded. Water clone. Rintu raised his eyebrows and suddenly turned his head to look behind him. In the dense forest not far behind him, the blood-covered, disheveled rain frog had red eyes and was making the last seal with his hands tied with Qianben. Go to hell, water-style water dragon bomb technique. Chapter 34. The water stream appeared out of nowhere and instantly solidified into shape. In front of him, a huge and ferocious water dragon appeared and slammed into him. Not far away, Yawa, with his hands in seals, had a look of satisfaction in his eyes as if he had gotten revenge. Normally, this battle would be fleeting, but as a hidden agent, especially a cautious undercover, Yawa should have left immediately instead of staying and watching Rintu. But at this time, the tree frog no longer wanted to think about it so much. He just wanted to watch Rintu being torn into pieces by the water dragon, dyeing the entire dragon bright red, watch Rintu struggling helplessly in the water, unable to survive. Die, you cursed creature! I will tear you to pieces! The tree frog growled and gnashed its teeth, its blood-red eyes filled with a cruel grin. Seeing the water dragon bomb hitting Rintu, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the dark could no longer sit still. Rintu can't die, this guy is still very useful. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately formed seals at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Earth style. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen froze, and the ninjutsu he was performing suddenly stopped. He saw that Rintu actually laughed. Then, a relaxed and happy voice came out from Rintu's mouth. Now that we've seen the ninjutsu, let's look at the taijutsu. As soon as the words fell, there was a loud bang and Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the ground beneath his feet tremble violently. In an instant, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. Rintu was seen bending his legs slightly, making a sprinting posture. The next second, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked into a 3-meter-wide semicircular pit. At the same time, Rintu disappeared. In an instant, the oncoming water dragon exploded into splashes, splashing all over the sky. The next second, the tree frog hiding in the dark had its head exploded instantly, and peach blossoms bloomed. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his scalp tingling when he saw this scene. This guy is simply a human-shaped beast. Is this the ninja way of fighting? The warriors of the Iron Kingdom are not so simple and brutal. Subconsciously, he thought of the second Hokage, with whom he had fought not long ago. Rinto's fighting style is so similar to Hokage. Simple, rough, with an indescribable violent aesthetic. Coming back to his senses, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a frown on his face, quickly glanced around and finally found Rinto behind the slowly falling body of Rain Frog. On his hand, dark steel particles were seen slowly wriggling and wrapping around his fist. Under his feet, pale brain matter mixed with blood was scattered everywhere, on the green leaves, on the tree trunks, on the ground, densely packed and scattered, like peach blossoms falling overnight. The wind is strong and the peach blossoms seem sad, and the red raindrops are flying. The faint sigh slowly disappeared in the wind. The Anbu hiding in the woods all looked as if they had seen a ghost, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. Among them, the local dog wearing a dog head mask felt a chill on his back. He reached out and touched it, and found that the windbreaker he was wearing outside was wet with cold sweat. I have no guilt towards this monster, right? I should have no guilt. However, does it count as offending him to monitor him taking a shit? Oh my god, what kind of monster is this that Master Hiruzen asked me to monitor? I'm so scared. At this moment, the local dog who had been carrying out surveillance missions felt that the world was targeting him everywhere. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was haunted by the dog's resentment, took out a scroll, spread it on a branch, and updated Rinto's information. Name, Rinto Sakyokata. Identity, Rain Shinobi Village Undercover. Intelligence, S, both layout ability and battlefield judgment are S. Total chakra, approximately equivalent to that of a normal Chunin. Bloodline limit, magnet style. Skilled in ninja tools, thousands of tools. Ninjutsu, B, Chunin. Taijutsu, A+, Elite Jonin, extremely dangerous, it is recommended to exclude Taijutsu combat. Illusion, unknown. Overall rating, B+. The lethality of his ninjutsu is average, but his battlefield judgment is extremely sharp, and his strength, speed and explosive power are extremely strong. Position, staff, advisor, close bodyguard. Position slightly overlaps with the Akamichi clan and the Nara clan. After updating Rinto on his information, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly rolled up the scroll, hid it in his arms, and jumped out of his hiding place. In the distance, Rinto lowered his hands and looked at the cold moon expressionlessly. The breeze blew and the leaves fluttered. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly walked towards Rinto, admiring slightly in his heart. What a determined young man! Even after defeating a powerful enemy, he remains calm and composed. Rinto-kun, well done. As soon as he finished speaking, Rinto smiled awkwardly, fell to the ground like a deflated ball, and started yelling in a very ungraceful manner. Uncle, why are you so slow? My neck is sore from posing so hard. Hearing this, the little bit of admiration in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart suddenly disappeared like smoke, and he pinched his nose speechlessly. Damn it, vibe! 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 Give me back my appreciation! At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like he was blind. As soon as this guy opened his mouth, all the touching and passionate atmosphere disappeared, leaving only the ridiculousness. Oh my god, how could the evil cult and Rain Shinobi village cultivate such a weird thing? My neck is sore. I squatted on the tree for a long time and didn't complain about the numbness in my legs. Rolling his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked past Rinto speechlessly and squatted next to the rain frog. Upon seeing this, Rinto immediately rushed over to Sarutobi Hiruzen, rubbing his hands together rapidly, feeling extremely excited. Touching the corpse. May the Buddha and the Jade Emperor bless you. I'm greedy. I don't want Frostmourne or Ashbringer. Just give me some more gold coins. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know that Rintu had returned to Lord Aaron in his dream, and he reached out his hand and touched the body of the rain frog. Etc. Rintu on the side suddenly shouted, startling Sarutobi Hiruzen. Captain Hiruzen, won't you burn some incense? Rintu asked weakly. Hearing Rintu's nonsense, Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted heavily and rolled his eyes. Ignoring Rintu, his hand continued to reach for the rain frog's corpse. Wait! The startled voice rang out again. What are you doing again? Sarutobi asked unhappily. Well, how about, you wash your hands first? I'm afraid your hands might be dirty. Roll. Sarutobi Hiruzen kicked Rintu away, then touched the corpse with a dark face. Soon, a large pile of odds and ends appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Change, scrolls, ninja tool bags, kunao, detonating talismans, etc. At this time, Rintu, with a sly expression on his face, squatted down next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uncle, let's discuss this. The money will be mine, and the bodies, equipment and intelligence will be yours. How about that? Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing, picking out a scroll from the miscellaneous items and slowly spreading it on the ground. After examining it carefully for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a brush and ink and began to draw along the lines on the scroll. Soon, a mysterious pattern with intricate patterns appeared on the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his right hand and used his thumb to wipe a trace of bloodline from the rain frog. Seal, release. Bang! A cloud of white smoke exploded. When the smoke cleared, Rintu subconsciously looked towards where the scroll was. A lot of different things were neatly arranged. Bundles of detonating tags, shurikens, and kunao strung together with wire. Rintu even saw several half-man high wind demon shurikens. Oh my god, this thing is real contraband. Not to mention the powerful Fuma shuriken, the detonating talisman alone is enough to cause a huge disaster. Among these weapons, there was a black leather suitcase. From a distance, Rintu could smell the scent of money. Even though he felt very itchy inside, Rintu still stood there obediently, not moving a muscle. He could argue with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could flatter Shimura dance in front of the second generation, but at this moment, he couldn't make the slightest move. Although he killed the person himself, there were not many trophies that truly belonged to him. After all, no one knew whether Hanzo the Salamander had passed on some important information to Rintu in an inconspicuous item. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to gamble, and Rintu didn't want to arouse suspicion among Konoha's higher UPS. Seeing that Rintu was so greedy but still squatting there obediently, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Rintu is a guy who may not make sense when it comes to small matters, but he is more clear-headed than anyone else when it comes to major issues. Sarutobi didn't want to get into any trouble with Rintu over the spoils. In his heart, Rintu Sakyokata has already been his designated Konoha villager. Putting away the ninja tools and detonating tags, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the suitcase and walked in front of Rintu. Click! With a slight sound, the black suitcase opened. The next second, colorful colors came into their eyes. FK. Money. Money. Rintu's mouth was grinning and his saliva was dripping down. Hurry, Uncle Hiruzen, count how much money there is. Rintu's eyes lit up and he kept urging Sarutobi Hiruzen to count the money. Seeing that Rintu was still squatting obediently, Sarutobi Hiruzen admired him even more. This guy really saves me a lot of trouble. If all Anbu were as discerning as Rintu, would I have only one son? Then I have to stay at home all day and make babies with Lake Biwa. I've made up my mind. I'll go back and discuss with Lake Biwa about raising another one. Let's name him Sarutobi Rintu. Seeing Sarutobi's silly look, Rintu suddenly became a little impatient. Monkey, I am suppressing my excitement and trembling hands, waiting for you to count the money. You are playing the game of daydreaming for me. Uncle Hiruzen. Uncle Hiruzen. It's so late, why don't you finish your work and go home to play with your wife? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, and he immediately trampled the name Sarutobi Rintu to pieces in his heart. If I gave birth to a thing like this, I would live at least 10 years less. With a stern face and rolled his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out stacks of bills and counted them carefully. Rintu, who was very sensitive about money, knew roughly the amount of money in the box before Sarutobi Hiruzen did. It looks like a lot, but the face value of the banknotes is generally not large, adding up to only about 170,000 or 180,000. Poor, really poor. Rintu looked disgusted. Don't count, uncle. It's 200,000 taels in total. How about this, including the bodies of these 4 people and these ninja tools, I'll give you 600,000 ryo. What the hell? 600,000 taels? Why don't you just go and rob? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, and then he started cursing. Do you think I don't want to? Rintu muttered softly, with a mercenary smile on his face. Uncle, 600,000 taels is really not much. Think about it. Without me, would you be able to get these 4 undercover agents? No. And don't think I don't know that even if they are dead, you can still get information from their heads. Besides, these detonating talismans and shurikens are all good stuff. Isn't there a war going on in the north? These things are in short supply. Look, 600,000 taels, it's really not much. Sarutobi Hiruzen crossed his arms and clasped them in front of his chest, his young face stretched long and he looked unmoved. No need to discuss. 300,000 taels at most. Hey! Rintu's voice was so drawn out that he almost shook his head off. No, no, at least 55. 35. Even if the deal doesn't work out, there's still righteousness. 50, I don't make any money, so it's okay. No. I brought Anbu all the way here to be your bodyguard, 40 at most. Hearing this, Rintu rolled his eyes sharply. If you hadn't mentioned this, I wouldn't have remembered it. I squatted on the tree and watched the show all night. I didn't ask you for the ticket. 48, if it doesn't work out, I'll take it. Aren't you tired of squatting? Uncle, my legs are numb from squatting. Sarutobi Hiruzen stiffened his neck and shouted. The local dog who was checking the corpse not far away looked at his immediate superior squatting on the ground like an idiot, arguing with a little brat, and felt that the whole world was about to collapse. Is this still the calm, reliable, serious Hiruzen-sama he knows? People would even believe that she was the old lady selling salted fish at the entrance of the village. Obviously, Tegu is not the only one who thinks so. The Anbu who were standing guard in the surroundings, each with a different look under their animal masks, had a strange expression on their face. In the end, Rintu still couldn't beat the completely shameless Sarutobi Hiruzen, and sold it for 430,000 ryo. Rintu's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot when he thought about how he had lost nearly $200,000 because of that irresponsible old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the side, the victorious Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking at Rintu triumphantly. You little brat, if you have the time to bargain with me, you should think about how to deal with Hanzo the Salamander. Hearing this, Rintu glanced at him and snorted. Don't worry about it. I'll just pretend I don't know anything about it and eat and drink as usual. After saying that, he stood up, dusted off his butt, and went back to the village. Seeing Rintu leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen hummed a little tune happily, looked around, and saw his Anbu busy in an orderly manner. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, Sarutobi Hiruzen squatted in front of the black suitcase again and counted the money happily. After counting once, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze, and he quickly counted again. How could I get 200,000 taels? It's clearly 170,000 taels. BD, you've cheated me again. Just after collecting the clothes and weights, Rinto heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's painful howl behind him, and couldn't help but grin, revealing a happy smile. It's gone. Chapter 35. When Rinto returned to the village, a faint white light appeared in the sky. It's getting light. Looking at the rising sun, Rinto's depression slowly dissipated. Even though I was cheated out of nearly 200,000 taels by the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen, I still earned more than 400,000 taels. Fang Zheng, I don't need to sleep, my physical strength is not valuable, and my chakra is not damaged at all, just my clothes are torn. Oh my god, after all the calculations, I got 400,000 yuan for free? Thinking of this, Rinto suddenly became happy. I made 400,000 in one night, plus the 400,000 I extorted from Uchiha before, so I have 800,000 now. Doesn't this mean that I have taken a big step towards my beloved 3-bedroom apartment? What a good man! Hanzo-sama is such a good man. He knows that my life is not easy and gave me 400,000 as a down payment for a house. He is closer to me than my own father. When I have a son, I will name him Shuofang Chili Fish. No, no, no. I'll still call him Shuofang Pickled Pepper Fish. On the roof not far away, the local dog who came to monitor Rinto had a very strange expression on his face. Rinto had a grumpy face all the way, but in the blink of an eye, he smiled happily again. When he thought about having to write Rinto's observation record, Tagu immediately put on a mask of pain. Come on, I'm a normal person. Isn't it difficult for me to record an abnormal guy? Rinto glanced casually at a corner and leisurely tickled his nose. Doesn't this guy Tagu have a rest on Saturday? Anbu is really a social animal. Since Fang Zheng didn't pay him a salary himself, Rinto simply pretended not to see the dog and walked home leisurely. At 6 in the morning, Rinto opened the bedroom door. Li Yi was wearing teddy bear pajamas and kneeling on the tatami, yawning. Aren't you asleep? Yet. Li Yi nodded vigorously. Li Yi can't sleep because her brother hasn't come back. Hearing this, Rinto's heart suddenly warmed up and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then Li Yi, go to sleep for a while. I'll take you to a barbecue restaurant for a feast this afternoon. When she heard that there was barbecue to eat, the tiredness on Li Yi's little face disappeared immediately, and her two big eyes sparkled. Anything you want to eat? Eat whatever you want. Rinto touched the little girl's head with a doting look on his face. Wow! Li Yi suddenly jumped up with joy. Then tell me a bedtime story. Hearing this, Rinto nodded, sat cross-legged in front of the little girl's bed, pondered for a moment, and slowly spoke. Once upon a time, there was a boy in Konoha village who loved to lie. His name was Pinocchio. Pinocchio has a magical power, whenever he tells a lie, his nose grows longer. One day, Pinocchio met a beautiful girl in the village. Her name was Snow White. At this moment, Snow White was surrounded by 3 bad guys. The bad guys wanted to capture Snow White to threaten Konoha, but how could Pinocchio, as the genin of Konoha, allow this to happen? So Pinocchio jumped out and stopped the 3 bad guys. After a big fight, the weaker Pinocchio was knocked to the ground. Seeing that Snow White was about to be captured, Pinocchio made a prompt decision and shouted, "Huxia football is the best in the world." Hearing this, the 3 bad guys immediately became furious and shouted, "RNM, return the money." But at this moment, Pinocchio's nose suddenly stretched out and stabbed the 3 bad guys to death. On the side, Snow White's eyes lit up and she instantly fell in love with this lying boy. So, the two of them lived a happy and sexual life. After finishing the story, Rinto looked at Li, who was sleeping soundly, and smiled with relief. Time passed quickly, and soon the morning was over. By the afternoon, Rinto quickly pulled Li Yi out of the bed, quickly changed clothes for the chubby little girl, carried her on his back, and walked out of the room. Let's go eat barbecue. Li Yi, who was half asleep, rubbed her eyes with one hand, put her arm around Rintu's neck with the other, and muttered. "Brother, first, go buy some chakra test paper." Hearing this, Rintu's eyes suddenly lit up and he turned his head to look at the sleepy Li Yi. "Has my little Li Yi already extracted chakra?" Li Yi nodded weakly. Walking through the wooden aisle, Rintu, carrying Li Yi on his back, greeted Aunt Anza who was watering the flowers. Xingzi put down the watering can and looked at the intimate brother and sister with a smile. "Rintu-kun, Rai-chan, good afternoon." "Good afternoon, Auntie Xingzi. Thank you very much for taking care of Li Yi during this period." No, I really like being with Rai-chan." Anza shook her head repeatedly, then looked at Rintu curiously. "Are you going out to play?" Hearing this, Rintu nodded. "I'm going to buy some chakra test strips and take Li Yi out for some barbecue." What a good relationship. Anza covered her mouth with a smile, and then praised sincerely, "Ri-chan is very talented and practices very hard. She will definitely become an amazing female ninja in the future." Rintu smiled awkwardly when he saw Aunt Kyoko praising Rai. He taught Li the chakra extraction technique not to let this girl become a ninja or something like that, but just to give her a little more power to protect herself in this chaotic world. Seeing Rintu just scratching his head, Anzi immediately thought that he didn't believe her words, and said in a girlish way. "Really, Li Yi's talent is not worse than Wajian." "Where am I? Who? Is it your child with Uncle Ippongai?" Rintu asked back. "No, he's Uncle Butsuma's kid." Anzi explained subconsciously, then slapped her forehead and laughed. "It's Senju Watama." Ouch! Rintu's eyes lit up. There was a lot of information in these words. Auntie Kyoko's uncle is Senju Butsuma? Are you also from the Senju clan? Thinking of Aunt Anza's identity and her hidden connection with Konoha's high-level officials, Rintu simply stopped hiding it and asked directly. "Is Auntie Kyoko a member of the Senju clan?" It was like that before, but not now. Aunt Xing's smile seemed a little forced. Rintu immediately understood that Aunt Anza married Uncle Ippongai, so she should take his surname Kato. And Kyoko, as if she saw through Rintu's thoughts, shook her head slightly and said. "Now, there is no such thing as the Senju clan." Rintu's eyes moved slightly, and he thought of a lot of things at once. The first is what happened to the Senju clan and why they suddenly disappeared, the second is why Kyoko, who has close ties with the upper echelons of Konoha, would bring up this topic? Is it to convey something through your own mouth? Or is it that the relationship is not so secret that it is okay to tell myself? Thoughts flashed like lightning, Rintu's smile faded, and he asked in a deep voice, "Why?" Seeing Rintu ask the question, Kyoko sighed slowly. Hashirama and Tobirama cancelled the family name. "Why?" Rintu asked again. "There are many reasons, the most important of which is for the peace of the village." When Konoha was first established, although various families joined Konoha, there were still deep prejudices between families, and communication between them was very rare. Hashirama, in order to ensure that the village would not be destroyed in name only, resolutely decided to disband the Senju clan. From then on, newborns were no longer allowed to be named Senju. Having said this, Xing's expression suddenly became extremely complicated. "I still remember what he said to Uchiha Madara, now that we have formed a village, let the village take over the role of the family and continue to protect our bloodline." Uchiha Madara, however, did not accept Hashirama's advice. "What about you? Are there any voices of dissent from the Senju clan?" "Yes." Aunt Xingzi nodded heavily. "Everyone has some grudges in their hearts, but more of them are understanding. After all, Lord Hashirama had sacrificed so much for the hard-earned peace, and he almost collapsed when Watama died in battle. The feelings of the Senju clan are no worse than those of the Uchiha." After listening in silence, Rintu subconsciously took a breath of cold air. Amazing! Great First Hokage! The amazing Senju clan! It's hard to imagine how broad-minded and courageous it takes to make such a decision. Hearing Rintu's compliments, Anza smiled brightly and reached out to wipe the moisture from the corners of her eyes. It's great that you understand. Auntie Kyoko must have her own purpose in telling him this, but Rintu doesn't care. Language can be embellished and words can be fancy, but actions must not be fake. Senju Hashirama, an amazing existence. Beneath his cheerful appearance lies an unbreakable determination to carry the entire village forward. In comparison, Uchiha Madara, is also pretty awesome. The dog author is trembling. After saying goodbye to Aunt Anza, who was a little emotional, Rintu took Rai and went out to the street. On Saturday, the streets of Konoha were bustling with people coming and going, creating a lively scene. Rintu took Rai with him and randomly found a ninja tool store and bought 2 chakra test strips. Come on, Li Yi, try it. Squatting on the side of the road, Rintu put the test paper in Li Yi's hand. Li Yi nodded excitedly, then slowly closed her eyes and hummed something. After a while, Li Yi, whose little face turned red, suddenly screamed and hurriedly threw the sensing paper in her hand away. Ah! There's a fire! The cute lowly voice immediately attracted the attention of passers-by around. Rintu stroked his chin and whispered, "It looks like it's fire." What a coincidence! Chapter 36. With Li Yi in a good mood, after having a delicious barbecue meal, Rintu took the little girl with a chubby belly and walked out of the barbecue house in the astonished gaze of the guests. Throwing away the toothpick, Rintu rolled his eyes at the customers in the barbecue house and muttered, "Isn't it just 100 plates? What's the big fuss? It's not like they didn't pay." On the side, Li Yi raised her fist with a smile. "What a fuss! What a fuss!" Hearing this, Rintu nodded in agreement, glanced across the busy street, and asked, "Where do you want to go now, Li Yi?" Li Yi pouted and scratched her head. Suddenly her eyes lit up. "Konoha Orphanage. I want to see Meiko." Haha, it seems that the little girl still can't forget her former little brother. "Then let's go. Brother carries it." Well. A lazy voice sounded, and the figures of the Rintu brothers and sisters slowly disappeared at the end of the road. Konoha Orphanage was founded by 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. It was originally used to take in homeless children in the village. Later, it gradually developed into taking in some war orphans near Konoha village. Unlike the Konoha Shinobi School, the Konoha Orphanage is located far away from the center of the village and close to the outskirts of the village. The entire Konoha is roughly divided into 4 parts. Above the Hokage Rock, there are various research institutions of Konoha. Directly below Hokage Rock is the inner residential area centered on the Hokage building. Next to the Hokage building are the homes of successive Hokages. Further out are the properties of the major families of Konoha. The outermost area of this area is various residential areas. The Konoha Shinobi School is here. Then there is the periphery of the residential area, which is the mid-level commercial area. Uncle Ippongai's Kato Ninja Tool Shop is located here, and there are also many residential buildings. The outermost area of the village is much more complicated, with various buildings lined up one after another. To the south of the village is a long river called the Minamigonogawa River. Once upon a time, the Uchiha clan's land was right next to this river. Rintu and Rai were going to the outermost part of Konoha village, the Konoha Orphanage. Following the direction in his memory, Rintu took Li's hand and found this somewhat dilapidated orphanage. There is no wall, just an old building surrounded by an open space full of green grass. In the open space, a group of children about the same age as Li Yi were working hard to pull weeds. In the middle of the open space, the older children were beating rice cakes with great effort. The long wooden hammer hit the stone mortar, making a dull bang, bang, bang sound. At the door of the small building, a white-haired old woman was hunched over, holding a long spoon in her hand, stirring continuously in a waist-deep pot. Looking at the sweat of these children, Rintu scratched his temples expressionlessly. Judging from the complexions of the children, they seem to be doing well, but they are just barely surviving. On the grass nearby, a child about the same age as Rai happened to look up and saw Rintu and Rai. Big sister. The clear voice of a child was heard, which immediately scared many children around. In the crowded crowd, several Rintu looked at the familiar children, threw away the weeds in their hands and stood out. Big sister. Big sister Li Yi. Shuo Fang group leader. The chattering child ran very fast, crossed the grass and rushed to Rintu and Li Yi under the puzzled looks of the other children. Big sister, you finally come to see us. A boy looked at Li Yi with tears in his eyes. However, they all kept a distance of 3 meters from Li Yi. For no other reason, they are all afraid of Rintu. Looking at the younger brothers who were chattering and coming up with all kinds of strange titles, Li Yi glanced at her brother, whose face was gradually turning darker, and hurriedly waved her hands at the younger brothers, lowering her voice and saying, Don't call me the big sister, and don't call me the team leader. I'm not the team leader of the Li team of Sakaho Corporation. Oh! This little girl blew herself up. Rintu's face darkened. What the hell is going on here? A chubby little girl of 4 or 5 years old, with a group of orphans, started a gang with her own surname. She even named herself the leader. Oh my god! Can this world be okay? The noise soon affected the older group, and these older children reacted just as violently. They dropped the work in their hands and strode towards Li Yi. Big sister! Why are you here? Come on, big guy, bring the sesame balls I secretly hid to treat big sister. Wait a minute, big guy, his balls are all hairy. Take mine. I just stole some tea leaves from the park last week to make tea for big sister. By the way, bring me the coupon from the meatball shop under my pillow. I want to give it to the boss. The noisy sound rang out again, making Rintu's head twitch. Li Yi shrank her head and glanced at Rintu timidly, only to feel her butt going numb. Oh my god, the guys are so enthusiastic, what can I do if I can't stop them? Cough. A light cough was heard. The big man who really wanted to honor the big sister suddenly stiffened. This coughing sound is so familiar. Rintu cleared his throat and waved to the children around him. The children suddenly became like eggplants hit by frost, shrinking their heads and approaching Rintu, ready to be taught a lesson. After all, when they rushed to Konoha before, every time they took Li Yi around, they would be scolded by Rintu. Ahem. Looking at the children who were shrinking their heads, Rintu took the words back on his lips. Where's the bathroom? The children gathered around, their smiles gradually blossomed, and they all pointed at the door of the old building. President. Over there. Don't call me president. Rintu said this and fled in embarrassment. Behind her, the chattering laughter sounded again, including Li Yi's old-fashioned shouting. This guy, go back and deal with her. Rintu walked past the old woman and into the dilapidated building. While looking for the toilet, Rintu hastily memorized the structure of the building, and then walked out of the door of the building with a heavy face. Rintu found an empty space and sat down, looking at everything in front of him in silence. Not far away, a white-haired old woman was calling out to the children, asking them to put the beaten rice cakes into the pot in front of her. At the same time, the children were also arranged to sit down and rest. Then, the old woman took a long spoon and stirred again. After a while, a sweet aroma of anko mixed with the fragrance of glutinous rice spread out. The children took out their bowls and lined up in an orderly manner. Li Yi found a small bowl from somewhere, mixed in with the children, and stretched her neck to look into the big pot. After a while, it was her turn. The old woman smiled kindly at Li Yi and served her a bowl of anko rice cake soup. Holding the small bowl, Li Yi carefully approached Rintu. Here. Brother, it smells so good. Looking at Li's big eyes blinking non-stop, Rintu felt both angry and amused. He took Anko's rice cake soup, took a sip, and gave it back to the greedy little girl. Tell me, what's the matter? After spending so much time together, if Rinto couldn't figure out what Rai was thinking, then his life would have been in vain. Hearing her brother's question, Li Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Brother, it's okay. I'm just showing my respect to you. I believed your lies. Rinto complained in his mind and rolled his eyes mercilessly. That's what you said. If you ask me for anything else, I won't agree. No, brother. Li Yi yelled immediately, not even bothering to drink the sweet anko rice cake soup in her hand. Can I teach Mako and the others the chakra extraction technique? Hearing this, Rinto raised his eyebrows and started to think. He has been in Konoha for so long, but he has never contacted the group of orphans he brought with him. His purpose is to avoid suspicion. After all, as an outsider, winning over a group of outsiders would really make the Konoha high-level officials feel uneasy. Especially after demonstrating strong planning capabilities, this uneasiness will turn into suspicion. After Rinto came to Konoha, everything he did was to alleviate this worry. Thinking of this, Rinto raised his head, ready to refuse. The next second, he saw a group of children not far away holding bowls with eager eyes. Yes. After experiencing war and life and death, how many children would not desire strength? Thinking of this, Rinto frowned deeply. Well, no. The voice was so loud that the children in the distance could hear it clearly. In an instant, the light in the children's eyes went out. If even the path of Li and Rinto is blocked, what other paths can they take? Konoha Shinobi School? That was prepared for the residents of Konoha, not for outsiders like them. Perhaps, after 10 or 20 years, when they have established roots in Konoha, their children can become members of the Konoha Shinobi School. After saying that, Rinto's eyes moved, and then he spoke casually. However, my brother may be very busy recently, so you can let Aunt Xingzi accompany you. Remember. Don't cause trouble for Auntie Kyoko, and don't go to places like Sensoji Temple where you spend a lot of money. I think this place is very good, with a good environment and is very quiet. Hearing this, Li Yi, who was originally a little dejected, suddenly lit up her dark eyes. If she doesn't understand what Rinto means, then she is really not worthy of being her brother's sister. Rinto's meaning is very simple, take yourself out. And Li Yi, the clever little girl, accurately grasped what her brother meant. Hey, brother, you are such a cunning guy. Hey? What did you say? Rinto glared. Li Yi had long been accustomed to her brother's tsunderness. She stuck out her tongue, held the anko soup and trotted back to her friends. After a while, the laughter rang out again. On the grass, the children sat in an orderly manner, and those who had finished drinking anko soup were chatting in a relaxed manner. Hey, big guy, why are you so scared of that guy? A child who was born in an orphanage pointed at Rinto and asked curiously. In his opinion, Rinto was just a child, and he was completely vulnerable in front of the big man who was as tall as an adult. The big guy smiled foolishly and scratched his head. I am just tall, I am no match for Rinto-kun. Really? The kid next to him was extremely surprised. He is a big guy. Although he eats a lot, he is incredibly strong. When it comes to making rice cakes, he can do the work of 10 people. Although she is only 10 years old, her strength is greater than that of many adult men. Even with this, I still can't beat that guy named Rinto. At the side, a child with a scar on his cheek came up and whispered. Buffy, don't make it hard on the big guy. He's already been beaten up. After that, he smiled and patted the big guy's leg and asked, Big guy, can I say something? The big guy smiled foolishly and nodded awkwardly. Buffy, you know, big guy and I are both war orphans from the land of soup. Without a home or parents, we would either starve to death or die in war. But, Rinto-kun saved us all, and he asked us to follow him and the caravan he was in, saying that he would bring us to Konoha. You know, we were all starving at that time, so how could we have the energy to follow the caravan? Later, Rintu asked the big sister to distribute the ration pills to us. If it weren't for him and the big sister, we would have starved to death on the road, or been killed at random. What about the big guy? What does this have to do with you being afraid of him? The South Korean named Bulletin Fei asked curiously. Hearing this, the big guy scratched his head and explained. I joined the team halfway through, and when I first tried to steal the big sister's food, I got beaten up by Rintu-kun. However, Rintu-kun did not chase me away, but let me stay in the team. The big guy explained stutteringly. Well, what does it have to do with you all being afraid of him? Buffy emphasized the point of his question. It's not fear, it's, yes. Respect. Rintu-kun is very generous, how can we be afraid of him? Okay, big guy. The child with a scar on his face interrupted the big guy. Let me explain. We all respect Sister Lee, but Sister Lee is often scolded by Rintu-kun because of her studies. Over time, we are all afraid of Rintu-kun. Chapter 37. At the entrance of the orphanage building, Rintu was sitting on the steps with the white-haired old woman standing beside him. Excuse me, are you Rintu-kun? The old woman's old and kind voice sounded. Rintu-kun is unworthy of this, Sakuta Rintu, just call me Rintu. Good child. I often hear Yuzi and the others mentioning your name, saying that without you, they would not exist. Hearing this, Rintu smiled and shook his head, saying, not at all. They can survive without me, it's just a little harder. Thank you too, thank you for saving them. The old woman sat down next to Rintu, trembling with her crutches. Hearing this, Rintu shook his head again. It's just my interest. Okay, it's just because I'm interested. After chatting for a while, Rintu learned that this white-haired old lady was the director of this orphanage, and the children here called her Grandma Mai. Her husband was originally a Jainin of a vassal clan of the Senju clan, but he later lost his life in the war. Her two children were separated during the war in Sengoku. So, the heartbroken old lady Mai prayed, begging a kind-hearted person to pick up her children and raise them. Later, the Konoha orphanage opened, and Granny Mai, who came from a good family, applied to become the director of the orphanage. While chatting, Granny Mai slowly turned her head to look at Rintu. Rintu, I heard from Meiko that you and Rai-chan are also orphans. Strictly speaking, not really. We still have each other. Rintu looked at Lee in the distance with soft eyes and a smile on the corner of his mouth. Hearing Rintu's words, Granny Mai looked at him with a little surprise, and her old face suddenly smiled like a chrysanthemum. What an amazing kid! Such words were completely beyond her expectations. Grandma Mai had never thought that a child who had lost her family could say such positive words. Then may I ask, old woman, how do you manage to live with Lai-chan? Forging. Rintu smiled slightly, and a kunao flew out from the ninja bag behind his waist. Look, magnet style. The kunao flew up and down in Rintu's hand like a nimble swift. I can't really tell if this is a bloodline limit, but it's pretty useful for forging iron. After saying that, Rintu saw a flash of disappointment on Grandma Mai's face and sighed slightly in his heart. In fact, when Granny Mai asked this question, Rintu had already seen his intention from her slightly eager eyes. Perhaps, the old lady wanted Rintu to pass on his livelihood skills to the children in the orphanage to help them have a better prospect and future. If Rintu was just an ordinary Konoha villager, he would not refuse. But he is an undercover agent on the surface, just like a pawn that has crossed the river on the chessboard. Unable to retreat, he could only move forward step by step. While he could not run fast, he was also being closely guarded by the opponent. Therefore, he could only carefully demonstrate his harmlessness and ability step by step. Showing favors, especially to orphans, and winning people's hearts is a way to death. Looking at Rai, who was having fun with her friends not far away, a bold idea gradually emerged in Rintu's mind. Li Yi is 4 years old this year. No one would be on guard against a 4-year-old child. Even the most cautious adults would not be on guard against a chubby human cub. Thinking of this, a barely visible smile slowly appeared on Rintu's lips. "Granny Mai, it's getting late. I should go back." After saying that, he stood up and bowed respectfully to Grandma Mai. Under her complicated gaze, he walked to Li Yi and took the hand of her friend whom she was saying goodbye to. Walking on the way home in the sunset, Li Yi was obviously not in a good mood. "What's wrong?" As soon as he finished speaking, Rintu felt the little girl's body stiffen and she held his fat hand slightly harder. "Can't I tell my brother?" Hearing this, Li Yi immediately raised her face and shook her little head quickly. "No, Li Yi just. Seeing Rintu's encouraging eyes, the little girl lowered her head and muttered softly. "It's just that Li Yi feels so useless. She only knows how to use her brother's things to help her friends. Li Yi herself doesn't have anything." The originally clear voice became lowered, and the setting sun cast a thick shadow on Li Yi's little face. Rintu was delighted and said with emotion. "This child, at least he didn't grow up crooked. It's worth it that I beat him up every 3 days and every 5 days. Li Yi's mother, you can rest assured." Ahem. Rintu cleared his throat, trying hard to suppress the corners of his mouth that were constantly curling up, and put on a typical parental face. "What are you talking about, kid? You're being polite to your brother. You are still young now. When you grow up, I will wait for you to take care of me in my old age." Hearing this, Li nodded heavily and looked at Rintu with a cherishing expression. "Brother, don't worry. When Li Yi grows up, I will give you all the money I earn and take you to eat barbecue every day." Puff. This child is so kind-hearted. Rintu pinched his nose, trying hard to suppress the smile on his face, and nodded heavily. "It's settled then. In my heart, I was even more delighted. Li Yi's mother, look, this is what you said yourself, I didn't force you to do it. When the time comes, I will use Li Yi's money to visit Kabukicho, don't blame me." Thinking of this, Rintu asked again. "Then Li Yi, what did you want to say to your brother just now?" Having let go of her psychological burden, Rai's bright smile returned to her face again. She pulled Rintu's hand and started chattering. "Brother, I want to help Miizi and the others." "Oh? What's wrong with them? Not eating enough or sleeping well?" "Neither. Miizi and the others didn't starve. It's just that, the kids in the orphanage stick together too much. They came later and were always bullied." Hearing this, Rintu suddenly felt a headache. This kind of thing, not to mention Konoha, let alone the ninja world, was also common in his previous life. It is human nature to carry the gene to oppress one's own kind, and this is an unchangeable fact. Even adults are not immune to this, so how can young children with incomplete mental development control themselves? Moreover, this cannot be blamed on Grandma Mai. She is so old, and being able to feed these orphans is already very capable. Thinking of this, Rintu turned his head to look at Li Yi. The little girl was looking at him expectantly. "Li Yi, do you want to stop this kind of bullying from happening in the orphanage?" Hearing her brother's question, Li Yi shook her head pretentiously. "No, I just want Yazi and the big guy to stop being bullied. After all, my ability to help friends comes from my brother, so I can't cause him too much trouble." Hearing this, Rintu felt warm in his heart. "Li Yi, you are so sensible. It's just that I wish you were this sensible and well-behaved when you were learning math." Thinking of this, Rintu's mind moved and he thought of the bold idea he had before. Li Yi is really good, but she is already a big kid. She needs to find ways to help her friends. How about this, every time you come up with a good idea that I agree with, I will give you 1,000 taels, 1,000 taels that you can use freely. When she heard that her brother was going to give her money, Li Yi's money-loving nature suddenly awakened, and her big, twinkling eyes suddenly became extremely bright. Brother! It's a deal! The little girl said as she stretched out her chubby little finger. Seeing this, Rintu smiled slightly, stretched out his pinky finger to hook it with Li Yi's pinky finger, and said, "It's a deal." On the way home, the little girl started mumbling, constantly repeating something. It was getting dark and the last rays of the setting sun disappeared among the treetops. Colorful lanterns were hung on the streets. Alas! What happened today? It seemed like there were suddenly more lanterns. Rinto casually grabbed a middle-aged woman with a happy face and asked innocently, "Auntie, what's going on today? Why are there so many beautiful lanterns?" The aunt who was held by Rintu did not show any impatience and her face was filled with joy. "Triumph, we've fought off the Cloud Shinobi village. We won." Next to him, a cheerful middle-aged man also joined in the conversation. "Yes, we won. Just now, second-generation leader Tobirama announced that the war is over. That's great. My child is coming back." At the side, a pretty young woman wiped the tears of joy from her eyes and said, "My husband is finally coming back." Letting go of the old lady's hand, Rinto looked at the jubilant crowd in front of him with some complicated feelings. The surviving family members took to the streets, while those whose family members died could only hide in the dark house and cry alone. However, the war is finally over. After returning home, Rintu sat in the corridor, looking up at the bright moonlight, his eyes flickering. The war is over. After that, will it be the turn of Senju Tobirama's death? In fact, Rintu has never figured out how it is possible that Senju Tobirama, who has mastered the space ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique and can fight, attack, run and kite, could be easily killed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku? Even if Goldhorn and Silverhorn devoured Nine Tails Chakra, even if these two guys were immortal bodies, they would not be able to kill Senju Tobirama who was already at the peak of his strength. You know, he is the man who is good at forbidden technique except water style. To be honest, Rintu has very mixed feelings towards Senju Tobirama. On the one hand, he was waiting for the death of this man whose strength and intelligence were at the peak of his powers, so that he could implement his own plan. On the other hand, he felt that it was a pity for such a powerful figure to die. Although the two have met no more than 3 times in total, Rintu still admires second generation very much. It is easy to conquer a country, but difficult to keep it. Moreover, his elder brother is the extremely powerful and famous Senju Hashirama. In this case, as he is relatively weak in both strength and fame, it is easy to imagine how difficult it would be for him to govern after taking over the second generation project. Chapter 38. Hokage Building. Senju Tobirama, his disciples, war advisors, and a group of high-ranking officials gathered in the Hokage's office. Monkey, Kagami, Tofu, Homura, Koharu, Danzo, you will come with me for this peace talk. Behind the desk, sharp-eyed Senju Tobirama spoke calmly. Hearing this, the 6 people nodded in unison. Also, what do you think about the peace talks with the Kingdom of Thunder? After saying that, his red eyes swept over everyone one by one. Hearing this, Yuta and Koharu, who was standing nearby, immediately stepped forward. Teacher. Explain. After getting Senju Tobirama's approval, Yuta and Koharu nodded and spoke. Teacher, I think there shouldn't be too many problems with this peace talk. First of all, we all know the second Raikage's personality. Although he is belligerent, he is friendly most of the time and is gentle and not tense when dealing with people. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. It is not an exaggeration to say that the second Raikage's personality is an outlier in Cloud Shinobi Village. During the first 5 Kage Summit, Tobirama, as Hashirama's bodyguard, had a confrontation with the second generation, who was then the first generation's bodyguard for Rei. Seeing that no one objected, Koharu became more confident. Secondly, the war lasted for 2 years and was a protracted war. We are already struggling, let alone Rain Shinobi village which is not as strong as us. Third point. The location of the talks is located on the battlefield of the Moon Country, which borders the Fire Country and the Lightning Country, so the possibility of an ambush is low. I agree with this. Mitokado Homura interrupted from the side. As long as we temporarily delay the withdrawal of troops, we can ensure the safety of this meeting to the greatest extent possible. Beautifully said. For a moment, a faint atmosphere of joy slowly spread in the Hokage's office. Everyone had a smile on their face. Even Shimura-dans, who had been very unhappy recently, had a happy smile on his face. Ahem. A familiar cough sounded, and everyone was startled. They immediately stopped smiling and looked at Senju Tobirama, who had a blank expression on his face. Now is not the time to celebrate, monkey. Write a letter to the daimyo and ask him for a portion of the funds to be used as compensation for the casualties. Especially the bodies of the comrades who died in battle, all were brought back and buried properly. The families of these heroes must also be taken care of. Senju Tobirama said, looking up at the map of the ninja world hanging on the wall. One more thing, the recent developments in the Wind Country, Danzo, how is your investigation going? Hearing the teacher's question, Shimura-dans hurriedly stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Teacher, some time ago, the reconnaissance team at the border reported that the Wind Country was considering sending troops to the Rain Country. According to the news from the secret agent, the Wind Country has already taken action against the Rain Country. What's the result? Senju Tobirama asked calmly. The result? Shimura-dans had a complicated expression. Hanzo the Salamander led the Rain Shinobi village ninjas to fight, and defeated Tsunagakuer, badly. Big defeat. Rain Shinobi village won. Udaten Koharu asked in disbelief. Yes, according to the reconnaissance team's report, Hanzo the Salamander's summoning beast, the Salamander, has spewed a large amount of highly toxic gas on the battlefield. The Wind Kingdom was unable to develop an antidote in a short period of time, resulting in heavy casualties. Later, Cho of Tsunagakuer devised an antidote, but by then Tsunagakuer had suffered too many casualties. But Rain Shinobi village was not doing well either, and a large number of ninjas were killed. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama's expression became somewhat complicated. Hanzo the Salamander. The demigod of the ninja world, truly the only one with the word God in his title after his eldest brother's death. In terms of strength alone, he and I may be about the same, but on the battlefield, this guy's killing efficiency is too high. It is simply a killer weapon on the battlefield. Thinking of this, the usually calm Senju Tobirama's heart began to heat up. Sakutarintu. This little devil must be firmly held in my hands. Senju Tobirama confidence. If there is another war in the future, with Rintu's intelligence, he will definitely be able to mislead Hanzo the Salamander and make him the most solid shield in the west of Konoha. As long as he is truly loyal to Konoha. Monkey, how is Rintu Shokata doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then he recalled that he was tricked by this little BD again last night, and his expression suddenly became strange. Teacher, regarding last night's intelligence, I gave you the information this morning. Really? Senju Tobirama rubbed his temple, I've been too busy lately. Okay, you already know who we're going to talk to. We'll leave in 3 days, so go back and prepare. Yes. Everyone in the office nodded and walked out of the Hokage's office in an orderly manner. The bustling office fell silent. Senju Tobirama sat down slowly and found the monkey's report among the pile of documents. After reading the report that recorded everything that happened last night, Senju Tobirama held his forehead with one hand and his expression became complicated. Shokata Rintu, this guy's strength is hidden so deeply. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen's assessment, Rinto's strength is between that of a special Genin and an elite Genin. Among them, what needs special attention is Rinto's physical skills and battlefield judgment ability. Especially for physical skills, Monkey actually used the warning of close combat is not recommended unless necessary. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also noted Rinto's shortcomings. There is no defense against long-range, large-scale ninjutsu. This kind of map cannon is the specialty of the Senju clan, who have huge amounts of chakra. 3 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, Sarutobi, Hiruzen and the other 6 gathered in the Hokage's office again. At this time, Senju Tobirama was wearing a Hokage robe and a shadow hat with the word fire on it. Under the divine robe is the armor that has accompanied Senju Tobirama in battles for many years. Although the style is a bit simple, its defensive capabilities are top-notch. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 6 were also fully armed and ready. "Are you all ready?" Senju Tobirama stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in his office with his arms folded across his chest. "Ready." Anbu, wearing an animal mask, half knelt on the ground, his voice loud and clear. "As per your order, half of the Anbu are dispatched to protect Master Mito. In addition, the Konoha Guard has been expanded and is carrying out high-intensity patrols." Hearing this, Senju Tobirama nodded and gave instructions. "During the time I am away from the village, you must ensure that the village is peaceful and stable. Anyone who seeks an opportunity to stir up trouble will be executed on the spot. At the same time, Anbu forces will be fully withdrawn to protect the safety of the sister-in-law. Nine Tails, do not mess around." After saying that, he turned around and looked at the people behind him. "Is there anything else you want to add?" Senju Tobirama asked meaningfully. Off to the side, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a serious expression. "Teacher, Sakuta Rinto." Hearing this, Senju Tobirama's eyes flashed with relief. "Any comments?" Sarutobi Hiruzen reached out and tightened Konoha's forehead protector. "Teacher, Anbu Dungeon." His voice was extremely serious. As one of the people who knows about Rinto's combat capability, Sarutobi Hiruzen is well aware of the destructive power of this guy Rinto. It is no exaggeration to say that if Rinto had any hidden plans, he would have implemented them when Senju Tobirama and his party left the village. It is obviously irresponsible to leave a being with extremely strong melee ability, an extremely strong mind, and extreme cunning in the village without any defense. On the side, Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's suggestion, looked at each other, and nodded in agreement. "Teacher, we also think this is the way to go." Sakukata Rinto, although he has been very honest during this period, he is still not a companion of our village. Seeing that the 3 disciples had reached a consensus, Senju Tobirama turned his sharp gaze to Shimura Danzo, who was standing at the end. "Danzo, what do you think?" "Teacher, I agree with Hiruzen's suggestion." Shimura Danzo didn't say much. Ever since he was scolded by Rinto last time, this guy has been very low-key recently and never reveals his thoughts easily. Finally, Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Kagami, who was hesitant to speak. "Mirror, what do you think?" "Teacher, I have other ideas." Uchiha Kagami gritted his teeth and said what was in his mind. "Can we let Rinto Sakuta temporarily live in the Uchiha tribe's territory and let the tribe members keep an eye on him at all times?" Hearing this, Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows slightly. "It can't be said to be good, nor can it be said to be bad. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan is a great tool for surveillance. Senju Tobirama has always had 100% trust in the few Uchiha he trained who understood the will of fire. But the remaining Uchiha clan consisted of those stubborn old guys, whom Senju Tobirama did not trust at all." Seeing the teacher lost in thought, Uchiha Kagami pursed his lips nervously. The reason why he made this suggestion was to let the Uchiha clan share the difficulties of the village. And more importantly, they hope that Rinto can take a good look at the Uchiha clan. Caught between his village and his family, he never thought of telling his companions and teachers about his distress. It's not that I don't trust them, but my peers and teachers naturally have their own stances. Therefore, he was eager to find someone who could help him think of a solution. Rinto's appearance makes Uchiha Kagami very excited. An outsider, an apparent undercover, theoretically speaking, Rinto does not belong to any faction in the village. This guy's stance is too independent. Moreover, Uchiha Kagami admitted that he did not have Rinto's ability to make plans that were so wise and powerful. The most important thing is that the feud between Rinto and Uchiha Ryuta makes Uchiha Kagami feel a little anxious. The longer Rinto stays in the village, the more subjective his perception of the various factions in the village will become. However, Uchiha Kagami, who has been on the battlefield for a long time, knows that subjective impression is one of the biggest obstacles for ninjas to complete their missions. Thinking of this, the light of expectation in Uchiha Kagami's eyes became brighter. While Senju Tobirama was thinking, suddenly, an Anbu appeared next to Tobirama in an instant, leaned close and whispered. Hokage-sama, Shokata Rinto requests a meeting. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce light flashed in Senju Tobirama's eyes and his face suddenly froze. This guy, do you know anything? Let him in. Senju Tobirama's cold voice rang out. After a while, when Sarutobi Hiruzen and other disciples were confused and curious, Rinto Sakyokata pushed open the wooden door of the office and walked in carelessly. Hey, everyone is here. Chapter 39. The moment I saw Rinto, everyone in the office's faces changed drastically. How could it be such a coincidence that we were discussing how to deal with this guy and he showed up at our doorstep? They are not stupid people. On the contrary, they are all very smart to be the direct disciples of the second generation. For a moment, the entire Hokage office fell silent, with suspicions running through everyone's minds. Rinto didn't notice the weird atmosphere in the office. He strode to the desk with a bright smile on his face and bowed slightly. Master Tobirama, I have written a letter to Master Hanzo. Could you please pass it on to me? Rinto scratched his head sheepishly and continued. I'm so sorry to bother you every time. Senju Tobirama stared into Rinto's eyes, reached out to take the envelope, and asked casually, Can I see it? Oh my god, second generation is quite polite. Rinto curled his lips and nodded repeatedly, as I should. The envelope is unsealed for you to have a look. Seeing that Rinto seemed to understand, Senju Tobirama nodded slightly, opened the letter and started reading. In the letter, Rinto spoke with a tone that was completely ignorant of rain frogs, and told Hanzo the Salamander about his predicament in a wronged manner. Earlier, he said that he was isolated and had difficulty gathering intelligence. Ask Hanzo the Salamander for someone. Then it jumped to the fact that there was no funding for activities and that they hadn't had a full meal for several days. Ask Hanzo the Salamander for money. Complaints alone took up more than half of this letter. As for the remaining small half, they ask for money in various ways. In short, it can be summed up in one word: poor. You can't do anything without money. Senju Tobirama felt amused. On the front line, Hanzo the Salamander and Tsunagakura were fighting to the death, while in the back, this guy was holding them back in every way. If Hanzo the Salamander knew that the case team he had sent out some time ago was sold off by Rinto at a price of 430,000 ryo, I guess he would be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood. Pretending to be calm, Senju Tobirama handed the letter to Anbu, who was standing beside him. From now on, if you have any letters, just give them directly to Tagu. Rinto smiled and nodded. He did not leave even after finishing his work, but continued to stand quietly in front of Senju Tobirama's desk. Anything else? Senju Tobirama asked coldly. Unexpectedly, Rinto actually nodded. Lord Tobirama, if you go to the front line to negotiate, can you take me with you? As soon as the words fell, everyone in the office was shocked. Even Senju Tobirama, who was always calm, looked ugly. Shokata Rintu. Suddenly, a fierce roar sounded. Hearing the slightly familiar voice, Rintu turned his head with a puzzled look and looked at the roaring person. Shimura Dance jumped out again, his face flushed red, looking extremely angry. Shokata Rintu, tell me. Are you secretly colluding with Hanzo of the Salamander and planting a spy in our village? He emphasized the word we, and Shimura Dance felt secretly happy. Think of me, Danzo, who endured humiliation and kept silent, just for today, so that I could peel off the hypocritical mask of this traitor in front of the teacher. Thinking of this, the flame of desire in Danzo's heart burned vigorously. Rintu scratched his head in confusion and looked at Senju Tobirama. Master Tobirama, is your disciple ill? Rintu asked weakly. UBD. How dare you lie in front of the teacher? You're still pretending. Tell me. How did you know the information about the teacher and the talks? And you even got the timing so accurate. Hearing Shimura Dan's question, Rintu finally reacted and turned his head to quickly scan everyone. Aside from Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who seemed to be deep in thought, Yuta and Koharu and the others all looked solemn. Seeing this, Rintu's face suddenly turned ugly. Holy shit! What kind of idiots am I dealing with? No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen made so many stupid moves when he got old, it turns out he was led astray by these guys. After grumbling a few words in his mind, Rintu sighed speechlessly. Oh my god! This is a simple thing. As long as the brain is well developed, anyone should be able to see it. As he spoke, Rintu's face twisted and he scratched his scalp hard. Why did you announce the end of the war but not recall the ninjas on the battlefield? The local dog that has been with me since the moment I entered Konoha suddenly disappeared. What happened? The Konoha guard used to patrol twice a day, but now they patrol 7 or 8 times a day. Do you think everyone is stupid? After saying that, Rintu pursed his lips tightly, glanced at Danzo not far away with pity, and then looked at Senju Tobirama in front of him with the same expression. Seeing this scene, Yuta and Koharu and Mitokado Homura were so frightened that their scalps went numb. Rintu is such a brave guy. What does this look mean? It's clearly pity for Danzo's IQ and pity for the teacher for having such a disciple. Sakuta Rintu. Don't you know you're afraid? Rintu also noticed the expressions of the two people, and his face became even more distorted. Damn it, you guys have put all your skill points into reading people's expressions. Why don't you put some skills into the overall situation? Oh my god, does the village of Konoha really have a future? At this moment, Rintu's heart was full of doubts and self-doubts. No, we can't let these 3 bastards lead Sarutobi Hiruzen into trouble. Just as Rintu secretly made up his mind, Shimura Dance was sweating profusely. Damn, this is the second time. This is the second time that my IQ has been looked down upon by this BD. I regret it. I am so tired. I want to die. Senju Tobirama was not angry when Rintu looked at him with pitiful eyes. In fact, he was suddenly surprised for a moment when he learned that Rintu was coming. After all, Hanzo of the Salamander stood behind this guy. If that guy knew the whereabouts of his group, there would still be a certain risk. However, Senju Tobirama was, after all, a seasoned statesman, and he figured out the whole thing in a flash. But it is impossible to take Rintu with him on the peace talks. Not to mention that what he discussed with the second Hokage involved 2 major secrets. It's very unbecoming for Konoha village to bring an undercover kid from Rain Shinobi village with them to negotiate. After thinking for a moment, Senju Tobirama shook his head. No. Seeing second generation shaking his head, Rintu sighed slightly and simply lay on the ground like a rogue. Okay. In that case, which dungeon? When everyone heard this, they were shocked again. Could this guy have figured out what Tobirama-sama was thinking? Seeing that no one was talking, Rintu reluctantly took out a turtle purse from his pocket, tremblingly took out a 500 tael bill and placed it on the ground. Since you guys are silent, I will speak. First of all, no matter where I am locked up, I must have 3 meals a day. I am most afraid of being hungry. Then, I will eat meat for every meal, meat. Rinto emphasized again. Then he stretched out his shaking hand and pushed the 500 taels of silver toward Senju Tobirama. Master Tobirama, this is my food money. We agreed in advance that you can't cheat after you take my money. You are all adults, don't bully a child like me. Seeing Rinto's serious look, even the usually calm Senju Tobirama couldn't help but twitch his face. This BD, 500 taels. And he still wants to eat meat for every meal. I'm so mad. I must teach him a lesson, otherwise he will become even more lawless. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama gently closed his hands under the table. He groaned in his heart. Spiritualization technique. The next second, Senju Tobirama still kept his eyes closed in deep thought, but his soul, invisible to the naked eye, instantly traveled through space and crashed into Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his body stiffen instantly, and he was suddenly terrified. Just as he was about to struggle, he heard the teacher's quick and calm voice in his mind. Hold on, monkey, listen to me. I am using the spiritualization technique now, you just do as I tell you. The voice disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently took note of the teacher's instructions, and with a gleam in his eyes, he spoke to Rinto. Rinto-kun, you think too highly of yourself. Our village is strong, so even if Tobirama-sensei and we are not in the village, there won't be any big problems. So, we are not planning to lock you up. Hearing this, Rinto was overjoyed, not caring that Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was very different from usual. He grabbed the 500 taels of cash and turned to run away. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen hugged Rinto with a fake smirk on his face. But since you've asked, we'll reluctantly satisfy you. How about this, Uchiha Clan Land and Anbu Dungeon, you choose one. Hearing this, Rinto was dumbfounded, his expression twisted as if he was wearing a mask of pain. Is this freedom in the Uchiha household? Hearing Rinto's stuttering voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head to look at Uchiha Kagami beside him. Seeing Uchiha Kagami first shook his head and then nodded, he understood. Yes, relative freedom. Hearing this, Rinto thought for a moment, sighed, and resigned himself to his fate. Then let's use Uchiha. Although their Byakugan can monitor me from all angles, it's better to have some freedom than to be in darkness. At least I can move around. Hearing this, everyone looked at Rinto speechlessly, and then looked at Uchiha Kagami who was covering his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Rinto-kun, our clan's bloodline limit is Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami explained confidently. Hey! Rinto stared at the mirror with a puzzled look on his face. Isn't that a white eye roll? Then why does Ryota in our class always roll his eyes whenever he sees me? After hearing this, even the extremely well-mannered Uchiha Kagami was completely speechless. He resisted the urge to roll his eyes and expressed everyone's thoughts. You have such a mean mouth. Chapter 40. The Konoha Anbu dungeon right below the Hokage building. In a clean and sanitary cell, Rinto was wearing bare pajamas, with his legs crossed, lying leisurely on the not-so-soft bed. This is a square room of less than 10 square meters. It has no windows and a small sliding window on the door made of special materials. The window is not big, just enough for the width of a plate. There was an iron bed and an iron table in the room. On the table, a dim oil lamp illuminated the small space. The remaining space on the table was scattered with a few empty plates and a few books with little people on the covers. Rinto leaned on the bed, holding a book in one hand and a string of octopus balls in the other, reading the book leisurely in the candle light. Squeak! The sound of metal friction interrupted the tranquility here. The window in the door opened. A familiar dog head mask was revealed. Number 233, it's time for dinner, a familiar voice sounded. Hearing the noise, Rintu skillfully threw away the book in his hand, and jumped off the bed with a somersault. Hey! Brother, go! Why are you here? Rintu greeted him enthusiastically, walked to the small window, and stretched his neck to look out the window. Outside, Go took 2 steps back vigilantly, the corners of his mouth under the mask twitched silently twice, and he complained in his heart. What do you mean, why am I here? I'm here to bring you food. Damn Rintu, he still didn't behave himself even in the Anbu dungeon and even wanted to order food. Look at the life you lead, is this like a prisoner's life? You open your mouth to eat, stretch out your hand to get clothes, and even need someone to bring you toilet paper when you poop. Other prisoners eat 1 ration pill a day, but you, on the other hand, eat seaweed rice balls in the morning, meatball stew at noon, and barbecue at night. 500 taels are not enough for your meal. The more Go thought about it, the angrier he became. He looked through the window into the cell and saw the greasy books that were randomly placed there. His heart was bleeding. BD. You take good care of my treasures. If you hadn't begged me, I would never have lent you the Tale of Genji series. By the way, you haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you want to read adult books? Rintu had no idea that he had been complaining so much behind his back, and he looked at the local dog with excitement. Brother Go, what are we having tonight? Is it the charcoal barbecue restaurant at Narasaka? Hearing this, the face under the dog's mask suddenly became strange. He glanced at the black lumps on the plate in his hand and spoke in a muffled voice. No, your sister is giving you, poof, love, dinner, hey 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 hey. After saying that, he stuffed the plate into the window, closed the window with a click, and turned around and left. Hearing the bursts of chuckles coming from outside the door, Rintu's face suddenly darkened. What made him speechless was that the unidentified object in the plate was actually darker than his face. Oh my god! What the hell is this? At this moment, Rintu felt as if he had returned to the dungeon of the evil cult when he first held the large bottle of poison. He was still hesitant and fearful as he was then. Rintu sighed, held the plate and swallowed the unknown block on it whole. With his tongue sticking out and his eyes and mouth crooked, he walked to the bed, picked up the adult book he had just read halfway, and lay down on his side. However, Rintu's ears fluttered slightly from time to time. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a day and a night had passed. The Konoha building above Rintu's head was now empty. All confidential documents concerning the village have been moved to the underground storage room of the intelligence team, and the remaining space, except for the necessary guards, is no longer bustling with people as before. The sky gradually darkened. Rintu still lay in bed with his eyes closed, silently counting his heartbeats and muttering to himself. 2 days and 1 night have passed since I was imprisoned in the Anbu dungeon. During this period, Anbu patrolled 24 hours a day, and the interval between each patrol was not fixed. Sometimes, someone passes by the door every 30 seconds, sometimes, someone passes by only once every 5 minutes. There is absolutely no pattern at all. Senju Tobirama is still something. It seems that the Anbu patrol schedule should be randomly refreshed every day. Sure enough, the reason why Prince Naruto was able to successfully sneak into the Hokage building and steal the Book of Seals must have been because of the connivance of old man Sarutobi. But then again, maybe the sealed book is a fake. Maybe it only records the multiple shadow clone techniques. After all, the techniques above were not very friendly to Naruto at that age. Things like 5 elements unsealing, demonic sealing, and 8 inner gates are not serious and good techniques. However, if the sealed book is a fake, then it can be explained. After all, a multiple shadow clone technique wouldn't be a big deal even if it was snatched away by Mizuki. Anyway, if we can't recover the forbidden technique, we can recover the people who know how to use it. While Rintu was muttering, thousands of miles away in the Moon Kingdom, Senju Tobirama was sitting in a temporary office, carefully looking at a scroll, with an Anbu half kneeling in front of him. This is a piece of information sent from the village, and the content of the information is Rintu. Rather than being intelligence, it is more like Anbu's blood and tears history. Rintu is a quiet guy, but he is very punctual about meal times. He gets hungry at exactly the same time, not even a second late. Whenever Anbu failed to deliver meals on time, this BD would start BG on the door and making a fuss about wanting to eat. Then when Rintu started shouting, the prisoners in the surrounding cells also started shouting. What's weird is that these prisoners have already learned how to name the dishes from Rintu, such as steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chicken, roasted goose, braised salted duck, sauced chicken, bacon, pine flowers, tripe, dried meat, sausage, assorted soup plate, smoked chicken, white tripe, steamed 8 treasure pork, and glutinous rice stuffed duck. They were all names of dishes I had never heard of before. The most annoying thing was that this guy never named the same dish twice. Even through the scroll, Senju Tobirama could sense Rintu's inconsistency. Trying hard to suppress the grumbling energy that was gushing out of his heart, Senju Tobirama looked at the Anbu in front of him. Send more people back and keep an eye on Rintu Shokata 24 hours a day. I have a feeling this guy is up to something. Yes. Anbu nodded heavily. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it went from 6 o'clock in the evening to 2 o'clock in the morning. In the quiet cell, the candle on the table had burned out, leaving only a faint light the size of a soybean, illuminating the small area under the candlestick. In the dim firelight, Rintu suddenly opened his eyes and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Book of Seals, here I come. Chapter 41. In the quiet and dark underground cell, Rintu slowly stood up and walked to the door. Put your hands together. Jouasi, secret technique, Nura technique. With a slight humming sound, Rintu's body was suddenly enveloped by a strange grey energy. The grey fog spread and merged into the darkness. In an instant, it seemed as if his existence was erased from this world. Rain Shinobi Village secret technique that can greatly reduce one's presence. There are also disadvantages. This secret technique can only block ordinary vision, making ordinary people subconsciously ignore their own existence. But it is useless in front of some perception ninjas. Rintu didn't know whether Anbu had white eyes or not. But I can't care about so many things right now. This is a plan, so there is bound to be a probability of failure. All Rintu can do is to reduce this probability. Rintu's ears moved slightly, listening to the movement. Just now, a very light sound of footsteps passed by the door. Rintu knew that this was the Anbu on patrol. Although he didn't know the time between patrols, nor could he figure out the logic behind the time, for him, knowing the minimum time interval was enough. For Anbu ninja, the minimum interval time is about 30 seconds. This means that every time an Anbu passes by the door, it will take at least 30 seconds for the next patrolling Anbu to pass by Rintu's cell door again. Count silently in your mind. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Right now. Rintu clasped his hands together and made a noon seal at an extremely fast speed, with his right index finger pointing to the door lock. Alaho hole opening technique. At this moment, in the corridor outside the door, the iron powder hidden in the cracks in the wall instantly combined into a key, traveled through space, and appeared at the keyhole outside the door. Click! A crisp sound was heard, echoing far away in the empty corridor. Oh no! I missed this one after all my planning. Rintu tried his best to suppress the shaking of his body, slowly pushed open the cell door, walked out of the door gently, closed the cell door, and then formed a seal again. Body replacement technique. Bang! A soft sound. The pillow on Rintu's bed suddenly changed into Rintu's image and appeared on the bed in the cell. Come over. With Magnet Style's perception of steel, Rinto controlled the kunao in the pillow and flew quickly to the door. Just 2 or 3 seconds after Rinto finished, the local dog came running from the end of the aisle. Rinto was delighted when he saw the familiar dog head mask on the visitor. Although he didn't know what the dog looked like, Rinto was sure that this guy was not from the Hyuga family of Konoha, nor from the Uchiha family. In this way, the substitute in his cell will most likely be able to get away with it. As for why the local dog is neither a Hyuga nor an Uchiha, this is too simple. After all, the characteristics of the two families are very obvious. One has long black hair and is aloof, the other is extremely tsundere and a little autistic. As for Tugo, this guy is just an ordinary, introverted LSP. Stopping, Tugo began to check the cells one by one based on where the sound came from. Click! The small window on the door opened. The prisoner inside was sleeping on the bed. He turned over and muttered something. Soon, Tugo came to Rinto's cell door, hesitated for a second, and then pushed open the small window. Inside the door, Rinto was standing upright with a weird smile on his face. His dark eyes hidden in the shadows were wide open, staring straight at him. The local dog suddenly felt his scalp tingling and subconsciously took several steps back. You, what are you doing? Hee, let's play find the ball together. Rinto's innocent voice sounded in my ears. In an instant, the cold air started from the anus and went straight to the forehead, and the short hair on the dog's head suddenly stood up. Go back to sleep. Tugo stammered and hurriedly closed the small window on the door, not noticing that the sound was coming from his ear, not from the cell. Shivering suddenly, Tugo looked around suspiciously and walked towards the duty room with his head held high, not noticing that a dark shadow had followed him silently from behind. Rinto smiled evilly, and touched the window of his cell door, leaving behind a wire trigger device made of iron powder. Then he quietly landed behind the dog and took back the iron powder that was completely unnoticeable against the wall of the aisle into his body. Following the local dog, Rinto walked all the way and came to a duty room at the end of the corridor. This duty room is not located next to the corridor like other rooms. On the contrary, this duty room blocks the corridor directly. There are 2 doors, one in front and one in the back. The front door leads directly to the corridor where the prisoners are held, and the back door leads to the free world outside. Rinto followed the dog and walked into the brightly lit duty room. In an instant, the grey mist wrapped around him was no longer dark, but instead changed to the color of the lights like a chameleon. The dog walked quickly into the light, shuddered again, and complained to his companion sitting in the duty room. Damn it Rinto, this guy didn't sleep at night, stood in front of the window pretending to be a ghost, and almost scared me to death. Several Anbu burst into laughter upon hearing this. Serves him right. Who told you to show that kid the tale of Genji? His blood is all running down his head. It's a wonder he can sleep. The local dog did not refute and shivered again. You guys continue patrolling. I have to pee urgently. I'm going to the toilet first. You're not going to PS yourself, are you? The companions burst into laughter again. Rinto also grinned and staggered to follow the dog's footsteps. After passing through 4 or 5 doors, climbing 70 or 80 steps, and encountering 4 or 5 groups of patrolling ninjas, Dogu, holding his belly, finally came to the ground. Rinto also followed him all the way to the surface. Looking around, Rinto chuckled. At this moment, he was inside the Hokage building, at the entrance of the stairs on the first floor. Based on his memory from the past few times, Rinto said goodbye to his good brother Tugo and found a double wooden door in the corner of the first floor with ease. Looking at the intricate and gorgeous flame patterns on the wooden door, Rinto could no longer contain his excitement and clenched his fists. Very good. After so much hardship, finally arrived at this door. In order to infiltrate Konoha, I killed Rain Shinobi and took Rai with me. In order to preserve my freedom, I racked my brains and tried desperately to get closer to the will of fire. In order to make Konoha afraid, I didn't hesitate to kill Yawa and expose my strength. In order to sneak into the Hokage building, I even risked my life and provoked Senju Tobirama with arrogant words and actions. Every step I take is so cautious, as if I were walking on thin ice. Thinking of this, Rinto felt a little frustrated. Why do others travel through time and space without worries about food and drink, and can just casually have a pair of Mangekyō, or a Rinnegan or Tensagen? But what about me? Immortality is good, the kind that is sliced and dried. After finally sneaking into Rain Shinobi, he was sent to Konoha as an undercover agent. After finally coming up with a package plan, I didn't expect that Konoha had already infiltrated Rain Shinobi like a sieve, and his identity was exposed in an instant. That would be fine, but if you want to go to a ninja school, you have to beg and cry for help from everyone. It's so difficult. Rinto covered his forehead, wanting to cry but without tears. However, the fruits of victory are just around the corner, and soon, I, Rinto, will also spread my wings and fly high into the sky. Rinto rubbed his hands excitedly, then stretched out his right hand. Between his fingers, tiny particles of iron powder squeezed out from his skin and slowly formed a key. Click! There was a slight sound. Rinto was so happy that he ignored Technique's request to slow down and slipped into the archive room in an instant. I closed the door and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a strong smell of ink mixed with the smell of books hit me in the face. This is the smell of knowledge, Sparasi. Standing on tiptoe and rubbing his hands, Rinto quickly scanned the archive room with shining eyes. This is a vast room, cylindrical in shape, with a towering dome that is 7 or 8 meters high. On the surrounding walls, there are tall and quaint bookshelves. On the bookshelf, various scrolls of different sizes are neatly arranged. Rinto knew that these scrolls recorded Konoha's countless ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu and secret techniques. Rinto glanced at the scrolls and did not stay on them for too long. He has only one ultimate goal. It's the huge scroll half a person's height in the center of the room. It was an ancient scroll, lying quietly on the round stone platform in the middle of the room. On the stone platform, there are densely packed engravings of various mysterious patterns, and between the patterns there are many characters with complex strokes. There are 6 candlesticks evenly distributed around the stone platform, with candles burning slowly on them, illuminating the entire room. Damn, there was a fire in the library and the police station chief fell in love with me. Rinto was totally unable to understand the train of thought of these ninjas. Lighting candles in a place full of scrolls was simply like playing hide-and-seek in the toilet. However, Rinto, who was racing against time, didn't care about that and quickly walked to the stone platform and looked at the patterns on the ground. It's very pretty and beautiful, just like when I was in the 3rd grade of primary school and had just started learning English. Those twisted words. They know me, but I don't know them. Even so, Rinto knew that these patterns were definitely not drawn for fun, just like those sentences in English books, they must have some other purpose besides making things difficult for himself. Thinking of this, Rinto stretched out his hands and formed seals again. The next second, Rinto pulled out an iron rod made of iron powder from under his crotch. Hey, then you try your hand. As he said this, he thrust the iron rod into the stone platform. Suddenly, a thin silver-white light flashed, and Rinto's right hand holding the stick was broken off at the root. Oh my god! You don't cut the stick, you cut me. Not only did he cut me, he also severed my wrist bones which were as hard as steel. How awesome! Blood mixed with black iron powder flowed out from the broken part, and Rinto hurriedly formed a seal with one hand. The next second, the iron powder gathered at the wound, forming a film that blocked the flow of blood. Watch me, magnet-style Iron Man technique, a low shout was heard. The iron rod that fell to the ground instantly disintegrated and turned into a Rinto that was barely the size of a palm. Previously, Rinto used this trick to open the door of the special cage. Little Rinto slowly stood up, jumped up and down twice to adapt to this small body, then picked up Rintu's fallen right hand and threw out the magic circle. Rintu took his right hand and connected it to the broken part. The iron powder in the body aggregates into needles and quickly sews up. At this moment, time no longer allowed him to heal slowly. After taking the right hand, Rintu made a seal again, controlling the little man in the magic circle, and quickly walked to the half-human high sealed book. Little Rintu jumped up nimbly and pried open the buttons that sealed the book. While the scroll unfolded, Rintu quickly stepped forward and walked to the edge of the stone platform. There were 7 large characters clearly written on the sealed book. Multiple shadow clone technique. Oh my god! Cheating technique! Without having time to think, Rintu instantly entered a state of concentration, holding his breath, staring straight at the contents of the sealed book with his eyes shining. Rintu read 10 lines at a glance, without having time to understand, and quickly memorized the formulas of the multiple shadow clone technique. Keep turning. At the command, little Rintu immediately pushed the scroll and rolled it to one side, just rolling to the edge of the candle. Stop! Seeing that the candle flame was about to lick the sealed book, Rintu hurriedly controlled little Rintu to grab the scroll. When the scroll stopped, Rintu looked at the sealed book again. Hey? Not the 8 inner gates technique. What is this? On the scroll, an extremely obscure text appeared. This. Flying Thunder God technique. But where is the technique? Where is the seal? There was no ritual, only a long paragraph of complicated and difficult to understand text. Damn! Rintu gritted his teeth and memorized the long string of words. Fortunately, he had practiced his memory hard for this day, otherwise he might not have been able to memorize it. Moreover, he recognized each word in this long string of text separately, but when they were put together, he couldn't understand a single word. Rintu was about to continue. Suddenly, his perception was triggered. Oh no! Someone is checking the room! Rintu shouted in a low voice. Chapter 42. Just as Rintu was desperately rushing to his room, in the duty room of the Anbu dungeon, 7 Anbu were having a serious discussion. Captain Bayo, what's the matter with you suddenly calling us together? Asked an Anbu. Anbu, codenamed Explosion, stood in front of 6 men, holding a sharp short sword. The situation is like this. Tagu said earlier that he was frightened by the kid at number 233. I didn't notice anything at the time, but just now, I went there again with my dog. After opening the window, I found number 233 lying on the bed sleeping. I wanted to wake him up and ask about the situation. But suddenly I found that number 233 could not be woken up no matter how hard we called him. Not only could he not be woken up, he had no response at all. Now, I'm going to check this room, and you guys proceed as normal. After saying that, he tapped 3 times among the 6 people, calling out 3 Anbu including the dog. You, follow me to check. The 3 of you left will take turns patrolling. You must ensure that there are 2 people in the duty room. If there is any movement, immediately seal off the entire dungeon. An extremely serious voice echoed. Yes. The 6 Anbu nodded in unison. He pulled out his hand and grasped the short sword in his backhand, looking at the 3 people in front of him. Deploy now. As he spoke, he looked towards the dark corridor outside the duty room, pondered for a moment, and then continued. We'll be at cell 233 in a minute. 2 go and I will go into the room and check on number 233. The 2 of you will stand guard on both sides of the passage to prevent number 233 from launching a surprise attack or rioting. Remember, this is a special moment. Any disturbance must be extinguished immediately. After saying that, he glanced at the local dog obscurely. Tagu, you have been monitoring number 233 for a long time. Tell me about his intelligence. Hearing this, Tagu's brows furrowed tightly under his mask. At this moment, he was no longer the unreliable LSP, but a Konoha Anbu ninja. Very strong. I followed Sarutobi-sama on mission 3 to 234. Rin. Number 233 is extremely strong in close combat, far beyond the average Jonin. This strength does not refer to how skilled he is in physical skills, but rather to his absolute strength and speed, which are so terrifying that he can smash the head of an adult man in an instant. Hearing this, Bao's eyebrows hidden under the mask suddenly frowned, and he asked in a deep voice, "Anything else?" "Yes." Tegu nodded. This kid has a very strong ability to respond to battlefield situations, and his ability to make instantaneous judgments is quite terrifying. Hearing this, Bao's frown deepened. As an experienced Anbu, he knew one thing very well. In a narrow place like a prison cell, the identities of Anbu and prisoner, hunter, and hunter could be swapped at any time. Especially when facing prisoners who are extremely good at close combat, they will appear particularly passive. What bothered him the most was that Rintu just couldn't be woken up, but he couldn't be killed through the cell door. All they can do now is open the door and check. Damn it, why is such a monster locked up in such a low-level cell? Bao couldn't help but complain. Hearing this, Tugo, who knew a lot of secrets because of Rintu, pursed his lips and said nothing. Even if the other party is his superior, there are some secrets that he cannot reveal without the approval of the Hokage. Watching the time pass by every second, he stood up suddenly, staring at the darkness of the corridor with shining eyes, gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. We must find out what's going on." Although his caution helped Rintu by a lot of time, there was really nothing wrong with her approach. There was once a case where a prisoner pretended to be dead and took the opportunity to attack Anbu. Moreover, they were facing some heinous thugs, so they had no choice but to be cautious. Just a moment after the four set off, Rintu, driving the newer Rinrin technique, tiptoed into the duty room. Rintu's heart tightened as he glanced over. No. This number is wrong. Thinking of this, Rintu immediately quickened his pace and rushed towards his room. After hurrying for a long time, Rintu finally arrived at the door of his room before the four men opened it. At this moment, Anbu and his group of four were half kneeling together, whispering and plotting something. "Tegu, I'll go in first. You'll be responsible for guarding the door and keeping it tightly shut. Also, you two, keep watch on both sides of the passage. If you hear any strange noises, do not take any action and immediately send a signal to the duty room." After the task was given, the four men stood up and took out a long bunch of keys from the pockets of their vests. After listening to Anbu's plan in full, Rintu made a prompt decision, found the key, and prepared to open the door. He planned to sneak in by himself when the door burst open. Crack! As the key inserted into the keyhole was gently turned, the door opened. Baku held the ninja's short sword in his hand, formed a seal with one hand, and stared through the darkness, staring at Rintu who was lying on the bed like a corpse. When the local dog heard the crack sound, he was suddenly in a trance. He seemed to have heard this sound not long ago. A bad guess slowly emerged in my mind. Rintu, on the other hand, followed Bao's footsteps quietly. After entering the cell, Rintu's anxious heart finally calmed down after rushing all the way here. Quickening his pace slightly, past the extremely tense explosion, Rintu walked to the bed, slowly squatted down, and crawled under the bed. The current plan is that the transformation technique is bound to be discovered, so the only thing to do is to downplay this incident as a child's prank. After all, Senju Tobirama is about to die at the hands of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Although it's a bit lonely, there is no one in this village who can guess my true purpose. Thinking of this, Rintu gradually calmed down, pretended to be asleep, and lay down on the bed. Inside the cell, Bao finally moved to Rintu's side. The lantern moved, and the light slowly shone on Rintu's face. Bao finally saw Rintu clearly on the bed. The next second, he felt his bladder tighten and an urge to urinate rushed to the sky. I saw Rintu lying on the bed, his eyes wide open, slanted, staring at me, like a stiff puppet. Although he didn't have a weird smile on his face as Tegu said, but this guy's eyes just moved. Oh my god! I was scared to death. Just when I was sweating profusely. Suddenly, a head popped out from under the bed. It was Rinto again. However, this Rinto was not as creepy as the one on the bed. His face showed the confusion of just waking up, and his eyes were squinted because of the stinging light. Hey, uncle, what are you doing in my room? The toilet is over there, just take it away and empty it yourself, a simple voice sounded. The next second, Rinto on the bed exploded with a bang and turned into a spotless white pillow. The sound was not loud, but it scared the four Enbya people. Looking at Rinto's confused expression, Bayo, who had just been scared half to death, suddenly turned black in the face. Waves of nameless anger suddenly emerged from the bottom of my heart. At this moment, he didn't want to care about his strong close combat skills or his terrifying ability to respond to battlefield situations. He just wanted to drag Rinto out from under the bed and beat him up. Just do it. With a dark face, he grabbed Rinto by the collar and dragged him out from under the bed. Without thinking, he punched him. Mad, I'll let you pretend to be a ghost to scare me. Keep you awake at night. You asked me to empty the toilet. BD, you almost scared Laozi to death. The roaring sound even had a hint of crying. Don't blame me for beating you. This is just my normal procedure after my ward rounds. Rinto dodged left and right with a strange look on his face, but unfortunately, his clothes were grabbed by this guy and he was hit hard with several punches. This punch is for to go. He was scared to death by you. At the door, the face of the local dog under the mask suddenly turned red with shame, and the kunao in his hand made a creaking sound. This punch is for myself. I won't let you torment me in the middle of the night. Even though he was lifted in the air, Rinto showed no weakness and fought against Bayo with all his might. You BD coward, put me down, I want to fight you in a duel. FK, hurry up. Put me down. You're going to tear Laozi's pajamas. Hearing this, the dog standing at the door was startled and hurried forward to stop the two people, one big and one small. He knew Rinto very well, or rather, he knew Rinto better than anyone else in Konoha village. This guy is generous to his sister, but extremely stingy to outsiders, especially when it comes to clothes. Uchiha Ryota lost $1 million because of a pair of shoes. The four ninjas from Rain Shinobi village lost their lives because they cut this guy's sleeve. It was more unfair than Doi. Tugo, who had seen Rinto's methods, immediately stood in front of Bayo, carefully dragged Rinto's shoulders, put him on the bed, and before letting go, he carefully smoothed out the wrinkles on his clothes. Pulling Bayo aside, Tugo leaned close to his ear and whispered something. Yes, it doesn't matter if you beat him up, but don't tear his clothes. Why? Bayo asked with a frown. Tugo smiled awkwardly, have you heard of this saying? If I don't blackmail you into pulling up your pants today, Laozi will never be able to eat 4 dishes in his life. Hearing this, the expression under the mask suddenly became strange. Is this the guy who blackmailed the Uchiha family for 1 million ryo? The local dog nodded heavily. Seeing this, Bayo didn't say anything and quickly pulled the local dog out of the cell. Bang! The sound of the door closing was heard, and the 4 of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go, it's nothing, it's just a prank by a nasty kid. Bayo waved the 4 people away, and then complained to the dog, why didn't you tell me earlier that number 233 was the wicked kid with smoking guns? Hearing this, Tugo scratched his head and said with a wry smile, Captain, I thought you knew. In the cell, listening to the footsteps going away, Rinto, with a bruised face and nose, suddenly grinned. Ha, ha 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 ha. Even though he was beaten, he really wasn't angry at all. After all, compared to this little thing, what he gained tonight was really huge. Shadow Clone Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique. Although he didn't have the 8 inner gates he had always dreamed of, he had the Flying Thunder God, which was a compensation in another way. Chapter 43. For 3 consecutive days, Rinto stayed in the Anbu dungeon without making any noise or shouting. Although the cell was cramped, the lighting was dim, and going to the toilet was inconvenient, I was afraid of comparison in everything. Compared with the underground dungeon of the evil cult, this place is like heaven. Rinto lay in bed, thinking and recalling, and finally understood the passage describing the Flying Thunder God technique. To be honest, Rinto never thought that it would take him 3 days to figure out just this one sentence. After figuring it out, he found that problems also arose. First of all, the Flying Thunder God technique has extremely strict training requirements, and one must be very sensitive to the mysterious existence of space. In this passage, it is also clearly stated that unless one can use the escape technique, body flicker technique continuously with very little chakra, otherwise, you will not be qualified to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. The most important thing is that the body flicker technique is just a stepping stone to learning the Flying Thunder God technique, and it does not mean that you can master the Flying Thunder God technique. However, this passage also adds another point, that the ability to perceive space can only be enhanced when releasing space ninjutsu. Rinto's understanding is that as long as you are not afraid of death, and don't be afraid of the brain, body, arms, branch house, and as long as you work hard, you will have talent. This is a good feeling. I am not afraid of death. Losing my head is nothing. The seal book also details the differences between various body flicker techniques. Generally speaking, body flicker technique is divided into 3 types: space ninjutsu, physical technique, and escape technique. Rinto can achieve the effect of instant movement through his super explosive power, but this is just a simple application of physical skills. Apart from himself, from memory, those who were also good at taijutsu included Naruto in Kurama mode, Guy who opened the 8 inner gates, and the Fourth Hokage. Although he was not very interested in the Flying Thunder God technique, Rinto still studied it diligently. After all, when my business grows bigger in the future, I can use the Flying Thunder God technique to travel around and talk business with people everywhere, saving money on air tickets. Even if your business is not big, you can still use the Flying Thunder God technique to deliver takeout, run express delivery, etc. Even if you can't learn Flying Thunder God, there are still multiple shadow clone techniques. After learning the multiple shadow clone techniques, you can buy a piece of land outside Konoha and start a farm. Let shadow clone farm the land. Isn't that wonderful? Your own physical strength will not be consumed, which is equivalent to unlimited chakra, which is equivalent to shadow clone not charging any money, which is equivalent to free labor. Thinking of this, Rinto picked his toes with a charming smile on his face. Right at this moment. Squeak! The small window on the cell door opened, and Tagu's familiar mask appeared on the other side of the window. 233, the vacation is over. Hearing this, Rinto was delighted, jumped off the bed instantly, and walked quickly to the window. So what are you waiting for? Open the door. Dog brother. Don't call me brother dog. Tagu said in a muffled voice, and then threw in the clothes that Rinto wore before going to prison. By the way, don't leave too soon after you change your clothes. Lord Tobirama wants to see you. Tobirama is an adult? Senju Tobirama? Rinto was immediately confused. Shouldn't Senju Tobirama be dead? Why did he meet me? According to Rinto's limited memory, Senju Tobirama should have died at the hands of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. To be precise, Yinjiao was killed and Jinjiao was seriously injured. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Rinto quickly changed his clothes, walked out of the open cell, and followed Tagu's footsteps. In the Hokage's office, second-generation Senju Tobirama was leaning on his office chair, his handsome face extremely pale, without a trace of blood. On his chest, there was an extremely hideous wound that went through front and back. Through the wound, one could vaguely see his weakly beating heart. The blue armor was covered with dense black marks, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. Next to him, a ninja in a white coat, with green light on his hands, was constantly healing him. Outside the Hokage's office, his 6 apprentices were waiting with different expressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen had tears in his eyes and was extremely anxious. He waved hard to call an Anbu over and asked, "Where's Sakuta Rinto? Why hasn't he come yet?" Anbu was about to speak when she heard a burst of hurried footsteps at the end of the corridor. It turned out that it was the local dog who brought Rinto here. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about anything else at this moment and grabbed Rinto's sleeve. "Rinto-kun, the teacher wants to see you, please go in." After saying that, just as he was about to let go, he grabbed Rinto's sleeve worriedly. "Rinto-kun, the teacher is seriously injured, please stop talking nonsense. Do you hear me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was usually strong and steady, actually seemed lonely and helpless. Seeing the tears in his eyes, Rinto nodded silently and then pushed open the wooden door of the office. Outside the door, an Anbu ninja immediately closed the door. Walking into the door, Rinto's eyes were immediately attracted by the huge penetrating wound on Senju Tobirama's chest, and he frowned subconsciously. This person is not dead? You are not me. How did you manage to return to the village with such a fatal injury? At this moment, Senju Tobirama, who was leaning on the chair, slowly raised his head, and his bright red pupils stared at Rinto like a carving knife. "I see doubt in your eyes. Sakuta Rinto, are you curious that I'm not dead?" Hearing this, Rinto's heart was suddenly filled with shock and the hair on his arms stood up suddenly. This guy, why is he getting more and more powerful the closer he is to death? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. No. I can't lie. My expression has already revealed it. Lies are meaningless. Thinking of this, Rinto gritted his teeth and nodded stiffly. Indeed. I am indeed curious. Hearing Rinto's admission, Senju Tobirama suddenly smiled, and the ice and snow melted instantly. Then can you tell me the reason, a dying man? Rinto couldn't help swallowing and spoke in a hoarse voice. Ginkaku and Yinkaku are heavyweights in Cloud Shinobi Village, the land of lightning. They are known as the two lights in the clouds and are hardcore radical fighters. As for the second Hokage, his personality is steady and kind. But in the eyes of silent militants like Jinjiao and Yinjiao, it is called cowardice. Most importantly, the battle didn't last long, and although both Konoha and Cloud Shinobi suffered losses, such losses did not cause any serious damage. After all, both sides still have the ability to fight again. At this time, if Hokage chooses to negotiate, Kinkaku and Ginkaku will definitely not agree. At this point, Rinto suddenly raised his head and stared at the wound on Senju Tobirama's chest. Lord Tobirama, is second Hokage AI dead? Hearing Rinto's question, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but applaud, his eyes full of appreciation. Shokuta Rinto, amazing! Really amazing! With just this little bit of information, we can deduce the final outcome of this peace talk. Rinto didn't respond, but tried to think. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Is it the golden rope, the 7-star sword, and the red gourd? Senju Tobirama shook his head and said, amber purifying bottle. Rinto suddenly felt a little confused. It was a very familiar name, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember it. As Rinto was thinking, Senju Tobirama stared at him blankly, the smile on his face disappeared, he sighed softly, and continued. Although I didn't guess correctly, I can't blame you. Your information is still limited after all. But, Rinto-kun, your intelligence scares me. Even though you were scary before, you are even more scared now. To be honest, Rinto-kun. In terms of overall situation and understanding people's hearts, Big Brother, I and Uchiha Madara are not as good as you." Hearing this, Rinto broke out in a sweat and roared in his heart. "Tobirama, please. Please stop praising me. If you praise me again, I will pee my pants." Rinto knew. The more Senju Tobirama admires himself, the more dangerous his situation becomes. "After all, I'm not from Konoha village. No, I can't wait to die. Show off your acting skills and let this big brother in front of you win over me once, so that he can feel good before he dies." Thinking of this, Rinto sighed and asked an extremely stupid yet extremely clever question. "So, what did Lord Tobirama want me to do?" Hearing this, Senju Tobirama smiled softly and asked with interest. "You're so smart, can't you guess it?" Hearing this, Rinto remained silent, staring at Senju Tobirama in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, Rinto slowly shook his head. In the face of a life that is about to slip away, all speculation is futile. A living person can never guess what a dying person is thinking. At the same time, Rinto silently added, "Anyone who is about to die is willful, free, and his thoughts cannot be restrained. No matter what reasons I give, things will eventually develop in the direction that he least wants to see. So, this time, you win." After saying that, Rinto slowly and firmly sat down cross-legged. 2 requests, in consideration of not harming Konoha. As he spoke, Rinto lowered his head and hid his entire face in the shadows. 1. I did not betray Rain Shinobi village, I was just killed because my identity was exposed, just reveal it to Hanzo. 2. Be kind to Li Yi, she is only 4 years old and loves Konoha very much. After saying this, Rinto's straight spine hunched over and he made no more sound. Seeing Rinto's life slowly fading away, Senju Tobirama let out a long sigh. What a kid! What a kid who can understand people's hearts thoroughly. If you were from Konoha, how great it would be. Rinto and Konoha are like 2 magnets that can never get close to each other. They are attracted to each other, but they can never be together. At first, in order to survive, he chose to expose his intentions. And now, because of his scheming, he is extremely feared by the Konoha High UPS. Especially at this special time, Senju Tobirama is about to die. He is worried about the future of Konoha and will be even more afraid of Rinto. I don't know how much time passed. Senju Tobirama slowly lowered his head. Shokata Rinto, go away. Hearing this, Rinto slowly raised his head, looked deeply at Senju Tobirama, stood up, and left. Looking at Rinto's receding back, Senju Tobirama sighed slowly and murmured. I hope Big Brother is right. Also, don't let me know that you have hurt Konoha, otherwise, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. It was already dark when we left the Hokage building. In the dark alley, Rinto turned around and saw this building which was not tall but extremely heavy. Looking at the Hokage's office in the building, which still had the lights on, he let out a slow sigh. Rest in peace, Senju Tobirama. Chapter 44. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the news that second Hokage Senju Tobirama died in battle and Sarutobi Hiruzen took over as the 3rd generation leader spread throughout the village. Outside the window, it was raining heavily. Rinto, dressed in black, sat on the corridor, watching the raindrops hitting the rockery in the courtyard, watching the ripples on the small lake, and watching the water jumping rhythmically. The Senju clan has officially withdrawn from the stage of history. Afterwards, these 2 Hokage of the Senju clan appeared, only as weapons of war. Thinking of this, Rinto suddenly felt a sense of loss. I don't know why, maybe the atmosphere of grief in the village affected him. It is also possible that he has an indescribable admiration for Senju Tobirama, who spared his life twice. He is a time traveler who knows the future development, a time traveler who is not stupid but a little smart. Even with such a big advantage, he still felt difficult and treading on thin ice in front of Senju Tobirama. This kind of feeling, no one else has ever given him since he traveled through time. Great guy. Rintu smiled and shook his head. Rintu had never come into contact with Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, but he instinctively believed that neither of them was as good as Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara, who has nothing but dreams and hatred, is controlled by Black Zetsu like a puppet, becoming a puppet without knowing it. Senju Hashirama may be extremely powerful and may be determined in his heart, but this guy is always very simple. Uchiha Madara, who cannot see himself clearly, is surprisingly right about this. And Senju Tobirama. Most of the famous places in Konoha were built by him. He was the one who created the strong overall strength of Konoha. After the First World War, the 20 years of peace were built on Konoha's strong foundation. He has a dream, the patience to move forward, and the drive to carry out his dream. These alone are enough to make him remarkable. Thinking of this, Rintu couldn't help but laugh at himself and said to himself, "Don't think about these things, the time has come." After saying that, he slowly stood up and pushed open the bedroom door. Inside, Li Yi, who was changing clothes, suddenly screamed, "Brother! How did you get in? Quick, get out!" Rintu glanced at Aunt Anza, who was holding a black short-sleeved shirt, then looked at Li Yi and curled his lips in disdain. "You little BD, have you forgotten? I was the one who changed your clothes yesterday? And you're disgusted with me?" Li Yi still insisted on being stubborn. "That was yesterday. Today I'm a big girl. I can't let my brother see it." Hearing this, Rintu slapped his forehead with a frown on his face. "A hole, I shouldn't have let you hang out with Yazi and the others, what bullshit are you talking about? Don't even mention that I'm your brother. Even if I say I'm your father, people will believe it." Rai suddenly hid behind Anzi and stuck out her tongue at Rintu. "Lalilal. My mother despises you. Son of ABCH. Rintu was immediately furious and rolled up his sleeves to give this guy his share of fatherly care today. Aunt Xingzi knelt on the tatami, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. However, what he said is true, Rintu is too mature, and sometimes people subconsciously ignore his age. In the end, Rintu left the bedroom with a gloomy face. In the corridor, Kato Ippongai and Kato Dan were also dressed in black. Soon, Xingzi and Lai walked out of the room. 5 people holding umbrellas walked onto the street and joined the black crowd. Konoha Shinobi Cemetery, where the bodies of countless Konoha heroes are buried, at the innermost part, next to the grave of Senju Hashirama, a new tombstone was erected. When Rintu and others arrived here, a large crowd had already gathered here. At the front, Senju Tobirama's family, disciples, and handheld genin stood in a row. Rintu was not standing near the front, so he could only watch from afar as people with solemn or sad expressions went up to offer flowers, placing small white flowers on the tombstone. The rain was still falling. I don't know how long it took before the funeral ended and the sky gradually darkened. People who came spontaneously were silent and left in a crowd. Rintu held an umbrella and put Rai, who was in his arms, on the ground. "Auntie Xingzi, could you please take Li Yi back? I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do." Hearing this, Xingzi, with a sad look on her face, nodded slightly and took Lai Ai's little hand. Rintu nodded to the Kato family, watched them snuggle and leave, and fell silent again. The sky had completely darkened. The ninja cemetery was empty, except for a small figure standing in front of the tombstone. Tsunade, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and a black short skirt, had a numb look on her young face. She stared blankly at the photo of Senju Tobirama on the tombstone in front of her. It was unclear whether the water dripping from her chin was rain or tears. Rintu glanced at Tsunade's back without saying anything. Her identity, that of an undercover agent, was destined to keep her away from Tsunade, Princess Tsunade of Konoha village. Passing Tsunade, Rintu slowly walked to the tombstone and looked at the calm and handsome face of Senju Tobirama on the tombstone. Rintu, expressionless, took out a white flower from his arms and placed it on the tombstone. Then, he slowly bent down and sat cross-legged, facing the tombstone of Senju Tobirama. Lord Tobirama, I let you win this time, you should be satisfied. To be honest, I really had no idea at that time. Play dumb, it always feels like an insult to your intelligence. And to be honest, we might be lying together right now. Having said that, you are truly amazing, you can force me into a corner. As he spoke, Rintu's voice became smaller and smaller. Finally, a smile suddenly broke out on his calm face, and he spoke in a voice that only he could hear. This time, you win, so I owe you a life. If you need my help in the future, please send me a dream. After saying that, he supported himself on the ground with his hands, slowly stood up, turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, Tsunade saw Rintu's handsome face, and a hint of hatred suddenly lit up in his empty eyes. Stepping forward and grabbing him by the collar, Tsunade stared at Rintu with flaming eyes and roared. You! Rain Shinobi Village's spy! Did you leak second grandpa's whereabouts and cause his death? Tsunade's hoarse voice echoed in the deserted cemetery. Rintu said nothing, his cold eyes casually looking at Tsunade. Tsunade was instantly angered by this look, and her limited rationality disappeared instantly. Bang! Tsunade punched Rintu hard on the cheek. It's a pity that her fists are weak and powerless now. Rintu's head was tilted and looked at the ground. There was no hatred in his heart, only sadness for the girl and for himself. Tsunade didn't stop, grabbing Rintu by the collar and punching him in the face again and again. Tears mixed with rainwater flowed from her eyes. Why? Why do you think about war, enemies, and destroying other people's families all day long? Why? Shouting desperately, Tsunade slowly loosened Rintu's collar, fell to the ground weakly, covered her face, and cried bitterly. Rintu remained silent. He knew that there were countless pairs of Anbu eyes staring at him. And pitiful me, facing the helpless girl kneeling in front of me, I couldn't even utter a word of comfort. Rintu smiled at himself, wiped the blood from his nostrils, and strode away. He had figured out why Senju Tobirama told Tsunade about his undercover identity. Maybe, at that time, he was not Hokage, but just a simple grandfather. After all, my identity really doesn't make it suitable for me to be close to Tsunade. Senju Tobirama, what a warrior you are! Rintu muttered as he left the ninja cemetery. The rain was still falling, and Tsunade was still kneeling in front of Senju Tobirama's grave, his hoarse voice no longer allowing him to cry out. Just then, the rain above Tsunade suddenly stopped. Tsunade raised her numb face and saw who was coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding a black umbrella, blocked Tsunade's head. Tsunade's delicate brows frowned again. Why? Uncle Hiruzen, why did you keep a despicable pawn like Sakuta Rintu? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the photo of his teacher on the tombstone with a determined expression and sighed slowly. Before leaving, Mr. Tobirama told me not to tell you about Sakuta Rintu. As he spoke, his eyes gradually dimmed. I know what the teacher means. He doesn't want you to have too much contact with Rintu's Sakuta. So, I asked the teacher, why don't we start accepting him from our generation? Later the teacher was silent for a long time and patted me on the head, just like he did when I was a child. Later, the teacher let me make my own decision. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade with a gentle gaze. Now, I'll leave the decision to you. Are you willing for the village to accept Sakuta Rintu? Hearing this, Tsunade stood up suddenly, raised his head, and roared with fire in his eyes, no. I will never accept a guy who only destroys peace. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes dimmed and he nodded slowly, well, then you don't need to know why the village wants to keep Sakuta Rintu. Tsunade froze suddenly. She didn't understand the difference between staying and accepting, and she didn't understand why she couldn't know the reason why Rintu stayed. Thinking of this, Tsunade shook his head stubbornly. Uncle Hiruzen, I want to know. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything, but looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and spoke in an extremely ethereal tone. Shokata Rintu, a hidden man of Rain Shinobi village and a direct disciple of leader Hanzo of the Salamander. He was sent to Konoha on an undercover mission in order to steal information from Konoha. The disguised identity is the only two survivors of a massacred village in the land of hot springs, a war orphan. Bad character, cunning, extremely greedy for money. Strength is assessed as Jainin, extremely strong in Taijutsu, mastered magnet-style Kekkei Genkai. He has a very high IQ. After we saw through his disguise, he immediately cooperated with the village and deceived Hanzo of the Salamander with false information. He also has the ability to influence Hanzo of the Salamander's behavior. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and then added. Is that enough? Tsunade, who was gritting his teeth, froze. What do you mean by enough? How can this be enough? I must get to know this guy thoroughly and drive him out of the village. Grinding his teeth in hatred, Tsunade shook his head resolutely. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond and continued to speak, his tone still vague. Shokata Rintu was originally from an evil cult, and was used as a child sacrifice, suffering all kinds of abuse. Later he found an opportunity to escape, sneaked into Rain Shinobi, and killed the evil cult's messenger who followed him. As a result, he was noticed by Hanzo of the Salamander and accepted as his disciple. Later, due to his lack of talent, he was put on ice. Hearing this completely different version from the previous one, Tsunade looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief. And Sarutobi Hiruzen was still looking at the horizon. At this point, Sakuta Rintu met his mentor, Sakuta Mizukuma, and inherited his family name. Hearing this, Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened. She knew very well what it meant to inherit a surname. Only if Rintu greatly recognizes Shokata Mizuki, will he inherit his surname. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop talking because of Tsunade's shock. Later, this bond was discovered by the suspicious Hanzo of the Salamander. In order to protect the Salamander, Rintu accepted the order and became a hidden player. Sent to Konoha. Later he moved to the land of hot springs and encountered the Rain Shinobi village ninjas massacring the villagers of the land of hot springs. He attacked and killed the ninjas from the same village. Rintu's sister, Rai, was rescued at that time. Later, Rintu accepted the dying request of Li's mother, to raise the child and gave Li the surname Sakyokata. Hearing this, Tsunade was already too shocked to speak. She didn't know that there were so many compromises and grievances behind these things. Sakuta Rintu, this guy is also a child himself. Tsunade asked herself, could she do all this at her age? Although she didn't want to admit it, the voice in her heart still told her the answer. Cannot. Whether it was the genius Orochimaru she knew, or the genius Kato Dan who was one level higher, or Ryota from the Uchiha family, none of these people could carry such a heavy past. Thinking of this, Tsunade couldn't help but think of Rintu's smiling face when he was in the ninja school. How can he laugh? Sarutobi Hiruzen's narration continued. Later, Sakuta Rintu disguised himself as an orphan and sneaked into Konoha with his sister Sakuta Ri. Since we have a lot of information about Rain Shinobi village, we were able to see through his disguise as soon as he entered the village. Then why didn't you kill him? Tsunade asked anxiously. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. He said, help him take good care of his sister, and tell everyone that he did not betray Rain Shinobi village, but his disguise was exposed. Hearing this, Tsunade's body, which was trembling slightly due to the cold rain, stilled. This guy is not willing to let go of the ties and responsibilities even before his death. Looking at Tsunade's pupils that had expanded to the limit, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly placed the umbrella in her hand and expressed his opinion of Sakuta Rintu. Shokata Rintu, in the midst of a chaotic world, at such a young age, to protect his sister, to protect the teacher of Rain Shinobi village. In order to protect his pitiful bond, he mediated among various conspiracies and intrigues. After all, he is just a poor guy. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen put his hands behind his back and slowly left. The dark night, the drizzling rain, and the empty cemetery left Tsunade alone and confused. Chapter 45. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama has passed away. But the whole village was not as sad as imagined. The grief of remembering the deceased cannot dilute the hard-earned happiness and yearning for peace. The dead are gone, and the living are like this. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a divine robe, looked at the report spread out on the table with a pained look on his face. Less than a week after the death of second-generation Senju Tobirama, the Konoha guard arrested 7 or 8 villagers who were causing trouble after drinking. Various other complicated and redundant trivial matters also came one after another, making Sarutobi Hiruzen overwhelmed. For the first time, he felt firsthand the enormous pressure on the teacher's shoulders. These political affairs cannot be resolved by so-called strength. On the contrary, strength seems particularly useless at this time. Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura are clamoring to join the administrative department to help Sarutobi Hiruzen with his problems. Shimura Dan said, "Hiruzen, you need a helper to help you control Anbu, and I am that good helper." On the contrary, Akamichi Tofu, whom Sarutobi Hiruzen trusts very much, said, "Brother Hiruzen, I am tired, exhausted, and I have more than a dozen barbecue restaurants at home waiting for me to inherit. And Uchiha Kagami, this guy has gone crazy since his teacher died. She stayed at home all day making babies, and kept talking about sending her son to Rintu as a disciple. Let Rintu train his son to be the next head of Uchiha and Fourth Hokage, let him inherit the will of Lord Hashirama and cancel the unfortunate surname Uchiha." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sudden pain in his head when he thought of this guy hiding at the school gate for no reason, waiting for Rintu to finish school. What made Sarutobi Hiruzen even more speechless was that the unreliable Uchiha Kagami actually got together with the always unreliable Rintu, and they were secretly plotting something all day long. And the kid these two guys raise, with both Rintu's cunning and Uchiha's Sharingan, has a really damn good chance of becoming the fourth Hokage. This is like an enhanced version of Uchiha Madara. When he thought of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a tightness in his chest. "You all just keep causing trouble for me." Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed under his breath and looked out the window. In the sky, the sunset is beautiful, casting its last rays of light on Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer had the heart to deal with government affairs. He stood up quickly and gave an order to the Anbu beside him. "Go to the cemetery. I want to see the teacher." After saying that, he walked out of the Hokage's office on his own. To be honest, in the first 1 or 2 days after taking office, he did feel the pleasure of holding power, but this pleasure only lasted for a short period of time. Later on, he was overwhelmed by the endless pressure and responsibilities. And every time at this time, he would always stay at the graves of his 2 teachers, the first generation and the second generation, for a while. After crossing the street, playing with some children, and talking with an old lady about postpartum care for sows, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Konoha Shinobi Cemetery. He is not the only visitor here today. Rintu, who has learned the multiple shadow clone technique, has already handed over the tiring ironwork to his clones. At the same time, I also threw away the boring task of accompanying my sister shopping. Along with these tasks, the repetitive daily classes also left him. Now he has entered retirement life early. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly walked into the cemetery, only then could he get a better look at the strange visitor. Rintu, sitting cross-legged on the ground, facing the tombstone of second-generation Senju Tobirama, with a low table in front of him. As he got closer, Sarutobi Hiruzen could see the entirety of the table. A small square table, densely packed with various black and white chess pieces. Rintu sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a black chess piece in his left hand, stroking his chin with his right hand, and staring at the low table. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly approached behind Rinto. And this guy was not alert at all, looking like he was lost in thought. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice, interrupting Rinto's thoughts. Rinto-kun, what are you doing? Hearing the voice, Rinto turned around subconsciously, and when he saw that the person was the third-generation leader Sarutobi Hiruzen, he immediately stood up. Uncle Hiruzen, I'm playing chess. Play chess? What kind of chess? With whom? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. Playing Go, with Tobirama-sama. After that, Rinto pointed at the chessboard excitedly and told the rules he roughly knew. This is Go. It's very simple. One side is white and the other side is black. The pieces can't be moved after one side makes a move. Once one side makes a move, the other side makes a move. As he said this, he put all the chess pieces on the chessboard into the chess jar and then placed a black piece on top. Look, once the black piece falls, it can't move. Then, the 4 points around the black piece are called chi. As he explained, Rinto placed 4 white pieces around the black pieces. When the black piece's energy is gone, it dies. After saying that, he took out the black piece and pointed to the place where the black piece died. Black pieces are not allowed to land in this place. It's called no points. That's all the rules. Simple, isn't it? As soon as he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Compared to games like shogi where each piece has a specific way to move, this is really simple. How about one? Rinto laughed in his heart. It's easy, I'll blow your head off in a moment. Thinking of this, Rinto moved the chess table and started playing chess in front of the tombstone of second generation's target. It's called a game of chess, but in fact it's just one-sided bullying. Rinto laid various ambushes and used dirty tricks on the chessboard, and in no time at all he ate up all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's chess pieces. On the other hand, even though he was surrounded, he kept all kinds of forbidden points and didn't let Sarutobi Hiruzen take away a single piece. After losing several games in a row, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face gradually turned pale. He really didn't expect that while he was working, he would be so annoyed by the affairs of Rinto and Uchiha Kagami. Now that I'm off work, I was beaten by this guy on the chessboard again. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to explode, Rinto quickly reached out and pushed his own winning chess piece away. Uncle Hiruzen, this is boring. Go is mainly a battle of wits. So, you can pretend to be Tobirama-sama from the second generation. We can dare to imitate Hashirama-sama's IQ. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to refuse, but then he thought about how teacher Tobirama managed the village so well without any effort, so shouldn't he learn more from his teacher? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly, come on then. With that, the two began playing chess again. This time, Rinto changed his previous style of old coin and rushed around recklessly, just like a stubborn kid. Sarutobi Hiruzen was much more cautious. Every time he made a move, he would carefully stand in Tobirama's shoes and think carefully about how the teacher would move. After a while, Rinto's black pieces were killed to pieces by the white pieces. Although he was about to win, there was no expression of joy on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. He became more and more frightened as the weather went down. This simple chess game, with its new and never-before-seen way of playing with ships, actually coincides with the way of fighting on the battlefield. In comparison, shogi seems a bit cramped and not grand enough. Gradually, he started to get the hang of it. And the chess skills became more and more handy. Rinto frowned, staring at the bleak situation on the chessboard, then suddenly grinned and said with emotion. As expected, Lord Tobirama's wisdom and talent are superior to Lord Hashirama's. After saying that, Rinto changed the subject. However, what makes Lord Hashirama so powerful is that he has reached the point where he can create rules instead of following them. As he was speaking, Rinto quickly reached out and made the chess pieces on the entire chessboard into a mess. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was staring at the chessboard, was stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly and laughed. Being able to become Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not stupid, on the contrary, he has a very good brain. He already understood Rinto's purpose of playing chess with him. Rather than saying it's a game of chess, it's more like Rinto is giving me some advice in disguise. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who knew this, was not angry. He was not an arrogant and power-hungry person, otherwise he would not have divided the power in his hands among Shimura-dans, Udaten Koharu and Mito-Kato Homura. On the contrary, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the one who truly inherited the will of fire. Therefore, he didn't mind Rinto secretly giving him advice on how to become a good Hokage. It is very difficult to say, but it is also easy to say. Either you can be like Lord Hashirama and use your overwhelming strength to subdue the foreign enemies. Or he could rule the village with calmness and wisdom like Lord Tobirama did. And Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted both of these. At this moment, this third-generation member who had never had any ambitions suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Another round? Rinto asked with a smile. One more round? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. In the next round of chess, the pace of both sides slowed down a lot. It seemed as if the previous swordplay had never appeared. The chessboard was surprisingly harmonious. While playing chess, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke casually. Recently, I heard that you and Jing have been sneaking around together all day long. Hey, Rinto chuckled, you can't blame me for this. He comes to the gate of the ninja school every day to block me. I really have no choice. He forces me to do this. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued the conversation as if chatting. So what do you two talk about? Don't you have enough to talk about all day? How can we not talk enough? We have talked enough a long time ago. This is because Uchiha Kagami is always dissatisfied. Rinto complained in his heart, then confessed. Nothing to talk about. That guy has gone crazy, thinking about having a baby all day long, and his wife is almost depressed because of him. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly raised his head, looked at Rinto, who was still a child, with a strange expression, and complained in his heart. This guy speaks in such a FG old-fashioned way. Rinto didn't realize he was already being criticized, and continued. He blocked me all day long, just to get me to teach his son. He also said he wanted his son to be as cunning as me. Uncle Hiruzen, look at this, is this something a human being can say? As he spoke, Rinto sighed with a look of grievance. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen also sighed and his face darkened. Also, he asked me how to integrate the will of fire into the child's soul. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became interested, stopped playing chess, and asked hurriedly, do you have an answer? Yes, I asked him to create the child first, and then ask the Yamanaka clan for help to put the will of fire directly into the child's brain. Rinto said as a matter of course. Damn! Laozi must be blind to ask you if you have an answer. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. After taking a few deep breaths, he finally let out the stuffiness in his chest. This method is too superficial. Is there a more, better way? Sarutobi asked tremblingly. Rinto nodded and said, Uchiha Kagami's reaction was similar to yours, he also asked me if there was a better way. I told him to brainwash the child first and then send him to the evil cult. Maybe when he comes back, he will be as smart as me, and be able to open Mangekyō like him, with the will of fire still engraved in his heart. That would be perfect. Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer wanted to talk to this guy. Suddenly, he thought of a question, hesitated for a moment, and then asked. Rinto-kun, what do you think of the will of fire? As soon as he finished speaking, Rinto's hand, which was about to make a move, paused, and he raised his head and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uncle, do you think that someone like me who has been through so much is qualified to carry the entire village on my shoulders? Rintu scratched his head and added. The will of fire is an ideal, a goal. Uncle, do you think I have such vague things as ideals and goals? All I have is a little bit of affection, and that's what I will fight to the death to protect. Rintu smiled carefreely, threw down the chess piece in his hand, stood up and left the cemetery quickly. Watching Rintu's elegant back disappear into the sunset, Sarutobi Hiruzen reached out to pick up the chess piece that fell on the ground and said to the empty surroundings. From now on, you don't have to monitor Sakuta Rintu anymore. Chapter 46. After giving Sarutobi Hiruzen a little reminder, Rintu was content and walked on the way home. He had been having a great time during this time after the second Hokage Senju Tobirama's death. Although it doesn't make sense to say this, Rintu still doesn't want to deceive himself. He just wants to say, multiple shadow clone technique, the eternal god. In his opinion, using the multiple shadow clone technique for combat and reconnaissance was simply a waste of Lord Tobirama's great invention. Shadow clone, wouldn't it be great to use it to make money? Wouldn't it be great to use it to study other ninjutsu? Isn't it great to use it to practice various skills that you are too lazy to practice? This thing is simply a standard item for lazy people and a boon for time travelers. Thinking of this, Rintu sighed with some regret. Although Shadow Clone is very good, based on the amount of chakra he can only split 3 at a time. Compared to Prince Naruto who created hundreds or thousands of Shadow Clones at once, Rintu is far inferior. However, this also made Rintu discover a disadvantage of immortality, the total amount of chakra. His total chakra amount now is roughly the same as an average Chunin. After reaching this limit, no matter how he extracted and practiced, the amount would no longer increase, as if this was the upper limit of the immortal body. This conjecture is not groundless. According to the chakra extraction technique, chakra energy is a synthesis of human spiritual energy and physical energy in a certain proportion. That is to say, a person with a strong will has more spiritual energy, while a person with a strong body has more physical energy. This is the problem. Because of long-term ultra-high-intensity weight-bearing, Rintu's physical strength is only slowly increasing. His muscle strength and bone strength are improving every moment. But the physical energy extracted from each of his cells seemed to have not changed. He even suspected that in the original story, Haiden's chakra amount was only at the level of Genin. After all, that guy doesn't seem to have such a thing as a brain. The disadvantage of insufficient chakra is obvious, so moves like Wood-style Tree World Advent are out of the question. However, Rintu's chakra is still good enough to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Thinking of the Flying Thunder God technique, Rintu suddenly became even more depressed. Maybe it was because he had no sensitivity to space at all, so this technique was extremely difficult to practice. 70 or 80 shadow clones stayed outside the village and practiced non-stop for 24 hours, but they could only teleport a dozen meters. Not only that, there is also a very high probability of splitting. In simple terms, the upper body passed through, but the legs stayed where they were. In any case, every attempt was accompanied by the demise of a shadow clone. And bearing the memories brought back by shadow clone is a heavy burden. Even a guy like Rintu, who is used to losing his head, would find it difficult to endure the pain of continuous separation, let alone ordinary people who do not have Rintu's special experience. Realizing the difficulty of practicing the Flying Thunder God technique, Rintu became increasingly envious of the talents of Senju Tobirama and later Namikaze Minato. Especially Namikaze Minato, who has almost practiced the Flying Thunder God technique to an extremely high level. He can even cross the entire fire country to quickly reach the battlefield. You know, the farther the range of the Flying Thunder God technique, the higher the difficulty and chakra consumption. Fortunately, although the progress of cultivation is very slow, like a snail, there is still some progress. I believe that in the foreseeable future, he will be able to become Hokage Mundo and go wherever he wants. He gave full play to the Aku spirit and his mood became cheerful again. Following the last rays of the setting sun and taking brisk steps, he was about to step into the house when suddenly, a familiar feeling came over him and Rinnegan frowned suddenly. What's going on? The clones of Flying Thunder God were training outside the village, why did they all explode? Trying hard to recall the memories of his clone a few hours ago, Rinnegan stroked his chin and thought carefully. According to the feeling of being squeezed sent back by the clone, it should be an earth-style or wind-style ninjutsu. Being able to kill nearly 70 of his clones at once, the range of this technique must be very large. Thinking of this, Rinnegan suddenly felt a little curious. Who has nothing better to do than to pick a fight with a bunch of shadow clones? Thinking that he was also bored, Rinnegan decided to go out of the village and meet this equally bored guy. Rinnegan did it right away and made seals with his hands. Josu Chen Zi Su Hai Si Yin. Shadow Clone Technique. With a bang, a clone appeared, and Rinnegan pointed at the Kato family, go back to sleep. After saying that, he tapped the ground with his toes and his figure disappeared in an instant. In order to prevent this bored guy from running away, Rinnegan quickened his pace and rushed out of the village like a shadow. In less than 5 minutes, Rinnegan rushed from Kato's house inside the village to where the shadow clones were outside the village. At this time, the trees here were in a mess, and the entire ground was uneven, as if it had been chewed by a dog. Rinnegan carefully examined the traces at the scene, trying to find the whereabouts of this guy. Suddenly, a very strange and faint fragrance drifted into his nostrils. Such a familiar milky smell? Is this guy still breastfeeding? As he was complaining, Rinnegan's eyebrows suddenly frowned and a flash of memory came to him. No, it smells like Tsunade. Rinnegan followed the smell that was about to dissipate without thinking and chased after it. No need to think too much, something must have happened to Tsunade. At this point in time, this guy probably hasn't mastered his superpowers yet, and doesn't have the ability to instantly kill all of his clones. Most importantly, as the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, it is impossible for Tsunade to run out of the village at night. Unless, she was kidnapped, and the guy who kidnapped her was at least a Jainin. Now it is no longer a question of whether to save it or not, it must be saved, and it must be brought back intact. Because he was used to the presence of the local dog, Rinnegan knew clearly that the local dog was no longer monitoring him. He had just escaped from Anbu's surveillance, and the princess of Konoha was kidnapped. This was simply yellow mud falling into his crotch, it was shit at least. Thinking of this, Rinnegan's heart suddenly tightened and his speed increased by another 3 points. Shadow Clone Technique. Rinnegan formed seals with his hands, and with 3 soft bang sounds, he used up all his chakra and created 3 clones. Hide and be ready for a surprise attack at any time. Shadow Clone immediately slowed down and followed behind Rinnegan. Rinnegan then mobilized the filled chakra again. The iron sand in his body kept coming out from the skin on his back and condensed into a door panel sword that was longer than he was tall. Rinnegan suddenly felt relaxed, and the stiffness in all the muscles in his body disappeared, and the blood flowing in his veins became cheerful. It expels toxins and makes you feel relaxed. Rinnegan shivered with pleasure, exerting force with his legs, and the speed that was already impossible for the naked eye to grasp actually increased by another 3 points. With his body freed, Rinnegan's basic sprint speed has reached the level of body flicker technique. Not far in front of Rinnegan, 3 guys dressed as ninjas were moving forward quickly. The guy in the middle was carrying a little girl with a high ponytail. It was Tsunade. The direction of their journey is exactly northwest of Konoha, to the Long Kingdom located east of the Earth Kingdom, where they will hand over the meat tickets in their hands to the boss who pays a high price. In other words, they are hired ninjas of the gold exchange. As the 3 of them were moving forward rapidly, the ninja carrying Tsunade in the middle suddenly frowned. Big brother, second brother. Someone is chasing us. How many people? Asked the man at the end of the team. 1. Hearing this, Tsunade, who was pretending to faint, was suddenly stunned. Her grandfather is from the Senju clan, and her grandmother is from the Uzumaki clan. She inherited Tsunade from two major sage body families. She has a super strong physique, so it is naturally not so easy to be knocked out. Tsunade was naturally happy when she heard someone was chasing her, but when she heard that there was only one person, her heart began to tighten. Uncle Hiruzen. Uncle Hiruzen, is that you? At this moment, the extremely anxious Tsunade hoped that the person he was chasing was Sarutobi Hiruzen, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt that his idea was ridiculous. Uncle Hiruzen had just taken over as Hokage, how could he possibly come out alone to save me? Even if he chases out, he should be followed by a large number of Anbu. Thinking of this, Tsunade felt boundless despair again and couldn't help but regret it deeply. If I had known earlier, I should not have stayed in Nanhi River in the south, and I should not have returned to the village until dark. Get away! Stop chasing me! You will die! Just when Tsunade was extremely anxious, the three people who kidnapped her brought her to the ground. The bald man walking at the end had oil paint on his face, and his mature face looked extremely serious. See, you take the hostage and go first. I will stop the pursuers and gather at the secret base on the border of the Fire Nation. No. C suddenly exclaimed, it's too fast, it's too late. After saying that, he looked towards the direction of Konoha with a gloomy gaze. In that direction, the ground was shaking slightly, trees were cracking, and wood chips were flying, as if a wild and ferocious beast was rushing towards them. Be careful! Physical skills ninja, the eldest brother named Jia shouted in a deep voice. Just as he finished speaking, a handsome young man carrying a huge sword like a door panel fell from the sky in the dark woods. Boom! With a loud noise, the earth and rocks under the boy's feet collapsed and shattered. Hey everyone, where are you taking our Konoha's washboard princess? Chapter 47. Hey everyone, where are you taking our Konoha's washboard princess? Rinto raised his head slowly with a teasing tone, a half-smile on his face. Hearing this familiar voice and tone, Tsunade, who was pretending to be fainted, felt a darkness in front of his eyes. Why is it this guy? Damn it, this guy actually called me a washboard. Tsunade, who hated this nickname the most, was so angry that he gritted his teeth and trembled all over, almost forgetting that he was kidnapped. A hole. I will definitely grow up to be super big. Blind your dog eyes. Tsunade cursed Rinto in her heart, and Rinto, who was being scolded by her, looked at the three people in front of him and his heart gradually sank. The three people in front of him, wearing the most common civilian clothes, formed a horn and blocked Rinto's way. Although Rinto is not a sensory ninja, he knows that the three guys in front of him are not easy to deal with just by their aura. Tisk. 3 Jainin, things are getting complicated. With his powerful explosive power, he can easily deal with a Jainin. He was able to barely defeat the 2 Jainin with some cleverness and the advantage brought by his immortality. But the number of Jainin increased by 3, and things became very difficult. The three of them can help each other and use cross-covering ninjutsu to contain their own attacks. Moreover, those who can become Jainin have almost no shortcomings and are especially experienced in combat. In a flash, a plan came to my mind. Just as Rinto was thinking, a blue-purple electric light suddenly shot out and headed straight for Rinto. Lightning-style pseudo-dark. Rinto frowned suddenly and disappeared instantly, leaving the sinister lightning without a trace. What the hell, you're trying to sneak attack? You can't afford to play, you little piece of trash. On a tree branch a few meters away, Rinto looked at the three people with contempt. He has great explosive power, he's not just an ordinary brat. The leader, Ji, looked gloomy and ignored Rinto. He glanced at the ground where he had just stood and added quickly. Strong body, good at physical training. Try to keep the distance. The second brother and I will stop him. The third brother, you control the hostage first, and then come to help us. Plan 2. Quick victory. After speaking rapidly, the three of them nodded in unison and dispersed in all directions. Rintu didn't try to stop him. It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't. The three of them gathered together just now, and it seemed like a good opportunity to take down the whole gang, but in fact there was no chance of attack at all. If he rushed forward rashly and used ninjutsu head-on, regardless of whether he could reduce the number of enemy troops, it would be almost inevitable that he would expose his immortality. And immortality is one of Rintu's trump cards. It can only be exposed if the enemy's manpower is reduced 100%. On the other side, Bing, who was carrying Tsunade, retreated to the edge of the battlefield away from Rintu. Swish, swish, swish. 3 silver-white iron sticks were inserted into the ground in a triangle. C used his arms to roughly throw Tsunade to the ground in the middle of the triangle, and looked down at Tsunade, who was pretending to be dead without saying a word. Oh, stop pretending. Your heartbeat has already betrayed you. With a sneer of contempt on his face, Bing quickly formed seals with his hands. Lightning style, thunder binding. With a crackling sound, a blue electric light flashed from between Bing's fingers and instantly hit the 3 iron bars. 3 blue light curtains appeared between the iron bars. Suddenly, the sound of faint electric crackling was heard. Seeing that Bing had trapped him with ninjutsu, Tsunade simply stopped pretending and quickly stood up with a serious look on his face. 100 meters away, Rintu, who was quickly dodging various earth-style and fire-style attacks, glanced at Tsunade and his heart sank to the bottom. Damn, why did this girl wake up? How can I show off my skills with my immortal body? He could kill the 3 kidnappers to silence them, but he couldn't kill Tsunade. Just as Rintu was stunned, his feet suddenly became slippery. Rintu subconsciously looked down and his heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Yellow mud! Do you really want to stuff yellow mud into my crotch? Not far away, Jia was half kneeling on the ground, with his hands in the yin seal, staring at him with a serious face. Damn! These 3 Jainin are such a hassle. While he was complaining in his mind, a ball of wind filled with chakra suddenly shot towards Rintu from another direction. At this moment, Rintu quickly formed seals with both hands. Body replacement technique. With a loud bang, the wind tore the substitute tree stump into pieces. Rintu dodged the wind-style attack and appeared on a distant tree, wiping the non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead. That was a close call. You two really work in perfect harmony. Hearing Rintu's praise, Jia's expression did not change. He glanced at the dense cracks on the stone wall beside him, but was shocked in his heart. The little kid in front of him refreshed his cognition once again. Not only does he have an extremely strong physique, but he is also extremely skilled in body replacement technique. Damn it, judging from his appearance, he is only 10 years old, where does he have so much time to practice? When he was 10 years old, he was still an inexperienced genin, but this kid in front of him was actually fighting back and forth with 2 experienced genin. If I hadn't been extremely proficient in the earth-style earth-shore return technique, I might have been successfully ambushed by this guy. However, he didn't believe that Rintu's physical strength could always be at its peak. As long as the kid was tired, he would have a chance. On the other side of the battlefield, C looked at Tsunade in the cage with a cold expression, and sneered sarcastically. Is the princess of Konoha so cold-blooded? She just watched her fellow villagers fight to their deaths? She's not worried at all. Tsunade didn't say anything, still looking at the battlefield situation coldly, muttering to herself. Rintu Sakuta is an undercover agent sent by Rain Shinobi village. He is not a companion of the village, not a companion, not a companion. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. Rintu successfully launched a surprise attack and instantly blew up Jia's head. But before Rintu could react, Kazuki's body turned into a clay clone and entangled Rintu. Then, Rintu's left shoulder joint was pierced by a fast wind blade, and blood splattered. Seeing this, Tsunade exclaimed and rushed towards Rinto without thinking. However, after just 2 steps, the blue light curtain between the iron bars suddenly lit up, accompanied by a sharp crackling sound of electricity. Tsunade was instantly numbed all over by the electric shock and collapsed to the ground. Seeing Rinto in dire straits, Tsunade could no longer convince herself, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's words kept echoing in her mind. After all, he is just a poor guy. Just a poor guy. Poor guy. Thinking of this, Tsunade could no longer hold back her tears and raised her head from the dirt. Rinto, hurry up. Get out of here. You still have to protect your sister? How can you die here? Tsunade choked, her voice getting deeper. Hearing Tsunade's desperate shouting, Rinto was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked in Tsunade's direction. How did this guy know that I wanted to protect my sister? Oh my god, could it be Sarutobi Hiruzen? Why can't you all control your mouths? Seeing that Rinto was a little dazed for a moment, Bing, who was standing in front of Tsunade and had been secretly watching Rinto, suddenly looked happy. Chance. C used the body flicker technique and quickly approached Rinto, while at the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Lightning style pseudo dark. In an instant, a blue-purple lightning flashed at Rinto and pierced through his chest. We got it right. A, B and C were delighted at the same time. At this moment, Rinto suddenly fell to the ground with a bang, turning into a tree stump. Oh no! Body replacement technique. Be careful of sneak attacks. A spoke anxiously. Before he finished his words, Rinto suddenly appeared behind Bing and swung his clenched fist hard at the back of Bing's head. The third brother is in danger. Jia screamed and formed a seal instantly. In the blink of an eye, the ground shook, and a huge earth wall rose up, blocking Rinto and Bing. At the same time, C rushed forward without any hesitation or looking back. The 3 of them agreed to stay away from this beastly boy. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, he was only 1 step away from the Rinto body replacement technique stake. Seizing the opportunity, A and B used a large-scale covering ninjutsu against Rinto, who was blocked by the earth wall. This time, they want to kill Rinto once and for all. Chapter 48. Rinto, who was attacking Bing, was instantly submerged by the oncoming ninjutsu. Just when A and B were showing joy on their faces. Bang! A soft sound. Rinto, who was hit hard, turned into a ball of white smoke and quickly dissipated. Seeing this, Jia's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip and he screamed. Oh no! Shadow clone! Pay attention to your surroundings immediately. Speaking quickly, A's eyes quickly swept over B and C, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, when he saw C, his heart turned cold. C was standing at the spot where Rinto was hit by lightning-style pseudo-dark, and the wooden stakes of body replacement technique on the ground had already disappeared. Instead, there was an arm covered in blood. This not-so-strong arm stretched out from C's chest, and in the bloody hand, was a beating heart. At this moment, C's face was stiff and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. C lowered his head very slowly and saw his heart, the heart that was extremely important to him. It's late at night. For the first time, the bright moon peeked out from behind the clouds, casting its cool moonlight on the silent battlefield. The moonlight shines through the treetops and leaves, illuminating the solemn and cruel sneer on Rinto's lips behind Bing. Stop! A shrill roar echoed through the woods. Too late. Rinto remained unmoved. He gently exerted force with his palm and crushed the living heart into pieces in front of A and B. In the distance, at the edge of the battlefield, Tsunade was lying powerlessly on his side, his tilted head taking in the entire scene. He felt as if his chest was being pressed down by a huge rock, and was extremely uncomfortable. She had never seen such a cruel scene, or rather, as she was still studying in the ninja school, she had no chance to come into contact with such a bloody scene. As for Rinto, the instigator of this cruel show, Tsunade surprisingly did not feel any disgust. Gradually, she agreed with Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and felt that Rinto was pitiful. What kind of reality could force a boy under 10 years old to become as hard as iron? What kind of reality is it that can allow Rinto to crush a person's heart without batting an eyelid? Cruelty is not innate. When the world gives him pain, he will respond to the world with indifference. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly wanted to know Rinto's past, all the details of his past. Shokata Rinto, it would be great if you were a companion of the village. On the battlefield, Bing with empty eyes slowly collapsed, just like Tsunade who was paralyzed by electricity. The difference was that he also lost the right to breathe. He was dead, the kind that couldn't be saved even by reincarnation, because his heart had already turned into meat paste and scattered all over the ground. Die. You want to die? I will crush every bone in you, die. Looking at the lifeless sea, A's indifferent expression disappeared completely, and was replaced by endless anger. On the other side, B's expression was even crazier. Die. Wind-style wind-cut technique. Yi made hand seals frantically, and his hand speed was almost like a phantom. In an instant, a rapidly rotating airflow shot towards Rinto. Rinto sneered and disappeared instantly, his head constantly analyzing the information. I thought these three people looked similar before. Now that C is dead, these two guys reacted so strongly. It seems like they are undoubtedly brothers. Very good, lose control, squander your chakra as much as you can. When your chakra is exhausted, I will kill you two idiots. Ninjutsu exploded, strong winds raged, flames surged out, and the earth rolled. Rinto temporarily gave up the attack and jumped up and down on the tree like a nimble monkey. In a short while, the entire battlefield was turned into a bare flat ground by the continuous outbreak of ninjutsu. Damn it, don't even think about escaping. Jie, who had lost his composure long ago, suddenly clasped his hands together, his expression suddenly becoming distorted. It can be seen that this guy has given it his all. Earth style, earth flowing river. Ha! In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with yellow mud, and the entire ground became sticky and soft. Rinto quickly jumped into the air and frowned as he looked at the slowly flowing yellow mud on the ground beneath his feet. Damn, this idea is so difficult. On the other side, Yi made seals continuously and his chest swelled up. Fire style head hard. Wind style great breakthrough. The wind fanned the fire, and raging flames instantly swept across the sky. Rinto, who was flying in the air, saw that he couldn't dodge in time, so he formed a seal. Shadow clone technique. There was a flash of white smoke, and a shadow clone appeared under Rinto's feet. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked hard and his body leaped to a higher place, barely avoiding the combination ninjutsu. A hole. Seeing that Rinto had avoided his trump card, the already crazy O became even more hysterical. He didn't have much chakra left, but Rinto was still full of energy. He dragged his left broken arm and dodged left and right, as cunning as a loach. Quickly scanning the battlefield, Yi saw Tsunade trapped at the edge of the battlefield, and a cruel smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Brother, stop him, I'll be back soon. He spoke quickly and glanced at Tsunade. A, with bloodshot eyes, immediately understood what he meant and a similarly cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With an acceleration, B quickly reached the edge of the battlefield. As for A, this is free release of Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. Rinto had no choice but to take out the door panel sword and block it in front of him, but he was hit further and further away by the Earth Dragon bullet. Because of the yellow mud on the ground, Rinto lost his greatest reliance, speed. As he had no speed, he could only summon Shadow Clone continuously to forcibly change the direction of his flight. At this moment, Yi had already arrived in front of Tsunade, looking at the powerless and collapsed Tsunade with a cruel face. As he watched Yi pull out the iron rod from the ground and approach him step by step, Tsunade became more and more anxious. At this moment, her body was still extremely sore and numb, and she could hardly move at all. Getting closer, Yi walked up to Tsunade, slowly pulled out a more than 1 meter long ninja sword from his back, placed it on Tsunade's neck, turned his head to look at Rintu, his face full of cruelty and pleasure. "Little brat! You dare to chase after me alone, it seems like you like this girl." Hearing this, Rintu suddenly became anxious. "No. Brother, we can discuss everything. You cut Tsunade with a knife, and I'm really like that, yellow mud falling into my crotch, it's shit if not shit." While thinking, Rintu summoned another shadow clone, using him as a springboard to dodge a wave of shurikens. "Stop hiding. Otherwise, I'll chop off this girl's legs first." Bi roared hysterically, holding the chinin knife and about to cut Tsunade's leg. At this moment, Tsunade was already extremely desperate. She took a deep breath and yelled at Rintu with her last bit of strength. "Get out! You are not from Konoha, there is no need to save me, get out!" As she spoke, Tsunade's crystal clear tears slid down her temples. Hearing this, Yi turned around suddenly, with a fierce look on his face, and kicked Tsunade in the face. The little girl's pretty face suddenly swelled up. Seeing this scene, Rintu's expression instantly turned cold. Rintu landed slowly, and his legs immediately sank into the slippery yellow mud. His cold eyes were fixed on Yi not far away. Yi stared at Rintu fearlessly, with a dangerous and arrogant look on his face, and it was clear that he had Rintu in his grasp. And Yi, who was standing by, took the opportunity, took out a kunai and shot it out. Ding! Rintu, with his feet stuck in the ground, subconsciously swung the door panel giant sword to block the kunai. Seeing this, A's eyes burst into anger. "Damn you little brat, how dare you block me! Teach him a lesson and scratch his face." Yi was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he started wielding the ninja sword. As for Tsunade, her heart was completely hopeless. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want to be disfigured. But even so, she still bit her lips tightly and didn't make any sound. She was afraid that she would not be able to resist asking Rintu for help, and that this young man would save her at all costs. If possible, she hopes Rintu will just leave. After all, if he died, the pitiful little bond he was guarding would be gone. The ninja sword was raised high and was about to fall. Rintu's gloomy face suddenly opened into a grin, and a dazzling light burst out of his eyes. Cast! With a loud shout, another shadow clone that Rintu had prepared earlier appeared, just outside the battlefield, not far from Tsunade. At this moment, Shadow Clone suddenly raised his arm and threw out a square brick-like object in his hand with all his strength. On the brick, it was written crookedly, "Mundo. Go wherever you want. Now!" Rintu yelled. Flying Thunder God Technique. The ninja sword was about to fall, and the brick appeared accurately between the ninja sword and Tsunade. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Rintu, with perfect accuracy, appeared on Tsunade and blocked the blow with the door panel sword on his back, but both of his arms remained in place. Having long lost his mind, O can no longer tolerate Rintu's continuous tricks. He instantly snatches Rintu's door panel sword and swings the sword again. With a puff sound. On his back, there was a wound so deep that the bone could be seen, and blood was splattered everywhere. Rintu couldn't hold back and blood sprayed all over Tsunade's face. Their eyes met, Rintu's white teeth were streaked with blood, and he smiled bitterly, "You are going to die, and you won't be able to explain anything." SSLY in the rain, and cried like a child.